In this world exis say divine's word, it smite potent nato annihilatio lif. It can unravel myriad spell sands sever countless baths. The master of this word acts with resoluteness, histamine or colden deluve. Whenever this word oft hepathyson sheathed, its formidable insane, still stare renal ho hear it, prompting them to flay ein panic. However, as 100,000 sandite earshavialist, in his questo seek his reincarnated sister, his since fragile dan hoda disposition has begun to transform. Atop the clouds, the young Minyang Fang gazes why the Isis harpasice wherever he directs his sight. The starlit sky seems to tremble, and a living being ceased with astonishment. In his grasp, the sword dimits a piercing chime, and at the overwhelming gao ray of death surrounding him. His blood robe appears sasafaharbin girof dumas descended, with triplet soft blood falling, from the third. Plopping into the ground, a dinganera furia terror. Yang Fan, orphanets and seculdhood, witnessed the death of his frail sister, who succumbed toilness duetto aka funds for treatment. Had it not been for his sister's dying wish, he might have a long senseless the will to live. She had implored him, brother, live well for me sake. If I grow strong in the future, remember to help those who share our unfortunate fate. In that moment, she clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her voice weaky a tresolet. In pursuit of his sister's reincarnation, Yang Fan has near litis indeed to a half demonstrate. Heaf tin converses with himself, bursts into laughter, or amid skilling, distorted sounds that send shivers down spine. Hecarasis the sworden hishened, murmuring, sister, have you truly been born? Area still alive? Where mighty you? He traverses countless university it feels, not trace of his sister's essence. Thus, Huanders, half mad and half delirious, his she art laden with endless long and gone confusion. Meanwhile, in an unknown sect within Anather universe, an 11-year-old girl named Fong King is being teased by a group of disciples. One burlyman, clad in finery, proposes a tradito her what do you say? Amidas and el pil plus es interest wordhofs, no grass, and union the sect wilderidably. Have boasts of his father being gone off the inner sectalders, having reached the pinnacle of strength, just a step away from mastery, commanding respect in Tongzhou. Fong King casts a pleaded glance of Feng Urbani Arbi. However, when Feng Urbeo courageously intervenes in her behalf, He's met with that brutal beating. Theother disciples jeer, leaving Fong King trembling in helplessness. In despair, Fong King contemplates death. She hurls herself at Thule with all her might, blood splattering, her body convulsing. Up and witnessing this, Tiandania panics, fearing the situation may escalate. One a disciple approaches Kecker breathe and declares her deceased. Tiandania hastily distanced himself, saying, every once a wit, Shether herself against Thule. I was merely joking to, frightened in your sister. Theother disciple secco his sentiment, asserting they contestify that Fong King committed suicide, absolving Dundinuo fan of blame. Tiandania surveys Fong King's lifeless form and the surrounding disciples, solemnly stating, brothers, please assist in burying junior sister Fong. Although Shua senator disciple, Shua still a neophis, and there is no need to report this matter. With that, he instructs several disciples to carry Fong King's body to the back mountain for his simple burial. Ashigazes upon Fong King's youthful visage, Tiandaniu can help boot, curse inwardly what apathy. Simultaneously, in Nano third bedroom, Fong Urbalius beneath his blanket, his shed covered, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. In today's that fellow, Fong Urbea drifts drew lifeanatas, scarcely speaking to Theother disciples. His mind is preoccupied with thoughts of him missing Fong Qing, and inexplicably unius seg non gatham. Thus, here is all vestikek shed where Fong King usually worked. Theodorus stite lyshithelian scene, calling out of times, butrivi vesna response. These ignite se senso fergency in Fong Urbao. Hecklims Thualan looks over, discovering that Fong King has no treaderant. Summoning unexpected courage, he bolts towards Tiandanius direction. Several other disciples, intrigued be the normal litimid Fong, o sudden urgency, inquire, Urbao, what's the matter? Fong Urba gasps, Tiandaniu, cometh here. The disciples glansatham and respond, stop shouting wormer ligatek keepers. Tiandaniu isn't the ru heard huentona mission. If you're looking for Fong Qing, you might want to kek the back mountain shu spirit theer. On a disciple marks. What? Fong Urba was taken aback, grabbing hat discipline demanding, what back mountain? What do you me am buried? A wavy fominus premonition washes over him, and instinctling him something terrible has befallen Fong. Seeing Feng Erbeo stand in shock, one a disciple compassionately urges, you should go check Feng King's fame lies still unaware. Omlathendo's Feng Erbe snapped back to reality, sprinting towards Thebak Mountain. Up and reaching the site, Heist confronted with fresh lighter netterd Handa grave, Anha burst centers. In this sect, Heelways regarded Feng King as a sister, yet duito histamadan honest nature, Henever spokia fitonioni. Remembering Thelukov desperation in Hirias when, sup to shelp, fill shime with guilt. Reflecting gon firmament stogther, Heis engulfed by turmoil, Adela keen hishiart. Boeing is shed, he murmurs, im sorry, Feng Qing. Ik no yumis lukdonun, beauty will waste treated meza friend, Asa brother. I understand thought you share dio urinermos thoughts with him. Rest assured, you will often visit your parents. Feng Erberezishishid, determination in haze, declaring, I will avenge you, regardal zof being genuder disciple. Her recall show they had both been mira labor synthi sectoverthiers. Thalastomy Helenthertin tail soft silver to hell for family through a crisis remains it in his memory. With that, he begins to dig through Tegrave, stating, Ignothis is disrespectful, but he will find a more suitable resting play for you. Forgive ma forthis forno. Thus, Feng Erbe procure say fine coffin from a Shamtown and implore his parents upon a family heirloom to ensure Fonking's proper burial. After completing these tasks, Hegazisu Themeret wo tail soft silver remaining in Hishant, troubled. He thinks to himself, perhaps he should wait a while longer before revisiting Feng King's parents. Hekanatly this quest for vengeance say burden his family. With that hot, guilt flood Shashirt. Returning home, Huacha Shizelder Liprance preparing food and glances with that wo tail soft silver and Hishant. Hunder show they would manage if you were in a longer around. This contemplation plunged him again in ta confusion. In this world Dexis say divine's word, its power potent nato annihilatio living beings. I ton ravels Mariad spell sands severs countless paths. Themaster of this word acts with resolute decisiveness, exhibiting Gaydam in or both cold and proud. Whenever this word is unsheathed, its fire siren still stare arenal ho hear it, compelling them to flay ein panic. However, after the passagio of 100,000 years, in pursuit of his reincarnated sister, his is shy and hoda disposition gradually undergo is a transformation. At the pinnacle off the clouds, Theoung Yang Fance Gazesis Fragi Dazis wherever he treads, Thestariskia seem to tremble, and all living things serifilled with astonishment. The Swarden Hishan Demet sa crisp, ringing sound, Anduat the overwhelming killing intent, his blood redroberi zombalus theoravalo fideth god. The blood dripping from the sword stip false and the ground, creating gackle and gondominous atmosphere. Having lost his parents at a tender age, young Fanch Fralin Seclesistrel Soperish duatalaka funds for treatment. Wary it not for the English, he might have a long lost heist will to live. Shahad implored him, brother, live well, survive form. If I become powerful in the future, remember to helfos ho. Lycius, Arabezit misfortune. In that moment, she clutched Herchist, gasping for breath, Hervwas faintia tresolut. In his questo findis reincarnated sister, young Fanteterson thebring Kaufmadness. Heaf tin converses with himself, a teams bursting into laughter, a t'others, hissed in a twisty danchilling, sending shivers down spines. Hecarisis the Swarden Hishant, murmuring, sister, have you truly been born? Area still alive? Where Ariano? He traverses count lesson of her seaside is suitable to sense his sister's presence. Thus, he wanders in a half-crazed state, Hishiartin gulfed in endless long and gone confusion. Meanwhile, in an unknown sectophonother universe, an 11-year-old girl named Feng King is being harassed by a group of disciples. One of Theberliman, adorned in resplendent tatir, proposisadial ter what doyase? A pill plus as intraswordhofs no fungus. And Nuni in the sectwil deredibuli wagain. He boasts of his father being gone off the intersectalders, having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. Mira steps away from Beckamingamaster, and in Tongzhou, non-edereto disregard him. Feng King casts a plead glance of Feng Erbe obesitor. However, when Feng Erbe musters the courage to plead on her behalf, Heis met with a brutal beating. Theother disciples jeer, while Feng King trembles helplessly. In her despair, Feng King contemplates death. She hurls herself against Thule with all her might, blood splattering as her body convulses. Tian Daniu, witnessing this, panics, fearing the situation may escalate. A disciple approaches Kecker breathe and declares her dead. Tiandani, a hastilitis associates himself, stating, Acio alavizine, shedded Thisto herself. I wasmer la trying to frighten her. Theather disciple secco his sentiments, asserting they can attest that Fong King's demisua sage wisidi and had nothing to doubt on Daniel. Tian Dania surveys Fong King's lifeless formant the surrounding disciples, solemnly addressing them, brothers, I can liaski auto helperi sister Fong. Although she's a new tersec disciple, Scheist Delona fust his matter need not be reported. With that, Hein struck say few disciples to carry Fong King's body to the back mount on for his simple burial. Gazing at Fong King's youthful visage, Tian Daniu caneth help boot, cursing wordly what apathy. Simultaneously, in nano third chamber, Fong Herbalizen Hished buried beneath the covers, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. In the following days, Fong Herbio drifts in a days, scarcely speaking to theather disciples. Heis consumed with worry over no thaving sea and fonking for several days, Annie next plique biunia seg non gatham. Thus, here resolves to kekthwood shed where fonking usually works. Theodorus stite lyshith Pearson sidey and calls to few times, butrieve snoraply. Alarmed, Fong Herbeo climbs over the will and discovers that fonking has no treadernd. Summoning an unexpected courage, ha bolts towards Tian Danius direction. Watersec disciples, intrigued be Fong Herbo's sudden urgency, inquire, Herbao, what's the matter? Fong Herba gasps, Tian Daniu, get to theer. The disciples exchange glances, saying, stop shouting wormer ligatech keepers. Tian Daniu is absent, reportedly ophone a mission. If you're looking for Sister Fong, you might check the back mounted to a buried theer, on a discipleds. What? Fong Herba was taken aback, seizing the discipline demanding, what back mountain? What do me an buried? A sends off foreboding washes over him, an instinct warning thutsamething dread fullest befallen Fongche. Observing Fong Herbio's stunned expression, one a disciple compassionately suggests, you should go take ye Luke Fong King's fame lies still unaware. Omlathendo's Fong Herba snapped back to reality, sprinting towards the back mountain. Up and reaching the site, Hegazi south the fresh lighter netterd hand mound, burst in gentodiers. Within the sect, Hehedal ways regarded Fong King's sister, yet duito histamadand honest nature, Hehed never spoke no fituthers. Remembering Thelukov desperation in Hirias when sup to shelp fill shine with reamers. Ka tupa memorius off their timatagather, his heart a sadampist, a della carressonating within. Habaushashed, whispering, I'm sorry, sister Fong. Ik know you must look down upon, beauty will ways regarded mes a friend, a sanelder brother. I understand Thadio Wood confide in meo renermos thoughts. Rest assured, you will frequently visit your parents. Fong Herba razashishid, his gaze irresolutia she declares, I will avenge you. Regardals of mistachus sasanu tersect disciple. Here reflects in Thyers spent, merely as Malaron by within the sect. The last mehelant Fong Kington tail soft silver to hell for family through a crisis remains it in his memory. With determination, he begins to clear the grave, stating, Ignothis is disrespectful, but he will find do a more auspicious resting place. For now, I beg your forgiveness. Thus, Fong Herbeo purchases a fine coffin for her, pleading with his parents Dopont he familiar to provide for her burial. After completing these tasks, Fong Herbeo gazy su themeret wo tail soft silver left in his possession, troubled. He thinks to himself, perhaps he should wait a while longer before revisiting Fong King's parents. He does not wish for their vengeancito impliciti high son family. This thought fill shine with guilt. Returning home, he watches Schieselder Lipperance preparing vegetable sand thin gland sizu thetwo tail soft silver and hishant. Hepender show esperance would survive if you were in a longer around. This contemplation plunged him back into confusion. Chapter 3. The injured woman in a distant realm of another universe, Yang Fan, who had been conversing with himself while walking, suddenly halted his steps. Before him, a faint aura flowed, suggesting a fierce altercation was underway. After sensing the atmosphere, he found it utterly uninteresting and continued on his way, akin to watching a tedious skirmish between ants. At that moment, a man and a woman were retreating step by step. The man saying, Sister, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. While I distract them a little longer, you must find an opportunity to escape. The man's remaining right arm tightly grasped his sword, which struck the ground with a heavy thud. No, I would never abandon you, brother, even in death, the girl exclaimed, clutching her blood-soaked wound. Ha! Such deep sibling affection. To offend my eternal family is to invite certain death. No matter where you flee. That, the leading figure among the black-clad men flicked his sword, and the boy's head was severed from his body. brother. The girl struggled to remain upright, her heart breaking as she gazed upon her brother's severed form. The injured woman fixed her gaze on the leading man, preparing to launch a final strike for her brother. She knew that even uninjured, with her cultivation level merely at Chi-Si realm, she was no match for this opponent, who was 2 realms above her. With tears welling in her eyes, she whispered, "Brother, wait for me, I will join you soon." With that, she steeled herself for one last desperate attempt. At that moment, a distant voice lamented, "What are a few ants?" Yang Fan shook his head. The girl turned her head and beheld a handsome youth, his clear eyes sparkling, approaching slowly with a long sword on his back. The black-clad men simultaneously turned to regard the boy in white robes, his expression frigid. The leading man, momentarily unsure of the boy's origins, stepped forward and politely asked, "What is your name, sir?" "I am of the Eternal Family," he began, but before he could finish, the youth flicked his finger, and the leading black-clad man's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. "You should join him." One by one, the remaining black-clad figures also met the same fate, their bodies disintegrating without a trace. The injured girl stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across her face. All were annihilated in an instant. One of those black-clad men was at the transcendent realm. The injured woman rubbed her eyes, gazing at the suddenly appearing youth as if he were a monster. Yang Fan glanced at the wounded girl and remarked, "Your injuries are not severe. You shall live." The girl, hearing this, felt a surge of anger rising within her and was about to retort when Yang Fan turned his attention back to the dismembered body of the boy. He is indeed dead, but there is still a chance to save him." The word "still a chance" lit a spark of hope within the injured girl, prompting her to kneel before him. "I beseech you, immortal, please save my brother." She bowed her head low. After a long pause without a response, she finally lifted her gaze to see the youth muttering to himself, "Little sister, where are you?" As he took steps away, "Immortal, wait." The girl called out in anticipation, "I implore you, save my brother's life." Yang Fan did not look back, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon as he spoke. "What worth is it to save mere ants? What use is eternal life amidst the chaos of existence? Death is death, whether it comes early or late." The youth continued to wander, half crazed. The girl, unwilling to relent, insisted, "To save a life is to cultivate virtue." Before she could finish, the youth turned sharply, glaring at her with intensity. Silence. His gaze pierced through the cosmos. "If the Buddha had a spirit, my little sister would not. Cursed be those doctors. They all deserve to die." The boy's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled against his rage. Witnessing the frenzied youth, the injured girl felt a tumult of emotions. She reluctantly began to gather her brother's dismembered remains. Stepping away slowly, she understood that relying on others for salvation is futile. If no one comes to help, she must not blame them. She thought, "Do not let others suffer, nor urge them towards goodness." As she watched the deranged youth, her heart ached in empathy. Perhaps they were both unfortunate souls in this vast world. Yang Fan turned to look at the injured girl and the remains of the boy. Feeling a pang of inexplicable sorrow, "Alas, who would have thought I would harbor a flicker of compassion?" he mused, "Am I in the wrong?" The sword of Path trembled, emitting mournful notes. "It seems I have erred. If my little sister were alive, she would surely disapprove of who I have become." Chapter 4. Fortuitous blessings indeed. My sister would wish for me to return to my former self from 100,000 years ago. With this thought, a smile, reminiscent of ripples on a cold surface, began to grace his features. Watching the retreating figure of the girl vanish, he remarked, "Today, my mood is pleasant. I shall lend a hand." With that, he vanished without a trace. The injured girl wandered aimlessly, only to find a figure blocking her path. Instantly, she felt a surge of caution. "Who are you?" Yang Fan found the situation amusing and adopted a mock-serious expression, saying, "Drop the corpse, and you may save your life. If you refuse." The girl retorted decisively, "What if I don't?" Yang Fan replied, "If you do not drop the corpse, how can I save your brother?" Upon hearing this, the girl perceived a hint of familiarity in his silhouette and, suddenly filled with joy, exclaimed, "It's you?" "Who else?" he responded. "Just drop it." Fortunately, he has not entered the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, even if I revived him, he would not recognize you, Yang Fan stated bluntly. The girl placed the body down and, glancing gratefully at the youth, said, "Thank you, immortal, that my name is Yang Fan." "What immortal nonsense is this?" "Ah, then what should I?" She stammered, "If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Yang." "Okay." She nodded vigorously. Yang Fan lightly tapped his fingers, sending strands of soul energy into the boy's corpse. He gently pressed his palm to the boy's forehead. "Spirit, arise." Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and all living things were astonished. Countless spirits emerged from the darkness, crawling forth to gaze at this moment in time. At that instant, roar erupted from deep within the cosmic barriers. A sound that resonated through the heavens and earth as if the sky were about to crash down, heralding an apocalypse. Who dares to defy the natural order and challenge the laws of the universe? Are you tired of living? As the space rippled, an immensely powerful aura emerged, and an ethereal elder stepped forth. Yang Fan cast a cold glance at the elder and said, "While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave within a breath." The elder, about to laugh heartily, froze upon seeing the sort of path on the boy's body. "Oh no," he exclaimed, trembling, as he bent over. "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? I had no idea." Yang Fan interrupted. "One more word, and you die." Before the word die could escape his lips, the elder had already vanished in a flash. The injured girl was left in disbelief at the scene before her. "What do you mean by defying the natural order? The laws of the universe?" That voice resonating through the heavens was so terrifying, she thought, still shaken. "What are you dawdling for?" Yang Fan said, exasperated. "The understanding of an ant is limited to the well, and a human's comprehension is confined to the earth. Perhaps I could explain, but you would not grasp it," he continued patiently. "All right, in half an hour, your brother will awaken." With a wave of his hand, the girl's injuries healed instantly, and her body surged with newfound strength. The miraculous scene left her in awe as she gazed at the youth before her. "Brother Yang, thank you," she expressed gratefully. "Thank for what? I prefer something more tangible." He replied, "Brother Yang, you?" she mumbled, her head bowed, hands nervously tugging at her clothing. Yang Fan ignored her, lifting his gaze to the cosmos and asking, "What is your name?" "I am Su Qing," the girl replied. "Su Skirt?" "Su Qing?" Yang Fan chuckled, shaking his head. He then pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood merge with her brow. "Your blood cannot currently integrate. It has been sealed by me. Should danger arise, I will sense it. For now, you are too weak. Your body and spirit cannot withstand it. With your current cultivation, you cannot survive in this realm. One day, when you reach the divine void realm, this seal will lift, and you shall be capable of self-preservation." He added, "Always follow your heart and desires." With that, he vanished. Chapter 5. Family meeting. Su Qing stood gazing at the direction in which Brother Yang had disappeared, her heart silently vowing, "We shall meet again." Unbeknownst to her, years later, it would be due to this act of kindness from Brother Yang that she would receive protection time and again, secretly safeguarding her little sister. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Huh? Where am I?" "Brother, you're awake?" Su Qing exclaimed. "It was Brother Yang who saved us." "Brother Yang?" The man asked in confusion. "My name is Su Ming." Su Ming replied, "We must properly thank him." He looked around. "Where's Brother Yang?" "He has gone," Su Qing said, lowering her head. Brother Yang seemed so pitiful, talking to himself all day in search of his sister. Su Ming said, "Since Brother Yang has done us a favor, we ought to help him find his sister." "Do you have a picture of Brother Yang's sister?" Su Ming inquired. "No, Brother Yang left in such a hurry. I didn't have time," Su Qing replied, feeling wronged. Of course, in this world, what brother wouldn't care for his sister? Su Qing felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Brother Yang is truly remarkable. Do you remember those black-clad men who pursued us?" "I remember." "Why? Could it be that Brother Yang killed them all?" As soon as Su Ming thought this, he felt it must be true. Otherwise, they would have long been separated by death. "Yes, all those black-clad men who hunted us down were annihilated by Brother Yang," Su Qing said in awe. "Brother Yang is incredible. If I see him again, I must invite him to our family," Su Ming said to his sister as they chatted happily on their way home. Upon returning to their family, the siblings were summoned to the hall, where the matriarch announced that it was an urgent family meeting, and they were included in the attendees. The two siblings walked toward the courtyard and soon arrived at the family meeting hall. In Sangzhou, the Su family can only be considered a modest clan, and the family head, Su Chong, is known for his humility and honesty, rarely making enemies. It is truly perplexing to think of who the family might have offended this time. In the hall, only a few individuals sat anxiously to one side, while the family head, Su Chong, paced back and forth in contemplation. That moment, he noticed the siblings signaling for him to take a seat. Ultimately, the family head spoke. "You two siblings shall depart tonight, Su Ming. Remember to take good care of your sister," he said sternly. "Father, what has happened?" Chinger inquired, looking towards the family head. Su Chong replied, "It is not that I wish to keep you both in the dark. I understand your natures well, and there are reasons for my silence. Knowing will only add to the burden of 2 more corpses. Be obedient. Su Ming, prepare to leave with your sister tonight and do not return." The family head said with a heavy heart. "Auntie, please tell me," Chinger pleaded. The aunt replied, "Do not ask any more. Just go, my child." Su Ching realized that further inquiries would yield no results and thus said, "Father, take care of yourself. I will not ask any more. Tonight, my brother and I will depart." With that, they left. Inside the hall, glances were exchanged, each feeling something was amiss, yet no one pondered it further. At that moment, the family head remarked, "What is meant to be a blessing will not turn into a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Everyone, go and prepare. Afyu, you shall personally escort them tonight. Especially Su Ching, as I know her temperament well." The one named Afyu said, "My lord, forgive my boldness, but have you not noticed anything unusual about the young lady upon her return?" Su Chong looked at Afyu in confusion. "Is there something amiss with their return?" Afyu continued, "I do not know, but when I looked at the young lady in the hall, I felt a powerful force affecting my consciousness. I am at the peak of the Yushuan realm. Yet, the young lady is merely at the Qi-Si realm. It should not be possible." Chapter 6. The backstory of the Tang family. At that moment, Afyu was reporting to the family head, "My lord, the young lady has gone missing along with the young master," he said anxiously. "What?" The family head fixed his gaze on Afyu. "Please, take your time in explaining," he urged. Afyu took a deep breath and said, "Just an hour ago, I went to the young lady and young master's quarters, but they were nowhere to be found. They were not in the backyard, front hall, bathhouse, or even the main courtyard and firewood room. Nor could I find them at the fish pond or garden where the young lady often visits." Afyu relayed in one breath. The family head furrowed his brow deeply, and after a moment, he said, "No matter what, it is better than leaving them behind." "What have you discovered about the individuals behind this?" Afyu replied, "All I know is that the young master of the Tang family is from the mountains. Rumored to belong to a hidden family, I do not know any specifics." "What is their strength?" the family head asked urgently. At the very least, they are in the Ling Kong realm. Afyu wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. "My lord, there are no fewer than 10 individuals in the Ling Kong realm throughout Sangzhou, and above that realm, there are scarcely a few." Afyu believed that the highest limit was the Guizhen realm. The family head said, "Afyu, you have been with me for over 130 years. Have you ever held any grievances?" "My lord, you flatter me. If it were not for you, I would have perished over a century ago." Afyu reflected, recalling how he was nearly 20 when he was on the verge of entering the Yushuan realm. Since following the family head, he has been treated as family, even respected by the young lady, who calls him Old Fu. "If you have any orders, just say the word," Afyu said respectfully. The family head glanced at Afyu and said, "Given the situation, it seems our Su family may struggle to escape this calamity. The only thing I cannot let go of is Su Ming and Su Ching. Afyu, I wish to entrust you with a task. Please preserve the last remnants of our family line whenever you see them." The family head implored, bowing deeply to Afyu, his voice heavy with emotion as he turned to leave. At that moment, Afyu heard the family head murmur to himself, "This is our last glimmer of hope." Watching the family head's retreating figure, Afyu suddenly noticed how much older he appeared. Though the family head had long been at the peak of the Ling Kong realm before taking in Afyu, he had been unable to take that coveted step into the Ru Su realm for a century. If he could enter the Ru Su realm, with his profound foundation, the Guizhen realm would not be out of reach. There has only been one appearing in Sangzhou in thousands of years. Afyu couldn't help but exclaim in regret, feeling lost and helpless. The next morning, before a manor, the family head stood with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing at the expanse of Sangzhou, the clouds floated leisurely, the sky a brilliant blue, with noble families standing tall. Our Su family is merely a small clan in Sangzhou. Why would those petty individuals conspire to force us into this desolate place? The young master of the Tang family seems intent on annihilating the Su family. At that moment, Afyu hurried over and reported, "My lord, the young master of the Tang family demands that we surrender our mining resources within the hour, or the Su family will be prepared to vanish from Sangzhou." Upon hearing this, the family head replied, "It is merely an excuse. Without resources, we would only be left at the mercy of others. Their malicious intent knows no bounds, and I cannot allow certain individuals to have their way with my daughter, who has long been coveted by them. It is better to fight to the death than to beg like a dog." "Afyu, have you dispersed all the people in the manor?" Afyu responded, "Yes, they have all been sent away." "Good. You should also leave. Remember what I entrusted you with." Afyu said, "My lord." The family head urged, "Go, prioritize the greater good." Afyu knelt on one knee and said, "My lord, take care. I know that once I leave, I may never see you again. The one who has treated me like family, in his heart, he vowed. Once the young lady and young master are safe, I will come to accompany you." With that, Afyu disappeared from the Su family courtyard. Chapter 7. Brother Yang, sister, I never expected you to know of such a place. Looking at the strange symbols etched upon the cliff walls of the stone cave, Su Ming felt nauseous, tired, and dizzy. Anyone who looked would find it incomprehensible. It seemed like a legacy meant for those destined to receive it. Su Ming thought, "Brother, stop looking. I cannot understand it either. This place was merely discovered by me on a whim." "Let us leave," Su Qing suggested. The siblings then exited the stone cave, and Su Qing sighed, "I wonder how father is doing. We owe this moment of tranquility to this cave." Brother Yang is right. Everything follows the heart and flows naturally, as long as we heed our true selves. After saying this, Su Qing felt her sword's heart clear, gaining a newfound understanding of her future path in swordsmanship. Her state of mind underwent a significant transformation, though she could not discern whether it was the realization or Brother Yang's awakening that would lay the foundation for her illustrious life. When the siblings returned to their family, a suffocating stench of blood enveloped the entire manor. "Damn it! I completely lost track of time," Su Ming exclaimed, rushing into the manor. Though Su Qing's cultivation was slightly lower, she closely followed her brother without hesitation. There, they beheld old Fu, his limbs severed. The scene was too horrific to bear. The family head, Su Chong, was also grievously injured, yet there was no sign of the aunt. At that moment, the family head saw Su Ming and Su Qing at the courtyard entrance, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Run!" His eyes blazed with fury. The gruesome sight caused Afyu to turn towards the young lady and young master. His heart torn as he cried out, "Heaven has no eyes. Even in death, I shall seek vengeance upon the heavens." He then turned to the family head, pleading, "My lord, protect the young lady and young master and flee." Suddenly, Afyu's aura surged, his soul igniting as he charged towards several cloaked elders. The elders, seeing this, remarked, "Self-detonation? Burning the soul." One elder waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring, "You overestimate yourself." In an instant, Afyu was extinguished. "Afyu! Old Fu!" the family head roared, and the siblings' hearts shattered at the sight. They drew their swords and rushed towards the remaining two elders. The family head, witnessing this, was alarmed and swung his sword. Yet it was too late. Yu Ming's body was sent flying, blood gushing from his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Yu Qing, uninjured, gritted her teeth, sword in hand, declaring, "Today, you all shall die." At that moment, an elder with a white beard exclaimed, She is still alive? The Qi realm? Interesting, he intended to eliminate her." Just then, family head Su Chang's sword struck, but the elder effortlessly countered with a powerful palm, far surpassing the Ling Kong realm. In his shock, Su Chang felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The Ru Su realm? Despair. At that moment, Su Chang was truly despondent. He never imagined that such formidable beings would be hidden within this small domain. Looking at his daughter one last time, he thought, "You should not have returned. Everything was lost." Just as he prepared to strike himself in despair, a voice rang out, "Are you bullying the weak?" Suddenly, a youth clad in white robes, carrying a long sword on his back, stepped forth from the sky. The family head Su Chang gazed in confusion. At that moment, An elder in black robes said gravely, "Who are you?" "I am not done speaking." The youth waved his hand. And the elder's head flew off. "You talk too much," the youth remarked without looking back. The remaining black-robed elders stood dumbfounded, while the two white-bearded elders wore expressions of grave concern. The youth approached the young lady and said, "You haven't bled? No wonder I couldn't sense anything." Hearing the youth's strange words, Su Chong was equally bewildered, unable to process the situation. Suddenly, his daughter rushed into the youth's embrace, her heart shattered as she cried, "Brother Yang," she sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 8. The terrifying youth with the sword silence enveloped the scene, save for the sound of the young lady's sobs, which could be heard like the fall of a needle. One of the white-bearded elders whispered gravely to the 25-year-old youth, "Young master, this individual is not simple. Their origins are unclear. There are no such strong figures in Sangzhou." The youth was named Luo Tian, the third young master of the Tang family. He possessed a congenital spiritual body, and his second uncle hailed from a hidden family in this realm of noble families in Sangzhou. All trembled in reverence at the mention of the Tang family. At this moment, Luo Tian felt a surge of retreating thoughts upon hearing the words spoken. Not to mention that he had only just entered the mid-stage of the ethereal realm. Even his father, who was at the mid-stage of the void realm, might find it somewhat precarious. The deceased elder in the black robe had reached the initial stage of the void realm. The other three black-robed elders were all at the pinnacle of the spiritual space realm. Any one of them could disregard the territory of Sangzhou. They all hailed from powerful, hidden families. To safeguard against any eventualities, they even brought along two white-bearded guardians, which clearly illustrated Luo Tian's status and background. The family head, Su Chong, felt a surge of excitement. When had his daughter befriended such a formidable being? Observing his daughter resting in the embrace of the youth, he felt not anger but rather a profound sense of joy. Su Chong was so exhilarated that he nearly burst into laughter, thinking of the implications of having such a powerful young man associated with the Su family. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Suddenly, he realized he had misspoken. Embarrassed, he promptly closed his mouth. Damn it, this was such a significant blunder. He wished he could just vanish into the ground. Everyone turned to look at him, their gazes laden with unspoken words. Yang Fan also cast a puzzled glance in his direction, startling Su Chong. He hurriedly said, "I am her father." This moment, Yang Fan awkwardly looked towards Su Qing, who nodded slightly. Yang Fan shifted slightly, apologizing. "So you are the head of the Su family. My name is Yang Fan, and I am a friend of your daughter, Su Qing." Only then did Su Chong release a sigh of relief. Had he taken any longer, he might have lost his head. Luckily, he managed to think on his feet. "A friend? Yang Senior. Young Master Yang, it's nothing. My little girl has always been shy, so please bear with her." Upon hearing this, Su Qing shot her father a glare, while Yang Fan found the situation rather peculiar, realizing that her father was quite astute. Suddenly, Yang Fan looked towards the crowd point. One of the white-bearded elders stepped forward and said, Yang Fan waved his right hand. The elder's head instantly flew off. Did anything dare to call itself old man in my presence? At this moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Another white-bearded elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? In terror, he exclaimed, above the true return realm. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed incredulously at the youth clad in a white robe, carrying a long sword. Only the elder with the white beard understood just how terrifying this young man was. The family head, Su Chong, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, this was a big shot. He needed to cling onto this leg for dear life. Yang Fan glanced around and then turned to Su Qing, asking, "Where is your brother?" Su Qing choked back her emotions and replied, "He is dead, and so is Elder Food," pointing at the spot where her brother lay in a pool of blood, alongside the remnants of Elder Fu's presence. Yang Fan looked at the sobbing Su Qing and then at the positions of Su Ming and Elder Fu, furrowing his brows slightly. Is death truly the end? Is there no chance for rebirth? Yang Fan mused. Upon hearing this, Su Qing gazed towards Elder Fu's position, asking, "Brother Yang, is there really no hope?" Su Chong glared at his daughter angrily. "Su Qing, once a person is dead, they cannot be brought back to life. Do not burden young Master Yang with such thoughts. If your brother were still alive, he would not wish to see you like this." The family head, Su Chong, believed that the notion of resurrecting the deceased was nothing but a fantasy. Chapter 9. Reversing life and death. Yang Fan turned to Su Qing and said, while death can indeed be reversed, erasing one's Tao is far more complex. It is seen as defiance against the heavenly Tao. To violate the laws of the universe is to become an enemy of all realms. Countless karmic debts would disrupt the order of the entire cosmos. If it's merely death, that is quite simple. With a flick of his hand, wisps of soul energy began to converge from all directions. Settling at his fingertips, he uttered, "Go." And with a single motion, the energy surged into the young man's corpse. With his palm hovering in the air, Yang Fan retracted his left hand. The onlookers observed this process with great curiosity, and after a quarter of an hour, they noticed a slight movement. Su Ming opened his eyes, bewildered, and looked around at the crowd, saying, "Father, sister, you are here too." Su Ming shook his head with a sigh. "I didn't expect you all to arrive in the underworld, brother. Take another look," Yu Qing encouraged him. The family head, Su Chong, could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. This was beyond anything he had ever comprehended. It was utterly absurd. Yang Fan, feeling speechless, remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" He then gently infused 2 strands of profound energy into Su Chong and Su Qing, their bodies instantly mending to their former state, vitality restored. Su Qing was accustomed to such occurrences, but Su Ming and Su Chong were left in a state of disbelief. Their perceptions of reality utterly shattered. The family head, Su Chong, was about to speak when Yang Fan cast a sweeping glance at the others, and with a wave, everyone present was erased as if they had never existed. "All right, that was bothersome," Yang Fan stated indifferently. This was an immense shock for Su Chong and Su Ming. "Is this even human?" Each harbored their own thoughts. "I must take my leave," Yang Fan declared, and he vanished. The family head and the siblings finally snapped back to reality, expressing their gratitude repeatedly, but they had no time to articulate their thanks. Especially Su Qing, who felt a tumult of emotions choking her throat. Su Chong glanced at the estate, then at the bloody scenes involving Ah Fu and his sister-in-law, letting out a faint sigh. The family head said, "The universe is vast, yet Sangzhou feels so small. To have survived this calamity, Su Qing and her brother have made great contributions. I must inquire further." After a brief flurry of activity, the siblings were summoned to the main hall in the entire Su family. Aside from those dismissed, only the family head and the siblings remained in the hall. Su Chong looked at Su Qing and said, "Qinger, next time, you must take the initiative. The rise of the Su family depends on you." "Father, my relationship with Brother Yang is merely casual. At most, we are friends," Su Qing replied earnestly. "Casual acquaintances? Qinger, what kind of relationship can compare to such a favor? Young Master Yang considers you a friend, which at the very least implies a bond. I see that he is a remarkable individual, with deep emotions and a fondness for you. Especially as a transcendent powerhouse, you must—" "Father, Elder Fu has just passed, and Auntie as well." Su Qing wished to attend to their burial before discussing further. "Tomorrow, you and your brother should go. Summon back those who were dismissed. Though our Su family is small, this vast estate truly requires more hands. With Elder Fu and your elder sister-in-law gone, you two should take on more responsibilities," he concluded before retreating into the Su family's secrets. The siblings busily went about their tasks, and those who had been dismissed gradually returned to the Su family. Everything resumed as usual, as if nothing had transpired, and tranquility returned. The Tang family remained silent, with no news emerging for several days. Meanwhile, various families were deliberating on Sangzhou's future, seemingly plotting something. The head of the Su family also secluded himself, preparing to break into the void realm. As Yu Ming and Su Qing continued their training as usual, and after this incident, Su Qing understood that true power lay in individuals like Brother Yang, who held their fate in their own hands, viewing all living beings as mere ants and the great path as insignificant as floating reeds. Su Qing raised her head slightly, fists clenched, and declared, "I will definitely keep up with you." Chapter 10. The escape of Air Bao. In a certain location, the young man with the long sword halted his steps in the middle realm. Gazing through layers of barriers, he cast a glance at a minuscule state below before continuing on his way in Tongzhou. In a small alley on the outskirts of the city, a man in simple clothes and straw sandals was sprinting frantically, pursued by no fewer than several dozen individuals. At this moment, blood trickled from the man's mouth, and his body bore numerous sword wounds. This man was none other than Feng Air Bao. In the initial stage of the strength transformation realm, He had avenged his sister Fong by killing Tian Denyo, and now he was fleeing for his life. His parents had been brutally murdered due to Heir Bao's actions. Just over half a month ago, Heir Bao had secretly returned to visit Feng's parents, ensuring their safety while gifting them some silver before planning to flee Tongzhou. However, he never anticipated that the people from the Tian residence would find him so quickly. Severely injured, Heir Bao could only rely on his unwavering will to sustain himself as he dashed from the alley into the depths of the mountains, believing this to be his only glimmer of hope. The pursuers, upon seeing this, immediately quickened their pace, one of them shouting, "Don't let him enter the Eight Peaks territory." Heir Bao mustered every ounce of strength to flee frantically. After several minutes, he vanished into the dense forest. The pursuers exchanged glances, and one burly man declared, "Entering the Eight Peaks territory is akin to losing one's life. Even those at the pinnacle of the strength transformation realm dare not venture deep into this place." After speaking, the leading man gestured for the others to leave. That night, in the pitch-black forest where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face, Heir Bao bandaged his wounds and gathered a few branches to start a fire. Fortunately, there was still some food left, and he took the opportunity to eat while it was warm. Glancing around the forest, he recalled the burly man mentioning it was called the Eight Peaks territory. It was clear that this area was home to fierce beasts. Heir Bao decided it was best to be cautious, so he found a tall tree, about 10 zhang high, and nimbly ascended to sit cross-legged atop it. After meditating, he lay back and fell into a deep sleep. For several consecutive days, all was peaceful, and his injuries began to heal somewhat. Sighing at the thought of his future life on the run, he looked up at the starry sky and lamented, "A life as cheap as an ant. I can only take one step at a time." This place was unsuitable for prolonged stay. He must leave at the earliest opportunity. Just then he heard a rustling sound approaching. Turning his head, he was nearly frightened out of his wits as he beheld a gigantic bird with red and green plumage. It looked like one swipe of its wing could end him. With an eye larger than his head, it stared directly at Heir Bao, who inwardly cursed. How could it be so enormous? Hiding in a tree seemed pointless. The giant bird made a series of strange noises, which Heir Bao could not comprehend. He nervously spoke, "I apologize. I am also being chased and had no choice but to end up here. I harbor no grievances against you, so please let me go." He bowed slightly and cautiously observed the giant bird, fearing that a moment of carelessness could lead to an unjust death. Seeing that the giant bird showed no reaction, Heir Bao cautiously prepared to slip away, tossing a large cake to distract it. When the giant bird promptly swallowed it, Heir Bao seized the opportunity to flee, glancing back only to find no one in pursuit, breathing a sigh of relief. "Are you looking at me?" A tender voice, as sweet as that of a young maiden, echoed forth, startling Heir Bao. "Who is it?" He turned around only to find a pair of vividly colored, piercing eyes fixed upon him. Upon witnessing this sight, Heir Bao fainted instantly. After several hours, he awoke, realizing he was still lying in the same spot, drenched in sweat. The giant eagle was staring at him, and he felt an urge to curse. Suddenly recalling the earlier voice that resembled that of a girl, he glanced towards the giant eagle's position and surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. What on earth? A melodious giggle broke the silence. At that moment, Heir Bao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the giant eagle. You can speak?" And once again, he fainted. Chapter 11. The Talking Eagle. Hey, wake up. A giant eagle nudged the man sprawled on the ground. Heir Bao blinked his eyes open, glaring angrily at the eagle before turning his head away. "I'm so hungry." Then he heard the sound of his stomach growling. Turning back, Heir Bao hesitated as he touched the half-piece of flatbread remaining. After all this commotion, he was indeed famished. Looking at the talking giant eagle, he felt a surge of resentment. "Here," he shouted, offering the half-piece of bread. The eagle opened its beak wide, and the bread vanished without a trace. Speechless, Heir Bao rubbed his belly and said, "I'm really starving. I must leave this cursed place." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at the eagle. "Dear sister eagle, could you take me out of here?" The eagle, hearing this, retorted angrily, "Call me little eagle, and I shall take you out. Otherwise, I won't be able to fly due to hunger." Hearing the childish tone of the eagle's words, Heir Bao felt utterly speechless. Yet he replied, "All right, little eagle, take me out." The little eagle flapped its wings lightly, saying, "Hop on." Airbao quickly leapt onto its back, gripping tightly. With a whoosh, they soared into the clouds. Slow down, little eagle, fly lower, Airbao shouted in panic. The little eagle was overjoyed, flapping its wings vigorously as it distanced itself from Tongzhou. Meanwhile, Airbao was in despair, screaming as beads of sweat streamed down his face. The little eagle, however, was reveling in the thrill of flight. Airbao eventually closed his eyes, and after several hours, he opened them to behold his surroundings. Where is this? He gazed at the resplendent hall adorned with gold and surrounded by clouds, with even the stone steps of the corridor crafted from pure silver. He pondered, could this be the heavenly palace? Bewildered, he stared at everything around him. Hey, come down, little eagle, Airbao shouted. The eagle, turning its head towards Airbao, exclaimed, I'm calling you by name, you know, I am Feng Airbao. I have a name, Airbao retorted. Then come down swiftly. Just then, a woman draped in sheer fabric with long hair cascading down to her waist emerged from the distance. Eagle, is this your friend? You must not be rude, the eagle pouted. Mother, I'm so hungry, and so is big brother. The woman replied, all right, I shall instruct the kitchen. You two chat for now. With that, she turned and walked away. Airbao, gazing curiously at the retreating figure of the woman, remarked, little eagle, your mother. She is so beautiful. Of course, the little eagle replied proudly. Then it glanced at Airbao. Big brother, you are quite handsome too. Turn around, big brother. The little eagle nudged Airbao. Upon hearing this, Airbao turned away, only to hear the little eagle whisper in his ear, no peeking. After a while, the little eagle called out, you can turn back now. Airbao turned around to find a 7- or 8-year-old girl giggling at him. Airbao was taken aback. You are a little eagle? Yes, the little eagle replied. Do you think I look good? It inquired. Airbao looked at the childlike figure of the little eagle and said, you look lovely. Just then, the woman in sheer fabric approached and glanced at Airbao. Eagle, take your big brother to eat. After the meal, Airbao learned that many tens of thousands of years ago, the Eagle clan had been nearly annihilated by other great demon clans. The little eagle's father had sacrificed himself to ensure the survival of their lineage, allowing the woman to escape. After giving birth to the little eagle, she fled to this ethereal D city to evade the demon clans. The woman had also learned of Airbao's past and recognized him as her adopted son, a title Airbao willingly accepted. From that moment on, Airbao had a protective sister, and they became a family. Living in harmony, Chapter 12. Searching for little sister in the boundless universe, a young man carrying a long sword arrived at the entrance. With a swipe of his fingertip, the barrier of the starry sky split open, and he vanished from sight. The entrance returned to its original state. This young man was Yang Fan. An elderly man clad in a Taoist robe emerged from the starry expanse, inquiring, what brings you to our boundless universe? An image appeared before the old man. Has this universe ever seen this person? The Taoist elder glanced and shook his head. I have never seen this individual. Might I inquire your relation to them? She is my little sister. Yang Fan responded, if my sister is found outside this universe, please inform me. A communication talisman fell into the old man's palm. The elder appeared hesitant, for he could not gauge the young man's cultivation level, leading to two possibilities. Either the young man possessed a treasure that obscured his power, or his realm far surpassed that of the elder. If it is the first possibility, the elder mused, suddenly filled with fervor. What if I do not comply? Yang Fan's brow furrowed, and with a wave of his hand, the elder was utterly erased from existence. Suddenly, a furious roar emanated from the depths of the cosmos. Impudence. A powerful aura surged forth. Yang Fan glanced upward to see the Taoist sword flying out, followed by the head of a man rolling to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. Yang Fan surveyed the universe, and with a sound, the Taoist sword plunged into the starry sky, causing the entire boundless universe to crumble, leaving countless beings in terror as order disintegrated. At that moment, a distant voice echoed, Young brother, could you grant me a favor and spare some mercy? A familiar voice. Hearing this, Yang Fan slightly raised his hand, causing the Taoist sword to tremble and halt its descent, returning to Yang Fan's side. The voice continued, thank you. As for your sister, I will notify the heavenly Tao of each universe to keep a lookout, and I will inform you immediately should there be any news. Yang Fan replied, that would be splendid. How have you been lately? A voice filled with worry sighed. I am currently without protection. Are you aware of the Hunyuan universe? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's brow furrowed. Do you have troubles? The voice responded, some personal grievances. I hope you can assist me when the time comes. Rest assured, it will only be to lend support. Yang Fan replied, just support? Do not try to deceive me. It likely won't be that simple. However, since we are old acquaintances, I can still offer some assistance. The voice filled with joy replied, Thank you, young brother. Yang Fan raised his head to gaze at the edge of the universe. It is lonely to be invincible. At that moment, in another universe, a woman dressed in white with long hair flowing down to her waist looked over. Yang Fan was startled and slightly raised his head. Long time no see. He traversed countless starfields until he stood before the woman in white. You have not changed, though you know the whereabouts of your sister? Yang Fan replied with a bitter smile. I do not know for now. Throughout my journey, I have found no trace of her. Why not leave the universe we know and explore other planets beyond? Perhaps in the high martial world. There, cultivators abound, revered by mortals as deities. The middle martial world is the lowest threshold I can endure. It would be better to venture to the low martial world. If we go down, the low martial world might cease to exist. The woman in white suggested. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. I have not sensed my sister's presence in any of the high, middle, or low realms. It seems the only realms capable of accommodating us are the high martial world and the middle martial world. As for the low martial world, I shall leave a clone behind. What do you think? Yang Fan looked at the woman in white, who replied, That is acceptable. It must be done. With that, Yang Fan conjured a clone, which vanished in a flash. Yang Fan remarked, You take the middle, and I shall take the high, or vice versa. The woman in white responded, You take the middle, I shall take the high. Both then vanished simultaneously. Chapter 13. The Clone on Earth. A figure traversed at the speed of a city per second, stopping after several dozen hours, declaring, At last, I have found you. His gaze locked onto a state border, where a young man carrying a long sword exited a sect. An outer disciple, noticing him, inquired, Which person are you seeking, sir? A portrait fell into the disciple's view. Her? The outer disciple was the same one who had directed and informed Feng Erbao of Feng Shimi's resting place years prior. May I ask what your relation to her is? The disciple inquired. The clone, noticing the disciple's emotional reaction, gently replied, Do you recognize her? The disciple appeared to recall that painful moment, and choked back tears. Feng Shimi suffered greatly. Turning away to suppress her tears, the clone, feeling a sense of foreboding, quickly asked, What happened to her? The disciple turned back, glancing at the concerned young man, realizing their bond was deep, and replied, Feng Shimi passed away several years ago. I could do nothing to help. I'm sorry. The clone looked at the disciple and asked, What is your name? Where is she buried? I am Zhang Han. Years ago, Feng Shimi was buried on the back mountain. Later, she was taken away by Feng Erbao, who was very close to her. In his quest for vengeance, Erbao's parents were also killed. And it is said that he is no longer in Tongzhou. Feng Shimi rests on a mountain not far from Erbao's home, Zhang Han explained. The clone turned to Zhang Han. You know who killed Feng Shimi, do you not? Zhang Han hesitated and then softly said, It was Tian Daniyu from the Tian family. Zhang Han glanced around and urged, You should leave quickly. After Tian Daniyu's death, the head of the Tian family has been hunting down anyone associated with Erbao. The clone inquired, Does the sect not intervene? Zhang Han replied, They cannot. The head of the Tian family is an elder within the sect. The clone surveyed Zhang Han and then the sect's name, Qingyun's sect, and declared, There is no need for this to exist. With a wave of his hand, the entire sect vanished. Beside him, Zhang Han, his face etched with terror, fell to his knees, stammering, Predecessor, please spare my life. I am utterly powerless to assist. The doppelganger regarded the young man before him and said, Rise, I can grant you one request to compensate for your willingness to inform me. Zhang Han, taken aback, queried, Can I truly ascend to the status of a master with merely external energy? He cast a doubtful glance at the celestial being, for in a low martial world, celestial beings are the pinnacle of existence, often referred to as terrestrial immortals. The hierarchy in this realm is classified as follows: external energy, martial practitioners, internal energy, martial experts, transformative energy, martial masters, innate, martial sages, and beyond that lies the celestial beings. The terrestrial immortals, indeed, the doppelganger affirmed. With a flick of his wrist, Before Jiang Han could comprehend, his aura surged to the peak of external energy, then to transformative energy, and finally to the pinnacle of transformative energy. At that moment, Jiang Han felt as though his body might explode. With a mere gesture, the doppelganger pressed down, alleviating Jiang Han's pain, followed by a surge of internal energy, reaching its peak. Jiang Han's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing, this is the work of immortals. The aura of innate and its pinnacle then stabilized. Enough. Your foundation is unstable. Subsequently, a method of cultivation in the low martial world was implanted in Jiang Han's mind. Just as Jiang Han was about to bow in gratitude, he was pulled back by a wave of energy. The doppelganger stated, "We are no longer indebted to one another. May you remain true to your aspirations." With that, he vanished from sight. Jiang Han remained in a daze, staring blankly at the spot where the celestial being had just been. Chapter 14. A reunion of siblings in Tongzhou, a secluded village atop a small hill. A pristine youth clad in a white robe stood resolutely before a gravestone, gazing at the 5 striking characters inscribed upon it. Grave of Feng Shimi, signed, Feng Erbao. This young man was none other than the doppelganger. With a gentle clasp of his fingers, a wisp of spiritual energy began to gather from various realms, merging into the gravestone. A voice resonated. "Spirit, come forth." Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, and the earth trembled. Meanwhile, in the underworld, a judge holding the ledger of life and death seethed with fury. "Who dares?" His words were abruptly cut off as he was immobilized. Unyielding, a single glance left the judge feeling the chill of death creeping upon him. Terrified, he exclaimed, "I yield. I did not know the celestial lord had arrived. I beg for forgiveness." One surname vanished entirely from the ledger. Only then did the doppelganger withdraw his gaze. Moments later, a faint sound emerged from the gravestone. The doppelganger brought his palms together, and a figure appeared before the monument, which remained intact. The girl of about 10 slowly opened her eyes, gazing confusedly at the young man before her. Then looking around, she asked, "Where am I?" As her memories gradually resurfaced, the doppelganger affectionately inquired, "Awake?" To which she responded with a soft "Thank you for saving me." "Are you an immortal?" Feng Qing asked. The doppelganger, looking at his little sister, felt a rush of mixed emotions. Though merely a manifestation of his consciousness, he felt a profound love for her. "I am not an immortal. I am your brother." "Brother?" Feng Qing queried, perplexed. "Indeed, I have been your brother for 100,000 years, and I remain so now." "Humph. I do not believe why parents never mentioned a brother when they gave birth to me," she retorted, tilting her head and waving her hand dismissively at the young man. "You saved me, so I shall acknowledge you as my brother as a token of gratitude." With a playful giggle, she dashed away. Glancing back to see her brother was not pursuing her, she called out, "Brother, let us go find Erbao to plate. Hurry up." The doppelganger pondered for a moment and replied, "Sister, Erbao is no longer in Tongzhou." "Then let us go find Erbao," Feng Qing insisted, fixing her gaze on her brother. "Very well," he responded. "Do you know where Erbao is?" she asked her newly recognized brother. "He should be somewhere on this earth," he replied. Feng Qing shot her brother an incredulous look. "Brother, do you have any money?" "I doubt I have no money," he replied softly. "Money da? What is that?" She laughed heartily. "Brother, do you not eat?" she inquired, eyeing him curiously. The doppelganger answered, "I have never eaten anything." Feng Qing looked at him in bewilderment, tilting her head in confusion. The doppelganger then asked, "Are you hungry?" Feng Qing nodded vigorously. With a flick of his hand, a dao fruit fell into his palm. He then divided it into several small pieces and offered one to her. She stuck out her tongue, pouting, stingy, but accepted it and popped it into her mouth, exclaiming, "It's sweet and delicious. Give me more." Unbeknownst to Feng Qing, that small piece of dao fruit was worth centuries of cultivation. Had it not been for the doppelganger's secret technique, even a peak transformative energy practitioner in this realm would have perished upon consuming it. The doppelganger offered another piece, but Feng Qing, now irate, exclaimed, "You are so poor." The siblings then made their way to a noodle shop that Feng Qing often frequented. The establishment was modest but bustling with patrons, run by an elderly man of 80 years, who, upon seeing Feng Qing, greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, little girl, back for noodles again. Come, come." Turning to the doppelganger, he inquired, "Is this your relative?" Fang Qing replied. Uncle Xiang, this is my brother. Can we have credit? Of course. It has been a while since I last saw you. This time, I'll serve you both 2 bowls of noodles and only charge for one. The old man said cheerfully. Thank you, Uncle Xiang, Fang Qing exclaimed, leading her brother to a favored corner table, eagerly waiting. Chapter 15. A reunion with Feng Erbao at that moment. A steady stream of patrons entered the noodle shop, both elderly and young alike. Coming, the shopkeeper announced, as he set 2 steaming bowls of noodles before them with a smile. Enjoy, you too. Fang Qing dug into her noodles heartily, occasionally calling out, Brother, hurry up and eat. Observing his sister's enthusiasm, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Eat slowly, brother. You must eat too. It's too delicious, she urged, glancing at the dwindling noodles in her bowl. With a pang of regret, he remarked, Eat more. I cannot handle so much. She replied, pouring a generous portion from his bowl into hers, glancing apologetically at him. Brother, you should eat too. It will get cold and taste bad. The doppelganger agreed. All right, and took a tentative bite. Not bad. Minutes later, Fang Qing stretched her head to check her empty pockets and called out, Uncle, we're leaving. A responsive echoed from within the shop as the siblings exited. Along the way, Fang Qing animatedly described Erbao. While the doppelganger took mental notes of Erbao's appearance, his gaze penetrating through clouds and earth, meticulously locking onto a specific location. Shifting his attention back to his sister, who wore a frown. He comforted her, Sister, I have found Erbao. Hearing this, Fang Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. Brother, really? Where is Erbao? The doppelganger took her hand gently, assuring her, You will see him soon. With that, they vanished and reappeared outside a grand palace. Fang Qing felt herself lifted from the ground, unable to see anything, until they arrived at their destination. She realized her brother was incredibly powerful. Curiously, she gazed at him while taking in the magnificent hall before her. Surrounded by layers of ethereal mist, with towering green mountains and clear waters, where laughter could be heard from within. Her eyes gleamed with wonder. It's so vast. If only I could live here. Just then, a voice like that of a graceful woman rang out, Little sister, if you like it here, you may consider it your home. A woman clad in a gauzy dress emerged, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Adorned with a gentle smile, the doppelganger cast a glance at the woman while Fang Qing exclaimed, You're so beautiful. I'm here to find Erbao. Is he around? She craned her neck to peek inside. Please, follow me, the woman said, glancing at the doppelganger before leading the way. Upon entering the hall, a little girl of about 7 or 8 was seen chasing after Erbao. Erbao, Fang Qing called out. The little girl halted, and Erbao turned to look bewildered. He rubbed his eyes. Fang Shimmy, is that really you? Fang Qing beamed. It's me, Erbao. This is my brother. Suddenly introducing him, Erbao asked. The woman in the gauzy dress interjected. This is my daughter, Xiaojiao. I am her mother, Luo Yin. May I ask how you are addressed, young sir? The doppelganger responded. I am Young Fan, Fang Qing's brother. The woman smiled and called out. Diao Bauer, come greet Brother Yang. Erbao looked at the older boy. I have met Brother Yang. The doppelganger nodded with a smile. Diao, are you not going to greet Brother Yang? The woman urged. The little girl pouted. Mother, I've already met him. The woman exchanged glances with the doppelganger, who confirmed indeed. The woman then turned to the doppelganger. This child, please do not take offense. Not at all, he replied. I want to play with Erbao too. Fang Qing chimed in, looking towards her brother. The doppelganger nodded. Go ahead. Thus, Fang Qing, Erbao, and Xiaojiao began to play together. Watching his sister's joy filled the doppelganger with happiness, and the woman in the gauzy dress felt a sense of relief. Let them play. Shall we take a stroll? She suggested to the doppelganger. Of course, he replied, and together they departed the hall. Chapter 16. By D-City I envy such days. The woman in gauzy attire mused. Nestled among mountains and rivers, shrouded in mist, surrounded by towering forests and clear springs, where the war and strife of the world are far removed. How splendid it would be! The doppelganger glanced at her, but remained silent. She turned her head and asked, May I inquire where young Master Yang hails from? It is evident that you are no ordinary person. The doppelganger looked up at the stars and the vast universe. Replying, The lives of mortals are like fleeting clouds, yet I possess eternal life. The woman in gauzy attire regarded him with solemnity. Could it be that you are of the celestial realm? The doppelganger shook his head. That is merely the classification and terminology employed by cultivators and immortals. The universe is vast, otherwise it would lack meaning. The woman found the young man, the doppelganger, to be intriguing and, silently noting his words, inquired, "What realm do you belong to in your universe?" The doctrine of the Avatar states, "Each universe has its own distinct classification of realms. I belong to the realmless beings, existing beyond the confines of any realm, and if one must discuss realms, one might consider me the pinnacle of the entire universe." Upon hearing this, the girl in the gauzy skirt wore a solemn expression, incredulously exclaiming, "The pinnacle of the entire universe. Does that not imply invincibility?" "Perhaps so," the Avatar replied. His gaze swept across the hall, observing the playful banter among his younger sister and her companions. And after a contemplative pause, he remarked, "This is also satisfactory. With Erbao, the little sculpture shall not feel lonely." "This place is quite agreeable," he stated, directing his words to the girl named Luoyin. Luoyin replied, "Then let us consider this our home. Growing up joyfully is of utmost importance. What does the young master think?" The Avatar nodded slightly, indicating his silent approval. Luoyin felt a surge of happiness and expressed, "I hope such days will never be disrupted." The Avatar glanced at a certain spot and said, "Luoyin, my dear sister, I must leave matters in your capable hands. I have other affairs to attend to." With that, he produced a box the size of a fist, stating, "Within this box lie 3 strands of my sword chi, which may prove vital in times of peril." The girl in the gauzy skirt replied, "Just call me Luoyin. I am no longer a girl." "Young master, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. Remember to visit often." "Agreed. I shall check on my sister." With that, he made his way towards the sculpture hall. "Brother," as she watched him enter, Fangqing called out, "Sister, enjoy your time with Aunt Luo. I shall return to see you soon." "You are leaving already?" The sister pouted. "Yes. Here, let me put this on you." The Avatar took out a jade pendant and fastened it around his sister's neck. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Wow, is this a gift from you, brother?" She gently touched the shimmering jade pendant, clearly enamored. "Indeed, I have little else to offer. As long as you cherish it, that is enough. Do remember not to take it off." He playfully pinched her nose and smiled. "This is a talisman for your protection?" "Yes." The sister nodded vigorously. "Brother, here, this is the money Erbao gave me. You are already so grown yet have no money?" She chided. The Avatar glanced at the tiny coins and replied, "Very well." He tucked them into the earth, saying, "Do not lose them." "You have little left?" The sister patted her bulging pocket and exclaimed, "Yes." The Avatar affectionately ruffled her hair. He then looked at Erbao and the little sculpture and said, "Come here." Erbao took the little sculpture's hand and approached. The Avatar turned to Erbao. "I appreciate your past efforts. Have you reached the pinnacle of transformation?" Without waiting for Erbao's response, he unleashed a surge of energy. Internal energy. The peak of internal energy. The Avatar exerted pressure. Innate. The peak of innate, ascending directly towards the realm of transcendence. Erbao was bewildered. "Am I transcendent now?" He felt utterly dazed. The Avatar looked at the little sculpture. "Quite impressive. You have become a spirit." With a wave of his hand, the energy surged. "Spirit King, Spirit Emperor." The Avatar pressed down. The energy surged towards the peak of the Spirit Emperor. Luoyin watched, her astonishment transforming into delight. The peak of the Spirit Emperor? Even the father of the little sculpture is merely at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The Avatar cast a sidelong glance at Luoyin. Given the relationship between Erbao, the little sister, and the little sculpture, now that his sister enjoys this place, he contemplated these days again and waved his hand. At this moment, Luoyin, now at the Spirit Emperor realm, felt her energy surge directly towards the peak of the Emperor realm. The Avatar pressed down, and the aching sensation vanished. The energy continued to rise. Spirit Immortal, the energy reached the peak of the immortal realm. The energy came to a halt. Luoyin felt as if she were in a dream. Her sister's voice broke through, "Brother, I am still at the external realm. Feeling wrong to the point of tears." The others exchanged knowing smiles. The Avatar affectionately patted his sister's head and said, "With me around? You need not worry about your cultivation." Chapter 17. The world of martial arts, Xiang City. A girl, dressed in tattered rags, begged along the street. She was 14 years old, an orphan who had never known her parents. Since she could remember, she had lived off the kindness of strangers, and after a devastating earthquake claimed many lives in her village, only a few survived. Since then, the girl had been utterly alone. Devoid of support, in front of a restaurant, she pleaded. "Auntie, could I have the leftover food you discarded?" A middle-aged woman in her 30s glared at the begging girl and harshly said, "How can you be such an eyesore at midday? Hurry up and leave. You're disrupting my business." With a fierce glare, she dismissed the girl. Thus, the girl, who hadn't eaten for days, staggered along, hoping for the kindness of a stranger to bestow a few coins. As her hunger gnawed at her, that moment, a young man clad in peculiar attire and wielding a long sword approached. He glanced at the girl, then at the passers-by, before stopping. The girl slowly lifted her head. Her eyes filled with desperation. "Uncle, I am so hungry. May I?" Before she could finish, the young man gently took her hand and said, "Come with me." "My hands are very dirty," the girl stammered. "Just skin," the young man reassured her. "I'll take you to have something delicious." He led the girl to the entrance of an upscale restaurant, and they stepped inside. The two attendants at the door, taken aback by the oddly dressed young man and the ragged girl, forced smiles and said, "Welcome." The young man ignored them and took a seat after leading the girl to a table. Just then, a waiter approached and asked, "Sir, what would you like to order?" The young man perused the menu and replied, "Please bring me the finest dishes you have." The waiter hesitated for a moment, then said, "Please wait." And turned to leave. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit and tie approached, glanced at the two, and said, "Excuse me, the total comes to $59.80. Please settle the bill before dining." "Thank you." He stood aside, watching the two. The restaurant patrons turned their attention towards them. The young man raised his head, perplexed, and said, "Call your manager. My time is precious." The suited man looked at him and then pulled out his phone. Making a call that a few minutes later, he said, "Our manager says if you're not dining, then leave. Stop pretending." The young man was none other than Yang Fan. Yang Fan retorted, "They say the customer is king. How is it that a business is chasing away its patrons?" "Uncle, we will not eat then," the girl said, tugging at Yang Fan's sleeve nervously. "Do not be afraid. I am here," he assured her. Then he continued, "If you wish to play this game, let us play. As you have all witnessed, since we entered, from the waitstaff to this suited man, the language has been crude, and now they wish to expel you so they think we are penniless or that they fear we will dirty their floors. Let everyone judge." The crowd murmured amongst themselves. One man, lowering his head, muttered, "It makes no sense to chase away customers." With that, Yang Fan produced a platinum card and said, "This card holds exactly 1 million. Each slap is worth 10,000, and the password is 192485. I fear my hands may get dirty. Is there a brave soul willing to step forward and publicly slap this lowly creature? This 1 million is his reward. Is it true?" A burly man stepped forward, somewhat skeptical. Yang Fan replied, "Isn't there an ATM nearby? You may verify the balance." With that, he tossed the card over. The burly man took the card and hurried outside to check. The crowd watched in anticipation as if witnessing a performance. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "It's really 1 million. I'm rich. Ha ha ha." The crowd was stunned, exchanging glances. The burly man rushed back, delivering a swift kick to the suited man. He then turned to Yang Fan and said, "That kick was from me, heh heh." Following that, he delivered slap after slap while berating him. The suited man realized he had offended this esteemed individual and stood frozen. Receiving a total of 100 slaps, the burly man rubbed his hands and looked at Yang Fan. "Can I keep it?" "Anytime," the burly man replied, preparing to take his leave, but then paused as Yang Fan pulled out a golden card and proclaimed, "Whoever can smash this restaurant, inside and out, within an hour, this card worth 100 million is theirs. Rest assured, there will be no repercussions. I merely wish to demonstrate what reality means." That moment, a luxurious car pulled up outside, and 4 or 5 imposing men stepped out. Their leader, wearing sunglasses, barked, "Which fool is causing trouble here?" The attendant pointed, and the sunglasses-clad man turned to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, irate, exclaimed, "Is this never-ending? I have no time to play with you. You have 1 minute to vacate. Those who remain will face the consequences." Yang Fan took the girl's hand and exited the restaurant, turning to her and saying, "I apologize. I will buy you something delicious shortly." The crowd hurriedly exited, including everyone inside. When the time was up, Yang Fan waved his hand. The entire five-story restaurant collapsed into ruins. The onlookers were left in a cold sweat, some in terror fleeing the scene. Yang Fan surveyed this world of martial arts and said, "Without power, the weak are as ants." He finished speaking and vanished with the girl from this world of martial arts. Chapter 18. The Ominous Phenomenon Sangzhou. The Su family estate. A brother and sister were practicing as usual. One of them spoke. "Sister, why am I still unable to receive your sword?" This person was Su Ming. Su Qing replied. "The way of the sword is a matter of the heart. It is about one's understanding of the sword path. The sword follows the heart, and intention reaches the heart. When heart and intention merge, all can be made into a sword. Do not be a slave to the sword. Let the sword serve you. With a clear heart, the way of the sword becomes accessible, emphasizing the natural flow of things." "I do not quite understand," Su Ming replied, somewhat confused. Su Qing lifted her head. Lost in thought. "I wonder if Brother Yang has found my sister yet. I also wonder how Brother Yang is doing. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last saw Brother Yang." Su Ming remarked. Just then, the head of the Su family emerged. "Father, have you entered the Void Realm?" Su Qing inquired. "Yes," Su Chang sighed. "It has been over 100 years. Congratulations, Father," the siblings expressed. Su Chang glanced at Su Qing and exclaimed, "The way of the sword is clear?" "The profound realm. What is it, Father?" Su Qing, filled with confusion, inquired. "Isn't it the case that the realm of Yushuan is perfectly clear in the sword path?" Su Chang pondered deeply. "Qinger, why not draw your sword and give it a try?" Su Chang exclaimed. Just then, Qinger casually waved her hand. Instantly, the sky transformed, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Fu Chang lifted his head, too startled to think further. His aura surged to the pinnacle of the spirit sky realm as he slightly pushed his palms forward. Only to feel an overwhelming sword intent pressing against his chest. Fu Chang's jaw dropped. In an instant, he was sent flying hundreds of zhang away. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Chang's mouth as he gazed in shock at Su Qing. How could this be possible? Su Ming and Su Qing were equally bewildered, defeated in the Yushuan realm. "Father, are you all right?" "No defenses." Su Chang, both grave and astonished, asked, "Qinger, who taught you your swordsmanship?" Su Qing replied, I don't know. Could it be Brother Yang?" Su Qing pondered. "Ceiling, divine void?" Su Ming and Su Chang listened in utter confusion. "Father, have you heard of the divine void realm?" Su Qing asked. "Divine void? What kind of realm is that?" Su Chang shook his head in perplexity. Seeing this, Su Qing refrained from probing further, thinking she would ask Brother Yang later. Meanwhile, in a mysterious family, an elder with an ethereal demeanor gazed towards the Su family and remarked, "Is the Su family on the verge of rising?" The elder commanded, "Inform everyone above the void realm to gather in the council hall." "Yes," an elder responded before departing. A quarter of an hour later, dozens of individuals awaited in the hall, 26 from the void realm, 5 from the return to truth realm. Among them, a gaunt elder paced back and forth. At this moment, a graceful elder in a qipao stepped forward, glanced at everyone present, and gestured for them to sit. The crowd gradually took their seats. The qipao elder stated, "As you all have witnessed, what are your thoughts? Please feel free to express your opinions." An elder from the return to truth realm spoke. "The reason the Su family still exists must be due to some background or influence. Given the current circumstances, 3 from the spirit sky realm and 1 from the void realm, along with 2 from the return to truth realm, have all fallen. Their backing must range from the holy realm to the emperor realm," the elder concluded. The qipao elder nodded slightly, casting a glance at the elder. "Very well. What do the rest of you think?" The emaciated elder surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Elder 3's analysis is sound, but we cannot rule out the possibility of those from the venerable realm or beyond." The qipao elder continued, "Excellent. Do you think we should treat them as friends or foes?" Elder 3 replied, "In the face of the unknown, we should consider friendship as the best strategy. The universe is vast, and there may be realms we are unaware of." The crowd turned their gazes toward the qipao elder. "Indeed, there are realms we do not yet comprehend. The highest among us is the return to truth realm, above which lies the holy realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, and the known realms. Does anyone know what lies beyond the known realms?" The qipao elder smiled gently and continued, "Beyond the known realms is the unknown realm. Above that is the highest realm I currently know of, the past realm. An elder inquired, may I ask, what is the realm of the esteemed one? The Qipao elder looked at the elder and replied with a smile. Killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 19. Bring the strongest forth. Hearing this, the elder broke out in a cold sweat. Wiping his forehead, he respectfully bent slightly. The Qipao elder calmly smiled and said, if we are to be friends, we must not fall behind. If we are to be enemies. The Qipao elder made a snapping gesture. The threat of death lingered in the air. Otherwise, once they grow strong. I believe you all understand the implications, so I shall say no more. You all must make a decision. The atmosphere became tense, yet the Qipao elder remained unhurried, patiently awaiting their conclusions. The crowd exchanged anxious glances and murmured quietly. An emaciated elder stepped forward and said, in my opinion, it is not wise to act hastily. We should first pay them a visit and then decide after assessing their backing. What does everyone think? The emaciated elder looked around, and the crowd nodded in agreement, finding this approach quite reasonable. Finally, their gaze settled on the Qipao elder. The Qipao elder regarded the unanimous decision and stated, very well, I shall leave this matter to your family head to handle. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. After speaking, he vanished. The family head was none other than the emaciated elder. He then addressed his two elders, Elder 2, Elder 3, I appreciate your assistance. Both Elder Chongqing and Elder Du Ruan replied in unison, yes, and then withdrew. The family head raised his head and looked towards the Su family, saying, I hope the Su family knows how to discern right from wrong. If not, they shall vanish from Cangzhou. As for their backing, the elder mused, I am not without my own resources. What is there to fear? With a flick of his brow, he disappeared from the hall. The following morning, the sun blazed fiercely, illuminating the Su family estate, which was nestled amidst mountains, presenting a unique scenery. Several uninvited guests arrived at the Su family estate, where family head Su Chong, along with Su Ming and Su Qing, wore solemn expressions. Among them were 5 individuals exuding immense power, while 2 others concealed their cultivation levels. At this moment, family head Su Chong declared, I do not know their intentions, so I kindly ask you all not to make things difficult for the Su family. Even if I knew, I would not divulge any information. If this is merely a visit, I welcome you. If it is for vengeance, I shall accept it, the elder in the yellow robe retorted, unappreciative, with a wave of his hand. An invisible pressure surged through the air, heading straight for them. Yu Chang's expression turned pale, as the aura of death engulfed everyone in the Su family. Dozens of heads exploded, their bodies severed. Su Ming fainted, while Su Chang's physical form crumbled, leaving only his soul. In the midst of this chaos, blood gushed from Su Qing's mouth. Her eyes twisted in pain as her sword wailed mournfully. The elder in the yellow robe, witnessing this, was taken aback. Yushuan realm? Such a low realm is still able to. He realized she could not be left alive. Just as he was about to strike again, the girl, Su Qing, fused with her sword. Her features contorted as she slashed at the elder in the yellow robe. Fusing with the sword? Minor success in the sword path. Quite impressive, the elder remarked. Raising his palm to strike down, he sensed a wave of death approaching, and with a thunderous boom, Su Qing staggered, spewing blood, her head feeling as if it would split, her blood-soaked dress dripping from the sword's tip. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, wandering in the cosmos, halted, lifting his gaze, his icy expression causing the very heavens to tremble. He crossed the universe, tearing through layers of barriers, emerging from the sky. Upon seeing this, Su Qing's tears flowed as she said, I thought I would never see you again. With me here, no one can harm you. His voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Su Chong, whose physical form had been reduced to mere spirit, felt elated. There is hope. There is hope. The elder in the yellow robe observed and inquired. You are the one supporting the Su family? Yang Fan slowly turned his head and replied, Is there something you need? I heard you are above the Return to Truth realm, the elder stated. I am indeed at the peak of the Return to Truth realm and wish to test your strength. The crowd was eager to ascertain the cultivation level of the young man with the long sword. All eyes focused on him, including those of family heads Su Chong and Su Qing, who were equally curious. You think you are worthy? Bring the strongest forth. Yang Fan glanced at the 5 black-clad elders from the Void Realm, casually waving his hand. They were too weak, a nuisance. The 5 black-clad elders were utterly erased. Chapter 20. I will catch up to you. The elder in the yellow robe, witnessing this, wore a grave expression. Instantly shedding any underestimation, Yang Fan looked at Su Chong and waved his hand. Su Chong's physical form instantly restored, and he cast a grateful glance at Yang Fan. Yang Fan then turned to the elder in the yellow robe and said, "You have 1 minute to summon your people." The elder in the yellow robe was furious, his aura surging to the peak of the Return to Truth realm. "I hope your words match your strength. Do not disappoint me." At that moment, the heavens shook, wind surged, and his palms aimed directly at Yang Fan. Elder 3, Du Ruan, observed with grave concern. All show and no substance, Yang Fan did not even glance at it. A strand of azure hair emerged. The elder in the yellow robe was instantly pinned in place, his physical body obliterated, leaving only a trace of his soul. With disbelief in his eyes, he uttered, "How could this be possible? Weak, call for help," Yang Fan stated. At that moment, the elder in the yellow robe, with only a wisp of soul left, begrudgingly crushed a talisman, in a mysterious estate. An elder with an ethereal demeanor furrowed his brow. Glancing towards the Su family with excitement, "This is intriguing." He took a single step, instantly arriving at the Su family estate. Before anyone could react, the elder flicked his fingers, sending a beam of golden light straight at Yang Fan. The faces of Su family's 3 members changed dramatically. "Be careful." Among them, Elder 3, Du Ruan, exclaimed, "Divine realm?" He is 4 major realms above him. His eyes were fixed intently on the calm young man with the long sword. Meanwhile, Elder Chongqing, now reduced to a mere wisp of soul, gasped in desperation, "Venerable, save me." Yang Fan regarded the ethereal elder with mild surprise. Not too weak, just slightly larger than an ant. Just as he was about to strike, he noticed the sword tremble, a clear ringing sound emerged, and in an instant, the elder's physical form was obliterated, his soul absorbed. The crowd looked on in terror at the sword, while Elder Chongqing, filled with dread and despair, cried out, "That sword, how are you so powerful? It is you who are too weak. I did not kill you. I merely wanted you to see that what you deem divine is but slightly larger than an ant." After saying this, he waved his hand, completely erasing the elder in the yellow robe. Yang Fan then turned his gaze to the trembling elder Du Ruan. Seeing this, Du Ruan lamented softly, bowing his head in resignation. Awaiting the arrival of death, Yang Fan shifted his focus back to Su Qing, saying, "Quite impressive. You have dedicated yourself solely to the sword path, very pure. If you can refine your swordsmanship to its utmost, you may break through to greater realms. Here, the path can be extinguished with a wave of my hand. Do you understand?" Su Qing, with resolute eyes, replied, "I have noted this. I will catch up to you." Yang Fan continued, "Indeed, you have dedicated yourself solely to the sword path. Do not focus solely on realms." With a wave of his hand, Su Qing's cultivation was completely stripped away, and the sealed blood within her fully integrated into her body. A sword's strength comes from its wielder. Abide by your heart in all things. After saying this, Yang Fan vanished from the Su family estate. As she gazed towards the direction of his disappearance, Su Qing lifted her head and declared, "Wait for me. I do not seek to be invincible in this world, but merely to live without regret." At this moment, Su Qing smiled. Du Ruan looked towards the direction of Yang Fan's departure for a long while. He understood that the young man's decision not to kill him was simply to assure him that he would protect the Su family, and that was enough. After a glance at the Su family trio, he turned to cast one last look at the Su family's young master, whose fate remained uncertain. A Yuan Dan silently merged into Su Ming's mouth, causing him to vanish from the Su family. At this moment, the head of the family, Su Chong, remarked, "Qinger, Su Ming." Su Qing turned to her father and declared, "He is fine." After saying this, she glanced at the spot where Du Ruan had disappeared. Su Qing continued, "Father, I need to grow stronger. This time, Brother Yang may truly be gone. In the future, our Su family will have no one to protect us." With that, she exited the courtyard of the Su family. Watching Qinger's departing figure, Su Chong fell into a long contemplation. Chapter 21. A farewell becomes eternal parting. He understood that this time Qinger was leaving, and the Su family would no longer have any support. Years later, a graceful woman emerged from a stone cave, her expression devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, she swung her sword, causing the barrier here to crack. The woman glanced in the direction of the Su family and said, "Father, brother, I am leaving. Sangzhou is small. I wish to see the outside world. Take care." With those words, she vanished at the barrier. The barrier instantly restored itself to its original state. The woman arrived at a location in the one-star civilization, only to find the temple before her in disarray. Moments later, an elderly man clad in vermilion rushed out, his breath chaotic and clearly injured. Behind him, a piercing voice pursued, radiating a terrifying aura. This was an extraordinary power. A young man spoke coldly, "Master Shan, this place shall be your burial ground." While saying this, he cast a glance at the woman. The woman was none other than Su Qing. Yu Qing continued on her path. For she understood that every matter has its cause and effect. Until she comprehended the antecedents and consequences of the situation, she did not wish to meddle. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Fair maiden, please wait. This is my Buddhist sect." Before he could finish, Su Qing turned to the vermilion-clad elder and replied, "I do not wish to interfere in your affairs. Do not entrust them to me." Su Qing proceeded onward, when suddenly a piercing, sorrowful cry echoed from behind her. She recognized that the young man was formidable, and without looking back, she sighed. "I'm sorry, but there is currently no one behind me." Su Qing raised her eyes to the boundless starry sky and lamented. "I wonder if Brother Yang has news of his sister," her gaze penetrating through the interstellar void as she sighed softly. Somewhere, a phantom doppelganger glanced at the source of the aura, having traversed an unknown number of universes, feeling immensely weakened. Due to the excessive use of power, it could not relay news of the younger sister to its main body. For safety, it had traversed countless universes to arrive here. Upon sensing a familiar sigh, its gaze swept across various star realms, and the voice abruptly ceased. Just as it was about to retract its gaze, a voice saying "Wait for me" manifested from a nearby woman. After securing its position, the doppelganger descended upon the woman. Observing Su Qing as she walked, a voice entered her ears, "Please assist me with a favor." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Brother Yang? You." The doppelganger stated, "I have little time left." An image appeared before Su Qing, revealing a portrait of my younger sister. A coordinate location flashed into Su Qing's mind. The doppelganger, witnessing its gradually fading essence, uttered, "I beg you." Before completely dissipating. Watching the spot where Brother Yang had vanished, Su Qing collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at his last location. At that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed forth like a fountain. Moments later, Su Qing lifted her head to the infinite starry sky and declared, "Even if one day I become invincible, what use is it? For you have already perished, and immortality is but agony for me." As she spoke, her palms were poised to strike her forehead. At that moment, memories of Brother Yang's previous words echoed in her mind. "I beg you." Su Qing withdrew her hands and murmured to herself, "I will take good care of your sister." At this moment, Su Qing's face bore no trace of her former smile. All that remained was a cold countenance and boundless sorrow. The way of the sentient sword began to transform, and the mournful cries of the sword resonated persistently. Yu Qing proclaimed, "I never imagined this meeting would be our eternal farewell from now on. You shall be called the Fanqing Sword." She then traversed toward the coordinate location. Chapter 22. Matters of loyalty in the White Emperor City. Outside a restaurant, a waiter was incessantly calling out, as a young man and two women, with their pockets full, walked inside. Upon seeing them, the waiter cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Our establishment has just opened, and all meals are half price. We hope you will visit often." He then began to introduce the menu. The three were Air Bao, Diao Air, and Fang Qing. Air Bao was now 18, standing at 6 feet tall, appearing rather simple-minded. Diao Air remained unchanged, showing no signs of growing. Fang Qing, at 16, was graceful and lovely, with eyes as pure as jade. A hint of youthful innocence lingered between her brows, making her exceedingly endearing to behold. Air Bao then said, "Waiter, we would like roast chicken, spicy wild rabbit, and a clear lamb bone soup." "Understood. Please wait a moment." The waiter turned to leave. The restaurant was sparsely populated, and the three engaged in cheerful conversation. At that moment, the waiter returned with a fragrant array of dishes and soup. Placing them on the table, before Fang Qing and Air Bao could start eating, Diao Air eagerly reached for the dishes. Air Bao and Fang Qing, accustomed to this, also picked up their chopsticks and began to feast. The three indulged heartily, and Diao Er, with a satisfied touch on her plump belly, exclaimed, "Human food is truly delicious. Ati this." Er Bao said, "Diao Er, before we left, our godmother said we shouldn't be out too long. We should head back." Diao Er pouted. "But Er Bao, I haven't even played yet." She tugged at Fang Qing's hand, looking pitiful. "Sister Qing, I still want to play." Fang Qing glanced at Diao Er, wishing to enjoy a bit longer, then turned to the simple-minded Er Bao and said, "Er Bao, let us play a little longer." Er Bao, honest and straightforward, replied, "No way. Our godmother said we mustn't stay out too long. I heard her say it." Fang Qing felt helpless, while Diao Er, in a fit of anger, retorted, "You silly Er Bao, annoying Er Bao." She pouted and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Er Bao. Though Er Bao was simple-minded, he realized he had upset Diao Er, occasionally nudging her with his sleeve, to which she huffed, "I don't want to talk to you today." She took Fang Qing's hand and hurried back, leaving Er Bao trailing behind. Outside the grand hall, the anxious Luo Yin paced back and forth, glancing at the time. Why haven't they returned yet? To her, the three were family, cherished and protected. Er Bao was honest and simple. Diao Er was mischievous and willful, and Qing Er was wise and pure, unaware of the world's treachery. Young Master Yang's trust in her was immense. How could she not worry? Just then, the starry sky tore open. A cold, expressionless woman emerged. Upon seeing this, Luo Yin instinctively became wary. An image fell before her eyes, revealing Su Qing's figure. "Where is this person?" Luo Yin looked at the emotionless woman, pondering. Could she be an enemy? She promptly replied, "I have not seen this person." "Who are you to her?" Trying to extract the woman's intentions. "Not seen." The woman turned her gaze toward this elegant lady outside the hall and remarked, "If I wish to kill you, you would already be a corpse. I am here at the behest of another to seek this person." "Ati, the behest of another? Who do you speak of?" Luo Yin inquired thoughtfully, as Yu Qing replied, "A young man clad in a long sword. The person I seek is your younger sister." Upon hearing this, Luo Yin's serious expression softened. "So you are the one entrusted by young Master Yang. Unfortunately, they have not returned yet." Observing the lady's anxious and worried demeanor, she continued, "Do you know where they have gone?" Luo Yin replied, "They went to play in White Emperor City. I had instructed them to return early, but it has been 7 or 8 hours now. What should we do?" "This will not do. I must go find them," and anxious Luo Yin spoke urgently. "I will go. If anything happens to her, everyone will perish," and with that, she vanished into the night. Chapter 23. The Silent Protector. Hearing the woman's words, Luo Yin wore a grave expression, silently praying, "Please let nothing happen. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to young Master Yang." Meanwhile, Er Bao and the others were being besieged by several colossal beasts. Er Bao, feeling increasingly weak, glanced at Diao Er and Fang Qing, shouting, "You both must flee. I will hold them off." Fang Qing, equally anxious, charged forward, but before she could get close, she was violently thrown back by the beast's overwhelming aura. Crashing beside Diao Er, furious, roared and transformed into a massive bird, fiercely flapping her wings, and before the beasts could strike, they were reduced to mere pulp. Er Bao and Fang Qing were stunned. And even Diao Er, in her human form, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Am I really that strong?" She then turned, proudly lifting her head, not forgetting to huff in Er Bao's direction. Unbeknownst to them, a woman had been observing the entire scene. Upon witnessing her younger sister's prowess, she hesitated to intervene, knowing that her sister was unharmed. Some truths, once known, would only bring more heartache. "Oh dear, Diao Er is so powerful," Fang Qing remarked. Diao Er transformed back into her human form, becoming even more pleased, and after a couple of playful huffs towards Er Bao, she declared, "Sister Qing, from now on, I will protect you." Giggling, she pulled Fang Qing along as they hurried home, with Er Bao trailing behind. Muttering, "Diao Er is so strong." The three finally returned home, and Luo Yin sighed in relief. "Is it just the three of you returning?" The three exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Finally, they turned to the woman. Luo Yin instantly realized, "As long as you're back, that is good." The trio chose not to mention their earlier ordeal, fearing reproach. Back in her room, Fang Qing reflected on the earlier attack by the beasts. Her emotions growing complex. Had it not been for Jiao Er, she and Er Bao would likely have perished. Over the years, living at Aunt Luo's home, she had never worried about food or shelter, as Aunt Luo had taken good care of them. Now that she was 16, she pondered, what would happen if danger arose again? Reflecting on these matters, alongside various experiences in Tongzhou, she realized that reliance could lead to neglect and decay. Self-reliance was essential for survival. Without strength, how could she protect her family and friends? Life is inherently devoid of absolute fairness. Everything is governed by strength. As she contemplated the delicate, rosy hands tightly clenched into fists, she resolved that becoming stronger was the only path forward. "Brother, I miss you," she murmured. "Where are you?" Fang Qing called softly. At that moment, a gentle voice responded, "Your brother has gone to a place far, far away. The enemy is formidable, so powerful that it breeds despair. You must go to assist him." Fang Qing sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "What has happened to my brother?" The voice abruptly ceased. "Senior, are you there?" "I am here. Right beside you." A breathtaking figure stood against the wind, her long hair cascading like a celestial maiden, wielding a sword as she gazed into the starry sky. The woman said, "Do you wish to help him?" "Yes." Fang Qing nodded resolutely at the woman. "His adversaries are incredibly strong. You will feel hopeless. I am unafraid. I will strive diligently. Can you teach me to wield a sword?" Fang Qing's gaze was unwavering as she addressed the woman. "I do not cultivate realms," the woman replied. Why brother said the same when he departed. The woman looked gently at Fang Qing and said, "Each person has their own path. First, you must find your path, and then surpass it, break through the path, then extinguish it. It lies beyond the realm. Do you understand? I need time. Senior, how can I contact you? I will appear when the time is right. You have 3 days to discover the path within your heart." With those words, she vanished. Chapter 24. The man in white outside the window. The moonlight was sparse, and Fang Qing pondered the senior's words. Finding the path within one's heart? What is the path, and what does it signify? Gazing at the endless stars, she felt a sense of direction, perhaps a target to aim for. The senior expected me to attain enlightenment in 3 days. She wanted me to have a clear goal and to carve out my own path. The path encompasses all existence, nurturing life, yet all I desire is for my brother to remain safe and for my parents to live long and contented lives. My brother's icy demeanor and decisive nature weigh heavily on me. To change him, I must tread the path of all living beings. As she spoke, the clouds parted in the sky, revealing a brilliant moon and a multitude of stars, exuding an aura of tranquility. That night, she slept soundly. 3 days later, in the early morning, Fang Qing opened her misty eyes to the fragrant air. She lightly donned her robe and, peering through the crimson curtains, beheld the azure sky with clouds drifting lazily. She smiled, envisioning herself wielding a sword against the cosmos, vanquishing evil and promoting equality among all beings. "You wish to walk the path of all living beings," a familiar voice echoed. "Yes," Fang Qing affirmed, "I have made my decision. For my brother, and for the sake of equality among all beings, where the weak have a voice and are no longer bullied. I want to try walking this path." "Good," came the reply. "This is a path you have chosen for yourself, and you must walk it alone. As for how far you go, that depends on you. Do you understand?" "Yes, I will strive." Fang Qing's delicate hands clenched tightly. At that moment, an unremarkable sword fell beside her. Fang Qing bent down to pick it up, examined it, and then tucked it away. The woman's voice resonated again. "The sword is ordinary. I hope you are extraordinary. If you are strong, the sword will be strong." With a flick of her finger, a strand of profound energy entered Fang Qing's mind. "This is what I have understood and discovered. You can discern and sign it. Do not rely on external objects. This is not a permanent abode. If you wish to grow stronger and aid your brother, you must venture out and explore. The universe is vast, and I cannot linger here for long." The voice fell silent. Fang Qing respectfully said, "I shall remember your teachings." The following day, Fang Qing left a few lines of words for the departing Fallen Goose and then set off from Baidi City. She made her way to the Huai River ticket office, understood the process and purchased a ticket, entering the ordinary cabin. Spending 20 taels of silver, she gazed at her dwindling wealth, her spirits dampened. If the ordinary cabin cost 20, then surely the middle cabin would be 40. She had heard that some purchased first-class tickets, and only then did Fong Qing realize that traveling far without silver was a near impossibility. Observing the rudimentary cabin, which had nothing but a bed, Fong Qing felt a surge of indignation. She overheard someone from the ticket office mention that it would take several days to reach Jingzhou. With only 10 taels of silver left, Fong Qing was engulfed in worry. After a moment, she exited the cabin. The deck was spacious, with some people admiring the scenery while others engaged in flattery. The girl resembling her exchanged glances with Fong Qing before continuing her conversation with an elderly man. Resembling a father-daughter duo, Fong Qing gazed into the distance, anxious about her future, realizing the disparity between reality and imagination. At that moment, a portly young man approached and said, "Miss, are you alone? How about I accompany you to enjoy the scenery?" Fong Qing turned her head to examine the young man before her and replied, "No, thank you." "Why not?" "I won't bite," he said, leaning toward her. Fong Qing quickly dodged, but the young man, grinning, moved closer. "What kind of person are you? If you don't respect yourself, don't blame me for being rude. I like you just like this," he said, leering at the snow-white expanse of her chest. Others turned to watch, yet none intervened. Accompanying the young man was an elder clad in a black robe, whose piercing gaze commanded respect without anger. "Father, that young man clearly has ill intentions. That sister is in danger," a voice whispered. "Mind your own business, Xianger. Don't meddle," the man replied, rubbing his hands together before lunging forward. Startled, Fong Qing screamed, "Get away! Stop!" A voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention as a man in his late 30s approached, dressed in white with blue trousers, his figure well-proportioned and somewhat handsome. The man in white said, "In broad daylight, beneath the open sky, your existence is truly a blight upon this land. Will you take your own life, or shall I take action?" The portly young man adjusted his disheveled clothing and retorted, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? I'll show you the consequences of your interference." He gestured to the elder. "Yin, kill him." Yin nodded slightly, preparing to strike. In a flash, the man in white moved, and the elder's head fell to the ground, leaving the crowd in shock. The man in white declared, "No need to play the dog anymore," then turned his gaze toward the trembling, portly young man. "I truly find it incomprehensible that you have lived this long. Your very existence is an insult and injustice to the world." With those words, the portly young man's head rolled away, without a backward glance. The man in white turned to leave when Fong Qing hurried over. "Thank you. You should run. I sense this person is not ordinary." "Run? Why should I flee from evil? As long as I am guiltless." "That is enough," the man in white replied, looking at the innocent Fong Qing. "Though the world is beautiful, human hearts can be treacherous. Go home. Young girls should not wander about." "I am almost 17, she protested. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry?" Fong Qing followed him. Chapter 25. Jingzhou City. The man in white slightly turned his head and asked, "Is there something you need? If not, can't we just be friends?" Fong Qing inquired, gazing at him. "I don't know you well. I merely found this pestilence intolerable and dealt with it. Don't follow me. Go back from whence you came." "Humph, who would want to follow you?" she retorted, glancing back to add, "By the way, uncle, you should leave quickly." "I understand. If you have no business here, stay out of sight," the man in white cautioned. In the early morning, the ship docked, and 3 elderly men approached. One pointed in the direction of the man in white before retreating. Witnessing this, others distanced themselves from the 3 elders, fearing unwarranted calamity. Hearing the commotion, Fong Qing dressed quickly and peered outside, her heart racing at the sight of the 3 men's fierce demeanor. She thought, "I wonder if uncle has left. After all, this trouble began with me." She stepped out of the cabin, glancing toward the middle cabin where the man in white was. The moment she saw him emerge, her heart raced and she felt at a loss. The man in white remarked, "They come with the young. Now they bring the old, and no wonder no one is willing to meddle anymore." He looked at the 3 elders, and the leading elder fixed his gaze on the man in white, stating, "I care not who you are. Today, you shall die." The 2 elders received the signal and sprang into action. A powerful aura of a martial sect master surged toward the man in white. Fong Qing cried out, "Uncle, be careful." Hearing her, the man in white glanced at her position. Still haven't he left? As the palms approached, he drew his sword, and in an instant, 2 heads fell, blood staining the sky. The elder with the beard grew serious. Only a martial god could slay a martial sect master so swiftly. Seems I have underestimated you, the bearded elder said, flipping his palms upward as he charged at the man in white. Is sending heads a form of amusement? With a swing of his sword, the bearded elder was cleaved in two, his eyes wide open in shock. The man in white shook his head, saying, "Ignorance is unforgivable." Fong Qing's eyes sparkled, but upon seeing the man in white unharmed, her heart settled, her curiosity about him deepening. Feeling neglected as the man in white ignored her, she turned her head, not wishing to be seen. She thought, am I really that bothersome? 3 days later, the ship docked, and Fong Qing exited the ordinary cabin. Her eyes drawn to the magnificent and grand Jingzhou city stretching along the shore, she exclaimed, "How beautiful!" with a look of pure awe, then turned to glance back at the middle cabin where the man in white had been. "Lazybones," she muttered playfully, before skipping over to knock on his cabin door. "Lazybones, it's time to get up. He hasn't left yet, has he?" she wondered aloud. The door creaked open, and the man in white stepped out, glancing at Jingzhou City. "Hey, Lazybones, we've arrived in Jingzhou." The man in white sighed deeply at the sight of the innocent girl before him. "I understand. Let us go," he said, moving forward. Fong Qing followed closely, feeling secure in the presence of the man in white. He turned and asked, "Do you have relatives in Jingzhou?" "No, I want to go out and gain experience. Broaden my horizons," Fong Qing replied earnestly. The man in white observed her with concern, then glanced at the sword she carried, shaking his head. "I will only stay for a brief while before moving on to further destinations. For now, you may accompany me, but remember, this is only temporary. Due to the inconvenience between men and women, do you understand?" Fong Qing. Thank you, uncle." Thus, the two of them arrived at the bustling Jingzhou city. The city was vibrant and lively, with everything one could desire. Fong Qing glanced around, and feeling the meager 10 taels of silver remaining in her pocket, she resolutely said, "Uncle, let me treat you to a meal." "As a token of gratitude for saving me, very well," the man in white replied. "Let us eat over there," pointing towards an establishment that appeared quite affordable. The man in white. Chapter 26. Wealth breeds impudence. The restaurant owner, seemingly in his 50s, and the woman, appearing to be around 45 or 6, greeted them. "Please, take a seat inside." Fong Qing looked around and casually ordered a few dishes that seemed appetizing, thinking to herself that it should cost less than 2 taels of silver. Returning to her seat, she turned to the man in white and said, "Uncle, my name is Fong Qing, and you?" "Zhou Luan," the man in white replied. "Uncle Zhou, please do not be so stern. You seem unapproachable." At that moment, the dishes were brought over by the woman, who continued her busy work after serving them, and the two began to eat. It was quite delightful. The food in the capital was indeed delicious. Seeing Fong Qing's manner of eating, which was hardly ladylike, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Is it delicious, Uncle Zhou?" Fong Qing inquired. The man in white replied, "It's acceptable. Are you full?" Fong Qing, "Yes, I am full." She then called out, "How much do I owe, boss?" The woman at the restaurant replied, "A total of 13 taels of silver." Fong Qing exclaimed, "Ah, is it really just 13 taels?" The boss's wife remarked, "Little girl, this is still considered cheap in this part of Jingzhou City." Fong Qing fumbled through her pocket, pulling out the last 10 taels of silver and asked, "Is it possible to?" The man in white, noticing this, produced a 1,000-tael banknote and handed it to Fong Qing, saying, "This is the banknote you placed with me. Use it to settle the bill." Fong Qing looked at Uncle Zhou with gratitude, took the banknote, and handed it to the boss's wife, thus alleviating the awkward situation. Watching the woman return several banknotes of 100 taels to Fong Qing, Zhou Luan said, "Take it. After all, it is your banknote, making any purchases more convenient." Fong Qing's eyes darted around as she nodded in agreement, occasionally glancing at Uncle Zhou. The two departed from the restaurant and arrived at a bustling clothing market, where pendants, pearls, rings, and garments were plentiful. Fong Qing's eyes flitted left and right, occasionally feeling her pocket, displaying an eagerness to buy. Zhou Luan teased, "If you want to buy something, just go ahead. Uncle may not have much, but I do have some money." Upon hearing this, Fong Qing exclaimed, "Yay," and tugged at her uncle's sleeve, saying, "Let us go look over there. Zhou Luan, do you think it looks good?" Fong Qing twirled in front of the mirror wearing a pink dress, eagerly asking. Zhou Luan glanced at the delighted Fong Qing and replied, "It's acceptable." Fong Qing then tried on a few more outfits. feeling pleased, her clear eyes glancing at Uncle Zhou. "Let us wrap it all up," Zhou Luan instructed a nearby attendant. They then entered a jewelry store, where the staff was particularly enthusiastic. Fang Qing, with a sparkle in her eyes, had her heart set on a necklace. Upon seeing the price, she hesitated. Zhou Luan approached and asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes," Fang Qing nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on the sparkling necklace. "Here, let me help you put it on." He assisted her in wearing it, and Fang Qing admired herself in the mirror, saying with satisfaction, "I really like it." "Then wear it," Zhou Luan asked the attendant. "How much is it?" Attendant, "A total of 13,280 taels of silver." "What point 13,280 taels?" Fang Qing was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. The attendant was startled by her sudden outburst, but Zhou Luan produced over a dozen 1,000-tael banknotes, handing over a total of 14. "Count it," the attendant replied. "Sir, that would be 20. No need." Zhou Luan had already taken Fang Qing's hand and was leaving. As the attendant gazed at the 20 taels of silver in hand, she mused, "To have wealth is truly to be impulsive." Chapter 27. The Five Tribulations Stronghold. Fang Qing was in high spirits as they found a nearby inn to stay, occupying rooms 23 and 21. In room 23, the man in white gazed out the window, the bustling streets failing to elicit even a hint of a smile from him. He lifted his head and murmured, "Over 100 years? You have waited for me for a century, and I, too, have awaited you for a century. Such an entanglement that cannot be untangled, nor let go." Meanwhile, in room 21, Fang Qing practiced repeatedly, executing strikes, thrusts, lifts, draws, slashes, and sheaths. Though her movements were repetitive, she showed no signs of discouragement. Thus, she continued her relentless practice. Days later, room 23 opened, and the man in white stepped out, glancing at the door of room 21 before approaching it. He knocked and called out, "Miss Fang, it's time for us to leave." The door remained shut, but faint breathing could be heard from within. Just as he was about to feel awkward, a languid voice emerged. "I'm up." "Uncle Zhou, just a moment." Moments later, the door opened. A woman, as lovely as a peach blossom, appeared at the threshold. "Fang Qing, uncle, let us go." And so they left Jingzhou City together. They traveled to the Qingfeng Ridge area, where the man in white turned to Fang Qing and said, "I am headed to a very distant and dangerous place. If you do not wish to accompany me, we shall part ways here." "It is your decision," Fang Qing replied. "I will follow you, uncle." "Where are we going?" The man in white raised his gaze, his sight penetrating the starry sky. "The universe is vast, surely filled with wonders. Danger is inevitable with that." He took Fang Qing's hand and vanished beyond the borders of Jingzhou in the shadows. A figure emerged, looking up at the place of their disappearance, swinging a long sword gently, tearing the sky open with a long seam. The figure vanished as well. Outside a starry domain, several factions were embroiled in battle, the air thick with shouts and the sounds of combat, at the forefront. A man in a golden robe exuded a murderous aura, commanding, "Leave none alive." The battle intensified, and a woman clad in black armor roared, "Kill them all." At this moment, the starry veil was torn apart, and a man and a woman emerged. The man in white frowned slightly and remarked, "This is the battlefield beyond the domain." Everyone in the field halted, all eyes drawn to the pair. The woman unremarkable, while the man's cultivation was inscrutable. The man in white stated, "Continue your battle. I am merely passing through." Several powerful auras locked onto him. "Huh?" The man in white turned to see what was happening, wondering yet they would not let him leave. The atmosphere grew tense, and the black-armored woman urged the man in white, "Sir, you should leave quickly. There are powerful beings approaching from afar." The man in white looked at the black-armored woman and replied, "No need." Just then, a voice boomed, "Want to leave? All of you shall remain." Powerful auras suffused the battlefield. The elder in the yellow crown surveyed the crowd, and a commander stepped forward, whispering a few words to him. The elder in the yellow crown glanced at the man in white and declared, "I said, if you cannot leave, who dares to try?" The black-armored woman leaned closer to the man in white and whispered, "That person is the ruler of this area." Amid stage 5 tribulations Huang rank, "We are in trouble now." The man in white regarded the black-armored woman and asked, "Mid-stage Huang ranked, what is that?" Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. And the black-armored woman's face turned ashen. The elder in the yellow crown laughed heartily, his laughter overwhelming the crowd, causing those with lower cultivation to spout blood and tremble uncontrollably. Fang Qing tugged at the man in white, whispering, "Uncle, I'm a little scared." The man in white comforted her by patting her head. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just think of it as a barking dog." All eyes in the crowd turned in bewilderment towards the man in white, wondering if he was seeking death so directly. Others gradually distanced themselves from him. Yet the black-armored woman remained close, her nerves taut. An elder stepped out from behind the yellow-crowned elder, declaring, "The commander has ordered me to eliminate this reckless fool." His fury evident. "Very well. I shall see what abilities you possess to be so arrogant." After receiving the command, the elder advanced step by step towards the man in white. The black-armored woman sighed, glancing at the man in white. "There's no escape now." Chapter 28. The black-armored woman. At this moment, an aura enveloped the entire battlefield, the aura of a 5 Tribulation stronghold. The black-armored woman transmitted to the man in white, "Hurry and leave. I can only hold them off for a minute at most." Instantly, the black-armored woman's aura surged to the peak of the 4th Tribulation, declaring, "All of you, prepare to fight, even if it means death." They would not hesitate. The air was thick with the murderous intent, and the soldiers fought valiantly, their battle cries echoing. The man in white remarked, "No need. I have only just arrived. Why would I leave?" The golden-robed elder approached the man in white, saying, "You are quite calm, so calm that it makes me hesitate. However, since you seek death, I shall accommodate you." With that, a domineering aura surged forth, seeming to crush the man in white. But the man in white merely waved his hand. An aura far surpassing that of this starry realm surged forth in an instant. The golden-robed elder's eyes widened in shock, utterly obliterated. The crowd stood dumbfounded, even the yellow-crowned elder sensing a hint of foreboding, contemplating escape or summoning help, 2 choices. After deciding, he crushed the communication talisman, sending a signal through the air. The black-armored woman, witnessing this, transmitted, "He is calling for help." The man in white asked the black-armored woman, "Calling for help?" Excitedly, he replied, "Feel free to summon them. The more pressure, the better." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura, far exceeding that of the peak of the 5th Tribulation, approached, tearing through several star domains in mere seconds. The black-armored woman, seeing this, was filled with terror. "Everyone, retreat." She turned to the man in white, "Hurry and escape." With that, the black-armored woman vanished swiftly from the battlefield. Arriving? The man in white excitedly raised his head. In the sky, a grand phantom appeared. The yellow-crowned elder knelt and bowed, declaring, "Commander Zhang Qian, I pay my respects to the Lord of the Realm." The phantom surveyed the scene below, then addressed the yellow-crowned elder. "What matter has summoned me here? Your Excellency, this individual has brazenly slain the enforcers of this region. I implore you to apprehend him and deliver justice on the spot." The shadow turned towards the man in white and inquired, "May I ask who you are, sir?" The man in white replied, somewhat weak, but not entirely so. Upon hearing this, the shadow trembled slightly, for at that moment, it could not discern the man's cultivation level. "How shall I address you?" the shadow asked. The man in white glanced at the elder in the yellow crown, and with a wave of his hand, the elder was completely erased. It seems that even the most insignificant have learned to put on airs. "Shall we exchange blows?" The man in white directed his gaze at the shadow. "Very well." The sky instantly coalesced into a pair of massive hands, exuding an aura that could devastate the heavens and the earth. The powerful beings from various star domains turned their astonished gazes towards this direction. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of people trembled with trepidation. Their leader, a woman clad in black armor, gazed gravely at the man in white who had yet to escape, her heart racing. Had it not been for his appearance, she and her companions might have met their end today. The black-armored woman steeled herself. "You all must return to camp immediately. If I do not return within 3 days, our legion of scattered cultivators shall disband." The crowd responded in unison, "We are willing to live and die with our leader. Kill, kill, kill." The black-armored woman trembled slightly and said, "Let us depart. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices, leader." The soldiers shouted in chorus, "This is an order. Does anyone dare defy it?" One soldier spoke up, "Leader, let us face life and death together. This is our request." Silence. The black-armored woman retorted, "Are you offering your head? Your passionate blood? Get lost. If you survive, remember to bring some wine and words to share with me at this time each year. I would not feel so lonely then." As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She turned and rushed back towards the man in white. Chapter 29. The loyal black sister. It seems rather theatrical, sufficient to intimidate. Just as the giant hands were about to descend, the man in white waved his sleeve. The overwhelming aura instantly dissipated. "Be cautious," the man in white declared as he struck downwards. The towering shadow was immediately filled with terror and retreated repeatedly, on the verge of vanishing. Only then did the man in white retract his hand. "Shall I summon your true form?" he continued to jest. "No, thank you for holding back," the shadow replied. At that moment, a figure rushed from afar and landed beside the man in white. The black-armored woman glanced at the shadow, then turned to the man in white, exclaiming in anger, "Why did you not flee? Ah, it seems now that even if I wish to escape, it is too late." The shadow was momentarily stunned but remained silent. The man in white furrowed his brow and asked the black-armored woman, "Why have you returned?" The black-armored woman shot him a glare and transmitted a message, "Let us strike together." She drew her sword and slashed at the shadow. Even in the face of death, she was unafraid. The black-armored woman knew this was a futile effort, but what of it? She advanced with such determination, without hesitation or reluctance. The shadow, witnessing her boldness, was left speechless. Noticing the man in white's lack of objection and the black-armored woman's fierce momentum, it found itself at a loss. Some rely on their strengths, and then disappeared in a flash. The black-armored woman was equally bewildered. Did it just leave? The man in white, taking hold of Fang Qing's hand, remarked, "Do not overthink. Understand?" "Yes," Fang Qing replied, "I understand, uncle." At that moment, the black-armored woman turned and asked the departing man and woman, "Where are you headed?" "If you do not mind, you may rest at my military camp." The man in white pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well," as he followed Fang Qing along. The black-armored woman looked at the man in white and said, "We are even now. I am called He Mei. May I ask your name, sir?" The man in white replied, "I am Zhou Luan. This is my—" Fang Qing interjected, "I am Fang Qing. He is my cousin." The man in white was momentarily taken aback and shook his head, while He Mei chuckled in surprise. As they walked, He Mei asked, "Where do you come from, brother Zhou?" Zhou Luan answered, "I do not belong to this star realm. I hail from a distant realm beyond." "Are you from this star domain?" "I am uncertain of my origins. I have always taken refuge here since I can remember. Without resources, survival is impossible. You have seen it. Everywhere is pillage. My brothers and sisters come from various places, gathering solely for the sake of survival. I see. Why not leave this place? Explore other areas?" Zhou Luan queried, perplexed. "Brother Zhou, you may not be aware, but to leave here, one must possess absolute strength and a passage permit. For instance, only those of the Realm Lord's caliber or those with special passage permits can traverse easily." "Understood. What are your plans for the future, Black Girl?" He Mei gazed up at the vast starry sky and said, "If given the chance, I truly wish to take them to see the outside world. Thousands of brothers and sisters have perished." He Mei's voice trembled as she suppressed her sobs. Fang Qing, with pleading eyes, looked at Zhou uncle and softly murmured, "I wonder if cousin can help her. I feel like a burden and dare not speak." Zhou Luan turned to Fang Qing, who was looking downcast. "Do you wish for me to assist her?" I was just thinking," Fang Qing shyly replied, tugging at her clothing. Zhou Luan said, "Since my cousin wishes for it, how can I refuse as her elder?" He affectionately ruffled Fang Qing's hair. "Really?" Fang Qing asked, somewhat uncertain. Upon hearing this, He Mei's heart quivered, her voice hoarse and choked, gazing intently at Zhou Luan, whom she had only recently met. Zhou Luan nodded. "Of course, I truly mean it. Since my cousin has spoken, how could I not agree? However, may I bring my brothers and sisters along? I cannot bear to part with them." Zhou Luan observed He Mei and thought, "Such loyalty and righteousness are rare." He replied, "Certainly, you may leave whenever you wish," and so, the three happily conversed as they made their way to the military camp. Chapter 30. Yang Fan and Qing Er. Meanwhile, in another location, having settled the girl after departing from the middle martial world, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance to the high martial world. He looked up and mused, I wonder if there is any news about Qing Er's sister. He glanced at the spatial barrier, and with a gentle stroke of his sword, a long crack appeared in the barrier. Just as he was about to step through the opening, a voice pierced the air, and countless forces of law began to repair the entrance. An elderly man clad in black and yellow glared at the young man before him, declaring, "I am Xian Lei, the guardian of this realm. I request that you depart immediately." Yang Fan cast a cold glance at the elder and asked, "Is there this person here?" As he spoke, an image fell into the elder's sight. The elder took a glance and replied, "I have never seen them. I recognize all who enter my realm. I kindly ask you to seek elsewhere." "My apologies," the elder offered a slight bow. "Has a woman in white ever passed through?" An image appeared before the elder's gaze, and upon seeing it, he was startled and exclaimed, You know this person?" "She is my friend." Upon hearing this, the elder wiped his forehead and regarded the young swordsman before him, especially noting that the sword could easily split open the entrance, indicating its extraordinary nature. The elder, feeling aggrieved, said, "I am merely a guardian. Might you take your friend away? This realm truly does not harbor the individual you seek. If you can take this person away, I will diligently search for them and notify you as soon as I have any information. What say you?" Yang Fan scrutinized the elder and discerned that he was not lying. "Where is this person? Do you have coordinates?" Yes, yes," the elder eagerly replied. "Please follow me." Moments later, they arrived at a grand sect, where a bloody stench filled the air. The woman in white, with hair cascading to her waist, stood in the wind, blood dripping from her sword's tip. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, a scene of utter horror. Several elderly men knelt, trembling in fear, unable to meet the woman's gaze. The black and yellow elder shifted behind Yang Fan, fearing to provoke the woman and invite disaster. Yang Fan took a light step and arrived by the woman's side. The onlookers were astonished and curious about the sudden appearance of the young swordsman, retreating in fear. The kneeling elders transitioned from trembling to sheer terror. One elderly man in a Taoist robe secretly thought, "It is over. If we anger this woman, what will become of us?" He transmitted a warning, "Young master, be cautious. This woman has gone mad with killing. Quickly retreat." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan glanced at the Taoist elder, then turned away and said, "Qing Er, there is no need for that." He gently took Qing Er's hand, speaking with warmth and affection, "You have a kind heart." The woman turned back with a smile. She gazed deeply at Yang Fan and said, "I have already shown mercy by not annihilating this world." The onlookers broke into a cold sweat at her words. "Annihilate this world? How is that even possible?" Just then, Qing Er asked, "Any news about my sister?" "Not yet. I do not know how my clone is faring. There has been no word." Yang Fan gently stroked Qing Er's head and said, "Let us depart. May my little sister be safe." He surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground, reflecting that his little sister would likely not wish for such a scene. With a wave of his hand, the scattered souls, like stars, merged into each lifeless body, and thousands of heads returned to their rightful places as if guided. A flick of his fingertip sent a thread of profound energy into the body of the Taoist elder. The elder was perplexed. Suddenly, he felt his aura surge, ascending from the initial stage of the Golden Core realm all the way to the peak of the Divine Transformation realm. After witnessing this, he looked one last time at the black and yellow elder and said, "Thank you for your assistance with my little sister." He then took Qing Er's hand and together they tore through the void. Chapter 31. Unprecedented methods. As they watched the two depart, the crowd finally regained their senses, the most exhilarated being the Taoist elder. From astonishment to elation, ascending from the initial stage of the Golden Core realm to the peak of the Divine Transformation realm. What a concept! A leap across a major realm. This was beyond his comprehension. All for just a single phrase, he attained an unattainable level of cultivation. The Divine Transformation stage was a dream he could only aspire to, and to reach its pinnacle, he never expected. At this moment, he was still somewhat dazed. A surge of exhilaration and joy overwhelmed the entirety of my mind. The most sorrowful and regretful was none other than the elder in the black robe, Xian Lei, who, despite having gained nothing for himself, had instead woven a bridal gown for another. Especially upon encountering the elder in the Taoist robe, who had ascended from the early stages of the Golden Core to the pinnacle of the Transformation God realm. An array of emotions churned within him. Simultaneously, there was a sense of relief, for he had alleviated the peril faced by the sect and rescued this vast expanse of land. The thought of that terrifying female deity of slaughter still haunted him to this day. Particularly vivid was the memory of that young man clad in a long sword, whose extraordinary abilities defied the heavens. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the crowd. Who could accomplish the feat of returning from the dead? In his understanding, such a thing was utterly impossible, yet he had witnessed it firsthand. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately converging on the Taoist elder, the sect leader. At that moment, the Taoist elder stated, "The reason our sect has escaped this calamity and transformed misfortune into fortune is entirely due to the intervention of a remarkable individual." As he spoke, an image of the young man wielding the long sword appeared before all. From this day forth, the sect shall enshrine this portrait and conduct grand ceremonies of reverence annually. Passing it down through the generations, the crowd nodded in agreement. The Taoist elder then turned to the elder in the black robe and said, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this esteemed friend. I am eternally grateful. May I inquire how I should address you?" The elder in the black robe replied, "I am the guardian of this realm, Xian Lei." Congratulations! Upon hearing this, the Taoist elder was taken aback and exclaimed, "So it is an honor to have you visit. I hope you can forgive any unintended discourtesies." With that, he respectfully bowed, and the others present quickly followed suit. The elder in the black robe waved his hand, lifting the bent bodies of the crowd back upright, sending a shock through the Taoist elder's heart. Beyond the transformation god realm, I, Xian, must take my leave. He glanced one last time at the retreating figures of the young man with the sword and the fearsome woman, letting out a deep sigh, secretly lamenting. What a missed opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. With a final exhalation, he vanished from sight. In this world of martial prowess, the hierarchy was delineated as follows: Qi training, foundation establishment, core formation, golden core, transformation god, embryo condensation, void refinement, out of body, tribulation crossing, and within tribulation crossing, there existed another realm, divine void. Afterward, Yang Fan and Qing Er drifted aimlessly through the cosmos, akin to two specters, incessantly traversing the universe in search of news about their younger sister. Meanwhile, Fang Qing, under the guidance of the white-clad man Zhou Luwen, gradually matured into a formidable sword cultivator, akin to one of the Void Ascension realm. Even as a novice in the three tribulations, she could hold her own on the battlefield of the Star Domain. Under the leadership of the Armored Woman, they achieved numerous victories, transforming their legion from a mere 100 to over 200 members. One day, the black-clad girl took Fang Qing by the hand and led her to Zhou Luwen's temporary abode, a modestly constructed courtyard. "Cousin, I'm back," Fang Qing joyfully called out from outside. "Hurry up, black sister." Zhou Luwen emerged from his meditative state, glancing at his cousin and asking, "Have you caused trouble for your sister again?" "I haven't, cousin," replied Fang Qing. "Did you miss me while I was away? You're getting older, yet still so mischievous. Come in and wash your face." Fang Qing stuck out her tongue and said, "Cousin, black sister often speaks of you." Zhou Luwen regarded the black-clad girl and said, "You should try to stay indoors more. The outside world is perilous. As for resources, I can assist you." The black-clad girl's heart trembled at his words, gazing at Zhou Luwen with deep affection. I understand." Zhou Luwen observed her, realizing she might have misunderstood. Noting her lowered head and fidgeting with her clothing, he refrained from scolding her harshly and gently advised, "You must also take care of yourself. Your safety is more important than anything else. Understand?" Upon hearing this, the black-clad girl smiled blissfully, turning to say, "Cousin, I like you." With that, she hurried away. Zhou Luwen, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "This wave has yet to settle, and another has already arisen." Chapter 32. Talisman. Zhou Luwen paid little heed to the situation, feeling a sense of comfort at the sight of the two being so close. "Cousin, look, these are the spoils we have gathered," Fang Qing exclaimed, shaking her hand to showcase various materials to her cousin. Among them were spirit crystals, soft armor, and most importantly, a small spiritual vein. Spirit crystals could mend wounds and enhance cultivation, while a spiritual vein represented a source of replenishment for the denizens of this star domain. It was a treasure, however. Zhou Luwen found little use for it. Observing Fang Qing's joyful demeanor awakened a tender affection within him, prompting him to humbly advise, do not rely too heavily on external resources. Focus on your swordsmanship instead. I understand, cousin. Black Sister and the others treat these as treasures. I must organize them. Black Sister is particularly joyful today. She even laughed foolishly at times, she added, casting a glance at Zhou Luwen. Just then, the black-clad girl emerged, her cheeks lightly flushed with shyness. With a gentle tone, she asked, Cousin, are you busy? If not, would you accompany me for a walk? Zhou Luwen, thinking she had something to discuss, replied, Of course, and followed her. Throughout their walk, the black-clad girl remained silent, her head bowed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Luwen asked, Black Sister, if you have something to say, please do. There's no need to be so reserved. I just want you to walk with me. Cousin, do you have someone you like? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luwen was taken aback, his heart racing as he gazed into the boundless cosmos and mused, if it were not for the bone-chilling cold. How could one recognize the fragrance of plum blossoms? An unresolvable emotional I'm sorry, cousin. I shouldn't have asked about that. Zhou Luwen took a deep breath and replied, We are not strangers. There's no need for such restraint. Speak your mind. Do you have something on your heart? The black-clad girl fell silent for a moment before gazing at Zhou Luwen with deep affection and asking, Cousin, will you remember me someday in the future? Zhou Luwen looked back at her and assured, No matter when, where, or on what day, I will never forget you. Silly girl, what has gotten into you today? Zhou Luwen inquired, puzzled. The black-clad girl realized that her cousin would eventually leave and, not wanting to leave behind any regrets, had intended to express her concealed feelings. However, upon seeing the expression on Zhou Luwen's face, she sensed she had touched a sensitive subject and refrained from speaking, opting instead to bury her feelings deep within her heart. Falling flowers float aimlessly, tears of longing already flow. She walked on, head bowed in solitude. The two fell into a silent standoff, with Zhou Luwen not being adept at offering comfort. Reflecting inwardly, the thoughts of women are so difficult to comprehend. Meanwhile, Fang Qing, left behind in the military camp, wore a grave expression as she stood before several elders in black robes, with a cavalry brigade of no fewer than 100 men behind them. Their presence exuded a formidable aura, with each member being at least a three-tribulation sovereign. At that moment, the black-clad girl's comrades rushed in, led by a middle-aged man, Xiao Shan, who was at the late stage of the four tribulations. He glanced at Fang Qing and transmitted sound, Has the leader and Zhou Luwen not returned yet? Fang Qing nodded slightly, her expression serious. Do you have any means of contact? Xiao Shan inquired telepathically. Fang Qing shook her head. At that moment, an elder declared, Kill them, leave none alive. Fang Qing and Xiao Shan raised their long swords, shouting, Kill! Their remaining 200 men surged forward. The few elders appeared hesitant about intervening, opting to observe the unfolding scene, as the armored woman had yet to make her presence known. Both sides suffered casualties, and Xiao Shan found himself facing a formidable opponent nearing the peak of the four tribulations, who wielded a pair of golden hammers that struck towards him. In addition to Xiao Shan, dozens had already perished beneath the relentless onslaught of the golden hammers. Determined, Xiao Shan charged forward with his sword. But upon the clash of sword light and hammer, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, his arms now bloodied and mangled. Witnessing this, Fang Qing leapt into battle, but the hammer-wielding man sneered, seeking death, and swung a hammer directly at her. Be careful, Xiao Shan shouted. The overwhelming pressure forced Fang Qing to retreat repeatedly, blood trickling from her lips, her complexion pallid. The gap in their realms was stark. Fang Qing surveyed the battlefield, noting that nearly half of her comrades had already fallen. Just as she contemplated a desperate move, she suddenly recalled her brother's parting words. Wear this well. It is a talisman given to you by your brother. Fang Qing instinctively glanced at the pendant she wore, troubled as she pondered how to utilize it when a pair of golden hammers bore down on her. Gripping the pendant tightly in her hands, she shut her eyes. Just as despair enveloped Xiao Shan, a sword aura shot forth, and before the hammer-wielding man could react, his head was severed from his body. Chapter 34. The mysterious woman. At this, the crowd looked up in unison, beholding a woman with long hair, holding a long sword, suspended gracefully in midair, her face obscured. Fang Qing, filled with delight, exclaimed, Senior, why have you come? The others, including Xiao Shan, were taken aback. Senior, who is this powerful figure? The elder among them was nearly driven to madness. almost shouting in rage, "Who are you?" The woman did not turn around but instead glanced at Fang Qing, speaking softly, "You must strive harder. Your time is running short." She then raised her head, muttering to herself, "I can't believe you just walked away like that." Fang Qing looked up at the woman and replied, "Senior, I will do my best." At that point, one of the black-robed elders interjected, "Are we done chatting?" The woman, hearing this, slightly lifted her head and remarked, "What uncouth beings are these, lacking in manners?" With that, she waved her hand, unleashing an aura capable of annihilating the heavens, directed at the elder. The air thickened with the scent of death. The elder, upon seeing this, was struck with panic, exclaiming, "Save me." But before he could finish, his head exploded, and a sound wave shot forth. Another elder, witnessing this, turned to flee, abandoning the cavalry brigade. The woman commanded, "Go," and with a flash of sword light, a head soared into the sky. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from somewhere. "You are being excessively domineering. Are there none in my clan to oppose you?" From the heavens descended an elder adorned with a golden crown, his presence instantly enveloping the battlefield. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The golden-crowned elder surveyed the battlefield and the corpse of the black-robed elder, turning to shout in fury, "Who dares to kill my kin?" The woman remained calm, gently stroking Fang Qing's head and softly instructing, "Whenever you find yourself unable to contend, you may call for help, understand?" With that, she shook her sword, sending it flying toward the golden-crowned elder. The elder, seeing this, waved his hand, his expression shifting to one of terror. How could this be possible? His eyes widened in fear as his very soul vanished in an instant. In the midst of tranquility, the woman glanced at Fang Qing and gently remarked, "You must exert yourself. Do not let me linger too long." With those words, she vanished from the sight of the crowd. Observing the retreating figure of her predecessor, Fang Qing realized that time was running out for her. Was her intervention motivated by her brother? Ever since he arrived, she had been filled with joy. Brother? Predecessor? Her heart swelled with sweetness, knowing that someone cared for her, someone cherished her. Fang Qing understood that all of this was due to her brother. At that moment, Xiao Shan's voice broke through. "Miss Fang, what shall we do with these individuals?" Fang Qing turned her attention to the leader of the cavalry and replied, "You may leave. Do not serve others any longer." Upon hearing this, the cavalry members breathed a sigh of relief. The leading man looked at Fang Qing and said, "Thank you for sparing our lives. I shall remember your teachings. May I inquire your esteemed name, so that if there is ever a need, I may call upon you?" Fang Qing responded, "I am Fang Qing." The man nodded slightly, "I am Xia Yang. Farewell, Miss Fang," and with that, he and the cavalry vanished from sight. At this point, Xiao Shan spoke, "Miss Fang, I wish to retrieve the bodies of my fallen brothers and sisters for a proper farewell and burial." Fang Qing agreed, "Of course, Brother Xiao, that is the least we can do. Let us all lend a hand." With that, she took the initiative to begin the solemn task. After several hours of effort, they finally laid to rest those who had shared in both life and death. Fang Qing fell silent, reflecting on the loss of nearly 100 lives. They were all flesh and blood, and now they had departed. Rest in peace. If we meet again in the next life, let us be siblings once more. Chapter 33. Dare you to kill one? The onlookers were fixated on Fang Qing, seemingly unable to believe what they were witnessing. Xiao Shan, having regained his composure, approached Fang Qing and inquired, "Miss Fang, what is the meaning of this?" Fang Qing, finally coming to her senses, stammered, and pointed in astonishment at the pendant. "It is the life-saving talisman my brother bestowed upon me." Understanding dawned on Xiao Shan. It was evident that Fang Qing's background was anything but ordinary. Moreover, she had a cousin named Zhou, a figure respected even by the realm's powerful rulers. The crowd fell silent, and at that moment, an elder in black robes stepped forward, declaring, "I wish to see just how many times your talisman can protect you." He then pointed at two men in silver armor, commanding, "Kill her." The silver-armored men hesitated momentarily before advancing towards Fang Qing with drawn swords. Xiao Shan, being the only one in the fourth stage, was about to intervene when he heard Fang Qing's voice in his mind, "Brother Xiao, gather everyone around me." Heeded by her call, Xiao Shan led 100 individuals closer to Fang Qing. Fang Qing clutched the pendant tightly, her heart racing, for she was equally uncertain about how many times the so-called protective talisman could be used. She was gambling, her expression betraying her anxiety. The two silver-armored men, witnessing her demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over them. As they lunged towards her, the crowd held their breath, fixated on the life-saving talisman in her grasp. Even Xiao Shan's companions silently prayed for a miracle. Fang Qing squeezed her hand around the pendant and softly uttered, "Go," unleashing a surge of sword energy, so swiftly that the spectators barely registered the event. Both silver-armored men's heads flew off, their eyes wide in terror and disbelief. Xiao Shan was left with mixed emotions. Another instant kill. The three black-robed elders exchanged glances, their expressions now grave. One elder pointed to 10 men in the later stages of the fourth realm, commanding, "Go and kill her." Xiao Shan, realizing the intent behind their actions, communicated telepathically, "Miss Fang, they seek to test how many times your talisman can protect you." Fang Qing recognized their objective, but her brother had not revealed the number of uses before their parting. As 10 formidable presences approached, Fang Qing could not afford to ponder further. Gripping the pendant, she whispered, "Can I slay 10? As the words left her lips, another wave of sword energy surged forth. Even the elder could not discern the details. And 10 heads flew into the air, blood painting the sky. The black-robed elder's expression turned serious. He was uncertain if he could withstand such a strike. Could one sword energy truly annihilate 10 fourth-stage monarchs? Was it possible that she could eliminate everyone present? Cold sweat broke out on his brow as he pondered, just as another elder stepped forward, declaring, "I refuse to believe your talisman can be used indefinitely." As he spoke, he raised both hands and struck towards Fang Qing. Xiao Shan realized this could not continue, preparing to shield Fang Qing. "Miss Fang, I will protect you." Fang Qing shook her head, saying, "Until the last moment, I do not wish for you to fall." Raising her gaze, she sighed, "I can only leave it to fate." Looking at the now dim pendant, she pleaded, "Will you assist me once more?" The pendant flickered, then released a beam of sword light. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in terror, "Sixth-stage monarch's sword energy," but his words were cut short as his head was severed. Fang Qing glanced down at the scattered remnants of the pendant, murmuring, "Thank you," as she began to collect them piece by piece. The other two elders, witnessing this, finally felt a sense of relief. The sword energy of a sixth-stage monarch was indeed formidable, and they were only in the late stages of the fifth realm, making them top-tier experts in this domain. One elder wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "Having already offended you, I cannot allow you to leave. Regardless of your backing, I shall ensure your demise today." Just then, a voice resonated throughout the arena as a long-haired woman stepped forward, standing against the crowd, declaring, "Dare you to kill one?" Chapter 35. Wrath, Brother Zhou, let us return, the girl in black softly suggested. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way back to the military camp, only to be met with an unsettling silence. Why is it so quiet?" the girl in black mused, casting a glance at Brother Zhou. Zhou Luan, too, sensed something amiss, his gaze sweeping over the camp, only to find it entirely deserted. Just as the girl in black was about to speak, Xiao Shan's voice reached them. "Leader, we have been ambushed." Moments later, a group of men appeared before the girl in black and Zhou Luan. The girl in black urgently turned to Xiao Shan and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Shan recounted the entire ordeal. Upon hearing this, the girl in black exhaled in relief. "You may all leave now. Only Fang Qing, the girl in black, and Zhou Luan shall remain." The mention of a mysterious individual and a protective talisman left the girl in black both astonished and intrigued. Zhou Luan's expression grew cold. It seemed they had overlooked something significant. Regarding the mysterious figure and the talisman, Zhou Luan chose not to pry further, understanding that everyone had their secrets. Fortunately, no harm had come to them. Otherwise, the lives of many in this realm would have been forfeit. At that moment, Fang Qing inquired, "Sister Hei Mei, I apologize for causing you worry." "Yes, it is good that all is well," Zhou Luan replied. Glancing at Fang Qing, the girl in black interjected, "It is my fault. Had I not insisted on having Brother Zhou accompany me, this would not have occurred. Qing Mei, Idato, Sister Hei Mei, it is not the time for blame. Come, let us practice together." With that, the two clasped hands and proceeded toward the training ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Luan arrived at the boundary and declared, "If no one appears within a minute, You need not return." As he spoke, he pressed his palm downward, causing countless dark currents to violently retreat. From within the depths of the dark currents, a voice emerged urgently. "Did you not say 1 minute?" Amidst the swirling dark currents, a towering figure surged forth. The figure, drenched in sweat, gazed at Zhou Luan and stated, "I was not aware of this matter. I bear some responsibility and will certainly provide you with an explanation." Zhou Luan regarded the figure and replied, "Within 3 days, I require a satisfactory response. Should you fail to resolve this, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, he vanished in the passageway. The towering elder seethed with fury, muttering, "Damn it, who stirred up trouble with this killing god in my territory? Do they not respect me?" With that, he too disappeared into the shadows. Above the Tianyu Pavilion, a magnificent figure loomed, surveying the establishment. The Tianyu Pavilion was grand, rising 12 stories high, each floor managed by a different chief overseeing all affairs. Those who frequented the establishment were typically wealthy magnates or influential figures, and no one dared to cause a ruckus within the Tianyu Pavilion, as the web of relationships inside was intricate and perilous. Suddenly, the appearance of a colossal figure drew the attention of the crowd, sparking curiosity and intrigue. The figure called out, "All unrelated individuals, leave within 1 minute, or bear the consequences." Those who heard this raised their heads, puzzled by the audacity of the figure to challenge the Tianyu Pavilion. Was this figure ignorant or simply fearless? At the entrance of the first floor, an elder clad in dark robes emerged, questioning, "Are you here to cause trouble? If your reasons are insufficient, I trust you understand the consequences of causing a disturbance in the Tianyu Pavilion." The figure retorted, "Spare me your pleasantries," and raised a hand, striking towards the elder. Chapter 36. The sword-clad man. The overwhelming aura caused spectators to scatter in fear. The dark-robed elder, his expression grave, summoned forth his 5th stage energy. Yet, before he could even engage, a peak 5th stage force surged toward him, and in an instant, his head was obliterated, leaving only a smear of blood in his wake. The stench of blood sent the onlookers fleeing in terror. At that moment, an elder with a long purple beard emerged from the second floor, lifting his gaze to the figure and declaring, "You dare to indiscriminately slay our people in the Tianyu Pavilion? Do you take us for weaklings?" The figure pointed at him, and a wave of energy shot forth. The long-bearded elder, filled with fury, summoned his own energy, shouting, "Block!" His mid-5th stage aura erupted, directing a wave of energy towards the figure. In the midst of this chaos, a frail old woman from the 4th floor exclaimed, "Stop!" However, the energy did not relent, slicing through the long-bearded elder, causing blood to spurt forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The old woman realized that the assailant meant business, and there must be a deep-seated grudge behind this confrontation. However, it has become inconsequential. The matter concerning Tianyu Pavilion's loss of face is utterly intolerable. Moreover, 2 subordinate branch masters have perished. With a swift motion of her right hand, the elder unleashed a formidable aura of a peak 5 tribulation expert, sweeping across the arena with the force of an avalanche, charging directly towards the phantom. Who would have thought that such a remote island in a lesser domain could harbor such powerful beings? The phantom, too, felt its aura surge to the pinnacle limit of 5 tribulations. Meeting the strongest strike head-on, the elder's face turned pale as she staggered back repeatedly, revealing flesh and bone where her arm had been severed, casting a grave glance at her adversary, poised to strike once more. "Stand down!" A voice resonated through the arena. From the 6th tier, a man clad in a sword robe glanced over, prompting the elder to bow her head and silently stand aside. The phantom's expression also turned grave. For the middle-aged man in the sword robe exuded a formidable presence that surpassed the peak of 5 tribulations. It appears that this isolated island, far removed from the confines of our realm, is quite extraordinary. I must contact my true form. The man in the sword robe remained unfazed, observing the unfolding events in silence. He was waiting, biding his time for an opportunity to eradicate future threats. Moments later, a wave of energy surged from afar, and the phantom sensed that its true form was approaching, alleviating some of its tension. Upon familiarizing itself with the information, the true form of the phantom grew curious about this isolated island. Concurrently reinforcing the barriers surrounding the realm, a towering, solid figure emerged from the skies. The elder in the sword robe observed this and remarked, "Is this the arrival of the true form? Good. It saves us the trouble, however, I must inquire. What brings you here, esteemed one? Do not become a vengeful spirit." The true form of the phantom glanced at the elder and transmitted a message. "Quickly summon the young master surnamed Zhou, and inform him that this island houses a being far surpassing the 7 tribulation sovereigns." This avatar, formed from the physical body, trembled at the words. "This island possesses a being beyond the 7 tribulation sovereigns. Damn it, this is a significant predicament. I must hasten to call for reinforcements." It dawned on the avatar that there was no one else to rely on. Feeling a surge of anxiety, it thought, "This time, I must depend on the young man surnamed Zhou, or else the outer realm may very well cease to exist." With this thought, it instantly tore through the void, racing away. The elder in the sword robe checked the time and remarked, "It's about time." Then turned to the true form. With a soft flick, a beam of sword light shot forth. "Damn it," the true form cursed inwardly. "What sort of existence have I provoked? Flee," with a single thought. It dashed away into the void. How could a peak 6 tribulation force be so formidable? This avatar is a liability. Chapter 37. Are you the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? Just as the elder's true form fled, still reeling from the encounter, another beam of sword light struck. The elder's visage contorted as the aura of early 6 tribulation surged, propelling him into the mid-6 tribulation realm. "Break for me!" Yet, what met him was the disintegration of his physical form, his soul gradually fading. The elder's weakened soul raised its head to gaze at the heavens, lamenting, "So I have not escaped after all." With that, his life extinguished. The fleeing phantom suddenly trembled, casting a glance back at the vanishing entity, wiping the sweat from its brow in a frenzy as it made its way toward a military camp. At that moment, Zhou Luan was diligently instructing He Mei and Fang Qing while providing detailed analysis and guidance. Suddenly, a phantom rushed into the air above the camp. Upon spotting Zhou Luan and the armored woman, it exhaled in relief. He Mei immediately became cautious, fixating intently on the phantom, while Fang Qing regarded it with curiosity. Zhou Luan turned to He Mei and Fang Qing, stating, "I need to handle something first," and, without forgetting, handed a communication talisman to Fang Qing and He Mei. As the phantom approached the boundary, Zhou Luan inquired, "Is there trouble?" The phantom replied urgently, "This is a grave issue. The opponent's origins are quite extraordinary. Currently, within Tianyu Pavilion, there are several terrifying auras, and one of them is a peak 6 tribulation expert. I've lost my true form. Henceforth, I hope you can take care of this realm, and I would be eternally grateful." Zhou Luan regarded the phantom and replied, "Lead the way." The phantom, hearing this, was overjoyed and guided Zhou Luan toward the designated coordinates. Above Tianyu Pavilion, 2 figures, one ethereal and one corporeal, emerged. The phantom pointed, saying, "This is the location. To my knowledge, this is a branch of the Anshin clan. The Anshin clan is vast, and I have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the main pavilion. It must be quite formidable." At that moment, a voice echoed, likely belonging to the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. A man clad in a sword robe approached with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing this, the phantom immediately grew serious and transmitted, "This is the one who annihilated my true form. A peak 6 tribulation expert." The phantom looked at Zhou Luan, who remained calm and composed, prompting a sigh of relief as it thought, "Thank goodness." Wiping the sweat from its brow, the phantom remarked, "You appear quite tense. Do you not?" The phantom, taken aback, responded, "This individual is a peak 6 tribulation expert. I am merely at the peak of 5 tribulations, and he is the genuine article. How can I not be tense?" The phantom lamented helplessly. Zhou Luan turned to the man in the sword robe and commanded, "Summon someone capable to answer for this. Remember, I grant you only 1 minute." The phantom, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhou Luan and mused, "This person is truly impressive. His words are so captivating, utterly remarkable." The man in the sword robe furrowed his brows and remarked, "You are remarkably calm. Your tranquility evokes a sense of danger within me." The man in the sword robe indifferently stated, "Come, seek your demise." Just as Zhou Luan was poised to act, his brow furrowed as he glanced upward, his expression turning grave. The phantom, noticing this, also looked up, sensing nothing amiss. "There's nothing there." The man in the sword robe, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze as well, detecting nothing and muttering, "Just tricks, is it?" Just then, in a distant realm, Yang Fan and a woman traversed countless universes, hurtling toward them. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in the sky. The man, clad in a long sword, possessed clear eyes devoid of emotion, while the woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, resembled a celestial being, her expression cold, as if dismissing the world as mere insects. The woman surveyed the scene, her gaze flitting between the man in the sword robe and the phantom, ultimately resting on the man in white. "Are you seeking death?" Zhou Luan regarded the two with growing seriousness and inquired. "May I ask your names?" The woman casually twirled a strand of hair, her icy demeanor unwavering. "You are somewhat weak. I have no interest in taking action." She cast a fleeting glance at Yang Fan, who assessed the man in white. Indeed quite weak, but not entirely so. At that moment, the area became crowded with onlookers, yet the sudden appearance of the man and woman left everyone perplexed regarding their cultivation levels. The phantom, however, scrutinized the pair with keen interest, and even the man in the sword robe felt a sense of intrigue, his brow furrowing repeatedly. Zhou Luan, too, wore a serious expression, for he could not discern the sudden appearance and strength of this man and woman, sensing they were perilous. Conversely, Zhou Luan felt a surge of excitement, for this journey had been exceedingly dull. How could he not feel exhilarated? Strong beings signal danger. Chapter 38. A signal of danger. At this moment, Zhou Luan offered a slight bow and inquired, "May I test my sword against you?" The woman regarded the man in white and remarked, "Though you are somewhat weak, your composure and fearlessness intrigue me. Seeing that you bear no ill intent, I shall indulge you this once." Zhou Luan replied with enthusiasm, "Thank you." With that, his heart and sword united as he charged toward the woman in white. Just as the tip of his sword was a mere half-inch from her brow, she casually flicked her finger, causing Zhou Luan's sword to shatter into countless fragments, leaving him stunned in place. Zhou Luan surveyed his shattered sword and body, sighing, "So this is how weak I truly am." He glanced at the woman, self-deprecatingly acknowledging, "I have underestimated the situation." At this moment, the phantom, gripped by terror, exclaimed, "Esteemed ones, you have misunderstood. It was he who sought death, the man in the sword robe." Upon hearing this, turned to the woman in white and declared, "I am the master of the 6th floor of Tianyu Pavilion, backed by the Yang clan." Yet before he could complete his sentence, he was abruptly pinned in place by a strand of azure hair. The man in the sword robe roared, "I am backed by the Yang clan. How dare you? Point the weight at." The woman in white coldly commanded. The man in the sword robe, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "This pavilion is merely a branch of the Yang clan. If your abilities are substantial, why not give it a try?" The woman replied, "With a wave of my hand." Instantly, Tianyu Pavilion ascended from its lowest tier to the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th tiers. With each ascent, a mournful cry echoed, and apart from the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 6th tiers, a total of 8 mournful sounds rang out, followed by the descent of 8 severed heads. The man in the sword robe, witnessing this, looked to the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers, his face paling in terror. He then gazed at the 10th, 11th, and 12th tiers, all heads having fallen. It felt as if 5 thunderclaps had struck him simultaneously. The man in the sword robe trembled uncontrollably. Everything he witnessed surpassed his comprehension. The 7th to 12th Pavilion Masters had assured him via transmission that he need not worry, for even an 8 Tribulation expert could not annihilate the 12th Tier's Master. The 7th Pavilion Master was a beginner in the 7 Tribulation realm. The 8th was mid-7 Tribulations. The 9th was peak 7 Tribulations. The 10th was at the early stage of 8 Tribulations. The 11th was mid-8 Tribulations, and the 12th had reached the pinnacle of 8 Tribulations. The man in the sword robe could hardly believe it. A single strike to obliterate them all. What manner of technique is this? Suddenly, in a state of panic, he exclaimed, "You are at 9 Tribulations." The woman replied, "That was a matter from 100,000 years ago. Is 9 Tribulations truly formidable? At 13, I slaughtered 9 Tribulations as if they were mere cattle." The woman then turned to the man in white, who had been muttering to himself, and remarked, "Surpassing 9 Tribulations is not too weak. Do not let your mindset falter." Upon hearing this, The man in the sword robe felt a surge of terror. He has surpassed 9 tribulations? The woman looked at the man in the sword robe and stated, I shall grant you one chance. Where is the Yang clan? Point the way, and you may be spared. The man in the sword robe hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well, but may I inquire what lies beyond the 9 tribulation realm? Zhou Luan, upon hearing this, also raised his gaze toward the woman. For although he did not cultivate realms, he too was uncertain of the limits of his own strength. The woman glanced at the swordsman clad in a robe and then at the man in white, saying, Above the 9 tribulations lies the divine realm, which is further divided into 9 celestial heavens. These 9 heavens represent the various stages within the divine realm. Beyond the divine realm is the void of divinity, where those who enter may live for 100,000 years. As for how many stages exist beyond the void of divinity, perhaps there are dozens or even hundreds. Now, I can indicate a direction. At that moment, the swordsman in the robe finally realized and began to speak. Travel 7,000 kilometers west and then 3,000 kilometers north, and you will find. Before he could finish, the woman interjected. You may leave now at this juncture. The shadow urgently turned to the swordsman, asking, Is the Darkborn clan connected to the Yang family? The swordsman pondered for a moment before responding. The patriarch of the Darkborn clan bears the surname Yang, and the one involved in this matter was indeed a disciple of the Yang family. Fearing that the woman might reconsider, he instantly fled. Chapter 39. The woman in white. The elderly woman kept her head bowed low, terrified that a moment of carelessness might cost her life. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the 6th pavilion master had already escaped, leaving her uncertain about what to do next. At this moment, the woman in white looked at Yang Fan and said, May I borrow your sword? Yang Fan nodded slightly, and the Xingdao sword trembled before falling into the woman's hands. The onlookers silently observed her as she tenderly caressed the sword's body, saying, Go. The Xingdao sword circled around her and the man before breaking through the void. Meanwhile, at a certain location above the city center, a sword hovered in the air, slowly descending after a brief moment. Wherever the sword's aura passed, not a blade of grass remained. All life was extinguished, plunging the entire starry sky into a profound darkness. In that instant, apart from the common folk, hundreds of thousands of lives in the city were obliterated. The patriarch of the Darkborn clan and the elders watched this scene with grave concern and terror. At that moment, a despairing elder, draped in Taoist robes, exclaimed, This is a divine sword. Its power is unparalleled. In less than 15 minutes, there will be no living being left in the city. The furious elder took his leave, vanishing into the void, just as a human head fell from the sky, marking the demise of the Taoist elder, while the sword's aura enveloped the entire city above. Constantly, lives were lost, accompanied by agonizing cries and furious roars. A cacophony of despair echoed through the heavens, resembling a hell on earth. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yang family despaired and wondered aloud, Is this the will of heaven or the work of man? If it is man-made, what could have led to this? And where is the sword's master? How powerful must they be for a single sword to instill such despair? There was no time left for contemplation. Fleeing seemed futile, yet fighting might offer a glimmer of hope. The patriarch surveyed the crowd and declared, What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? With that, he soared into the sky, and the others, stealing their resolve, followed suit. Countless heads fell from above as the patriarch of the Yang family, in a moment of despair, gazed at the vanishing sword and pleaded, Might you spare our lives? But as he realized he had no bargaining chips left, he bowed his head deeply in submission. The Xingdao sword quivered slightly before disappearing from above the city center. The patriarch of the Yang family opened his eyes and looked up at the vanishing sword, letting out a profound sigh, and solemnly remarked, From now on, I must engage in more virtuous deeds. This incident requires an investigation into its origins. Outside Tianyu Pavilion, only a few minutes had passed since the Xingdao sword departed when the woman gently caressed the sword's body, murmuring, You were meant to traverse the path. I shall name you Xingdao sword. Her hand came to a halt, and she said, You have been set free. Very well. At that moment, the Xingdao sword nudged against her insistently, and upon receiving no further affection, it emitted a few chimes before returning to Yang Fan's scabbard, seemingly aggrieved. Yang Fan chuckled as he patted the sword's body. Don't worry, my dear. I shall soothe you later. At this, the little Taoist continued to nudge Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Zhou Luan, overwhelmed by the experience, found himself in utter bewilderment. What manner of sword was this, so fearsome in nature? He then glanced at the young swordsman and the woman in white. Ultimately resolving, it is time to depart. The universe is vast, and I must seek higher realms. He turned to the shadow and said, I shall not be returning this time. Please convey my regards to them, letting them know I await them ahead. The path of the sword must be traversed alone to cultivate one's understanding. With that, he offered a slight bow to the man and woman before vanishing from Tianyu Pavilion. At this moment, the shadow realized that the young man surnamed Zhou was truly departing, and that it would be a long, long time before he returned. Chapter 40. Departure. Yang Fan observed the direction in which the white-clad man had vanished and remarked, This individual possesses a commendable mindset, facing formidable opponents with unwavering courage. This is the essence of true strength. Qing'er smiled slightly and replied, He is a promising young man, his character reminiscent of you from 100,000 years ago. Yang Fan then took Qing'er's hand and said, We should also be on our way. And with that, they disappeared from Tianyu Pavilion in an instant. The frail old woman finally lifted her head. As the tension and fear that had gripped her began to subside, she glanced at the shadow and then at her own serious injuries, shaking her head with a smile. There are far too many powerful figures. I must remain low-key in the future, she said before vanishing from outside Tianyu Pavilion. The shadow took a moment to turn back, sighing, There is no strongest, only stronger. This truly has reshaped my worldview. With that, it too departed into the void. Meanwhile, in the military camp, the dark-skinned girl, having absorbed a substantial amount of spirit crystals, advanced from the peak of the fourth tribulation to the early stages of the fifth tribulation. During this time, Fang Qing, through her own efforts and her cousin's guidance, made significant strides in her swordsmanship. Even at the peak of the fourth tribulation, she felt confident in a confrontation. A shadow emerged above the military camp, prompting the dark-skinned girl and Fang Qing to sense the disturbance and step outside, where they were joined by Xiao Shan and the soldiers. The shadow addressed the dark-skinned girl and Fang Qing, saying, He has departed, stating that the path of cultivation ultimately relies on one's own experiences for growth, and that he awaits you ahead. Fang Qing was taken aback by this revelation, looking at the shadow and saying, Thank you, senior. The shadow nodded slightly and added, In the future, should any matters arise in the outer ring, I can offer some assistance. I shall take my leave now. The dark-skinned girl lifted her head to gaze at the stars, saying, You once promised that no matter the time or place, you would not forget me. I believe in you. At that moment, Fang Qing turned to the dark-armored woman and said, Sister He, I must take my leave. My cousin is right. The path of cultivation begins with oneself. Take care, Sister He. The dark-armored woman, recognizing the determination in Fang Qing's eyes, understood that the girl was growing up and it would be unwise to dissuade her. She took out the last remaining 10 spirit crystals from her pocket and placed them in Fang Qing's hands, saying, We are like sisters. As the elder sister, I have nothing of value to offer. This is the most I can provide. You must accept it. Fang Qing hesitated, knowing the worth of spirit crystals and how essential they were for survival in the outer ring. Seeing Sister He's earnest expression, she couldn't bear to refuse and said, Sister He, we are like sisters. We have so many brothers and sisters who need these. If I take them all, I would feel uneasy. How about this? I will take 5. The dark-armored woman was about to protest, but Fang Qing interjected. Oh, stop hesitating. Let's leave it at that. Remember to convey my regards to Xiao Shan and the brothers and sisters. I am truly grateful to have met them. Sister He, take care. With that, Fang Qing headed towards the inner ring that moment. The dark-armored woman watched Fang Qing's departing figure, muttering to herself, They have all left. First Zhou, who departed without a word, and now my dear Sister Qing. I wonder when we will meet again. I too wish to venture out and explore, but if I leave, how will these brothers and sisters survive? She lifted her gaze to the starry sky and reflected. If you all move on too quickly, do not forget there is someone here, along with these brothers and sisters who yearn for your return. The dark-skinned girl sighed deeply. Take care, everyone. I hope we shall meet again. Chapter 41. Golden Domain City. Fang Qing arrived at the border of the inner ring, just an hour away from the entrance to the inner ring. The path here was seldom traveled. So she found a secluded spot by the water to rest. The location was remote, surrounded by mountains, with a gentle stream flowing nearby, imparting a sense of tranquility. Fang Qing crouched down, allowing the cool water to caress her skin. As the weather was warm, she wet her hands and lightly patted her delicate face. Then she stood up and walked towards a narrow cave entrance by the stream, but as she approached, she detected faint sounds of breathing emanating from within. Is someone there? In such a secluded area, one either rests like I do or, after contemplating, Fang Qing chose to alter her course, seeking a quieter spot to sit in meditation. After a few moments, she loosened her limbs and continued toward the inner ring. Not far ahead, she spotted a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, pacing back and forth at the stone wall entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed a sign that read, "Please deposit 2 spirit crystals into the entrance. The wall will open." Fang Qing glanced at the scholar and stepped closer to the wall, preparing to deposit her spirit crystals. At that moment, the scholar's voice called from behind, "Miss, could you do me a favor and pay the 2 spirit crystals on my behalf for now?" He spoke hurriedly. Clearly embarrassed, Fang Qing observed the scholar, recognizing that everyone faces difficulties at times. Thus, she took out 2 spirit crystals, adding them to her own, and placed 4 in total into the wall's entrance. With a resounding rumble, the entrance opened, and Fang Qing and the scholar vanished through the gateway. The two were transported to the peak of a mountain, where a grand city came into view. The scholar then spoke. "Thank you so much, Miss. My name is Fang Han. May I know your name?" Fang Qing replied, "I am Fang Qing." The scholar responded, "May I ask if Miss Fang is here in the central ring to seek someone or to conduct business?" He inquired with a hint of curiosity. Fang Qing answered, "Primarily to find someone, but also to explore and see more of the world." "May I ask why you are here?" The man spoke, "I, too, have come here in search of someone. My uncle has engaged in some business at the Inner Ring's Golden Domain City, and I suppose this visit is a means of seeking refuge with him." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing responded, "I see. I wish you success in finding your uncle." At that moment, the man said, "Then, I shall take my leave. Fang, take care." With that, he soared into the sky, heading straight for the city. Fang Qing glanced at him before following suit. Ascending and flying toward the city gate, several guards were conducting inspections, and Fang Qing queued behind others. Upon her turn, she approached the guards, who scanned the crowd before addressing her, "You may enter." Subsequently, Fang Qing entered the city, where the bustling streets were lined with shops selling an array of goods. She decided to find a place to stay and opted for a seemingly inexpensive inn. Just then, a woman noticed her and approached, inquiring, "Are you looking for a short stay or a long-term one?" Fang Qing replied, "How much for a short stay, and what would a month cost?" The woman responded, "For a short stay, it is 5 spirit stones per day, but for a month, it is somewhat cheaper, totaling 130 spirit stones." Fang Qing produced a spirit crystal and handed it to the woman. The woman examined the crystal and remarked, "This is a small business, so I can't give change. How about a 3-month stay for 350 spirit stones?" After considering, Fang Qing agreed. 1 spirit crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 spirit stones, making spirit crystals quite valuable both in the inner and outer rings. The woman returned over 9,000 spirit stones to Fang Qing and led her to a relatively spacious room, saying, "If you need anything, simply let me know." With that, she respectfully withdrew. Fang Qing surveyed her surroundings and felt everything was satisfactory. The room was situated far from the bustling center of the city, offering a measure of tranquility. Content. She settled in. Chapter 42. The transformation of mindset. Now, she was entirely capable of transcending mundane needs, no longer requiring sustenance. Thus, she began to slowly contemplate the sword techniques imparted by the mysterious woman. With each contemplation, her understanding of the sword path and her cultivation advanced incrementally, even her consciousness and intent becoming equally stable. Fang Qing mused, "At this rate, it won't be long before I catch up with Sister Hei Mei." The key teachings she received could not be shared without the mysterious woman's consent. Perhaps each person walks a different path. Fang Qing thought helplessly as for how far she would progress. It depended on her comprehension and understanding of the sword path. Among her thoughts was a sword technique called "One Sword Breaks 10,000 Laws." Although detailed explanations accompanied it, truly achieving the essence of this technique was exceedingly challenging. The further she delved, the more difficult it became. She could only proceed step by step. Thus, Fang Qing continuously pondered and practiced, time and again refining her skills. A month later, Fang Qing finally ceased her cultivation. According to the realm classifications of the Inner Ring, she had now reached the early stage of a 5-calamity powerhouse. A satisfied smile graced her face as she decided to take a day off, treat herself to a good meal of local delicacies, and indulge in some shopping. With this thought, she chuckled happily. Leaving the inn, she arrived at the bustling and lively Golden Domain City, where stalls were filled with various porcelain wares, cultivation techniques, spirit herbs, and even items for crafting artifacts. Fang Qing approached a shop brimming with spirit herbs, run by a portly old man. The old man, beaming with a smile, began to enthusiastically introduce the various spirit herbs. Then turned to Fang Qing and said, "If you find the prices reasonable, purchasing 3 or more types will earn you a discount." "What do you say?" Fang Qing replied, "I will take 3 portions of the 1,000-year-old spirit fungus." With that, she handed over 3,000 spirit stones to the old man. The old man cheerfully handed over the 3 portions of spirit fungus to Fang Qing, asking, "Would you like to look at other spirit herbs?" Fang Qing accepted the items and replied, "Not for now," before leaving the old man's shop. She continued to browse and observe. The cultivation techniques on display were acceptable for a low martial world. But Fang Qing felt there was no need for crafting artifacts. Since she had formed a bond with the sword, she should dedicate herself to the sword path, precisely as the mysterious predecessor had stated. The ultimate goal of the sword path is to break through all laws and transcend worldly constraints. What follows is the transcendence of the path, free from the burdens of cause and effect. Other external items, such as pills to enhance cultivation, are ultimately not a sustainable solution. They may suffice temporarily, but over-reliance can become a habit. With the right mindset, what one envisions, the sword shall achieve. Those who can harmonize their heart and sword become one. With thoughts and intentions aligning perfectly. As the man in white had said, the state of mind and the realm of intent are of utmost importance. Understanding and practice are both indispensable. Reflecting on these thoughts, Fang Qing deemed the merchandise irrelevant. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly noticed a man and a woman arguing in the distance, seemingly on the verge of fighting. She approached and overheard the man angrily exclaiming, "If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then get lost. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy." The woman, equally stubborn, retorted, "I want to buy it. I simply can't stand the way you've inflated the prices while looking so pleased with yourself. The last person bought it for only 100 spirit stones, and you're trying to charge 200 more. What is this? A crafting technique that used to cost 200 spirit stones has suddenly skyrocketed to 1,000? The woman expressed her indignation. Fang Qing realized that one was eager to purchase while the other was unwilling yet insisted on complaining. Feeling discontented, in essence, it was simply meddling in others' affairs, a trivial matter. Such situations are often convoluted and difficult to clarify. The world is such that sometimes foes become kin, and sometimes conflict is the catalyst for acquaintance. In this world, one experiences joy only after knowing suffering, and love only after knowing hate. Joy and sorrow must be shared, love and hate must be treated with compassion. With these thoughts, Fang Qing smiled calmly and departed. Chapter 43. Inside the shop, the kind-hearted yet afflicted woman Fang Qing made her way to a small town, where groups of children were merrily chasing and playing. The streets were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. A group of porters was hauling heavy sacks of rice along a narrow path. Due to the sweltering heat, the porters' dark skin emphasized their burden of responsibility, their bodies robust and sturdy. At that moment, Fang Qing approached a steamed bun shop, the enticing aroma of freshly steamed buns eliciting a pang of hunger within her. The amiable owner of the shop, a kind-hearted woman, noticed Fang Qing gazing at the buns and warmly said, "Please come in, young lady. They're still hot and fresh." Fang Qing nodded slightly, then surveyed the shop's surroundings. It was quite clean, and she chose a seat at a table. The kind shop owner looked at Fang Qing and asked, "Would you like a steamer or?" Fang Qing replied, "I'll have 2 steamers. And please add some chili sauce." The woman responded, "All right, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly." Just then, a small boy ran up to the owner, staring longingly at the steaming buns, and said, "Mama, I'm hungry. I want to eat buns." His face contorted with a touch of grievance as he began to choke up. Fang Qing observed the scene and turned her gaze to the woman, who lovingly patted the boy's head and said, Be good. Wait a moment, and Mama will get you some buns. Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy as he nodded, his eyes fixed on the buns. At that moment, the woman placed 2 steamers of buns before Fong Qing, along with a small dish of chili sauce. Enjoy your meal, young lady, she said, then turned to give the boy a bun. The boy, however, looked up with a disappointed expression and said, I doubt I want that kind of small bun. Pointing to the buns on Fong Qing's table, the woman gently replied, Today, Mama hasn't sold many, so you have to be good as long as you can fill your belly. I'll be satisfied. Perhaps the small buns were more delicate and expensive. The boy nodded silently, lowering his head and holding back tears. Fong Qing turned to the woman and asked, Are you here alone? What about the boy's father? The woman replied, He passed away 5 or 6 years ago. Fong Qing, sensing the woman's sorrow, refrained from probing further and said, Your shop is clean and hygienic, and your buns are quite good. Business should be thriving. The woman sighed, You may not know, but since his father's passing, there have been very few customers. Earning 3 to 5 spirit stones a day is already quite good. The monthly rent exceeds 100 spirit stones. Due to the lack of business, she was currently in debt for dozens of spirit stones. I apologize for the trouble, young lady. Fong Qing reassured her. It's all right. Everything will get better. She kindly looked at the little boy and said, Come, sit with me. Don't blame your mother for her struggles. Today, I'll treat you. You can eat as much as you want. The boy hesitated, tugging at his clothes and glancing back at his mother before scampering over. The boy appeared to be around 6 years old, dressed in patched clothing. Fong Qing took the boy's hand and said, Come sit here. She adjusted the chair for him. After sitting down, the boy looked back at his mother, who said, Thank you, young lady. The child doesn't understand. Please don't mind him. It's fine, ma'am. We must not let the child suffer. He is still growing, and it's important to nourish him. The boy then asked, Sister, my mother is sick. Can you help her? Fong Qing was taken aback, realizing that it wasn't simply a matter of not wanting to give the child something good to eat. It was that being able to fill his belly was already a blessing, and his mother was suffering from illness. She turned to the boy and asked, Has it been a long time? Do you know what illness your mother has? The boy replied, I don't know. It seems she has been in pain every night. It's been a long time. Fong Qing then addressed the woman. Would you care to share? Perhaps I can help. The woman shook her head, saying, No, we've gotten used to it. She looked toward the edge of the shop. Where would we find extra money for medical care? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Chapter 44. An omen. 7 rainbows appear for Fong Qing, who had once endured hardship. She felt a deep empathy. She had thought that her own life had ended at that moment. In this life, she vowed to live well, for the sake of all beings, to ensure that the impoverished no longer suffered under the weight of unjust destinies. She sought to pursue the pinnacle of the sword path, to shatter the inequities of the myriad lives, and to contribute her efforts toward change. This was her current mission, to do her best and leave the rest to fate. Upon witnessing the elderly lady's mixture of hope and resignation towards life, she realized in that moment the arduousness of her path. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging it may be, she yearned to persevere. Having faced death once, she believed that even if her efforts bore no fruit, at least she had strived. Should her aspirations come to fruition, it would indeed benefit humanity, fostering a realm where the populace thrives in peace and prosperity, all industries flourish, and the nation enjoys tranquility and security. With fairness upheld by the laws of the land and a well-ordered society, this was the world she so fervently dreamed of, one filled with peace, where love reigns supreme and nature is revered while life is cherished. What a profoundly happy and blissful existence that would be! Fong Qing gently ruffled the young boy's hair, kindly instructing him, Take your time eating. Today, it's my treat. She then rose and approached the elderly lady, reassuring her, Rest assured, I will first assess whether treatment is necessary. The elderly lady extended her hand, perhaps sensing that Fong Qing was not malevolent and that her heart was compassionate, unlike those who merely spoke empty words. Fong Qing took her pulse and, after a brief moment, declared, The issue is minor. As she spoke, her fingers intertwined, and a faint aura flowed into the elderly lady's brow. You are suffering from fatigue-related ailments. Simply ensure you rest more, and in a fortnight, you shall be well. The elderly lady felt invigorated at that moment, her body's various functions gradually transforming. Joy and gratitude surged within her as she realized she had encountered a remarkable individual. Just as she was about to express her thanks, Fangqing waved her hand lightly, rising from her bow. There's no need for such formalities. From now on, take good care of yourself and your child. Seeing that the young boy had devoured half of the dumplings, she inquired, Are you full? The boy, beaming with gratitude, patted his belly and replied, Thank you, sister. I'm full. Observing the mother and son, Fangqing placed 1,000 spirit stones into the elderly lady's hand, saying, Though it's not much, it should help in your time of need. Please accept it. The elderly lady gazed at the bag brimming with spirit stones, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, This is too much. You have treated my illness, and I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. As she reached for the young boy to bow in thanks once more, Fangqing gently stopped her. You possess a kind heart. The world needs more individuals like you. Ensure you nurture the boy well. The elderly lady grasped the boy's hand and urged, Quickly, thank the benevolent lady, to which Fangqing responded, I am but an ordinary person. There is no need for excessive courtesy. With that, she vanished into thin air, leaving the mother and child in a daze. The elderly lady, noticing the dumplings, knelt before where Fangqing had been and reverently declared, Thank you, divine spirit. The young boy, filled with longing, lamented, The fairy sister has gone, before bursting into tears. Upon returning to her dwelling, Fangqing reflected, I must double my efforts in cultivation. In this current state of the sword path, facing insurmountable foes, my life is at stake, let alone the lives of others. She glanced at the sword in her hand, lifting it gently as she proclaimed, From this day forth, you shall be known as the sword of all beings. For all beings are equal, devoid of distinctions of nobility or lowliness. At that moment, the sword trembled, a brilliant light soaring into the heavens. The dark clouds dispersed, and the crimson clouds gathered, revealing 7 rainbows in the sky. The inhabitants of the inner circle gazed up in astonishment at this spectacle, their eyes drawn towards the small town of Golden Domain City. The voice resonated from above, I am all beings. All injustices in this world shall be righted in due time. Upon hearing this, all living beings turned their gaze skyward, as the 7 rainbows coalesced into a beam of sword light that vanished into the expanse above the inner circle. In a particular location, Yang Fan and a cold-faced woman simultaneously turned their attention towards the inner circle. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, asking, What is this? Grasping the woman's hand, he urged, Come, let us investigate. I am curious about the wielder of this sword named All Beings. With that, he and Qinger disappeared into the realm of the sword sect of the super martial world. Within the sword sect, tension and gravity hung in the air as one benevolent elder wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, it has left. Had it been any longer, we would have lost our lives. As he spoke, he also cast a glance towards the inner circle, murmuring, The sword of all beings? The wielder of this sword is in peril. Another elder, leaning on a bamboo staff, sighed, The sword of all beings has yet to mature, alas. These 2 fiends are exceedingly terrifying. The benevolent elder turned to the bamboo staff elder and stated, Our salvation lies in this person's hands. They are in danger. The crowd obeyed. Those above the past realm, follow me to assist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of top-tier experts from the past realm instantly traversed countless universes towards the inner circle. The benevolent elder, with urgency, implored, I hope we arrive in time. The wielder of the sword of all beings could become an unparalleled powerhouse. Meanwhile, Fangqing remained oblivious to the fact that the disturbance had even shocked the formidable beings of the high martial world. With her eyes gently closed, she chanted, A single sword breaks myriad laws. When the sword emerges, law falters. This sword is above all beings. I exist for all beings, and all beings exist for me. The suffering of all beings is my suffering, and my suffering is intertwined with all beings. Fangqing patted the sword's body, declaring, Those who believe in me, regardless of the star realm or domain, may come forth. Those who join me shall be my kin. Any injustices encountered shall be avenged in the future. With a resounding cry, the sword of all beings quivered with excitement and ascended into the heavens, traversing various star realms and domains, including the outer circle where He Meijia resided. At that moment, across the countless star realms and domains, a voice resonated. Those who believe in me, regardless of the star realm or domain, may come forth. Any injustices encountered shall be avenged in due time. I am all beings, and I bestow upon you the sword of all beings. As long as all beings endure, I shall not perish. If I attain immortality, all beings shall endure. Thus, I declare to the world." In that instant, thousands of star realms and domains infused their beliefs towards the inner circle. The sword of all beings trembled incessantly, its aura surging to unprecedented heights, leaping from the Earth stage, Heaven stage, Saint stage, and Emperor stage, crossing 4 major realms in a single bound. At that moment, Feng Qing experienced an explosive surge in her realm, ascending from the 5 tribulations, through the 6 tribulations, 7 tribulations, and 8 tribulations, directly reaching the 9th tribulation realm. As she gazed upon the explosive growth of her realm, a sense of profound responsibility weighed upon her, overshadowing her joy. Though leap 4 realms in a single bound was a feat that had not been seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Countless star realms and domains had their lowest realms below the 1st tribulation, while the highest reached terrifying levels akin to the false 8th tribulation. This was something Feng Qing had never dared to imagine. The leap across 4 major realms was still beyond her comprehension. She pondered whether it was all too much to bear, akin to jumping from the 1st grade to the 5th. Was there a significant difference between the 9th tribulation and the gradual ascent to the 9th tribulation? This was her concern at that moment. After a brief period of calm, she resolved, since I am not focused on cultivating my realm, I shall embrace whatever comes my way. With her mindset aligned, the sword of all beings fell into Feng Qing's hands. She patted the sword's body and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, we exist for all beings, and we shall never fade." The sword of all beings trembled once more. A voice reaching Feng Qing's ears, "Master, powerful beings are approaching." Startled, Feng Qing exclaimed, "Is the sword now sentient? Are they formidable? Do they possess the 9th tribulation realm?" The voice responded, from the aura, "It seems they do not possess the 9th tribulation realm." Upon hearing this, Feng Qing breathed a sigh of relief, only for the voice to continue, "They are above the divine realm." Chapter 46. A false alarm. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing was taken aback. Is there a way to restrain their development? Just then, a man and a woman emerged from the sky. The man had clear eyes and was clad in long swords, while the woman, with long hair cascading to her waist, wore a flowing white dress, her expression cold and indifferent. The voice rang out again, "Master, flee. These two are extremely dangerous. Dozens of top-tier experts are on their way and will arrive in no more than half a minute." At this, Feng Qing fell silent, transmitting her thoughts, "There is no escaping. Why can I not sense their cultivation?" The voice replied, "Master, I cannot sense it either. These two are undoubtedly extremely perilous." The sword of all beings emitted a powerful warning signal. Shaking its head, "Is this how it ends, having just reached the 9th tribulation without maturing?" "Stop," Feng Qing urged, patting the sword's body. At that moment, the sky trembled violently, and dozens of rifts opened, revealing numerous top-tier experts emerging. The benevolent elder at the forefront surveyed the surroundings, then glanced at Feng Qing, recognizing her as the one who had caused the phenomenon of the 7-colored rainbow across the star realms. With a grave expression, he transmitted, "Young lady, flee quickly. These two are exceedingly dangerous and not foes you can contend with. We come to our deaths, hoping only to buy you half a minute to escape." Feng Qing, bewildered, transmitted, "Why do they seek to kill me?" An elderly woman's voice reached her ears, urging, "Hurry and flee." Calming her emotions, Feng Qing responded, "Thank you all for coming to my aid. You may leave." The two leaders expressed regret through their thoughts. "I fear we cannot escape. We came only to assist your flight. Before these two, we can hold them off for at most half a minute before meeting our demise." Feng Qing stepped forward, placing herself before the man and woman, as voices from behind warned, "Young lady, do not." At that moment, the white-clad woman cast a glance at the others before fixing her gaze on Feng Qing, her icy demeanor softening slightly. Meanwhile, the long-sword youth stared at Feng Qing with an expression of longing, as if he had much to say but didn't know how to begin. Feng Qing studied the two, feeling an uncanny resemblance between the long-sword youth and her brother, yet something felt amiss. Just as she was about to speak, a figure emerged, the mysterious woman who had been watching over her from the shadows. Upon seeing her, Feng Qing exclaimed, "Predecessor, The mysterious woman approached the longsword youth step by step. This sudden development left everyone stunned, silence enveloping the scene as if one could hear a pin drop. The benevolent elder observed the mysterious woman and transmitted to the others, "This woman is beyond us. We cannot ascertain if she is friend or foe." All the powerful figures fixed their gaze upon the mysterious woman. With a choked voice, the mysterious woman uttered, "I thought you were dead." Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the longsword youth. Yang Fan, puzzled, smiled gently and replied, "Thank you. I never imagined you were always watching over my sister. We shall talk later." The mysterious woman nodded silently, her head lowered. The crowd was engulfed in utter despair, yet none chose to depart, for they understood the futility of escape, especially with the arrival of a mysterious woman. At that moment, the elderly woman with a bamboo staff communicated telepathically with the assembled powerful figures, indicating that this woman seemed to be acquainted with her, Feng Qing, prompting everyone to cast their gaze towards Feng Qing. This enigmatic woman was none other than Su Qing, who, at that instant, slightly lifted her head to address Feng Qing. "Why do you stand there in a daze? Come and greet your brother." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Feng Qing's heart confirmed that this was indeed her brother, yet something felt amiss. Yang Fan approached, affectionately ruffling Feng Qing's hair as he said, "At last, I have found you," before turning to his long-lost sister and adding, "Come, meet your sister Qing and sister Su." With that, he took Feng Qing's hand and led her towards Qing Er and Su Qing. Chapter 47. Siblings reunited once more. Feng Qing followed Yang Fan's gaze towards the two women and began, "Senior, you." Yang Fan gently interrupted, "Call her Sister Su." Feng Qing promptly corrected herself, "Sister Su," to which Su Qing responded with a satisfied smile. Feng Qing then glanced at the long-haired woman in white, addressing her, "Sister Qing." The woman's expression brightened slightly as she replied, "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell Sister Qing." Feng Qing felt a warm flutter in her heart at those words. Su Qing turned to Yang Fan and said, "Brother Yang, her name is Feng Qing, from Tongzhou. Her parents are alive and well and have been settled." "Tongzhou?" Yang Fan's brows furrowed. He looked towards Su Qing and remarked, "At that time, I sent a clone to the low martial world to search for my little sister, yet I have received no news since." "It seems something has gone awry," Su Qing replied. "When I encountered him, his clone was very weak. I never expected it to be your clone, Brother Yang. Before his demise, he informed me of your sister's whereabouts and coordinates. But I had no idea that you did it that moment." Feng Qing choked on her words. "It was I who caused his demise. He sacrificed himself to revive me." She then recounted the entire sequence of events. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, responded, "I see. As long as you are safe, that clone is inconsequential. If you wish for something, I can create another." Yang Fan gazed at his little sister with a pained expression. Feng Qing, her voice trembling, said, "He treated me so well. Without him, I would have long since perished." She then looked up at him with pleading eyes, "Brother, can you bring him back to life?" Although she knew it was a long shot, she desperately wished for him to return, feeling a familial love and care emanating from his clone. Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly before stating, "Very well. As long as you desire it, brother will grant you anything." Given the considerable time that had passed, reviving a soul that had long since departed was no simple task. Revive? The seasoned warriors present shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Yang Fan extended his hand, and countless dissipated souls from the vast cosmos converged in the air above the inner circle, swirling like will-o'-the-wisps. The observers were struck with a mix of terror and disbelief at this spectacle. Mighty beings from various realms instantly turned their eyes towards the inner circle. The weaker among them trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to utter a sound, while countless powerful figures remained silent, above the inner circle. A fragment of a soul began to coalesce, gradually becoming more solid. Minutes later, a tangible figure opened its eyes, coldly raising its head. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Qing Er, and Feng Qing, it offered a faint smile directed at Feng Qing, saying, "You are kind." Feng Qing gazed at the clone in a daze. Is this real? Not only Feng Qing, but also the other onlookers, aside from Qing Er and Su Qing, were left in utter shock. Was it truly possible to reverse life and death? Even some hidden powerful figures in the shadows quietly observed the unfolding events. Not even the realm lords or the cosmic deities dared to provoke this man, a sword that had reigned supreme for 100,000 years. The wielder of this sword had obliterated countless star realms with a mere thought. To this point, an old man stepped forward, addressing Yang Fan. I did not realize your esteemed presence. I apologize for any rudeness. I am Zhang Yang, the lord of this realm, and I come to pay my respects. Yang Fan replied, I am in a good mood today. I shall spare this realm. Hearing this, the old man, Zhang Yang, wiped his brow and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for your mercy, and then remained bent over, afraid to move, lest he provoke the wrath of annihilation. Qing Er glanced at the numerous powerful figures who had come to assist and stated, Your sister is now safe. You may live. The assembled warriors finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer fearing extermination. Chapter 48. No longer fearing annihilation, Fang Qing turned to the powerful figures and then slightly bowed to the elderly woman with the bamboo staff and the benevolent old man, saying, Esteemed seniors, I appreciate your kindness. Although we are strangers, I, Fang Qing, wish to consider you as friends. Thank you. The powerful figures rejoiced at her words, particularly the elderly woman and the benevolent old man, for the term friends from Fang Qing's lips signified their newfound bond. With that thought, they felt an overwhelming joy. Fang Qing approached her clone, saying, Brother. She then took the clone's hand and walked towards Yang Fan, Su Qing, and Qing Er, exclaiming, It feels wonderful to have you all. Yang Fan affectionately ruffled Fang Qing's hair, assuring her, From now on, brother will protect you. In this lifetime, no one will harm you. Fang Qing looked contemplatively at Yang Fan and said, Brother, I wish to rely on myself in this life. The others felt a deep sense of satisfaction at her words. At this moment, Su Qing turned to Fang Qing and said, I know you have endured much hardship. If you find yourself unable to contend with a foe, seeking help is not a sign of weakness, nor will it affect your state of mind. Those who bully the weak shall find me, your sister Su, ready to intervene. Thank you, Sister Su, I am very happy today. Fang Qing replied, feeling grateful for not only her current parents, but also for the love and care from her brother and these sisters. The benevolent old man, having observed Fang Qing and the powerful figures, discreetly excused himself, not wishing to intrude at a tea that moment. Su Qing turned to Yang Fan and proposed, Shall we three join forces this time? Yang Fan agreed, but then paused, saying, Perhaps it would be good for my little sister to develop on her own. He glanced between the clone and Fang Qing, finally stating, This arrangement could work. The clone reassured, With me here, you need not worry. After a moment of contemplation, he added, It seems my little sister is not fond of bloodshed. I understand, Yang Fan replied. To ensure my sister's safety, you must refrain from excessive violence unless absolutely necessary. He turned to speak to his sister, but Fang Qing interjected, Brother, if you have matters to attend to, please do not worry about me. Sister Qing, Sister Su, please help me keep my brother in check. He shouldn't resort to violence at every opportunity. Qing Er smiled at this, while Su Qing playfully pointed at Yang Fan's forehead. Chuckling, Yang Fan laughed heartily. Look, my sister is already plotting against me. As he shared a reluctant glance with his sister, he vanished along with the two women from the inner circle. Fang Qing stood watching the spot where they had disappeared, feeling a sense of loss. The clone turned to Zhang Yang, the lord of this realm, and said, You may leave now. Zhang Yang bowed slightly and vanished into the sky, with a wave of his hand. The scene returned to its original state. The tavern owner looked around, bewildered, wondering, What just happened? It felt like I fell into a deep slumber. The tavern owner muttered to herself in confusion. At this moment, Fang Qing collected her thoughts and turned to her surroundings before looking at her clone, saying, Brother, would you accompany me for a walk? The clone replied, Of course, taking Fang Qing's hand as they exited the tavern. The tavern owner, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. Who is this? Fang Qing smiled and replied, This is my brother, as she led the clone out of the tavern, leaving the owner in a state of bewilderment. The two of them arrived at a nearby restaurant, which was filled with patrons. Fang Qing and her clone found an empty table. As the server approached, he asked, What would you like to order? Fang Qing turned to her clone, saying, Let's indulge a little. You should eat something too. The clone replied, All right, you order. Fang Qing glanced at the menu and selected a few of her favorite dishes, then asked, Brother, shall we have some wine? The clone nodded in agreement. Fang Qing called out to the server, Please bring us 2 gin of white wine. Certainly, please wait a moment. the server replied before departing. Chapter 49. A swift execution of the blind old Taoist soon after. The server returned with the dishes and wine. Fang Qing, her appetite peaked, grinned and began to eat, encouraging the brother, "Feel free to eat as well. I have money." She playfully patted her pocket as she spoke. However, as they were enjoying their meal, a middle-aged patron began to quarrel with the server. The server exclaimed, "No money? Trying to skip out on the bill." Grabbing the middle-aged man's collar, he shouted. The man shrugged off the server's grip, proudly declaring, "Do you know who I am?" The server retorted, "And who are you?" The man puffed out his chest, stating, "I am the one-armed Gun King." "Gun King? Just because you say you are, does that make it true?" "What proof do you have?" the server challenged. The middle-aged man chuckled, "Proof? I just killed 7 people not long ago that I left in such a hurry today that I forgot to bring money. Do you think I would care about a few coins from you?" At that moment, a blind old Taoist stepped forward and asked, "Are you the Gun King?" The middle-aged man arrogantly replied, "Indeed, that is me." Before he could finish his sentence, the blind old man flicked his wrist, and a spinning wheel shot forth, pinning the middle-aged man in place, his head ensnared by the wheel. With a casual wave, the old man sent the man's head flying, blood splattering everywhere, causing many patrons to flee in terror. Even the server was left agape, trembling in fear. The old man looked at the server and asked, "Is he really the one-armed Gun King?" The server replied, "He is not a Gun King at all. I recognize him. He is just a thug who enjoys showing off." The old man scoffed, "Then let him die. Anyone who claims to be a Gun King with one arm shall face my wrath." At this point, Fang Qing, angered, challenged, "How can you, old monk, kill indiscriminately?" The old man glanced at Fang Qing and then at the clone, stating, "My 2 disciples perished at the hands of the one-armed Gun King. If he is not the one, then so be it. What business is it of yours, young lady?" Fang Qing glared at the old man, insisting, "How can one kill innocents in broad daylight?" The old man retorted, "Then why don't you try and kill me?" Fang Qing was just about to speak when her doppelganger waved a hand, and in an instant, the old Taoist's head flew off. The restaurant had witnessed 2 deaths, sending all the patrons fleeing in terror. The doppelganger glanced at the blind elder and remarked, "A fool who knows not the value of life." Fang Qing looked at her doppelganger, who then turned to her and reassured, "I did not kill indiscriminately." Subsequently, with a gentle demeanor, he took Fang Qing's hand and said, "Here, try this. It's delicious." He placed a fruit, as translucent as crystal, into her palm. Fang Qing examined the fruit, which exuded an alluring aura, and with a gleeful chuckle remarked, "This is delightful." She took bite after bite, each morsel infusing her with a surge of pure energy. Unbeknownst to her, this Tao fruit was a rare treasure, bearing fruit only once every 10,000 years, capable of replacing a decade's worth of cultivation with a single consumption. Gradually, Fang Qing felt her cultivation and consciousness evolving. A sensation of ease enveloping her, making her feel as though she could obliterate an entire city with a single punch. She turned to her doppelganger and inquired, "Brother, do you have any more?" I have a dear friend whom I wish to share this with." With a broader smile, she beamed at him. The doppelganger then produced another fruit and handed it to her, saying, "This is the last one." Fang Qing mischievously stuck out her tongue and made a playful face, saying, "That'll do. This fruit is incredibly tasty, sweet, and so pleasant to eat, brother. You should buy more in the future." As she spoke, she rummaged through her pocket, pulling out over 100 spirit stones and placing them in her doppelganger's hand. Chapter 50. The Peril of the Outer Ring. At that moment, Fang Qing fixed her gaze on her doppelganger and asked, "These spirit stones should be enough to buy several more, right?" The doppelganger replied, "It should suffice for a few." Fang Qing scrutinized his expression and added, "Though they are a bit pricey, I still have plenty left." The doppelganger, hearing this, glanced at his sister, understanding her hardships from the past. Her affinity for money was quite normal, and he felt compelled to find a way to earn some. After some contemplation, he finally thought of a place, by D City. Observing her brother's pensive demeanor, Fang Qing asked, "Brother, what are you thinking?" The doppelganger smiled slightly and asked, "Do you need money?" To which Fang Qing, intrigued, replied, "Do you have any? How about lending me 100 spirit crystals?" 100 spirit crystals? The doppelganger was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually muttering, "I'll think of something." "TCH, you probably don't even have a single one, Do you? Fong Qing scrutinized him. After 10,000 years, he indeed had never possessed any money, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sigh. I knew you wouldn't have any, Fong Qing lamented, then recalled Sister Hei Mei. After one battle, they had amassed hundreds of spirit crystals. Shaking her head, she sighed as they continued on their way, constantly yearning for food and items, even while attempting to avoid worldly desires. Meanwhile, in another location, the demon clan was unleashing a massacre, causing chaos in the outer ring. At this moment, Sister Hei Mei led a regiment of armored soldiers alongside the various sectors of the outer ring to resist the external invasion. Alas, the demon clan was too powerful, poised to annihilate the outer ring. Among them was a demoness, Shangguan Yi, whose heart was as wicked as her appearance was deceptive. Having infiltrated the outer ring for many years, she now conspired with the demon clan to launch a dual-layered assault. The powerful beings of the outer ring were gripped by fear. In the depths of the void, a shadowy figure spoke gravely, "Young Master Zhou has departed. Now the outer ring is in peril." With a gaze that pierced through the battlefield, one could see the black-armored woman spitting blood, her left arm already severed. Gripping her sword with her right hand, she observed her comrades falling one after another. With trembling hands, she lifted her gaze toward the distant starry sky, whispering, "I fear I shall not wait for you any longer, Brother Zhou, Sister Qing. Until we meet again in the next life." In that moment, she ignited her soul, and her aura surged from the mid-stage of the fifth tribulation to its pinnacle. The demon clan's powerful figures all turned their attention toward her. One demoness stepped forward and said, "I did not expect such strength within the outer ring. However, this is where it ends." The demoness announced, "My name is Shangguan Yi. Remember it. I hope that next year, someone will still honor your memory." She commanded her kin to retreat, and they all lined up in formation. Then, Shangguan Yi's aura soared to the pinnacle of the sixth tribulation, declaring, "To die beneath my sixth tribulation is a blessing indeed." With a rumble, dark clouds swirled above the outer ring, enveloping the heavens in gloom, as countless bolts of lightning cascaded like a spider's web, descending upon every sector of the outer ring. The faces of the inhabitants turned ashen. How could they possibly resist? In despair yet unwilling to yield, the soldiers turned their gazes toward the black-armored woman, collectively stating, "Leader, we shall take our leave first." As they concluded, the soldiers ignited their souls and charged toward the demon clan's powerful figures. The black-armored woman cried out, "No!" Yet before she could finish her plea, the soldiers were engulfed by the lightning net. One man, weakly gazing at the black-armored woman, said, "Sister Hei, there's a secret I have kept from you all these years." He glanced at his fading soul and continued, "If I don't reveal it today, I fear I shall never have the chance again. Sister Hei, I love you. Farewell. Regrettably, I shall never see you again." His soul dissipated completely. Chapter 51. Farewell, Doppelganger. They are gone, all gone. The black-armored woman struggled in anguish, choking back tears. In this life, you all endured countless hardships alongside me. I failed to protect you." She gazed at the nearly extinguished souls, quietly closing her eyes. In the depths of the void, a shadowy figure surged forth, exuding the aura of a sixth tribulation powerhouse, heading straight for the black-armored woman. At that moment, she slowly opened her weary eyes and, upon seeing the shadow, smiled faintly, saying, "I can no longer hold the fort. Esteemed elder, you may depart." The shadow shook its head and replied, "Where could I possibly go? If you manage to escape, remember to help me rebuild the outer ring. My true form has perished. I am but a doppelganger, lingering in this world merely to leave a trace upon my demise." Suddenly, the shadow transformed into a wisp of smoke, melding into the black-armored woman's body. In an instant, her aura surged to the mid-stage pinnacle of the sixth tribulation. Upon witnessing this, she glanced at the location where her soldiers had vanished and then frantically fled toward the inner ring. The demon clan's powerful figures exchanged glances, and the leading woman scoffed, "Do you think escaping to the inner ring will save you? The outer ring is merely the beginning. Everyone, heed my command. Let us invade the inner ring." As Fong Qing traversed the inner ring, she raised her head to glance toward the outer ring, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. Looking into her bag, she sighed. Sister Hei Mei and the others are in dire straits. I must earn more spirit crystals before I return to see them. Brother, you must help me earn some money. You're so formidable, yet don't possess a single coin. Feng Qing exclaimed loudly. The doppelganger replied, all right, I'll think of a way to borrow some. Hearing this, Feng Qing fixed her gaze on him, saying, borrow? Shouldn't you earn it? How much can you borrow? If you borrow too much, you'll have to pay it back yourself. She tightened her grip on her pocket as she spoke. The doppelganger was left speechless. Killing and destroying realms were within his capabilities, but earning money, borrowing, and having to pay it back. He hadn't thought of such matters in 10,000 years. Observing his sister's eagerness for wealth, he felt compelled to make a trip to Bai Di City. Borrowing 1,000,000 spirit crystals from his aunt should be manageable. Filled with confidence, he declared, I'll go borrow it right away. With that, he teleported to the entrance of a grand hall in Bai Di City. Inside, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual clamor. Peering through the hall, he spotted a woman lying pale and weak in a bedroom. Upon noticing her, he rushed to her side. The woman, startled, embraced him tightly, exclaiming, You finally came. What happened? The doppelganger inquired. She recounted the events. Shortly after Feng Qing's departure, enemies sought her out. Initially, things were manageable, as the 3 sword energies from the doppelganger had deterred many Demon Clan warriors. However, when the Demon Clan leader arrived personally, after slaying several strong opponents, she had exhausted the 3 sword energies. Diao Air and Bao Air have also been taken. They said if I don't reveal the wielder of the sword energies in half a month, I shall collect their corpses. Upon hearing this, the doppelganger reassured her, Do not blame yourself. The Demon Clan, you say? Where are they located? The woman hesitated before responding, I have no strength to resist against the Demon Clan leader. Yang Gu, he interjected, do you remember what I told you? Do you know the Demon Clan's location? After a moment's hesitation, she said, Follow me, and took his hand, leading him toward the Demon Clan's territory. The doppelganger allowed her to guide him. Her trust in him indicated that he had considered her a friend. Few in the universe earned such a distinction, and unbeknownst to her, it was her kindness and her relationship with Feng Qing that garnered his recognition. Furrowing his brow, he urged, We are moving too slowly. Miss Luoyin, please point me to their location. The woman named Luoyin, upon hearing this, pointed towards a location billions of kilometers away, with a firm grip on her hand. The doppelganger took a single step and instantly arrived above the Demon Clan's stronghold. Luoyin gasped, You crossed billions of kilometers in one step? How is that even possible? Chapter 52. The annihilation of the Demon Clan. Luoyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Her curiosity piqued as she stared at the doppelganger. Though she knew young Master Yang was powerful, witnessing it firsthand revealed his strength to be beyond comprehension. The doppelganger turned to Luoyin, who responded, This is the headquarters of the Demon Clan. Just as she finished speaking, the doppelganger struck down with his palm. The Demon Clan's stronghold was enveloped in a sense of impending doom as its members looked up in horror, only to see hundreds of powerful warriors falling from the sky. Within the stronghold, a robust elder clad in a robe gazed skyward and declared, Are you here to annihilate my Demon Clan? At this moment, the robed elder shouted, Star River Seal, extinguish for me. Instantly, countless celestial powers surged from all corners of the starry sky, clashing fiercely against the enormous hand descending from above, with a grave expression. Luoyin remarked, That is the true form of the Demon Clan's patriarch, as she turned her gaze towards the avatar. The avatar then spoke, The peak of the demon god realm? How weak. Upon hearing this, Luoyin's expression changed drastically. The peak of the demon god realm? This patriarch of the Demon Clan is terrifying indeed. She quickly glanced at the avatar, for she could not ascertain the avatar's true realm, only sensing an absence of boundaries. Her gaze then shifted upwards, where the colossal hand of power, swatted down by the avatar, continued to descend. As countless celestial forces clashed against it, they were completely dissipated. The robed elder, with a solemn expression, gazed at the still descending palm of power, realizing that everything with life, including matter, was being utterly erased in that moment. The elder's gaze pierced through the sky towards a young man beside a woman. Asking, Who exactly are you? The avatar replied, Someone you cannot provoke. The elder looked around, as numerous formidable beings from their stronghold roared in fury, burning their souls as they ascended towards the avatar. Yet, before they could even touch the avatar, the descending palm of power obliterated them entirely, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Countless powerful demons from the stronghold perished in that instant, while weaker beings below the Demon Emperor level and the common folk remained unscathed. All those of Demon Emperor rank and the untrained among the demons looked on in confusion, perhaps relieved that they were still alive. They all lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. In that moment, the Avatar declared, "All things possess a spirit. Initially, the heart is good, lust leads, greed is evil. Heaven has compassion and a nurturing heart. I am merely an avatar, unintentional in my slaughter. You should take care." Simultaneously, with a sweeping gesture across the entire demon clan stronghold, two figures, one male and one female, instantly appeared beside them. Enveloping the two treasures, Diao Er and Luo Yin, they vanished into the sky. At this moment, Luo Yin remained immersed in the events she had just witnessed, and when she finally came to her senses, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and said cautiously, "Young Master Yang, thank you." Tenderly, she grasped the hands of the two treasures and reassured them, "It's all right, TS, all right." She prepared to kneel before them when the Avatar interjected, "Lady Luo Yin, if you consider me a friend, please do not be so formal. We are friends, are we not?" Hearing this, Luo Yin immediately looked at the Avatar and replied, "Indeed." The Avatar then hesitated before saying, "Lady Luo Yin, please come with me for a moment." After speaking, he walked to the side. Luo Yin glanced at Diao Er and the two treasures and said, "You two wait here for Mother. I'll be right back." Diao Er chimed in, "Mother, you can do it," as she playfully made a cheering gesture with her delicate fist. Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had been misunderstood, and blushed as she walked towards the Avatar. At that moment, the two treasures said, "Little Diao, did you misunderstand?" Diao Er replied confidently, "Do you understand a woman's sixth sense?" The two treasures exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 53. This gift is too much. The Avatar turned his head, hesitating for a moment before looking at the woman in the gauzy dress and asked, "Lady Luo Yin, how many spirit crystals do you currently possess? If convenient, could you part with 1,000,000 spirit crystals?" Luo Yin was momentarily stunned. 1,000,000 spirit crystals? Thinking she had misheard, she looked at the Avatar in confusion. The Avatar clarified, "It is a loan. If you have them, I will find a way to return them later." Luo Yin casually took out a spatial pouch and handed it to the Avatar, puzzled as to why young Master Yang would lack money. However, she didn't press the issue, deeming it trivial. The Avatar glanced at the spatial pouch, immediately taken aback. 50 million spirit crystals? He looked at Luo Yin and asked, "Did you perhaps take the wrong pouch?" Luo Yin replied, "Young Master Yang, is this not enough?" Feeling embarrassed, she added, "Perhaps I didn't hear you clearly," and handed him a larger spatial pouch. The Avatar, upon seeing it, exclaimed, 500 million spirit crystals. "This is," Luo Yin remarked, "since my clan has fallen, I haven't retained much, but I still have a bit of spirit crystals. I wonder if young Master Yang finds it sufficient?" The Avatar responded, "It's enough, just a bit excessive." He had initially thought 1,000,000 spirit crystals might be hard for her to provide, yet she had presented such a staggering amount in one go. He mused, could it be her family's fortune? Thus, he said, "Lady Luo Yin, you've given me so much. While he desperately needed the funds, he didn't want to take advantage of her. Luo Yin looked at him playfully and suggested, "How about you enhance my power a bit, and we'll call it even?" For the Avatar, it was a simple matter to fulfill. If his sister knew he could borrow such a large sum this time, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Moreover, it wouldn't require repayment. Looking at Luo Yin, he agreed, "Very well." Just as Luo Yin was about to speak, the Avatar flicked his fingers, and in an instant, Luo Yin surged from the peak of the demon immortal realm, breaking through to the demon god realm. The overwhelming force caused her to writhe in agony, but as the Avatar gently pressed down, her pain vanished entirely, only stopping when she reached the peak of the demon god realm. At that moment, Luo Yin's aura was several dozen times stronger than before, and even if she were to encounter the patriarch of the demon clan again, she would not be so helpless. Luo Yin, overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, looked at the Avatar and said solemnly, "This gift is too much. Thank you." The Avatar, however, waved it off, saying, "It was but a simple gesture. Lady Luo Yin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, before Luo Yin could react, he took a step and vanished into the night sky. Luo Yin, coming back to herself, gazed at the spot where the avatar had disappeared. Muttering, he left so quickly. Turning back, she reflected, a person like young Master Yang must be extremely busy. To her, spirit crystals were merely numbers. The demon clan was quite wealthy, and any family could easily produce hundreds of millions, even billions, without a second thought. For instance, the recently eliminated patriarch of the demon clan could easily provide hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions. Sigh. What puzzled her was how young Master Yang could possibly lack money. That shouldn't be the case. After the avatar left Baidi City, he arrived at the Inner Ring. At this moment, several sectors of the Inner Ring had experienced intense battles just hours before. Ever since the black-armored woman entered the Inner Ring, it was thought to be safe, but unexpectedly, the target of the demon clan's powerful beings was the Inner Ring. Wasn't Qing Mei in the Inner Ring? He needed to contact her. The Inner Ring was in danger. Upon entering a sector of the Inner Ring, he was surrounded by powerful demons. Just as he found himself in a dire situation, Zhang Yang, the master of the Inner Ring, led the Inner Ring's forces to confront the demons. The demon clan patriarch personally intervened, and within a minute, Zhang Yang was defeated. At this thought, Zhang Yang sent a message to the black-armored woman, asking, "Does the lady know anyone?" The black-armored woman smiled wryly and shook her head. Zhang Yang then hesitated, glancing at a certain small town before saying, "It seems I have no choice but to seek her help." Chapter 54. Above the Divine Realm. With that, his aura surged, instantly reaching the peak of the Nine Tribulations realm. He glanced at the black-armored woman and swiftly appeared beside her, saying, "Let us go," enveloping her as they fled towards a certain small town. The black-armored woman exclaimed, "No, senior, the outer ring has already fallen." Zhang Yang turned his head and asked, "What happened?" "I just escaped from the outer ring. I didn't expect the inner ring to die." Shaking his head, he sighed, "All is destined. Unless, if she were here." Zhang Yang furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, "Who is this you speak of?" The black-armored woman glanced at the approaching strong beings and calmly replied, "A mysterious woman." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang inquired, "Is she a cold-faced woman in white?" The black-armored woman slightly shook her head, saying, "I do not know. I have never seen her." Zhang Yang was left speechless. Wasn't that pointless? However, they weren't heading to the outer ring she mentioned, but to a small town within the inner ring sector, and they were close now. Meanwhile, Fang Qing, after returning to her residence, spent the day consolidating and absorbing the power of all beings. There were several pieces of information that Fang Qing needed to address, one from the inner ring, one from the outer ring, and one from the Star River realm. The most pressing issues were the outer and inner rings. The outer ring appeared to have fallen, and the inner ring was also in crisis. Just as she was making a decision, two figures rushed in. Fang Qing vanished, instantly appearing in the sky. She was about to speak when she saw the newcomers. The black-armored woman exclaimed, "Qing Mei, what are you doing here?" Suddenly realizing something, she shouted, "Run!" Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, looked at the black-armored woman and asked, "Do you know each other?" He then turned to Fang Qing in confusion. Fang Qing nodded slightly. "Sister Hei Mei, what happened? Where are Xiao Shan and the others?" Just then, a woman's voice rang out, "I have already sent them to see the Lord." At this moment, dozens of powerful beings emerged from the sky. And the speaker was the woman. Beside her stood an elderly man with deep-set features, causing Fang Qing to grow serious. Zhang Yang then transmitted a message, "Miss Fang, we are no match for this person." "Where is your brother?" Fang Qing replied, "My brother has left. Who are these seniors?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang transmitted back, "This woman is the daughter of the Demon Clan Patriarch. The man beside her is the Demon Clan Patriarch." Above the Divine Realm. Above the Divine Realm? Fang Qing gasped in shock and transmitted, "Senior, we should flee. We can't defeat them." After a pause, she added, "I will hold them off. You take Sister Hei Mei and leave." With that, she charged at the Demon Patriarch. Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. Was she really this reckless? As he pondered whether to escape, he saw the old man frowning slightly and disdainfully saying, "What kind of insignificant beings are so bold?" As he spoke, the old man casually waved his hand, and an aura far surpassing the Nine Tribulations realm surged forth. At that moment, the sword of all beings trembled, and the power of countless beings surged to its peak. Reaching the mid-level of the Nine Tribulations realm, break. With a furious roar from Fang Qing, the entire world trembled as if the very ground were about to collapse, At that moment, Fang Qing appeared disheveled, blood streaming from her mouth, gravely gazing at the elder. The woman in black armor, witnessing this, turned her attention to Qing Mei, realizing that after such a brief time apart, Qing Mei seemed remarkably powerful. At the ninth tribulation realm, 3 levels higher than her own. Aware that she could offer little assistance, the black-armored woman looked towards Zhang Yang, acknowledging that his presence was equally futile, even in unison. They could not prevail against a being of divine realm. Thus, she shouted, "Miss Fang, you can call for help." Zhang Yang did not use telepathy, but instead called out loudly. The elder, upon hearing this, sneered, "Call for help? Come, come, come. You may call whoever you wish." Chapter 55. A single glance that annihilates a divine realm expert. Fang Qing lifted her head, gazing into the direction of a vanished figure as she softly murmured, "I promised him that I would rely on myself." She glanced at the black-armored woman, who had lost an arm, and then at the sky above the inner circle, muttering, "I truly cannot contend." Zhang Yang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Miss Fang, the outer circle has already fallen. The inner circle is likely next. If we do not call for help, we may perish here as well. We must flee. I still possess a glimmer of hope. Without assistance, I cannot escape with you both." Just then, Zhu Yi's voice rang out. "There is no need to waste time." Turning to the elder, he commanded, "Father, eliminate them. Both the outer and inner circles belong to us." The elder replied with a smile. "Very well," just as he prepared to strike. His brow furrowed as he looked skyward, where a young man in a white robe, wielding a long sword, emerged. Zhang Yang's heart leaped with joy upon witnessing this. Believing salvation had arrived, the black-armored woman turned to Fang Qing, puzzled. "Qing Mei, who is this?" Fang Qing looked toward her doppelganger and replied, "This is my brother," as she took the other arm of the black-armored woman and walked towards her doppelganger. Zhang Yang hurriedly followed, bowing slightly as he greeted, "I have the honor of meeting you, my lord," and dared not utter another word. The doppelganger regarded Zhang Yang and remarked, "I know you." Inner circle Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "Thank you for remembering me, my lord." The doppelganger then turned to Fang Qing with a gentle expression, saying, "One finger, one kill." Fang Qing smiled, her heart brimming with happiness. Zhu Yi scrutinized the doppelganger, noting nothing extraordinary aside from his handsome appearance, unable to discern his cultivation level. The eyes of the Demon Clan experts also fell upon the suddenly appeared youth, filled with curiosity as they assessed him. Meanwhile, the elder frowned slightly, unable to gauge the doppelganger's realm. Yet, this was inconsequential, for in his eyes, there were no divine realm experts in this world. Even if there were, he felt no fear, for he was not an ordinary divine realm being, but a peak expert in the later stages, merely a step away from the pinnacle of divine realm. The elder addressed the doppelganger. "Long ago, there was someone like you who failed to maintain their facade. Now, who knows how tall the grass on their grave has grown? One finger, one kill? Go ahead, try to kill one." The elder calmly stared at the doppelganger. The black-armored woman also regarded the doppelganger, for aside from the mysterious woman, she didn't believe the young man could be of any greater caliber. Everyone present, aside from Zhang Yang, doubted the existence of any being above the divine realm in this world. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that the doppelganger, in a fit of anger, might obliterate both the outer and inner circles, which would be catastrophic. The doppelganger turned to Fang Qing, tenderly assuring her, "Do not feel pressured. As long as I am here, if you command him to live, he shall live. If you command him to die, he shall die." Fang Qing clasped the doppelganger's hand, joyfully proclaiming, "Brother, thank you. You must not intervene too much. I cannot lose you again." The doppelganger comforted Fang Qing, cheerfully responding, "As long as you are safe and happy, brother promises you anything. By the way, I have a surprise for you." After speaking, he wore a deliberately mysterious smile. Fang Qing, intrigued, asked, "Did you buy many Dao fruits?" At the mention of Dao fruits, her joy was akin to savoring honey as she gazed at the doppelganger. The doppelganger, Zhang Yang, overhearing, muttered in disbelief, "Dao fruits? Could it be the legendary fruits of the Dao? No way. Such things only exist in myth." He shook his head, sensing that he had perhaps become overly sensitive lately. Just then, the elder's furious voice boomed, Are you done chatting? Have you become addicted to posturing? Zhang Yang was taken aback, staring at the elder as if he were a fool. At that moment, the doppelganger turned his gaze toward the elder. A deadly aura emanating from him died in an instant. The elder's expression shifted to one of horror. How is this possible? Then, in despair, he cast a final glance at Zhu Yi before vanishing entirely. The onlookers watched this bizarre scene, stunned into silence. Was he gone just like that? Zhang Yang stammered. Did he just annihilate a peak divine realm expert with a mere glance? How is this possible? Not only the demon clan members present, but also the black-armored woman, and even Fang Qing, were left agape, while a few hidden experts in the void recoiled in terror, fleeing in a frenzy. Chapter 56. Treating the Dao fruits from millennia past as snacks, the doppelganger turned to Zhang Yang, stating, "The rest is up to you." Zhang Yang, filled with gratitude, looked towards the doppelganger, saying, "Thank you, my lord." He then glanced at the black-armored woman, instructing, "Young lady, eliminate them all with that." He surged into the fray against the demon clan. The black-armored woman surveyed the direction of the outer circle and lamented, "Too bad you will not survive this." Following that, her sixth tribulation aura surged to mid-stage as she charged into battle with ferocity. Fang Qing, noticing the anguished expression of the black-armored woman, felt her heart ache, and 2 tears streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, I will go help them," she declared, dashing toward the demon clan before the doppelganger could respond. Although she followed the path of all beings, her journey was solely for the impoverished, the weak, and those who believed in her and possessed great kindness. At this moment, the demon clan members were being swept away like leaves in the wind, while the demon woman Zhu Yi frantically fled toward their stronghold. Seeing this, Fang Qing unleashed a beam of sword light that soared skyward, aimed directly at Zhu Yi. A powerful ninth tribulation aura charged towards Zhu Yi, who, upon turning her head, felt utterly hopeless, like a dead pig awaiting its fate. In an instant, her head exploded, dying without a chance for revival. Within mere minutes, the demon clan members were obliterated. The onlookers in both the outer and inner circles erupted in cheers, all eyes fixed on one direction. Countless energies of the myriad beings surged into Fang Qing's body, and the sword of all beings trembled before merging into her essence, causing her aura to stabilize and rise. Reaching the peak of the ninth tribulation realm, Zhang Yang, witnessing this, marveled. This cultivation speed is as swift as drinking water. At that moment, Zhang Yang approached, bending slightly to stand beside her, while the black-armored woman joined Fang Qing as they walked toward the doppelganger. Fang Qing, holding the black-armored woman's hand, turned to the doppelganger, saying, "Brother, this is Black Sister." As she spoke, she pulled out a Dao fruit from her pocket and presented it to the black-armored woman, saying, "Black Sister, this is for you. It's delicious." When Zhang Yang saw the fruit, he stuttered, "Miss Fang, may I see it?" Fang Qing looked at Zhang Yang, puzzled, but still handed it over, saying, "Only for looking, not for eating." Zhang Yang took the fruit, and upon clearly seeing it, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. After forcing himself to calm down, he carefully returned it, asking, "Miss Fang, do you have any more of this fruit?" "No, this is the only one," she replied, handing it to the black-armored woman. The black-armored woman took it and, seemingly indifferent, took a small bite. When she noticed Zhang Yang gaping at her, she shyly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me back then." As she offered a small piece of the fruit back to him, "It's very tasty. If you don't mind, I don't mind. I don't mind." Zhang Yang's hand was already reaching for that small piece. The black-armored woman, confused by his eagerness, thought little of it, deeming it merely a small piece of fruit. Zhang Yang took the piece, carefully wrapping it up layer by layer. Fang Qing and the black-armored woman looked at Zhang Yang in bewilderment, with Fang Qing asking, "Aren't you going to eat it, Senior? It's really delicious." Zhang Yang glanced at the doppelganger and then at Fang Qing, saying, "Miss Fang, from now on, you may call me Zhang Yang or Old Zhang." "All right," Fang Qing responded without much thought. "Hurry and eat, Old Zhang." Zhang Yang, feeling the urgency, opened the layers of wrapping to take another small bite, then wrapped it back up again. Fang Qing and the black-armored woman exchanged glances, speechless, and Fang Qing, noticing the pitiful expression on Old Zhang's face, said sympathetically, "You should eat. Next time, I'll ask my brother to bring more, and I will give you 2 fruits." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately brought the small piece of fruit to his lips, eagerly asking, "Really?" With his eyes fixed on Fang Qing, Fang Qing then turned to the doppelganger, saying, "Brother, I've promised him. Next time, can you buy a few more?" The doppelganger, affectionately stroking his sister's head, replied, "All right, next time I'll bring you 6. Fang Qing pouted and exclaimed, "Only 6? How stingy." She then pulled out several hundred spirit stones and handed them to the doppelganger, saying, "Brother, you are really poor. Take this and remember to buy more, that I love eating." Zhang Yang was now so excited he could hardly breathe, his eyes glued to the doppelganger. Sister loves to eat. For the doppelganger, this was the most delightful thing imaginable. Thus, he replied, "All right, I will buy more then." He then lifted his gaze towards a distant corner of the universe, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Dao brother." Chapter 57. The little sister from 10,000 years ago has finally returned. In a distant corner of the universe, an elderly man in Taoist robes froze upon hearing this. Then, overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, I currently possess over 100 Dao fruits. I will bring them to you right away." The Taoist elder was preparing to. Just then, the doppelganger's voice resounded, "I will come to retrieve them myself." Good, good. Welcome anytime, Brother Yang." The doppelganger withdrew his gaze, and with a mere flick of his finger, the black-armored woman's injuries instantly healed. Her severed arm restored to perfection. The black-armored woman gazed at the doppelganger in amazement, bowing slightly, "Thank you, Senior." Fang Qing rolled her eyes at the doppelganger and then turned to the black-armored woman, saying, "Black sister, from now on, you should also call him brother." The doppelganger looked at the black-armored woman, who hesitated for a moment before saying, Can I?" She discreetly glanced at the doppelganger. He nodded slightly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the black-armored woman looked at the doppelganger with tears in her eyes, saying, "Brother, I have a brother now." Tears streamed down her face instantly. Zhang Yang was taken aback. She had accepted him so readily. With an envious gaze directed towards the woman in black armor, he mused, "Now one could simply lie back and relax." His doppelganger glanced at the black-armored woman and remarked, "Your cultivation level is rather low. Should you wish to elevate it, feel free to inform me." Having said that, he took her hand along with his younger sisters and began to walk outside. In the midst of the gathering, Zhang Yang, who had hesitated to speak, ultimately chose silence, knowing well that his continued existence hinged upon the two women. Contemplating the 2 Dao fruits, they could undoubtedly elevate him to the divine realm. He needed to find a suitable place to thoroughly refine that small portion of Dao fruit. With a light heart, he ventured deeper into the inner circle. Meanwhile, the 3 doppelgangers arrived at a bun shop and each ordered a few servings. At this moment, Fang Qing looked at the doppelganger and inquired, "Brother, have you come into money? Don't even think about using my funds." While saying this, she discreetly signaled to the black-armored sister, implying that her brother was treating and she would manage her own affairs. The black-armored woman smiled slightly, unfazed. In her view, not only could he afford a few buns, but purchasing the entire city would be a mere trifle for him. The doppelganger cheerfully declared, "Whatever you eat, I shall cover the cost. It's my treat." Fang Qing scrutinized her brother, pondering whether he had borrowed money, reminding him that the spirit stones she had given him were intended for fruit purchases, and he should not even think about touching them. At that moment, the doppelganger tossed out a small spatial bag. Although it appeared diminutive, it could hold tens of thousands of treasures without issue. An object only found in high martial worlds. Fang Qing quickly seized the spatial bag, questioning how much could possibly fit in such a small container. Small? In the future, when you wish to use it? A mere thought will suffice. Others cannot open it. Himph! Fang Qing scoffed, her spirit sense exploring the contents, her eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be several 100,000 spirit stones? The black-armored woman teased, glancing at the doppelganger. Regaining her composure, Fang Qing turned to her brother and asked, "Where did you acquire so much?" "I didn't steal it, I merely assisted someone in need. So there's no need for repayment," he assured her. Then turned to the black-armored woman, saying, "Sister He, you mentioned needing substantial funds to rebuild the outer ring. Here, take this bag." The doppelganger thought to himself, "Not only does my sister love money, but she also values loyalty. This woman is worthy of friendship, her heart is pure, albeit her talent is somewhat lacking." The black-armored woman hesitated before replying, "Qing Mei, This is a gift from your brother. How could I accept it? If you refuse, it would seem you consider me an outsider. You need the funds now, and you'll require them for assembling your army in the future. Oh, stop hesitating. Just take it." After a moment of silence, the black-armored woman looked at the doppelganger, and upon seeing him nod slightly, she reluctantly accepted the bag. Just then, a woman from the bun shop brought over fresh buns. And upon seeing the steaming delicacies, Fang Qing immediately dug in, with the doppelganger and the black-armored woman also relishing the meal in no time. The two women had devoured everything, leaving the doppelganger to call out, "Madam, 2 more servings, please." The woman responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and brought over 2 more baskets. "Brother, you should eat as well," she said, and despite her words, she and the black-armored sister continued to feast. Observing this, the doppelganger felt a sense of satisfaction. "This is good. My little sister from 100,000 years ago remains unchanged." He lifted his head and, in a tone of joyful reminiscence, murmured, "My little sister from 100,000 years ago has finally returned." Chapter 58. How wonderful it is to have a brother. Meanwhile, at another location, Yang Fan came to a halt. Did he sense something? With a slight smile, he remarked, "I have paved the way for you. If you wish to cease striving, just lie back and relax." Qinger raised her eyebrows, saying, "Now there's one more person added to our ranks." Su Qing gazed at them for a moment before stating, "Let her walk her own path. We shall protect her." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and the trio continued deeper into the cosmos. Back at the bun shop, after finishing their meal, Fang Qing said, "Brother, please pay the bill." The doppelganger, perplexed, replied, "I have no money left. I gave it all to you." The black-armored woman interjected, "Allow me? Had it not been for you, I might have." Just as she was about to settle the bill, Fang Qing quickly asked, "What about the over 100 spirit stones I left with you? Where did they go?" The doppelganger responded, "Did you not say I couldn't touch them? If they can be used, that's fortunate," he said with relief. Fang Qing and the black-armored woman exchanged speechless glances, while the black-armored woman thought, "How wonderful it is to have a brother." His sister's words are commands. After settling the bill, as they prepared to leave, they were suddenly confronted by a wounded man clutching his right arm, blood staining his entire upper body. The injured man glanced at the trio and, with a look of grave distress, brushed past them. Moments later, a group of over a dozen armored individuals rushed towards him. The leader, a man in his 30s with a robust build and dark complexion, wielded a blood-red sword, likely left behind by the fleeing man. "Brother, that injured man doesn't seem to be a villain. When he looked at us, his eyes were filled with helplessness, yet he didn't lead his troubles our way. This indicates that those pursuing him are not to be trifled with. I cannot stand by idly. I believe there are still many good people in this world." With that, she followed after him, with the black-armored woman joining her. The doppelganger also pursued, as the injured man fled into the city and entered a large courtyard marked with the characters Fan Fu. The leader surveyed the characters and realized it was the estate of young Master Fan. However, having offended the Marquis, he would have to accept his fate. "Kill him," commanded the leader, and a dozen individuals stormed into the courtyard. At that moment, the matriarch of the Fan family glared. "Who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly? Do you not know this is the Fan estate? Even though my husband is absent, I am still here." Just then, a woman emerged to support the wounded man. The leader said, "Madam Fan, I am aware this is your estate and that the Fan family holds considerable prestige in the inner ring. But this time you have offended someone you should not have." Yes, he brandished his sword at the wounded man. The matriarch had no time to react. The injured man turned to the woman beside him and said, "Sister, protect our mother." He then prepared to draw his sword and charge. The woman shielded her brother, standing in front of him, and in an instant, a sword light pierced through her chest. The matriarch fainted upon witnessing the scene, and the injured man was momentarily stunned. Just then, a figure appeared beside the woman. It was the doppelganger, who had arrived at the courtyard as soon as he saw his sister follow. He witnessed the tragic moment unfold. Blood gushed from the woman's chest like a fountain, and the doppelganger pointed his finger, halting the blood flow before looking at her and reassuringly saying, "You're all right? You won't die with me here." The woman lifted her head to gaze at the handsome and radiant youth before her. At that moment, the doppelganger turned to the leader and asked, "Do you wish to live or die? Speak the name of your employer if you wish to live." I can grant you that. The leader looked at the doppelganger and replied, We are merely following orders. We do not wish to offend the Fan family. If we spare this man, we will not survive. At this point, the injured man spoke. It was a man named Marquis. Upon hearing this, the doppelganger turned to the leader, who glanced at the dozens of men behind him and then back at the doppelganger, affirming, Yes, it is the Marquis. I can sense your strength. Please let them go. Yes, he raised his sword to make a move. The doppelganger addressed him. You may leave. I don't wish to kill anyone right now. The leader, upon hearing this, sighed deeply, bowed respectfully to the doppelganger, and led his men away. Chapter 59. Shang Guanyu. The doppelganger turned to see the woman gazing at him with admiration. She said, Thank you. My name is Shang Guanyu. What is yours? The doppelganger smiled faintly, pondering what name he should use. After all, he was a manifestation of his original self and had never considered the matter. Seeing the boy hesitate in thought, she continued, I just want to know your name. Is that too much to ask? The doppelganger gazed into her sparkling eyes and at her exquisitely delicate face, replying, I do not know what my name is. I am uncertain if I should even have one. He placed his hand against her chest, causing her to momentarily freeze. Once she regained her composure, she shyly lowered her head, her flawless complexion tinged with a blush. The injured man, sensing the moment, turned his head away, realizing that his benefactor was healing her. After a brief moment, the doppelganger withdrew his hand and said, You're fine now. The woman, astonished, exclaimed, This, then she twirled around happily, adding, You're so amazing. I thought I was going to die. The moment I saw you, I fell for you. After saying this, she stole a glance at the doppelganger, her face ablaze with embarrassment. The doppelganger regarded Shang Guanyu, and just then, Fang Qing and the black-armored woman arrived, lamenting their delayed arrival. They looked at the injured man and the unconscious matriarch. Fang Qing approached and expressed, Brother, thank you. The doppelganger replied, It's perfectly normal to be a few minutes late. There are many at the 9 tribulations level in the inner ring. And the pursuers were slightly stronger than you on the surface. Those at the 9 tribulations level roam freely in the inner ring, but hidden within are dozens of peak 9 tribulations experts. Thus, he had arrived first. Who is this lady? He asked, gesturing towards Shang Guanyu. Fang Qing looked at the woman, who gazed at the doppelganger with affection. Her name is Shang Guanyu. The injured man is her brother. He explained, waving his hand, causing the injured man's wounds to heal gradually in that instant. The injured man looked at the doppelganger in amazement and bowed deeply, then approached the matriarch, slapping her cheeks to awaken her. Hello, my name is Fang Qing, and this is Sister He, she introduced, pointing to the black-armored woman. Hello, Sister He, Sister Fang. This is my brother, Shang Guanjun, and this is my mother, she said, indicating the matriarch who was now coming too. The matriarch expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving us. She then called out, Juner, come help me prepare some food to host our benefactors. Looking at her daughter chatting merrily with the 2 women, she felt content and asked Juner to assist her in the kitchen. Fang Qing noticed this and pulled the black-armored sister to help as well, leaving the doppelganger alone with Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu shyly lowered her head, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment. After a moment, she spoke softly, almost inaudibly. Do you really not have a name? No, you may call me Young Fan. The girl lowered her head and softly murmured in agreement. Miss Shangguan, do you know anyone who addresses the Marquis? Shang Guanyu shook her head and replied, I've never heard of him. Aren't you from the inner ring? Brother Yang, I hail from a distant place, Miss Shangguan. Will you allow me to stand here indefinitely? Shang Guanyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, I will take you to a certain place. As she spoke, she walked towards the back courtyard of the Fan residence. Following her, the doppelganger arrived at a courtyard filled with blooming peach blossoms, their delicate petals exuding vibrant beauty. As they strolled along the path, they encountered a pavilion, the gentle sound of flowing water, and intricately carved rocks. Shang Guanyu remarked, I often come here, and I adore this place. There is no clamor, no strife. Brother Yang, look, Shang Guanyu pointed at a pair of male and female orioles, exclaiming, they are so happy. The doppelganger observed as the 2 orioles chased each other, flitting through the grove of peach blossoms. Chapter 60. A yearning world. The doppelganger turned to Shang Guanyu and inquired, Do you cherish this way of life? Shang Guanyu replied, Do you, Brother Yang? The doppelganger responded, In truth, Everyone yearns for such a life. One devoid of conflict, free from intrigue, spent in the company of loved ones. The dawn and dusk become meaningful, even if one lives for merely a century. Yet, while this lifestyle appears simple, many struggle to attain it. Do you know why? After pondering for a moment, Shang Guanyu said, "Is it not human nature and greed?" Indeed, the doppelganger affirmed. Humans possess desires, dreams, a competitive spirit. Where there is personal ambition, there will be conflict. Wherever humanity exists, myriad possibilities arise. It is not the times that change, but the human heart. The world is not complex, but human emotions are in tranquil waters. No fish dwell. In this world, there are both good and evil people. The wicked often arise from the good, while the good may succumb to greed. As the world progresses, so too do human ambitions, and those who maintain their original intentions and uphold their principles are rare. Who does not desire peace? Yet, who can truly remain steadfast and live a life of integrity? Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu fell silent. It is commendable to have pursuits and dreams. However, if one resorts to unscrupulous means, they lose their essence. But if one strives with integrity, it is hard to fault. Brother Yang, is change impossible? The doppelganger replied, change is possible, yet it is arduous. To cultivate self-discipline among all, an order must be established. Everyone must adhere to the rules. I have traversed many universes and visited numerous places. In every division, whether large or small, a form of order governs human nature. The order is complete. It is humanity that is flawed. To truly suppress human nature, brute force is ineffective. A balance of both martial and civil governance may work if the direction is correct. The fundamental issue of human nature can only be addressed through self-discipline. I know of a small world where order is quite complete. They have recognized the problems inherent in human nature and have fundamentally addressed and resolved them. Everyone exercises self-discipline and follows the rules. This is the hope of the times, the hope of the world. They abhor war, as it brings only calamity and suffering to the common folk. They cherish peace and never provoke conflict unless their territory and boundaries are infringed upon. They are united. In their world, everyone is equal, regardless of status. They are warm-hearted, courteous, and everyone is kind. Shang Guanyu sighed dreamily. Does such a world truly exist? How I long for it. It does exist. If this universe wishes to change, that world is the best pioneer and guide. Brother Yang, could you take me to that world? I truly love it there. All right, after I fulfill my younger sister's wish, I will take you away. By then, we will be together, along with my younger sister and her friends. Shang Guanyu inquired, are they all your friends? Yes. You'll meet them soon at a tea that moment. Fang Qing's voice echoed, brother, where have you gone? There is so much food. Come quickly. Hearing this, the doppelganger smiled slightly and remarked, Miss Shangguan, it seems your mother is quite hospitable. I shall be in for a treat. With that, he hurried alongside Shang Guanyu towards the reception hall of the fan residence. Meanwhile, Shang Guanjun awaited in the courtyard. Upon seeing the doppelganger and his sister, he approached with a respectful bow, saying, Young Master Yang, please come in. Thus, the three entered the hall, where Fang Qing was fixated on the numerous dishes laid out on the table. Just then, old Madame Fan approached and said, I hope these dishes suit your palate, young Master Yang. Please, take a seat. The doppelganger replied, Madame Fan, you flatter me. It is the custom for the host to take the lead. Please, have a seat. At this moment, Shang Guanyu interjected, Mother, Brother Yang is a wonderful person. There is no need for such formality. She then took the doppelganger's hand, saying, Let us sit here. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, and the atmosphere lightened. Chapter 61. Sister comes first, brother must settle for second. The doppelganger allowed Shang Guanyu to lead him to a seat, and once settled, Fang Qing asked, Madame Fan, may we start eating now? The black-armored woman, familiar with Fang Qing's straightforward nature, smiled knowingly, while the doppelganger remained silent. Madame Fan remarked, What a lively girl. Please, eat. Everyone need not be restrained, as she spoke. She moved several delectable dishes closer to Fang Qing's seat. Thank you, Madame Fan, Fang Qing exclaimed as she began to eat eagerly, pulling the black-armored woman into the feast. The others joined in, creating a lively atmosphere as they exchanged conversation between bites. Shang Guanyu frequently added dishes to the doppelganger's plate, and everyone shared knowing glances, occasionally teasing one another. The doppelganger, feeling helpless, turned to Shang Guanyu and said, Miss Shangguan, you should eat more as well. He then served her a dish, Shang Guanyu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Occasionally engaging in conversation with the doppelganger. That moment, the doppelganger furrowed his brow slightly and glanced towards a certain area of the inner ring, sensing several powerful presences approaching the fan residence. He glanced at the others, exchanged a few words, and then stepped outside, eye in the air above the fan residence. For figures in dark yellow robes hovered, and the leader addressed the doppelganger, saying, "Your reach seems to extend a bit too far." Before he could finish, the doppelganger glanced at the four figures, and with a wave of his hand, the four were entirely erased from existence, as if they had never been there. The doppelganger looked towards a corner and declared, "I am quite busy. Do not disturb me with insignificant matters. However, as you have shown kindness to my sister, I shall spare this realm for now. Remember, this is a one-time exception." I in that corner, a man adorned in a purple crown. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in relief, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." He then furiously yelled towards the direction of the Marquess residence, "Bring them here." At that moment, two elderly men wielding staves appeared beside Zhang Yang, standing by as if awaiting orders. From this moment on, the Marquess residence need not exist. With that, he continued deeper into hiding. This time, he was refining a half-small Dao fruit, mere steps away from the divine realm. The two elderly men, holding their staves, instantaneously locked onto the direction of the Marquess residence, their formidable presence vanishing from the air above the inner ring. Just then, Fang Qing emerged and said to the doppelganger, "Brother, I wish to stay here for a while." The doppelganger replied, "Very well." That moment, Shang Guanyu also stepped forward and addressed the doppelganger, "I may need to leave for a few days. Brother Yang, please stay a bit longer until I return." As she spoke, Shang Guanyu retrieved an exquisite pouch from her bosom and presented it to the doppelganger, saying, "My mother instructed me to give this to the one I cherish when I meet him, so that we may have something to look forward to." The doppelganger gazed at Shang Guanyu, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "Miss Shangguan, I hold you in high regard, but as for anything beyond that." He then turned to Fang Qing, "My duty is to protect my sister. I do not know if I can have love." Shang Guanyu, on the verge of tears, asked, "Why?" At that moment, Fang Qing shot the doppelganger an exasperated glance and said, "Brother, you are so foolish." She then stepped closer to Shang Guanyu and whispered softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu was momentarily stunned and turned to the doppelganger, asking, "Is that true?" The doppelganger nodded slightly. "I am but a manifestation of goodwill, created to protect my sister. While I admire you greatly, I lack the authority unless..." "Unless what?" Shang Guanyu pressed eagerly. "Unless my sister consents. Otherwise, even if I possess my own thoughts, I cannot act beyond that." Shang Guanyu looked at Fang Qing as if pleading, and she replied, "Oh, why must you be so tedious? From now on, you are free. I no longer need your protection, brother. My only wish is for your happiness, just as you wish for mine. I am grown up now. Look, I am already in the Nine Tribulations realm." As she spoke, the air around her brimmed with the aura of a Nine Tribulations expert. "But what about the main body, sister? Can I really?" "Oh, I'll discuss it with my brother later. If he disagrees, I'll just ignore him." "That cannot be," the doppelganger urged. "If that happens and he goes mad, it will spell disaster for this universe. No one can stop him," he stated with utmost seriousness. "Does he dare?" Fang Qing retorted with a hint of arrogance. At that moment, a voice resonated from across the universe. "Sister comes first. Brother must settle for second." "Ha ha ha." The voice faded away. Fang Qing lifted her head to gaze at the starry sky, a smile playing on her lips. "Did you hear that?" she asked, casting a playful glance at the doppelganger. "Sister." Before the doppelganger could finish, Fang Qing made a gesture to silence him, exclaiming, "All right, I won't be a third wheel anymore." With that, she dashed away. Chapter 62. Quickly cling to the big leg. The doppelganger shook his head and remarked, "That girl," that he knew that despite her playful demeanor, Fang Qing possessed immense inner strength. Having endured much hardship, he glanced towards where she had run off and thought, "I hope my sister grows up happily and forever finds joy." Shang Guanyu gazed in the direction of Fang Qing and said, "To have such a brother is indeed a profound blessing. Could you tell me about the outer universe?" Shang Guanyu asked curiously. The doppelganger nodded slightly. "The universe is vast, so vast that I have yet to find its end. The inner and outer rings are but mere waypoints. If the universe is a world, then this world is as insignificant as an ant." Human life is limited. The longest can last for billions of years. At my level, without engaging in combat, my physical form, will, and consciousness remain undying. After all, I am merely a doppelganger. The Avatar turned to Shang Guanyu and said, considering your current peak at 6 tribulations, the maximum lifespan is 500 years. However, should you ascend to a divine realm, it could extend to 1,000 years. The higher the realm, the greater the lifespan. Conversely, a mere mortal's life does not exceed 200 years. Generally, an ordinary person's lifespan is under 100 years, and that is in the best of health. Although Shang Guanyu had perused many texts, her experience and understanding had yet to reach such heights. She glanced at the Avatar and shyly lowered her head, saying, "This is for you." The Avatar observed the unique pouch and smiled faintly as he tucked it away. He then took Shang Guanyu's hand and walked towards Fang Qing, who was playfully frolicking alone by a fish pond in a pavilion. Upon seeing her brother approaching with Shang Guanyu, she exclaimed, "That's more like it," with a cheerful greeting, "Sister-in-law." Echoing in the ears of both the Avatar and Shang Guanyu, they were momentarily taken aback. Shang Guanyu buried her head deeper, her delicate face turning as red as an apple. The Avatar shot a sidelong glance at his younger sister and held Shang Guanyu's hand tightly. Fang Qing giggled, raising her rosy fist in a gesture of encouragement. The Avatar exclaimed, "Brother, I'm off to train now," and with that, he bounced away. At this moment, the Avatar embraced Shang Guanyu, who, enveloped in bliss, gently closed her eyes, holding him even tighter. Meanwhile, a piece of news circulated within the inner circle. The entire household of a first-rank marquis had met an untimely demise, with the cause of death remaining unclear. Zhang Yang, who was on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm, sighed softly, so close yet so far, glancing at the remnants of a half-fruit of the Tao. He lamented, "If only I had one more, I could reach the divine realm. Just one tiny bit away. If I had 2 fruits of the Tao, wouldn't that imply I could contend with the second level of divine realm? Damn it, this is significant. I must quickly find a powerful ally." Thus, Zhang Yang hurriedly made his way towards the Fan Manor. Understanding that it was inappropriate to disturb Fang Qing during her training, he contemplated that no one was obliged to assist him if he ventured forth. After a moment of silence, he thought, what if that individual finds out? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Since they had given their word, they surely wouldn't go back on it. After all, they treated the legendary fruit of the Tao as a mere snack. My heavens, it seems Fang Qing remains unaware of the significance of the fruit of the Tao. Should I inform her? Just as he was in doubt, a voice interrupted, "Old Zhang, what dubious schemes are you concocting now?" Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. If her brother learned of his intentions, it would be his demise 10 times over. He pleaded, "Miss Fang, I am truly wronged. Even if you lent me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare." Zhang Yang, speaking with a tone of grievance, was nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 63. Off to the Star River realm. Why are you so fearful? Old Zhang, you must be up to no good. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "Nothing much, just came to check on Miss Fang. If you ever require anything, do not hesitate to command me." He patted his chest, asserting, not to brag, but I do hold some influence in the inner circle. While speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Fang Qing. "Very well then, Old Zhang, do you have a spare 1,000,000 spirit crystals?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yang tossed a storage bag towards Fang Qing. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, 10,000,000 spirit crystals. "I'll pay you back later," Fang Qing said with delight. "No need for repayment. Just remember the fruit of the Tao," Zhang Yang replied, eagerly awaiting Fang Qing's final confirmation. "You promise? If you don't have it later, I won't hold it against you." He chuckled, "No need for repayment. It's just a trivial matter. Don't worry about it, Miss Fang. Then I shall not interrupt your training any further." He concluded, retreating. Fang Qing observed Zhang Yang's position and mused, "He is not malicious, just a bit self-serving." Simultaneously, she reflected on her own slight gain. Hee. The fruit of the Tao is truly a marvelous item. All beings cultivate their realms, while I specialize solely in swordsmanship. The path of the sword knows no bounds, and to transcend the sword path and reach beyond the Tao, this journey must be taken slowly. Holding the sword of all beings, I pondered. Little one, aside from the power of all beings to enhance our strength, are there other methods? The sword responded, Master, I can also devour higher-level swords or consume the souls of strong beings to augment strength. However, that requires you to be powerful. Master, by the way, you should acquire more fruits of the Tao. These supplements can enhance your abilities. Additionally, if you wish to elevate your strength, it must come from comprehension and experience to advance to a higher level of swordsmanship. Understood, he replied. With the inner and outer circles stabilized, it is imperative to make haste to the Star River realm. Alas, I must part ways with Sister He Mei once again. Fang Qing rose and headed towards the black-armored woman. At this moment, the black-armored woman had spent a considerable amount of time at the Fan Manor and was busy using a large sum of spirit crystals to reconstruct the outer circle's forces. Due to the severe destruction of the outer circle, personnel had dwindled significantly, with many scattering to merge into a new power. Upon learning that the black-armored woman was rebuilding the outer circle, many flocked to her side. Among this new faction, the two strongest were at the late stage of 5 tribulations, while most were between the 3rd and 4th tribulations. Discovering that the black-armored woman was a 6th tribulation powerhouse, they all sought to align with her. Fang Qing ascended into the sky, smiled subtly at Sister He Mei, and then turned to depart. The black-armored woman seemed to sense something, raising her head slightly to glance in the direction Fang Qing had left. After departing, Fang Qing swiftly made her way towards the Star River realm based on the information she had received. According to the intel, a woman named Lin Yun might be in grave danger. Pursued by a force known as the Xingwen Sect.as, she followed the information's trajectory. She arrived at a dense forest, where the signal abruptly ceased. Fang Qing surveyed her surroundings and suddenly darted in a specific direction. Sensing a faint trace of energy in a battlefield within the Star River realm, a woman, crippled and struggling to move, was surrounded by dozens of mocking voices. Several elderly men were reveling in the pain brought forth by the woman's anguished cries. It was a wonder she had managed to hold on for so long, gazing at her severed limbs as if they were remnants of a shattered life. She lifted her head slightly and uttered, I can't wait any longer. At that moment, the elderly men turned their gazes toward a certain direction, with one elder furrowing his brow, saying, Someone is approaching us. The leader, an elder with a red beard, replied nonchalantly, No matter, the newcomer is merely at the mid-level of 9 tribulations. A flick of my hand will suffice to extinguish them. Moments later, a young woman emerged from the skies. Chapter 64. Invincible? What nonsense is this? Fang Qing scanned the scene, her gaze falling upon a woman in her 20s who was crippled. She gasped, Are you Lin Yun? Lin Yun looked up, momentarily stunned upon seeing someone at the mid-level of 9 tribulations, and nodded slightly, I am Lin Yun. Why are you so weak? Upon hearing this, Fang Qing could only manage a wry smile. I have yet to grow into my full potential. One elder scoffed disdainfully. Still hoping to grow stronger? You're dreaming. Since you've come, let me send you on your way. With that, a powerful aura of 9 tribulations surged forward, only for Fang Qing to block it with the sword of all beings. Shattering their defenses in an instant, the figure was sent flying in an arc, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fang Qing smiled faintly at Lin Yun and remarked, It seems I truly am a bit weak. With her last breath, Lin Yun responded, At your age, reaching such a level is already commendable. It's just that the opponent is too strong, leaving you no chance to grow. Fang Qing looked towards another elder and whispered to Lin Yun, Why can't I perceive his cultivation level? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He is not merely a divine realm practitioner. He has transcended to the realm of divine void. Fang Qing gasped, Divine void? How is that possible? Lin Yun could only shake her head in resignation. If he were merely a divine realm expert, I could at least make an escape. In the divine void realm, there is no possibility of fleeing. I had no idea you were so weak, and now, alas. Even if I wanted to help you escape, it's futile. The gap is too vast. The divine void realm is, in my understanding, the pinnacle of this universe. Fang Qing sighed, Had I known, I would have called my brother along. Sister Su once said, In times of need, it is acceptable to call for assistance without impacting one's mindset. Call for help? Everyone turned to look at this girl talking to herself, while Lin Yun was equally puzzled. You can summon a divine void expert? The leader among the elders calmly replied, I will spare you for now. I want to see if there are indeed any divine void powers remaining in this universe. Fang Qing hesitated at this, uncertain if her avatar was indeed a divine void entity. However, She felt an inexplicable sense of safety when she was with her brother. It was a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, just an overwhelming sense of security. Fang Qing addressed the leading elder. I know you are strong, but I firmly believe my brother is the true powerhouse of this realm. The elders exchanged knowing smiles, and the leader declared, I am invincible. You may act as you wish. Fang Qing challenged the elder. Dare you shout in that direction? The elder followed Fang Qing's and pondered. The inner circle, is it? There may be divine realm powerhouses there, but divine void? Unthinkable. Even if there were, what of it? I, at the 4th level of divine void, could crush anything. With that, the elder's gaze pierced into the inner circle as he declared, I am invincible. Feel free to challenge me. His voice reverberated throughout the inner circle. In the backyard of the Fan Manor, Shang Guanyu and the Avatar were playfully chasing each other when suddenly the Avatar looked up, his gaze piercing through the barrier of the inner circle directly to the source of the voice. His eyes locked onto the elder at the battlefield in the Star River realm, and he questioned, Invincible? What nonsense is this? As he spoke, his gaze penetrated the elder's very soul. The elder was taken aback, feeling as though his spirit was on the verge of annihilation. In sheer terror, he stammered. How can this be? Completely obliterated at that moment, everyone in the vicinity turned to stone, the gaze from above erasing everything it touched. Lin Yun trembled in fear. What is this monstrous entity? So terrifying. When Fang Qing made contact with that gaze, she softly murmured, Brother. The piercing gaze quivered slightly before vanishing from the skies of the Star River realm. Chapter 65. In this life, I shall protect you. Lin Yun gazed in disbelief at the spot on the battlefield where individuals had been obliterated. Shivering as she remarked, How terrifying! When that gaze brushed against my mind, I felt as though my very soul was on the brink of vanishing, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping my entire being. Fang Qing turned to Lin Yun and said, That was my brother. To believe in me is to believe in him. With a chuckle, she attempted to lift the woman, only to realize that Lin Yun had lost all her limbs. Come, I will carry you, she said, bending down to crouch. Lin Yun, snapping back to reality, looked at Fang Qing and said, That gaze was too fearsome. Are you certain it was your brother? Yes, oh, stop dawdling and get on. Lin Yun sighed, You should go. I cannot survive much longer. Even if you take me away, where can we go? In this body of mine, it seems hopeless. Fang Qing dismissed her concerns, saying, Do not worry. My brother can surely save you. He has brought the dead back to life before. The mention of resurrecting the dead caused Lin Yun's heart, which had sunk to the depths, to suddenly brighten. The horrific scene she had witnessed further confirmed that Fang Qing had no reason to lie. All right, I believe you. Lin Yun hesitated, glancing in a certain direction, words unspoken. Ultimately, she held her tongue. Thus, Fang Qing carried the maimed Lin Yun towards the inner courtyard of the Fan residence, in the back courtyard. Shang Guanyu looked at her avatar and asked, What is the matter? The avatar gently took Shang Guanyu's hand and replied, It's nothing. Why, sister has saved someone. They may arrive shortly, and we should go out to greet them. Very well, Shang Guanyu responded. The two joined hands and made their way from the back courtyard to the main hall. Soon after, Fang Qing appeared in the front courtyard of the Fan residence, carrying the injured Lin Yun. Upon seeing the avatar, she set Lin Yun down and stared intently at the avatar, asking, You can save her, right? The avatar glanced at the woman named Lin Yun and replied, If my sister says she can be saved, then she can be saved. With a flick of the wrist, Lin Yun's broken form began to miraculously reassemble, and moments later, an extraordinarily beautiful woman stood up slowly. She gazed in astonishment at those around her, particularly at the youthful avatar. After a slight bow, she walked towards Fang Qing. Just as Lin Yun was about to express her gratitude, Fang Qing spoke first. My name is Fang Qing. We are friends from now on. She linked arms with Lin Yun. Her eyes sparkled with joy. That moment, Shang Guanyu looked at the ethereal avatar and exclaimed, Let us live together. She held tightly onto the avatar's hand, as if fearing its disappearance. Fang Qing, feeling guilty, said, Brother, am I being too selfish? After saying this, she lowered her head. The avatar gently patted Fang Qing's head, saying, Silly sister, there is no such thing as selfishness between siblings. As long as you are happy, that is enough. Fang Qing looked at the avatar and asked, Is there a way that you can act without it affecting you? The Avatar pondered this for a moment before replying, there are two methods. The quicker one involves devouring, like devouring billions in the realm of divine void, then transforming it into one's own entity and will to achieve balance. The other method is for me to become someone else. Beyond that, there are no other options. Lin Yun, filled with panic, inquired, devouring billions in the realm of divine void? The Avatar confirmed, indeed, the lower the realm, the more that can be devoured. Conversely, the higher the realm, the less can be consumed. Lin Yun then asked, what realm are you, exactly? Realm. What use is such trash? If the heavenly path is unkind, can it not destroy the heavenly path itself? If fate is unjust, can it not defy destiny? If cause and effect have no good or evil, can it not remain untouched? The laws of all things restrict the imagination of existence. You would not understand if I explained it to you. The universe is vast beyond human comprehension, he said, turning to Feng Qing. Do not think too much. In this life, I will protect you. Chapter 66. The Primordial Universe. At this moment, Feng Qing felt a pang of regret, realizing how thoughtless she had been. The last time her avatar fell, she bore much of the responsibility. After a moment of silence, she looked at the avatar and lowered her head in guilt. Lin Yun regarded the ethereal avatar, feeling deeply remorseful, and resolutely thought, I must strive to cultivate diligently. Had it not been for them, I would have perished long ago. The avatar held Shangguan Yu's hand gently, whispering, it is all right. I have my own measures. The avatar then addressed his sister. The path you walk among mortals demands that you grow strong enough to instill both awe and despair in others. Strength dictates everything. Without strength, there is no voice, no capital to reason with others. I merely wish for you to understand that strength is more effective than truth. Your kindness is commendable, but clarity without confusion is crucial. As for strength, I can always assist you whenever you desire. Just let me know. However, you must make your own decisions, be true to yourself, and maintain your original principles. Do not overthink. I am your brother. And there is no need for guilt. Stay true to your heart. Feng Qing nodded slightly, affirming, yes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she turned to the avatar and asked, brother, I need to grow stronger. Could you perhaps buy me more Dao fruits in the future? I really enjoy eating them. The avatar, Lin Yun and Shangguan Yu turned to Feng Qing simultaneously, with Shangguan Yu asking the avatar, are they delicious? The avatar smiled gently at Shangguan Yu and said, I will save some for you. Shangguan Yu nodded appreciatively. Lin Yun then mused aloud, Dao fruits? Could they be the legendary? Suddenly, she became serious. Are they edible? I hope I'm just overthinking it. How could such things? If they are real, a single fruit could allow a mortal to ascend. If I consume one, wouldn't I leap an entire realm? The pinnacle of divine realm, Feng Qing, pondering Lin Yun's thoughts, casually remarked, well, I'll give you one too. Lin Yun gasped, looking up in confusion, but isn't it the heavenly Dao sacred fruit that bears fruit once every 10,000 years? Feng Qing glanced at the avatar, who smiled and nodded slightly. Lin Yun immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling as she stammered, You really have some? Pointing at the avatar with shaking fingers, oh dear, Miss Lin, it's just one fruit. Who cares if it's from 1,000 miles away or a millennium old? What matters is that it's delicious. Miss Lin, let us go. Lin Yun suddenly awakened, asking, where to? Feng Qing shot Lin Yun a sidelong glance and then leaned in to whisper, did you not notice? She tugged at Lin Yun's clothing. Finally, Lin Yun snapped to attention, awkwardly following Feng Qing as they walked away. The avatar shook his head, remarking, this girl is rather clever. Miss Shangguan, you mentioned wanting to be away for a while. I shall accompany you. Shangguan Yu beamed at this, replying, great. Let us go together in a few days. With that, the avatar bid farewell to the fan residence, and moments later, they arrived at the entrance of a grand temple. At this moment, a refined elder emerged, beaming with joy. I thought Brother Yang had forgotten his old friend. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite box and presented it. Here are 30 Dao fruits. Do you think this is sufficient? The avatar accepted the box, nodding slightly, this should suffice for now, but I may need your assistance in the future to procure more of these, as my sister loves them. The elder responded eagerly. Of course, do you still remember the primordial universe? I hope you can lend your strength when the time comes. The avatar nodded. I am ready whenever you are. If you are not busy, I can help resolve this matter right now. The elder, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I am not busy at all. Let us go. Laughing, he pulled the avatar toward the primordial universe. Chapter 67. The Veiled Woman. Dao brother, we have traversed countless universes. I have little time left. How much further? The elder replied, we are close. It will take no more than half a day to arrive. This time, I am relying entirely on you. Hurry, my avatar cannot withstand much more. 2.5 days later. The avatar and the elder reached the entrance of the primordial universe. The elder, with a serious expression, said, Brother Yang, you should take the lead. I need to conserve some energy. The avatar, perplexed, asked, why so timid? The elder pondered for a moment before admitting, Brother Yang, I will be honest with you. I have come to save someone, my Dao partner from 100,000 years ago. Before he could finish, the avatar interrupted, Stop. Even someone at the dimensional realm should still value their life. The elder exclaimed, The avatar lightly traced a finger, causing the barrier to shift slightly. Furrowing his brow, the avatar traced his finger again, finally tearing the barrier open. The elder, looking grave, warned, Be cautious. There are definitely unparalleled strong beings here in the Central Origin Realm. The avatar shook his head, saying, Is the Central Origin Realm that formidable? The elder, speechless, shook his head, aware that the avatar was powerful. Yet the Central Origin Realm could annihilate any strong individual from the high martial world in an instant. Where is she? Just take me to her. Once the elder steadied himself, they entered the primordial city. From a distance, it appeared boundless, a state of intangible virtuality, the primordial, the beginning of the universe, transcending the Tao. The avatar surveyed the city, then enveloped the elder and appeared above the center of primordial city. The elder exclaimed in alarm, This is bad. Now, turning to the avatar, he said, Great one, my life is entirely in your hands. At that moment, countless rifts opened in the air above primordial city, and several towering elders emerged, one of whom bellowed, Ignorant ants, do you not know this is primordial city? The refined elder looked at the speaker and, upon seeing him, gasped, You at the peak of Central Origin Realm? The elder glanced at the avatar beside the refined elder and commanded, You have 1 minute to leave. Otherwise, you shall die. You won't even need a minute. Is the Central Origin Realm truly that strong? Several elders turned their gaze towards the avatar, and after a moment, their brows furrowed in confusion, as they could not discern the youth's cultivation level. One elder transmitted a message, This individual is not simple. We cannot gauge his cultivation. Proceed with caution and avoid reckless actions. He then turned to the avatar and asked, What brings you two to Primordial City? We seek one person, a woman. The avatar inquired, What is her name? The elder replied, Emo Shui. A few elderly men, upon hearing this, inquired, Is it the esteemed daughter of the super martial family, Emo Shui? The doppelganger furrowed his brow and turned to his companion, who affirmed, Indeed, it is she. Do you know her whereabouts? One of the elders fell into contemplation for a moment before replying, Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he vanished from the entrance. A few minutes later, the elder returned and announced, The city lord requests your presence. The doppelganger glanced at his companion and said, Let us proceed. They then followed the elders to stand before a grand temple. At this moment, the elder companion looked at the assembly within the temple, wiped his forehead, and conveyed to the doppelganger, At least one is at the Middle Yuan realm, while another's cultivation remains unclear. The elder companion spoke with a grave expression. The doppelganger paid no heed to the elder's words and addressed a veiled woman in white within the temple. Are you the city lord of Hunyuan City? The woman in white nodded slightly, then turned her gaze toward the doppelganger. Her brow furrowed slightly. Sir, may I request you to receive my blade? The gathered crowd turned their eyes toward the doppelganger, who smiled gently and replied, Certainly. At that moment, a maid stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the woman in white and saying, No need, my lord. I dare to test my skills. I hope the city lord will grant me this opportunity. The woman in white responded softly, You are not her match. Chapter 68. In the path of greatness, all are like ants. The crowd within the temple gasped in disbelief at the words of the woman in white. The maid raised her head and challenged, City lord, you once said that true strength lies beyond the path, not within it. Allow me, a maid of the Upper Yuan realm, to test this gentleman who exists outside the path. Upper Yuan realm? How foolish I have been! The elder companion exclaimed in terror. The doppelganger shook his head and offered, Shall I assist you in enhancing your strength? Ah, the elder companion quickly replied, very well. Young brother, do not jest. My heart cannot withstand such fright. I am serious. After a moment, the woman in white nodded slightly. She then communicated with the doppelganger. I beseech you, please do not harm her. Merely temper her sharpness. The doppelganger nodded slightly. The maid raised her hand and slashed forward with a blade, unleashing immense power that left the elder companion feeling grave concern. This was indeed the Upper Yuan realm. A full 2 realms above him, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. He looked to the doppelganger, who merely pointed his fingers gently, causing an invisible force to surge forth, forcing the maid to stagger back. The maid, with a serious expression, prepared to strike again, but at that moment, the voice of the veiled woman rang out, "Halt!" She turned to the maid and commanded, "Step back." The maid, hearing this, had no choice but to lower her head and withdraw. An elder then stepped forward and addressed the veiled woman. "City Lord, I too wish to try." The veiled woman, upon hearing this, rebuked, "Step back. Is it not enough to embarrass ourselves?" After speaking, she turned her gaze to the doppelganger, stating, "Since I began my journey, few have made me feel such danger. Today, I am curious. To what extent have you reached? I wish to test you." The doppelganger replied, "Many years ago, I encountered numerous beings of strength beyond the path, but I did not grant them mercy. For in their eyes, all within the path are mere ants. They never showed compassion for other lives. Believing that in the eyes of the strong, the weak must perish, to be at the mercy of their whims. This is not the fault of the weak. Thus, I hold no pity for them. As for you, I find you somewhat agreeable. You may proceed." The veiled woman commanded, "Bring forth the sword." At that moment, thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered, unleashing countless bolts of lightning and temporal distortions above Hunyuan City. A sword, as pristine as jade, fell into the hands of the woman in white. She thrust the sword forward with utmost simplicity, devoid of any embellishments, an approach so straightforward it was remarkable. The doppelganger regarded her with a hint of admiration before lightly gesturing, "Be still." The veiled woman's form hesitated momentarily before her aura erupted in intensity. With a fierce roar, she declared, "Break through." Even the crowd within the hall was taken aback by this surge of power. Struggling to breathe, sweat began to bead upon the pale visage of the woman in white, and no matter how she struggled, she remained pinned in place. The powerful beings within the temple instinctively surged with energy. Preparing to intervene at that moment, the veiled woman commanded, "Withdraw." The woman in white cried out in despair. Just then, the doppelganger waved his hand gently, and the temple fell into an immediate calm. At this juncture, the doppelganger felt exceedingly weak. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the woman in white beckoned, "Follow me," and she swiftly led him to a hidden chamber, leaving the others in the temple exchanging solemn glances. The doppelganger took his companion with him, vanishing into the chamber. Upon entering an icy chamber, they found a woman of stunning beauty lying there. The elder companion, upon seeing this, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The woman in white then spoke, "We have tried every means, yet we have been unable to unlock this forbidden seal. It has left even me at a loss. Their power is unfathomable." Chapter 69. The Evil Alliance. The doppelganger turned to the woman in white and asked, "Do you know the origins of this being?" The veiled woman fell silent for a moment before responding, "I do not know the specifics. Only that they hail from the Evil Alliance." The doppelganger inquired further, "Do you know where the Evil Alliance is located?" The veiled woman replied, "I know nothing of the Evil Alliance." She then asked the doppelganger, "Might you be able to break the seal?" At that moment, the doppelganger waved his hand. The layers of the forbidden seal began to unravel. After a brief moment, the woman on the icy bed opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings before fixing her gaze on the doppelganger. "Who are you? Where am I?" Upon seeing the veiled woman, her expression turned to confusion. "City Lord." As the veiled woman witnessed the doppelganger's prowess, her expression turned grave. Emo Shui, still unable to kneel before the doppelganger, cast a glance at him and offered a slight bow. "Thank you for your aid." "Kind sir." Meanwhile, the elder companion stared blankly at Emo Shui, exclaiming, "Shui, it's me, your little path." Emo Shui looked at the elder companion as if awakening from a dream, momentarily stunned. At this juncture, the doppelganger spoke. Brother, this matter is resolved. I shall not involve myself further. Just as he prepared to depart. Wait. The veiled woman addressed the doppelganger. Though the seal is lifted, the evil alliance will surely set their sights on you. No matter. Take care, my lady. As he spoke, he vanished into the Hunyuan universe. Time had passed, and the doppelganger had been absent for 4 days. During this time, Lin Yun had brought several individuals from the Star River realm to ally with Fang Qing. While the Star River sect had ceased sending powerful beings to plunder this realm, at this moment, Fang Qing looked at Lin Yun and declared, "From this day forth, you shall oversee the Star River realm, which shall be renamed Star River Town. Such events shall be more frequent in the future, yet one thing must be made clear. All citizens of Star River Town must abide by the Star River law. Those who violate it, regardless of rank, shall be dealt with according to the Star River law. In a few days, I shall finalize the details of the Star River law system and the division of powers within Star River Town." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun replied solemnly, "Understood." After speaking, Fang Qing glanced at the approaching figure of the doppelganger and instantly vanished. Upon encountering the doppelganger, Fang Qing exclaimed, "Brother, have you finished?" "Yes." The doppelganger regarded Fang Qing with slight admiration. "Not as for the Star River law, we can discuss its refinement and the order it will establish once your strength has grown. The outer and inner rings will adhere to the same order as Star River Town. You should communicate with your sister, while I can easily handle matters in the inner ring. Once the order is initially established, your strength should suffice to confront foes below the Divine Void realm. You must diligently comprehend your sister's sword technique. One sword breaking 10,000 laws. Only when you reach that level can you barely be considered a strong individual. The universe is vast, and the strong are numerous. Your sister has already stepped into their ranks, so you must strive harder." Fang Qing replied resolutely, "I will, brother, as for the matter I entrusted to you." As she spoke, Fang Qing cast a sidelong glance at the doppelganger. He smiled gently and produced 20 divine fruit from a box, handing them to his sister. Fang Qing joyfully accepted them, carefully storing them away. "Brother, thank you. I knew you cared for me," she said with a giggle before adding, "I'm off to see Sister He now." She made a playful face and dashed toward the direction of the black-armored woman in the outer ring. The doppelganger mused to himself, "Having a sister is truly wonderful. She has matured significantly this time." He glanced at the remaining 10 divine fruits before heading toward the fan residence. At this moment, Shang Guanyu was gathering resources, preparing to lend her meager assistance to those homeless scattered cultivators after learning of the outer ring's fall. Suddenly, Shang Guanyu looked up, and upon seeing the doppelganger approaching the fan residence, she smiled and walked toward him, sweetly saying, "You've come." The doppelganger nodded slightly and embraced Shang Guanyu. Chapter 70. The law of all beings. I truly wish this moment could last a little longer. And I long to explore the world you described. You will, the doppelganger reassured her. Simultaneously, he produced 5 divine fruits and offered them to Shang Guanyu. She adjusted her hair and gazed at the 5 glistening fruits with a smile, saying, "So thoughtful of you." As she took them, she thought, "One for brother, one for mother." A look of contentment spread across her face. The doppelganger then suggested, "Come, let us take a stroll together." He led her to the skies above the inner ring. Deep within the inner ring, a tremor ran through the air as the excited ruler of the inner ring, Zhang Yang, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the doppelganger, Zhang Yang bowed slightly and stood still at his side. The doppelganger addressed Zhang Yang softly, "You have been the ruler of this ring. You shall continue in that role. This ring shall henceforth be known as Inner Ring Town, governed by an established order known as the law of all beings. It exists for the sake of all. My sister has established this. Here is her portrait. Please promote it widely. Those who honor my sister shall have my protection over this inner ring. Those with objections shall receive a severance payment and must never enter the inner ring again. You may arrange the specifics of duties and powers. Violators will be dealt with according to the law of all beings." Upon concluding, a comprehensive understanding of the law of all beings entered Zhang Yang's mind. Just as the doppelganger was about to depart, he glanced back at Zhang Yang and dropped a divine fruit before him. Then, he vanished from the skies above the inner ring alongside Shang Guanyu. Zhang Yang, in a daze, stared at the divine fruit before him. Then, in a fit of joy, collected it and bowed deeply in gratitude toward the departing figure of the doppelganger. With a sense of urgency, I retreated into the depths. Departing the inner ring, my doppelganger ascended into the skies above the outer ring alongside Shangguan Yu. At that moment, the doppelganger addressed Shangguan Yu, saying, "My sister will adeptly manage the matters of the outer ring. Your intention is all that is required." Just then, Fang Qing and a woman clad in black armor emerged. Fang Qing teased the doppelganger, "Brother, are you here to deliver resources again?" Upon finishing her jest, both she and the woman in black turned their gaze toward the doppelganger. Before the doppelganger could respond, Shangguan Yu interjected, "Sister Fang Qing, we have indeed arrived. Here are some spirit crystals and veins. Please accept them." She then produced 2 surplus Dao fruits and handed them to Fang Qing. Fang Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Sister Shangguan, I was merely joking. Please, put them away." Upon hearing Fang Qing refer to her as sister, Shangguan Yu's smile radiated warmth, a true acknowledgement. She urged Fang Qing, "Sister, please accept this. It is a token of affection from your sister. I have long wished to contribute in some way. Do not hesitate, BY this time." The 2 Dao fruits had already found their way into Fang Qing's hands, and she graciously accepted them. The doppelganger looked at Fang Qing, and a complete order of sentient existence seamlessly integrated into her consciousness. Fang Qing swiftly scanned through it and remarked, "Thank you, brother. This certainly alleviates some pressure. I must be on my way now." After casting a glance at the doppelganger and sister Shangguan, she chuckled and hurried off with the woman in black. The doppelganger, feeling a sense of comfort, mused, "Let her be busy. Many matters must be addressed by her own hand for the order of existence to flourish." Shangguan Yu concurred with the doppelganger's sentiment. The doppelganger's lips curled into a faint smile. "In this lifetime, I will safeguard her. She may do as she pleases." Above the city of Hunyuan, a white-haired elderly woman paused for a moment before vanishing in a particular direction. Inside the temple, a woman in white raised her head and spoke gravely. "Has she arrived so soon?" The maid beside her looked on in confusion, prompting the woman in white to explain, "It is perfectly normal for you not to sense it at your level. Not just you, even I might not prevail against the opponent. And yet, only a single individual approaches, with an evident force backing them. Though Amo Shui is not a resident of my Hunyuan universe, she is considered half of one. She is the sole individual capable of assuming the role of city lord in Hunyuan in the future. Yuner, you remain here. For now, Hunyuan City is safe. Since we owe a favor, we must repay it." Yuner listened attentively and inquired, "How formidable is he?" The woman in white gazed into the distance and replied, "I do not know how strong he is. Before him, I feel like an ant, unable to withstand even a single strike." With that, she darted away in a certain direction. Chapter 71. Reunion with young Miss Luoyan. At this moment, the doppelganger who had departed the outer ring cast a glance at a certain location, pondering how such a slow pace would render it difficult to reach within a few days. Shangguan Yu grasped the doppelganger's hand and asked, "Is a powerful being approaching this way?" "Indeed, and it appears one is an ally while the other is an enemy. It seems the opposing force is not to be underestimated." The doppelganger replied. Gently squeezing Shangguan Yu's hand, he reassured her, "Do not worry. It seems I must play the role of a fool concealing my true strength." The doppelganger smiled slightly. "I will have to be away for a while. Should danger arise, simply summon me. I will take you to a place you are sure to love." With that, he led Shangguan Yu away in a swift motion. Outside Baidi City, a man and a woman were engaged in light-hearted conversation. While at a roadside stall, a middle-aged man was flirting with a gracefully unadorned woman. The doppelganger couldn't help but glance before continuing onward. Shangguan Yu held the doppelganger's hand and suggested, "Shall we take a look?" "Very well," the doppelganger replied, following Shangguan Yu. At that moment, the middle-aged man leered at Shangguan Yu with unabashed interest. His gaze faltered upon witnessing the doppelganger's indifferent expression, leading him to return to his harassment of the elegantly unadorned woman. The onlookers displayed a nonchalant demeanor, while the unadorned woman, after casting a glance at the doppelganger, approached and stood beside Shangguan Yu. Seeing this, the middle-aged man glared fiercely at the doppelganger and said, "Could you kindly step aside? You already have a beauty. Do you wish to play the hero and save another?" The doppelganger did not respond to the man. Instead addressing the unadorned woman, "Fear not. He is merely a rogue." "Hey, kid, are you trying to act tough?" the man exclaimed, appearing ready for a fight. Shang Guanyu suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth. The middle-aged man, feeling emboldened, retorted, I advise you not to meddle. Who does not know Fat Brother's reputation within a radius of hundreds of miles? He glared at the doppelganger in a threatening manner. The doppelganger pointed gently toward the heavens and declared, Let the thunder come. Instantly, the skies above Baidi City erupted with thunder, causing the man to tremble in fear, his legs turning to jelly as he stood frozen in shock. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, fell to their knees in reverence. The doppelganger withdrew his hand and proclaimed, The cycle of heaven is just. Given your status as a mere mortal, strive to live well. Let us depart. The man, feeling as though he had received a great mercy, scrambled to flee, muttering, Damn it. I encountered a celestial being, damn. I have sullied the celestial sister. He turned back and bowed deeply, declaring, From now on, I, Fat Brother, will reform and live righteously. Thank you, celestial sister and celestial lord. With that, he vanished from sight. All is well now. Let us return, the doppelganger whispered to the unadorned woman. She gazed at him with deep affection, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier scene of terror. The unadorned woman offered a slight bow before turning to leave, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Subsequently, the doppelganger and Shang Guanyu arrived outside Luoyan Hall, where the young Miss Luoyan, dressed in simple attire, emerged. Upon spotting Shang Guanyu beside the doppelganger, she offered a bittersweet smile. You have come. The doppelganger returned a gentle smile. I came to see you, as he walked up, holding Shang Guanyu's hand. Miss Luoyan, this is Shang Guanyu, he introduced, turning to Shang Guanyu and saying, Address her as Sister Luo. Shang Guanyu offered a slight bow. Greetings, Sister Luo. I hope you can visit our family residence in the Inner Ring for a few days. Luoyan glanced at the doppelganger and replied, Very well, as she led the two of them into the hall. The doppelganger surveyed the surroundings, and Luoyan explained, Diaoer and Erbao have gone to Tongzhou. Given their current levels, they should be fine. The doppelganger responded, That's good to hear. Should any issues arise, leave them to me. He produced 3 Dao fruits from his pocket and handed them to Luoyan, stating, This one is sufficient to elevate your realm by 2 levels. It can be divided into numerous small pieces for gradual cultivation. Luoyan gasped in astonishment. This is far too precious, young Master Yang. You? The doppelganger smiled gently. Accept it. The universe is vast, and the dangers of the future are unpredictable. A mere few Dao fruits are of little consequence. After all, we are friends. Luoyan did not feign modesty and accepted them readily. She added, Sister Yu, I will fetch some food. You both take a seat for now. With that, she withdrew. The doppelganger watched her retreating figure, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He lifted his gaze slightly and murmured, It is wonderful to have you all. Chapter 72. Surrender or Die. Sister Luo is truly a kind-hearted person. I encourage you to spend more time together. You may stay here for a while. You will surely enjoy the company of Erbao and Diaoer. Shang Guanyu grasped the doppelganger's hand and said, Yes, if you have matters to attend to, do not fret about me. Complete your tasks and return. I will wait for you. Very well. You may cultivate here. The road ahead is still long. Please convey my regards to Miss Luoyan. With that, the doppelganger raised his head to gaze in a particular direction. Let me see what clowns you all are. He vanished from within Miss Luoyan's hall in an instant. After traversing for half a day, the white-haired elderly woman furrowed her brow and came to a halt. Sensing an approaching presence, the white-clad woman trailing closely behind also paused, recognizing a familiar aura. The woman in white mused with a hint of joy, Is it you? And then swiftly darted toward the white-haired elder. Upon reaching above the elderly woman, she fixed her gaze upon the sky and murmured, Is it the false divinity realm? At that moment, the sky above split open, and a youth with eyes as clear as the depths of the sea emerged. The hidden woman in white, upon seeing the youth, felt a flicker of joy. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would scarcely believe that in this vast universe, she could not withstand even a casual strike from him. The doppelganger addressed the white-haired elder, I am merely at the virtual divinity realm, 1 level above the false divinity realm. You are not my match. I am aware that you are also at the virtual divinity realm, but I am at the peak of it. Whether you wish to fight or call for help is entirely up to you. Peak of the virtual divinity realm? The woman in white pondered. For she too was at the initial stage of the virtual divinity realm. How could she possibly fail to endure even a single strike? The overwhelming sense of despair weighed heavily upon her. After a moment of contemplation, the woman in white thought, could it be Dada Ruse to appear weaker than he truly is? The white-haired elder assessed the youth calmly and said, "It is evident that I am not truly your opponent. But that is all there is to it. Only a peak virtual divinity realm can unravel the taboo. This aligns with my thoughts, but how do you know I haven't reserved my trump card?" As she spoke, the elder began to chant incantations. Half a minute later, 10 identical masked elders in black robes emerged from the rift in the sky. The hidden woman in white felt a surge of dread and thought. 10 peak virtual divinity realm beings. The white-haired elder gazed steadily at the youth and remarked, "Even if you are at the peak of the virtual divinity realm, what does it matter? Opposing my evil alliance will lead to your demise." She could not resist taunting the youth further. The doppelganger feigned a serious expression and replied, "I did not expect you to have a backup plan. My failure to detect it is my oversight. You truly think highly of me, bringing forth 10 peak virtual divinity realm beings. One word. Surrender or die?" The elder asked, looking at the youth with a calm demeanor. The doppelganger fell silent for a moment, then resignedly waved his hand. "Very well, I surrender. But are there any benefits to this?" The elder chuckled derisively and replied, "You are quite amusing. You have yet to earn the right to negotiate terms. Do not think that just because you are at the peak of the virtual divinity realm, you can." Suddenly, her voice trailed off, "I shall not waste my breath on you." With that, she tossed a small pill before the doppelganger, stating, "Surrender and eat this obediently, and you will become a member of the evil alliance. If you refuse to eat it now, you may choose to die." In the shadows, the woman clad in white anxiously murmured, "Do not consume it. Once ingested, the unforeseen consequences shall be beyond our reckoning." Her doppelganger slightly lifted their head and replied, "Very well, you are indeed formidable." With that, they swallowed the substance in one swift motion. The woman in white sighed inwardly, pondering, "What shall we do now?" The silver-haired elder, witnessing this, bore an expression of triumph. She then turned to the youth and stated, "I forgot to mention, anyone who swallows this pill is fated to endure a lifetime of misfortune, suffering unbearable torment every week, something you could scarcely imagine. However, as long as you diligently serve the evil alliance, you will periodically receive an antidote to alleviate your suffering." With a wave of her hand, she calmly commanded, "Take him away." Subsequently, accompanied by a group of others, they vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 73. The Hellish River Tower. The woman in white pursued closely behind. Realizing that her doppelganger had indeed consumed the pill with ulterior motives, the truth would soon unfold. After traversing through countless starry rivers, the group came to a halt, dispersing as an elder wielding a bronze token emerged. The white-haired elder stood respectfully to the side. The elder scrutinized the imprisoned youth, furrowing his brow slightly before addressing the elder. "Are we certain that this is the one who breached the taboo?" The elder affirmed, "Indeed, this is the person. However, there is nothing remarkable about him, aside from being slightly more advanced in cultivation. It remains uncertain if he has any backing." After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, "No matter, let us confine him for now in the 4th level of the Hellish River Tower. I shall report and await further instructions from above." The elder responded respectfully, "Understood." They then escorted the doppelganger deeper into the tower. At this moment, the doppelganger spoke up, "Is this how you treat those who surrender?" The elder cast a sidelong glance at the doppelganger and replied, "Once your information has been verified, and it is established whether you possess any backing, appropriate measures will be taken. To be confined in the 4th level of the Hellish River Tower is not a triviality." With that, she fell silent, leading the doppelganger to a dim, bottomless tower soaring 1,000 feet into the air. From the 1st to the 4th level, each level imprisoned formidable beings exuding powerful auras. The doppelganger sensed that the weakest among them was at the void deity realm, while the 3rd level appeared to harbor beings at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. This tower, towering 1,000 feet high with a total of 12 levels, implied that each ascending level contained beings of higher cultivation, capable of imprisoning such extraordinary powers. Their influence is far from simple. The doppelganger retracted their thoughts as the elder's voice echoed, "Whether you will be reintegrated or executed lies in the hands of those above." With that, the silver-haired elder vanished from the 4th level of the tower. The doppelganger surveyed the surroundings, shaking their head in realization. It seems those confined in the 4th level have been dealt with. Their gaze penetrated through to the 5th level, where a stunning woman lay with her eyes closed, exuding an aura of cold pride. At that moment, the woman opened her eyes, furrowing her brows as she glanced toward the doppelganger before closing her eyes once more. The doppelganger then remarked, "Be a bit more amiable. Perhaps I could rescue you." The icy woman retorted, "I have been sufficiently cordial. Otherwise, you would already be dead." "May I ask your name?" "Young Fan," he replied. "Rest assured, if I say I can save you, I mean it, for I find you somewhat agreeable, albeit your demeanor is rather frosty." The woman then spoke, "Do not look any higher. If you do, your life may be forfeit." "I must ask, how should I address you?" "Yu Yao," she responded, her eyes once again closed. "Why not come down for a chat?" The doppelganger inquired through the 5th level. The woman answered, "Are you jesting? Do you think you can ascend?" In an instant, the doppelganger appeared on the 5th level, declaring, "Was that so difficult? Here I am." Upon witnessing the doppelganger's presence, the icy woman was taken aback. You are not at the pinnacle of the demigod realm?" The doppelganger looked at her and said, "Did I ever claim to be at the pinnacle of the demigod realm?" The woman's icy expression softened momentarily as she remarked, "You are not a demigod. If I am not mistaken, you must be somewhere between the soul deity and the celestial deity realms, correct?" The doppelganger chose not to respond directly, but instead turned to examine the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th levels, finally addressing the woman. "Do you know what realms reside from the 6th to the 12th levels?" The woman responded, her face pale with fear. "You can see the 12th level." The doppelganger made a shushing gesture, explaining, "At your mid-demigod realm, you can at most perceive up to the 6th level." He smiled slightly, continuing, "The 6th level is at the pinnacle of the demigod realm, the 7th at the peak of the soul deity realm, the 8th at the early pinnacle of the celestial deity realm, the 9th at the late pinnacle of the celestial deity realm, and the 10th has already reached the absolute limit of the celestial deity realm." Upon hearing this, the woman was utterly astounded. She gazed at the doppelganger, her expression grave. "Is there truly someone in this world who has attained the celestial deity realm?" Chapter 74. The 5th and 9th levels widen your perspective and broaden your horizons. The universe is vast, though I do not yet know its full extent. The woman now looked seriously at the doppelganger and asked, "What about the 11th level?" He replied, "The 11th level is the true deity realm. And it is not just any true deity realm. For someone of your demigod stature, a mere pressure from another could obliterate you." The icy woman's proud demeanor gradually lowered her head as she muttered to herself, "It seems my vision was indeed limited." She then turned to the doppelganger and inquired, "Are you a true deity as well?" "If you say so," he replied, "but I can speak with you so freely only because I find you agreeable. Although you appear cold and proud, it is merely a reflection of your lack of exposure to some of the extraordinary powers of this world. I promise to help you escape, but for now, I wish to observe whether this so-called evil alliance possesses any individuals of interest. Otherwise, my visit would be in vain." The woman remarked, "Senior, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. There is no need for such formality. You may call me Brother Yang in time. I shall introduce you to my sister. I believe you will take a liking to her." The woman smiled faintly at this. "Very well, Brother Yang, you must keep your word. By the way, have you heard of the evil alliance?" The doppelganger shook his head, saying, "I have not. Had I heard of it, perhaps I would have already extinguished it. The current me is not my true self. My true self harbors a heavy killing intent. With but a thought, I could obliterate anything in my path. Were it not for my sister, the universe would likely be devoid of life." As he contemplated this, a cold sweat broke out on the doppelganger's brow. The fate of life and death in the universe hinged upon one individual. He hoped fervently that his sister would remain safe throughout her life. The woman looked at the doppelganger and remarked, "You are not your true self." "Indeed, I am merely a manifestation of my benevolent thoughts," he explained. "Otherwise, the true self would speak not a word for 100 years." The woman grew silent. If what Brother Yang, the doppelganger, said was true, then was he invincible? She furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. Invincible? He transcends invincibility. Fortunately, he is no longer as cold and self-willed as he was 100,000 years ago. In the future, you will have the fortune to meet him, for he loves this sister dearly, and so do I, as I am a part of his true self. At that moment, The doppelganger slightly lifted his head and instantly returned to the fourth level. Above, an elder wielding a bronze token emerged, gazing at the doppelganger and saying, "You are quite remarkable. Within the known universe, I could not uncover even a trace of information about you. Those above, having probed the secrets of the heavens, have perished, and they instructed me to convey a few words to you. If you can overlook our past grievances, we are willing to offer some compensation. Any request you make, as long as it is feasible, we shall do our utmost to fulfill. You and I have no deep-seated enmity." As he spoke, he commanded, "Bring them up." At that moment, a silver-haired elder and 10 participants were brought forth. "You may handle these individuals as you see fit. What do you wish to do?" The doppelganger spoke. "First, you will self-destruct your cultivation, and then we shall discuss further." The elder with the bronze token trembled slightly, then relinquished his cultivation, descending from the early celestial deity realm to the very bottom, watching as countless years of lifespan slipped away in mere moments. The doppelganger observed the elder before declaring, "That will suffice. Considering your arduous cultivation, I shall leave you with 10,000 years of life." The elder, upon hearing this, deeply bowed in gratitude toward the doppelganger. The silver-haired elder and the 10 black-robed elders gazed at the doppelganger with despair. Lowering their heads slightly, the doppelganger then said, "As nothing disastrous has occurred, I shall not pursue the matter further. In the future, do not disturb my friends." The 10 black-robed elders and the silver-haired elder gazed at the doppelganger with tears of gratitude. Bowing deeply, the elder then spoke, "If you have any requests, as long as they can be accomplished, I will do my utmost to procure compensation for you." The doppelganger pondered for a moment and stated, "I wish to take one person, specifically the woman from the 5th level." The elder replied, "That is permissible. You may take anyone you wish." The doppelganger then asked, "Anyone within?" The elder smiled slightly. "Indeed, as long as you desire. I shall bear any consequences." Understanding the elder's good intentions, the doppelganger smiled subtly in appreciation. At that moment, the woman from the 5th level transmitted, "Let him release the one from the 9th level." The doppelganger, upon hearing this, turned to the elder, and let the one from the 9th level go as well. The elder agreed, "Very well." The elder approached the 5th and 9th levels, placing the bronze token at each door. And moments later, the confinements of the 5th and 9th levels were consecutively lifted. At this moment, the woman named Yu Yao emerged, alongside the woman from the 9th level. Upon seeing the woman from the 9th level, the doppelganger was momentarily stunned. Chapter 75. This fellow is acting innocent while concealing his strength. The woman from the 9th level, upon seeing the doppelganger, was equally bewildered. The doppelganger smiled slightly. "It has been 100,000 years since our last parting. I did not expect to meet you again in such a manner." The woman from the 9th level spoke with a hint of bittersweetness. "I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. It is unexpected that our reunion would occur under these circumstances." The 5th woman, Yu Yao, remarked, "I did not realize you two were acquainted." Yu Yao looked at the doppelganger and said, "Ever since I was imprisoned here, if it were not for Sister Nalan, I fear I would no longer exist. Although we have never met, Sister Nalan has communicated with me through her spiritual consciousness each time, guiding me along the way," as she expressed her gratitude with a slight bow towards Sister Nalan. The doppelganger nodded slightly, then turned to the elder, gesturing lightly before him. The elder's expression shifted from confusion to delight as his lost cultivation began to rise once more, leaving everyone in awe of this moment. A few moments later, the elder's aura surged back to the mid-stage of the Divine Ascendance realm. The peak of the Divine Ascendance realm. At this moment, his aura finally calmed. The elder gazed at his regained cultivation. Not only restored but elevated to its pinnacle, overwhelmed with joy, he knelt down before his doppelganger and said, "Thank you, my lord." The doppelganger nodded slightly, stating, "It is your benevolence that has saved you. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from this evil alliance. After my departure, you will undoubtedly encounter troubles. The decision to stay or go rests with you, for I can ensure your safety." Suddenly, a tremor rippled from the depths above, and the doppelganger raised his head slightly. "Unwilling to submit? Come, feel free to test your mettle." The doppelganger coldly regarded a certain direction, where a powerful aura flickered and then vanished into the shadows. The elder and the white-haired matron, along with the others, looked on in terror at the doppelganger, internally cursing, "Damn, This fellow is playing the fool while hiding his true strength. The Nalan woman turned to the doppelganger, remarking, "You have changed. In the past, you were only known for your indiscriminate slaughter." The crowd gasped at her words. Indiscriminate slaughter? This is the mark of a demon. Indeed, things have changed, but let us set that aside. I will take you away. At that moment, the doppelganger glanced at the elder. Should you find yourself without a place to go, feel free to reach out to me. My sister is currently in need of assistance. Rest assured, no one dares to obstruct those I choose to take with me. As he spoke, he raised his gaze dismissively towards a deep, obscure location. After a moment of silence, the elder replied, "I am willing to follow you, even if it means merely lending a hand." "Good. Here is the coordinate," as he transmitted a location directly into the elder's mind. Following this, the doppelganger swiftly led the two women away to a distant corner of the White Emperor city. The onlookers remained in stunned silence, and the elder cast a final glance at the crowd and the direction of the evil alliance before heading towards the coordinate indicated by the doppelganger. At that moment, at the elder's departure point, an old man holding a silver token emerged. Observing the direction in which the doppelganger had vanished, he remarked, "This person possesses unimaginable power. Not only am I incapable of confronting him, but even those above me would struggle to subdue him. Though I am unafraid, it is clear that formidable forces lurk behind him. You all may withdraw." He then disappeared from sight. The three departed from the Star River Tower and arrived at the location where the white-clad woman had been. As soon as she spotted the doppelganger, she stepped out from the shadows and addressed him. "What you consumed?" The doppelganger replied, "I treated it as a mere snack. Such a lowly substance is only effective against those below the divine ascendant's realm." He turned to the white-clad woman. "Your concern is noted. Should you face insurmountable challenges in the future, come find me," he said, waving his hand. Instantly, the white-clad woman's aura surged, elevating her from the mid-stage to the peak of the semi-divine realm. The white-clad woman performed a slight bow. "Thank you. Do remember to visit the primordial city when you have the chance." The doppelganger nodded slightly, and the white-clad woman glanced at the doppelganger and his companions before swiftly departing in the original direction. Chapter 76. The sisters head to the outer ring. The doppelganger smiled gently. "That woman is quite pleasant, albeit a tad shy. I do not even know her name yet." The Nalan woman gazed towards the direction in which the white-clad woman had left. "Perhaps we shall become sisters in the future." She then turned to the doppelganger. "When did you become such a flirt?" The doppelganger, taken aback by her words, replied, "They are merely friends. It hardly constitutes being a flirt. Those whom you recognize must possess qualities you admire." "I truly look forward to meeting your sister." The Yuya woman chimed in, expressing her agreement. The doppelganger laughed heartily. "Excellent." With that, the group set off towards the White Emperor city. Outside the hall of the Falling Goose in the White Emperor city, as the doppelganger and his companions arrived, a graceful woman emerged. The doppelganger remarked, "Miss Falling Goose, I've just arrived." Impressive. Your cultivation has progressed well." At that moment, a woman stepped forward, resembling a celestial being. Her beauty striking. The doppelganger turned to Shangguanyu. "You come and meet my friends," as he proceeded to introduce each of them in turn. After a brief moment of acquaintance, the others engaged with one another. Leaving the doppelganger momentarily aside, he looked towards the outer ring. "It has been several days since I last saw my sister. This time, I have made many friends. I believe that my sister will find her burdens considerably lighter from now on." Just then, the voices of several women reached him. "Accept this. It is our humble offering, and should you refuse, it would seem disrespectful of us." The exchange of pleasantries continued among them. At that moment, Falling Goose suggested, "Sisters, let us enter the hall and enjoy some fruit while we chat." Thus, everyone followed Falling Goose into the hall. Falling Goose transmitted a thought. "You should join us. How can the mainstay not be present?" The doppelganger nodded slightly and followed suit. For him, adapting to this new environment was somewhat challenging. He thought to himself, "As long as I am happy, it matters little," and so he remained at ease. Once seated, Falling Goose presented an array of fruits, and the women grew comfortable, shedding the earlier formalities. They chatted and occasionally cast glances towards the doppelganger, who, unfazed, casually snacked on the fruits. At that moment, the Nalan woman addressed the doppelganger. "After meeting your sister, may I accompany you to visit my family? It has been so many years. I wonder if they still..." The doppelganger nodded. Certainly. You and Yu Yao should spend some extra time together when the time comes. He then looked towards Falling Goose. Miss Falling Goose, once the second treasure, the carving bird returns, feel free to bring it along to spend some time with the carving bird and the second treasure. As he transmitted the coordinate into Falling Goose's mind. Thus, the conversations flowed well into the night. The following day, the doppelganger and his companions bid farewell to Falling Goose and made their way to the outer ring. Shang Guanyu took the doppelganger's hand. Let me take them to meet my sister Qing, as they headed towards the outer ring where the Black Armored Women's faction was based. Presently, the Black Armored Women managed the outer ring entirely, while Fang Qing had become a hands-off manager since her cultivation had advanced. Fortunately, everyone understood that the outer ring's reconstruction was not solely due to the Black Armored Women fulfilling their promises, but also because the departed brothers and sisters found solace and a sense of home here. In essence, it was about development and strength. The order established by Fang Qing, known as the Law of All Beings, was deeply ingrained in every heart, for any transgressor would be dealt with according to the Law of All Beings. With no room for plea, everyone adhered to the Law of All Beings, thereby stabilizing the order. As a result, Fang Qing's cultivation had significantly increased, now reaching the mid-stage of the divine realm. Once the order and responsibilities were fully established in the outer ring, Inner Ring, and Star River towns, it was believed that the arrival of the divine void realm was imminent. Meanwhile, Fang Qing, lost in contemplation, slightly opened her eyes to gaze upon the countless stars in the sky, declaring, I, Fang Qing, shall carve a path for all beings, allowing the weak to find their way and the wrong to seek justice. I vow it. Her eyes filled with determination. At that moment, a surge of power from the countless individuals in the outer ring, Star River, and Inner Ring flowed into Fang Qing, causing her aura to explode, ascending rapidly to the pinnacle of the divine void realm. A few women en route to the outer ring glanced towards Fang Qing's location, and Shang Guanyu expressed with satisfaction, Qing is growing stronger. The Nailin and Yu Yao women, filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipated. We truly look forward to it. Chapter 77. The pitiful little girl. At this moment, the doppelganger Yang Fan roamed the outer ring, Inner Ring, and Star River town. His brow furrowed deeply. He realized that the development of the order of all beings was progressing far too slowly. If his sister were to agree, he could easily dominate the entire universe in several millennia, allowing the order of all beings to flourish across every star domain. Feeling a headache, he shook his head. Dismissing the thought, he wondered how things were faring with his original self. In the past, he had been known for his indiscriminate slaughter, and wherever the sword of justice descended, it heralded calamity for every Star River. Now, however, he sought to suppress the strong. Tio paved the way for his sister. Establishing a comprehensive order of all beings without formidable power or backing was nearly impossible, even if he became invincible. It would take thousands of years. Sister, persevere. If you merely wish to nod in agreement, then I shall assist you in achieving the supreme sword path. Rest assured, for I possess the strength to do so. But I shall respect your choices, even if it takes a long time. I will always protect you, he then muttered to himself. I wonder if this doppelganger will last. The more I act, the weaker I become. He couldn't help but lift his gaze slightly. Only a few thousand years remain. Meanwhile, at the farthest reaches of the universe, the original Yang Fan halted his forward march. Glancing towards the direction of the doppelganger, after a moment of silence, he spoke. You and I are one. Now you are free. You may depart at any time, but upon leaving, you must not act in my name, Yang Fan. Choose your own alias. After speaking, he continued onward with Qing and Su Qing, moving deeper into the unknown. Each step was as swift as a shooting star, and Su Qing glanced towards the doppelganger's location. Sighing softly, you have endured much. Before falling silent, at that moment, the doppelganger felt a slight tremor in his body as he gazed into the distant future of the universe. With a wry smile, he mused, invincibility? Strength is relative, for I am but an insignificant ant. Some strong individuals are not within the realm of invincibility, but beyond it. Power cannot be measured solely by the term invincible. After a moment of introspection, he began to make his way towards the outer ring. As if he were an old man, he noticed a little girl staring at him. When he approached, she could not contain herself any longer and asked, Brother, are you hungry? As she held out a stale piece of flatbread, the doppelganger paused, looking at the offering with a benevolent expression. Brother is not hungry. You should eat. The little girl shook her head, her bright eyes darting as she wiped the half-eaten flatbread with her sleeve and handed it to him. Brother, do not go hungry. My grandparents told me to live well. Rest assured, this is not stolen. I found it. Please eat. If it runs out, I will find more. Look, she patted her chest, declaring, I am quite full already. You eat, brother. The doppelganger stared at the little girl, falling into a long silence. Brother. The little girl gently tapped him with her sleeve, calling out, "Eti." This moment, the doppelganger inquired, Where are your grandparents? The little girl lowered her head, seemingly lost in a painful reverie, and then spoke. Grandpa and Grandma said they went to a far place. They said there are many, many delicious things there, and they don't want me anymore. Upon finishing, she burst into tears. The figure gently embraced the girl and said with a kind smile, From now on, Big Brother will take care of you. I also have a sister, and when the time comes, there will be plenty of tasty treats. The little girl hesitantly lifted her head and asked, Really? Indeed, the figure replied. Big Brother hasn't gone without food, nor is he unable to walk. He was merely lost in thought, which is why he moved slowly. Do you understand? Oh, then are you still going to eat this cake? If not, I will. As she spoke, the little girl licked her lips eagerly, her tongue darting around her mouth. The figure swiftly scooped her up and made a hasty retreat towards the outer camp. Chapter 78. Affections. Upon arriving at the camp, the figure proceeded to the meeting room. As he entered, everyone turned to him in astonishment. Fong Qing was the first to rush over, exclaiming, Brother, wait for me. I'll go arrange for some food. The figure nodded slightly, then introduced the girl. This is Sister Nailin. This is Sister Yu Yao. This is Sister Heimei. And this is Sister Qiaoyan. He gently set the girl down, who shyly gazed at the stunning sisters. At that moment, Heimei took the little girl's hand and said, There will be delicious food soon. Nailin, Yu Yao, and Qiaoyan each encouraged the girl to sit down. The little girl looked at the sisters and then hugged the one in black armor, perhaps feeling more comfortable with her, as the others were so beautiful while she felt dirty and smelly. The sisters exchanged knowing smiles and turned to the figure, who smiled wryly and said, What an adorable little girl, so innocent and kind-hearted. You now have another sister. The girl, around 6 or 7 years old, bore a cherubic face radiating purity and goodness, captivating the sisters. They were careful not to frighten her away. Just then, Fong Qing entered, and several guards brought in an abundant array of dishes, along with fruits. Fong Qing took the little girl's hand. Shall we eat together? The girl nodded vigorously, stealing a glance at the figure. He smiled gently, saying, You can eat with your sisters. This will be your home from now on. Hearing this, the little girl beamed and began to eat joyfully, while everyone around her cooed and comforted her, treating her as if she were their own child, showcasing the maternal instincts of the women. The figure pondered that it might be better to place the little girl with Miss Luoyan, for the camp, despite its warmth, might not be the ideal environment for her. She deserved a carefree and joyous life. And Miss Luoyan's place seemed just right. He thought about the trouble it might cause, but he was certain Miss Luoyan would welcome it. The girl was alone and needed care. Sighing inwardly, he reflected on how he often troubled others. Yet, Miss Luoyan was truly a good person. At that moment, as Miss Luoyan was idly passing the time, she suddenly sneezed. Furrowing her brow, she envisioned the figure in her mind, Brother Yang. She smiled wryly, thinking, Could I be overthinking this? How could a being as powerful as Brother Yang ever notice me? With a deep sigh, she lamented, I fear I may not be worthy of him. Each time she considered this, she felt a sense of helpless regret, burying her feelings deep within her heart. Whenever she encountered Brother Yang, she longed to express her feelings, Brother Yang. Miss Luoyan lifted her head, lost in thought, tears streaming down her cheeks without her awareness. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the sounds of laughter and merriment from Fong Qing and the others resonated warmly. The figure, meanwhile, had sneezed several times in succession, something unprecedented for him. He raised his eyebrows in mild surprise and gazed towards the direction of Baidi City, muttering to himself, Could there be a connection? After some contemplation, he resolved to drop a hint next time and observe Miss Luoyan's reaction. After all, he was uncertain about how she felt about him. It would be embarrassing if a misunderstanding occurred. Since meeting Miss Luoyin, the figure had been acutely aware of his feelings, yet he had not dared to breach that barrier. Every hurried encounter was followed by a swift farewell, and her image would often flicker in his mind. It was indescribable. Could it be that he had truly fallen in love? Chapter 79. The little sister's wish. Is it possible for love to accommodate multiple partners? After all, human nature is inherently selfish. One can have many friends, but must one truly have only one spouse? If so, then is it permissible to take concubines? This question had never crossed his mind until now. Yet faced with it, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Perhaps it was best not to discuss this with Miss Luoyin, for if he didn't think about it, he wouldn't feel so conflicted. He glanced around the camp, noting the recent surge of activities, and decided it was time to pay Nalan a visit. As he approached, the little girl ran up to him, exclaiming, "Brother, where have you been?" He looked down at her and reassured, "I haven't gone anywhere. I was just wandering around." "Are you happy here? Are you getting used to it?" "Yes, there's delicious food and sisters. Look, this is the new dress Sister Fong Qing bought for me," she exclaimed, twirling with joy. "It looks lovely. You will look even better when you grow up." The little girl beamed at the compliment and stretched out her arms. Wanting a hug, he lifted her into his embrace and said, "Once I finish my tasks, I will take you to a wonderful place where you will meet Big Brother, Big Sisters, and Aunt Luoyin. She is very kind and has an abundance of delicious treats." The girl, enchanted by the thought, began to daydream about that place. "Brother, do you have any good methods to help me improve? Sister Nalan is so impressive." The figure set her down and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go play, and yes, I have a quick method that guarantees no flaws." Fong Qing interjected, "Brother, while the Dao fruit is indeed remarkable, it is ultimately an external object in swordsmanship. Apart from experience and combat, what is crucial is to observe and absorb, continually awakening oneself. If that is the case, how long would it take to reach Sister Nalan's level?" "She is several realms above me." The figure smiled gently. "If you specialize in swordsmanship, the realm is not something to overly concern yourself with. To comprehend the Tao, to transcend it, to break free from its confines is a lengthy journey. Ultimately, I just want you to live happily and joyfully. I do not wish for you to suffer or struggle. What you desire for all beings to be equal, I will help you establish. As for what kind of order or laws for all beings, you can decide for yourself." Fong Qing listened intently, looking at him with a hint of resignation. How difficult it is to establish order for all beings. Sighing deeply, she continued, "I just wanted to make a little difference for the marginalized and the suffering. I never expected it to be so challenging." Her brow furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. The figure remarked, "Do you know how long it would take to achieve that?" Fong Qing raised her head to meet his gaze. He replied solemnly, "At least 1,000,000,000 years, and even then, it's uncertain whether it could be perfected. It's precisely because it's so difficult that almost none of the world's strongest beings have chosen this path. Although you have reached the pinnacle of the divine void, your lifespan is only 100,000 years. Besides achieving invincibility, you must also perfect your power to prevent any opposition from the universe. If your cultivation doesn't advance, or if it does but takes too long, countless lives are lost daily, with many souls dissipating in this universe, lost amongst the countless injustices and grievances that will forever remain unseen." He understood her aspirations, saying, "As long as you wish, I am willing to assist you in perfecting it sooner. To prevent such occurrences, I will act in your name, fulfilling your wishes. As long as the outcome is good, I will merely aid you. As for the establishment of constraints and how to perfect the order of all beings, that decision lies with you." After speaking, he turned to his little sister, eagerly awaiting her final decision. Chapter 80. The Law of Order for All Beings. Fong Qing fell silent. For her brother's words had opened her eyes, awakening her as if she had experienced it firsthand. If it truly takes 1,000,000,000 years, how many ordinary people, who only live 100 years or so, could wait until then? The primary aim of the Law of Order for All Beings is to serve the underprivileged, regardless of their background or strength. Any violators would be dealt with according to the law, ensuring equality regardless of status. If it contradicts this primary aim, what is the point of establishing such a law? The term all beings encompasses everyone, yet the primary focus is on the weak. However, if the weak commit a crime, they too would face the law. The issue is that every day, countless individuals vanish. Time waits for no one. Fang Qing sighed deeply. Point one cannot simply act according to their own ideals or pursue perfection. Thinking from a distance is selfish, and from a closer perspective, it is ignorance. Perhaps her brother was right. As long as the outcome is favorable, that is what matters. After coming to this realization, Fang Qing smiled faintly and looked at her brother. Brother, thank you. I understand now. Even if others say I am lazy or incompetent, or that I rely on my brother, it matters not. That I only desire the result, the perfected law of order for all beings. All beings should be equal and abide by the rules. The figure finally smiled, genuinely happy, relieved that his sister would not have to struggle so hard anymore, as long as she was well. That was all that mattered. He reassured her. No one dares to criticize you for all that you do for others. If anyone is foolish enough to speak ill of you, I will take care of it. With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Fang Qing had never seen her brother so joyful before, and she felt a weight lifted from her heart. Brother, I still haven't fully grasped how to break through the myriad laws with a single sword. The figure looked at Fang Qing. Beyond experience and practice, what is crucial is comprehension. When it comes to understanding, it is related to talent. Some may toil their entire lives to reach a certain realm, while those with extraordinary gifts may achieve what others take a lifetime to accomplish in a year or even less. Moreover, there are those who, without any formal instruction, achieve heights that leave even the strongest in despair. One's origins hold great significance, yet when opportunity, innate talent, and relentless effort converge, success becomes nearly inevitable. The extent of that success is merely a reflection of one's personal mastery. The direction slightly inclined in agreement. After a brief pause, the avatar continued. As for the ability to shatter myriad laws with a single sword strike, to put it simply, when I unleash this sword, I transcend the realm of the Tao. Free from the constraints of any law, the essence lies in one's disposition and understanding, possessing a profound comprehension of the sword path. Your sister, Su Jie, possesses an exceptionally high disposition and understanding, qualities that were greatly admired by the original self. Even more significantly, her character is commendable. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing appeared to grasp something, yet her comprehension seemed incomplete, her expression one of admiration. The avatar looked toward his younger sister encouragingly, stating, "Do not be disheartened. When you reach such heights, all clouds of confusion will naturally dissipate." Fang Qing lifted her gaze to the vast expanse of stars and mused, "Invincible in the sword path, this boundless universe truly abounds with formidable beings." As these words left her lips, countless powerful figures from various star realms began to converge in their direction. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, observing from tens of thousands of star rivers away, raised the corners of his mouth in a smirk, pondering, "Is a change in the heavens upon us? Who would have thought that the little girl from yesteryears could attain such a state?" Having a supportive background certainly has its advantages. Whether in vision or disposition, a mere word of guidance from others surpasses millennia of arduous cultivation. The middle-aged man, Zhou Luan, chuckled wryly. "I have devoted my life to the sword path, now free of attachments." Yet, what lies beyond the end of the sword path? As Zhou Luan continued onward, each step intensified his aura until he vanished into the distance. Chapter 81. When the well narrows, the world becomes the sky. At this moment, the avatar lifted his gaze to survey the various star realms before retracting his focus, the two of them moving further away from the outer ring. "Brother, I wish to explore more of the outside world, to witness this endless universe. Only through such experiences can I enhance my understanding and knowledge. When the well narrows, the world becomes the sky. I find myself missing Su Jie and Qing Jie. All right, once I finish my business with Nailan Jie and ensure the little girl is settled, I will explore the cosmos with you." Fang Qing nodded slightly, gazing longingly at the vast ocean of stars. The avatar then spoke. "Little sister, prepare yourself." Fang Qing responded, "Ah, brother, what is the matter? It's nothing, just a reminder for you to grow stronger. Adjust your mindset to its optimal state and think of nothing, just as if you were drifting into sleep. Only then will there be no flaws." Fang Qing acknowledged with a soft and after a moment, she began to meditate, her gaze tranquil as still water. Entering her best state. Once assured, the avatar transmitted, "Regardless of what occurs, pay no mind. Even if I face danger, do you understand? I will handle it, trust me." At his words, Fang Qing's body trembled slightly before she settled back into tranquility. The avatar glanced toward the direction of the original self, then cast one last look at Feng Qing, silently vowing, "I promise to take you across the universe to help you establish order among all beings. I hope no unforeseen factors arise." As he spoke, a faint aura permeated Feng Qing's meridians, enveloping her entire being, and at that moment, her energy surged. If categorized by realms, she transitioned from the pinnacle of the divine void to the dimensional realm, reaching the peak of the central origin, the upper origin realm, the pinnacle realm, her energy skyrocketing to the false divine realm. Suddenly, a powerful aura, surpassing that of a true god, surged toward the avatar. He flicked his index finger slightly, and a scream echoed as a figure fell. Following this, several powerful figures from the Star Rivers approached, indignantly declaring, "Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Do you understand what you are doing?" The avatar raised an eyebrow slightly in amusement. "Come. If you dare." At that moment, 10 true God Realm experts initiated their assault. The avatar regarded them with disdain. Insects. With a mere gesture, the true God Realm experts were engulfed in terror. You are at the cosmic extremity realm." With that, several elders completely perished. Meanwhile, Feng Qing ascended from the false divine realm to the void divine realm. To the semi-divine realm. And the pinnacle of the Yuan divine realm. In a certain timeline, a powerful being traversed the cosmos, instantly crossing several universes, arriving overhead in mere seconds. The inhabitants of the outer and inner rings, as well as the surrounding star realms, looked on in terror as they turned their gazes toward the avatar. Before anyone could approach, a voice rang out, "You all should swiftly depart. Do not approach my vicinity." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily dispersed, with the strongest among them, a mid-stage Nalan woman, wearing a grave expression. "Why are there so many powerful beings? Several true God Realm experts have fallen. What has this avatar done?" At that moment, the Nalan woman had no time to ponder further, sternly declaring, "Since Sister Qing is absent, I, on her behalf, command all individuals from the outer and inner towns, as well as the Star River town, to distance themselves from the town and the Aura's range, and to speak no further." Upon receiving the order, the 3 towns simultaneously began to withdraw in the shadows. Zhang Yang, drenched in cold sweat, muttered, "My goodness, how many powerful beings are there? I have just reached the peak of the early divine void, yet I am still an insect." Zhang Yang fumed, glaring at his father. The avatar furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, "Cosmic Star Level 3. At this moment, the elder spoke, "Cease your actions now, or even more powerful beings will come to kill you." Chapter 82. Cosmic Star Level 9. The avatar responded, "In light of your sentiment, I shall not slay you today." The elder furrowed his brow, realizing he lacked the confidence to subdue the avatar, especially given the avatar's current state of exhaustion. The elder glanced at the avatar, then surveyed the surrounding universes with trepidation. It is still not too late to withdraw. The avatar remained silent. By now, Feng Qing's energy had reached the pinnacle of the upper divine realm. Yet the avatar did not relent, ascending through the true God realm. The first level of true God realm, all the way to the limit of the 9th level of true God realm. Beads of sweat began to form on the avatar's forehead, and the elder lamented, "Cosmic Star Level 8. If this continues, you will be in danger." As soon as the elder finished speaking, 20 Cosmic Star Level experts descended from the skies. The elder's gaze fell upon the 20 individuals, trembling. 15 Level 7 Cosmic Star experts, 4 Level 8 Cosmic Star experts, among them, 1 at Cosmic Star Level 9. The leading Level 9 expert glanced at the elder before shifting his focus back to the avatar. The elder stood frozen, too fearful to utter another word. What did a Level 9 expert signify? Invincibility. This was truly dire. He could not help but glance at the avatar before shaking his head in despair. The Level 9 expert observed that the avatar had no intention of halting, stating, "Interesting," then addressing the 15 Level 7 experts. "You all attack together, do not falter." The Level 7 experts, upon hearing this, rushed toward the avatar to strike. The avatar furrowed his brows deeply, one hand firmly resting on his sister, while the other hand struck out. In an instant, the 15 Level 7 experts exploded, their faces filled with unwillingness. At this moment, the avatar was considerably weakened, and the leading Level 9 expert glanced at the avatar, then at the 4 Level 8 experts. "Kill?" The 4 Level 8 experts unleashed their auras, causing the elder, who stood aghast, to bleed from his mouth before fleeing in an instant. The level 9 expert observed the elder's retreating figure and sneered. Weak. The fleeing elder. The 4 level 8 experts advanced step by step toward the avatar. Stopping a mere 10 feet away, they simultaneously launched their attack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical juncture, Fang Qing transitioned from Cosmic Star Level 1, the avatar calmly stated. In ordinary circumstances, slaying you would be akin to crushing insects. Today, regardless of how many powerful beings come, even if I fall, you will not survive until tomorrow. As the attack was imminent, the avatar's left hand rose slightly, instantly plunging the surrounding star realms into darkness. Several beams of brilliance flashed, and moments later, the various star realms reverted to their original state. The 4 level 8 experts were utterly obliterated. Not even a chance for reincarnation remained. A trickle of blood escaped the avatar's lips, his form growing increasingly ethereal. He smiled faintly at Fang Qing, softly declaring, I fear I may have spoken too soon. Meanwhile, the fleeing elder returned, hidden in the shadows. Witnessing all that transpired, his back chilled with dread as he thought, could this youth truly be at Cosmic Star Level 10? How is this even possible? As the elder observed the avatar on the verge of vanishing, he sighed, transmitting, I can self-destruct to buy you a few seconds. Can you escape with her in that time? The avatar trembled slightly in response. Unless he is willing to assist, as for my little sister, no one can harm her. Those who would do so will face his wrath. I in the shadows. The elder was momentarily perplexed. Just then, the level 9 expert remarked, interesting, if not for your current state of exhaustion. I may not be able to subdue you. Yet, there are no ifs. Prepare to die. The level 9 expert waved his hand. Just as the elder hesitated in the shadows, the woman clad in a white gown, her demeanor cold as ice, emerged above. Chapter 83. The woman in the white gown. The level 9 expert furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman. The elder in the shadows was equally perplexed, for he could not discern the woman's cultivation. Aside from her icy and indifferent expression, there was nothing remarkable about her. The woman looked at the avatar and said, though you are not him, I can sense she cares for you deeply. He is indifferent to everything aside from his sister. Why bother to intervene with mere insects? Do you believe you are someone of significance? Invincible, in my eyes. You are nothing. The only reason I sought a favor from him today is because of your affection for her, as if she were your own sister. From now on, you should take care. The avatar, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle bitterly, choosing to remain silent. The elder in the shadows was utterly astonished by the woman's words, reflecting on her statement. Do you believe you are someone of significance? Invincible? In my eyes, you are nothing. The elder turned to the woman, questioning, Who is this formidable figure? The woman cast a glance at the elder before retracting her gaze. At that moment, the level 9 expert could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Are you done pretending? Invincible? Come, show me your invincibility. The level 9 expert laughed heartily. Come, let me see your invincibility, he mocked. The woman turned back, glancing at the laughing elder, with a gentle wave of her hand. Just as the level 9 elder was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock. Filled with terror, he exclaimed, You utterly obliterated. The elder in the shadows was suddenly covered in goosebumps, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His mouth gaped wide open. At this moment, the woman directed her gaze towards the spot where the erased elder had stood, exclaiming, Fool! The elder in the shadows exclaimed. Meanwhile, his doppelganger continued with its task until Fang Qing reached the first level of the Cosmic Star Realm. At this point, the elder emerged, looking at the doppelganger and inquiring, Senior, are you all right? The doppelganger smiled faintly. I am fine. A period of recuperation will suffice, then. He glanced at the woman, offering a slight smile. Qinger, silence. As he spoke, he lightly gestured, and the doppelganger's ethereal form began to solidify further. Having accomplished this, he added, Take care of yourself. This is my first and last time aiding you. With that, he vanished in an instant. The doppelganger sighed softly as he gazed at the spot where Qinger had disappeared, then turned to the elder and remarked, This time, it was intentional. With that, he enveloped his sister and vanished from the scene. The elder stared at the location of the doppelganger for a moment before rummaging around the area in delight, exclaiming, This is a windfall. Ecstatic, he bowed towards the direction of the doppelganger and hurriedly departed. At this juncture, the doppelganger, along with his younger sister, arrived at a village on the outskirts, where Fang Qing gently opened her eyes. Upon seeing that her doppelganger was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon glancing at herself, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Brother, what is happening? I feel invincible." The doppelganger smiled gently in response. "You are still far from invincible. No way. I feel 1,000,000,000 times stronger than before," she said, her lips curling into a slight smirk. The doppelganger, bemused, acknowledged that she had indeed become much stronger, yet emphasized that she still had a way to go to reach the level of her elder sister. "If we were to categorize your current strength, you are at the pinnacle of the first level of the cosmic star realm, still 9 levels away from the 10th level," he reassured her. "When I return with Nailan Jie, I will assist you in reaching that level." Fang Qing nodded in agreement. Then she looked at her doppelganger and said, "Brother, when I return, I will stay a few extra days to spend time with Heimei Jie and Yu Yao Jie. Oh, there's a dumpling shop over there. Let's go eat." "All right," the doppelganger replied as they headed towards the dumpling shop together. Chapter 84. A gesture of kindness. The two arrived at the dumpling shop, ordered 2 portions of soup dumplings, and settled down to wait, appearing just like ordinary individuals. The shop owner was bustling about with a beaming smile. Curiously, Fang Qing couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, is there some happy occasion?" The owner replied, "Happy occasion? No, it's a grand event. Since the day I was born, I have never been this happy. I heard that a goddess named, what was it again? Fang something, has established the order of all beings law. This law is precisely tailored for all beings." He continued to express his joy, only pausing when Fang Qing and her companion finished their meal and left the shop, still savoring the moment. Fang Qing sighed. "I never expected it to spread so quickly. It needs to reach all corners of the star domain." The doppelganger interjected. "As of now, it is promising. When questions arise, we should strive to perfect it. You are on the path of the sword of all beings, combined with the supreme sword path. Under such circumstances, the typical second-level cosmic star is no match for you. And even third-level opponents would be easily dealt with. There are many types of sword paths, including emotional and emotionless sword paths. Currently, you have mastered 2 of the most challenging ones." As they walked and chatted, they gradually returned to their camp. Nailan, Yu Yao, Lin Yun, the black-armored woman, and an elderly man all approached. The doppelganger spoke. "Since everyone is already familiar with one another, there is no need for formality. Let the previous events be regarded as a minor interlude. Go about your business as usual," he continued to Nailan. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you on a journey to settle Xiao Qiao, the little girl." And then turning to his younger sister, he said, "Wait for me to return." Everyone nodded in agreement, each returning to their tasks. At this moment, the doppelganger called over the elderly Taoist. "It is beneath your talents to serve as a gatekeeper. Become an enforcer of the outer circle's order instead." The elderly man bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord," and then stepped aside. Nailan, "Heimei, come with me," he instructed as the two followed him outside. The doppelganger turned to the black-armored woman and said, "As the overseer of the outer circle, you must possess strength. I know you have been working hard, and now you are at the 8th tribulation level. Above the 9th tribulation is the divine realm, and beyond that is the divine void. I will help you elevate 6 levels, bringing you to the upper Yuan realm." The black-armored woman was taken aback. And before she could respond, the doppelganger lightly gestured. At that moment, her aura surged from the 8th tribulation. Tio the 9th tribulation. Tio the divine realm. Tio the divine void. Tio the dimensional realm. Tio the middle Yuan realm. And finally to the upper Yuan realm, where it peaked. The doppelganger retracted his finger and said, "You and my sister are good friends. She will be away for quite some time. So you must strive harder and why time is limited. So I shall say no more and why sister trusts you, and I do as well." He then looked at Nailan and added, "In my absence, you will oversee the internal and external Star River realms temporarily. You are now at the peak of the upper divine realm and may encounter formidable foes." He extended his finger once more, and Nailan's aura leaped from the upper divine realm, to the essence spirit realm, to the true God initial stage, Theo mid-stage, Theo late stage, and finally to the pinnacle of the true God realm, reaching perfection. The doppelganger retracted his finger, looking at Nalan with a gentle smile. While I am away, please take good care of Hei Mei. Understood, Nalan replied. At this moment, tears streamed down the cheeks of the black-armored woman uncontrollably. She wiped them with her sleeve and smiled at the doppelganger. I will never forget. The doppelganger replied, do you know why I admire you? First, aside from your relationship with my sister, I can see that you are very loyal, and what is rare is that you have always remained true to yourself. You possess considerable talent, yet you have encountered few opportunities. Nevertheless, you harbor no grievances and work diligently. All right, enough of my rambling. With that, the doppelganger vanished from the spot. Chapter 85. The doppelganger and Yenner the following day. The doppelganger Yang Fan, along with Xiao Qiao and Nalan, departed from the outer circle and arrived at the White Emperor City, where they would meet Luo Yan. The doppelganger turned to Nalan and said, Alon, I have matters to discuss with Miss Luo Yan. You take Xiao Qiao and explore the area. Afterward, he addressed Luo Yan. Let us take a stroll. With that, Luo Yan followed suit. The doppelganger said to Luo Yan, Miss Luo Yan, I may be away for a while, and since Xiao Qiao is alone, I hope you can treat her as your own daughter if you don't mind. Luo Yan replied, Young Master Yang, I would be delighted. With me around, you need not worry. She hesitated, then added, There's something I wish to say, but I fear it may offend you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan encouraged, Young Master Yang, please speak freely. We need not stand on ceremony. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and asked, Over the years, have you considered finding someone else, given that the road ahead is still long? Luo Yan looked at him and replied, Who would look favorably upon a fallen member of the sculpture clan like me? If no one minds, I would indeed wish to find someone. But individuals like you, Young Master Yang, are few and far between. She glanced at him, her eyes shimmering. Ha ha, Miss Luo Yan, you flatter me. You possess the beauty that can captivate both fish and wild geese, something that many would desire. Luo Yan, hearing this, inquired, Do you think so too, Young Master Yang? The doppelganger affirmed, Yes, Miss Luo Yan, if I may be so bold. I wish to dot this. Luo Yan's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, softly responding, I wish to be with you, Young Master Yang. The doppelganger asked, Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. With that, he drew Luo Yan into his embrace. Luo Yan's face turned crimson, and her heart raced. The doppelganger teased, Why are you so red? Are you unwell or ill? Luo Yan was momentarily speechless. She playfully punched the doppelganger's chest. I'm ignoring you. The doppelganger tightened his embrace around Luo Yan. Yenner, I may be away for a considerable time, especially after I return to assist my sister in establishing the order of all beings. Such moments will become increasingly rare. Luo Yan replied, I understand. As long as you keep me in your thoughts, I will be content. Silly girl, no matter how busy I am, I will always find time to visit you. In my absence, you must take good care of yourself. Your cultivation is still too low, even though it may seem high to you. I am worried. Come, I will help you elevate your cultivation, Yenner joyfully responded. The doppelganger then pointed his finger. A stream of profound energy entered Yenner's body. Yenner had already surpassed the realm of demon races, yet she was entirely unaware of the unknown realms. After a quarter of an hour, the doppelganger retracted his finger and smiled gently. Now, even an unknown realm would not stand a chance against you. Yenner asked, puzzled. Unknown realm? The doppelganger explained, yes. According to the highest realms of Zhangzhou, there is the Return to Truth realm, followed by the Saint realm, the Emperor realm, the Venerable realm, and the Known realm. You are currently in the Past realm, which allows you to sever the past. Even if your opponent's strength exceeds yours by 1 or 2 levels, you may not be able to kill them, but you can sever their past. Yenner was astonished. The doppelganger smiled faintly. If you encounter someone in the true God realm, it would be a different story. Currently, you are akin to the pinnacle of the demigod realm in the primordial universe. You have advanced 5 levels since today, Yenner sighed. I had such a narrow perspective before. The doppelganger replied. The universe is vast. Even I do not know if the universe has an end. I must take my leave now. Let me take you to meet my friends. With that, he took Yenner's hand and walked along the path back. Chapter 86. Popularizing the Order of All Beings Law. First stop, the Middle Martial World. The doppelganger entrusted Xiao Qiao to Yenner's care and, together with Nalan, headed towards a shared destination. The Nalan family, once highly esteemed in that small world, had inexplicably fallen from grace. Nalan, who was known as Nalan Shui in those days, later changed her name to Nalan. Back then, she was still very young, witnessing her clan members dispersing and departing. From that moment on, the family fell into despair. No one knew what had befallen the Nalan clan, and the descendants were reluctant to speak of it. Throughout the journey, Nalan was beset by worries, feeling utterly lost and ignorant of the whereabouts of her kin after countless eons had passed. Were it not for her doppelganger, she feared she might eternally remain trapped within the infernal Star River Tower. The doppelganger turned to Nalan and said, "Cheer up. If you wish to revive the Nalan clan, you may do so at any time." Nalan managed a faint smile and replied, "Thank you. I will need your assistance in the days to come." After traversing for half a day, they arrived at what remained of the Nalan clan in her memories. To their astonishment, the landscape before them was desolate. Nalan raised her head and murmured, "Has it fallen into such utter decay? I had hoped there would at least be descendants of the Nalan clan to safeguard this land and continue our lineage. It seems I am the last of my kind." The doppelganger allowed Nalan to express her emotions, acknowledging the unpredictability of life. All that remained was to confront the reality ahead, if needed. The doppelganger was willing to lend a hand. At that moment, Nalan looked at her doppelganger with a bittersweet expression and said, "I wish to restore the Nalan family, but for now, I cannot return with you. I apologize." The doppelganger responded to Nalan, "Just call if you require anything. This departure may last quite a while. Take care of yourself." With a slight sigh, the doppelganger then departed from the desolate grounds of the Nalan clan. Returning to the outer realm, the doppelganger gazed into the cosmos for a long while. At that moment, Fangqing emerged with a gentle smile, observing the doppelganger's troubled expression and silently standing beside him. The doppelganger spoke to himself, "The stronger one becomes, the less humanity they possess. When a powerful being breaks the laws of nature, they do so because the heavens are unkind. Defying fate is an attempt to alter an unjust destiny. Without a trace of humanity or compassion, even the mightiest will find themselves in solitude. Little sister, your path is fraught with difficulties, yet I shall accompany you." As he spoke, he grasped his sister's hand, and in an instant, they arrived in the skies above the central martial world. Fangqing looked at the doppelganger, who declared, "Let us commence from the central martial world, and utilize the sword of all beings." At that moment, the sword of all beings trembled violently, for the masses understood that the order of all beings was about to be enacted. The doppelganger raised the sword of all beings, his gaze sweeping across the entire central martial world as he proclaimed, "In the name of my sister, I hereby announce the implementation of the order of all beings. Its purpose is to liberate all beings, irrespective of status or strength, and to ensure gender equality, thereby benefiting humanity. We shall promote culture through the rule of law. All statutes and regulations must be adhered to, regardless of strength. All information will be contained within the order of all beings. Those who believe, in the name of my sister, shall be protected by the order of all beings. Those who oppose shall forfeit that protection for life." At that moment, the contents of the order of all beings flooded the minds of countless individuals throughout the central martial world. Half an hour later, innumerable thoughts intertwined with Fangqing's being, and she could sense the names and locations of those thoughts. Most originated from the weak, with few from the strong. Fangqing furrowed her brow and declared, "From this moment forth, the central martial world shall be renamed Central Martial County. As for the county head, let the capable take the lead, but they must be elected by the populace of the weak. Cheaters will be dealt with according to the order of all beings. After the election, the county head shall submit a personal profile to me. The appointment and division of responsibilities shall be determined by the county head. And elections may also be held." Turning to the doppelganger, Fangqing added, "We will gradually refine the process. The order of all beings must be practiced to uncover its issues." The doppelganger nodded slightly. Holding Fangqing's hand, they proceeded to the next destination, the High Martial World. Chapter 87. The Order of All Beings. Second stop, High Martial World. In the skies above the High Martial World, a man and a woman hovered. The guardian, Xianlei, stepped forward, and upon seeing the doppelganger, he trembled slightly before turning his gaze to Fangqing. Fangqing then addressed the ancient man, "I have come to promote the order of all beings." "Where is the ruler of this realm?" The ancient man replied, "I do not know. I am merely a gatekeeper, collecting offerings every century." After speaking, he quietly stood to the side. The doppelganger's gaze enveloped the entire high martial world as he proclaimed, "In the name of my sister, I hereby announce and promote the order of all beings. From this moment forth, the high martial world shall be renamed High Martial County, and for the time being, you shall act as the county head. The aim is to establish equality for all beings, granting the weak a voice, regardless of status. As for resources, let the capable take the lead, governed by the rule of law. All statutes and regulations must be adhered to, regardless of strength." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Billions of principles of the order of all beings flooded the minds of the populace in the high martial world. Those who believe in the name of my sister shall be protected by the order of all beings. Those who oppose shall forfeit that protection for life. After briefly absorbing the order of all beings, the ancient man bowed slightly and addressed the doppelganger and Fangqing, saying, "I shall get to work immediately. As for the county head," Fangqing interjected, "if the ruler does not respond within 3 days, you shall assume the role of county head. In that case, please draft a detailed personal profile for me. I trust you will handle this well. Any other unresolved issues, I shall address." Hearing this, the ancient man, Xianlei, breathed a sigh of relief and agreed, "Very well." He then vanished from the center of the high martial world. Meanwhile, within a sect, an elderly man in a Taoist robe raised his head in shock. Exclaiming, "It is him," he then slightly bowed towards the doppelganger and Fangqing. At this moment, the doppelganger turned his gaze towards the elder and transmitted a message, saying, "You shall take on the role of deputy county head from now on. For other specific divisions and regulations, you may discuss them with the county head." With that, he withdrew his gaze. Countless thoughts then surged into Fangqing's being, and with a slight smile, she remarked, "It seems most people are in favor." Simultaneously, her name echoed throughout the entirety of High Martial County. The doppelganger remarked, "Strength dictates all. As long as it is beneficial, everyone will comply. True strength is their assurance." This smooth progress merely indicates that the order of all beings resonates deeply with the populace, barring a select few. Secondly, strength. When no one opposes you, it speaks volumes. Fangqing nodded slightly, stating, "Brother, what lies ahead?" The doppelganger replied, "The next stop is the super martial world. This realm is somewhat different. The super martial world is akin to the world of deities in the eyes of ordinary mortals. Most inhabitants are above the realm of immortals, unlike in High Martial County, where few reach such heights in their lifetimes. Henceforth, let us rename the super martial world to Super Martial City." Fangqing concurred with her brother's sentiments, then turned to him and said, "Brother, are we perhaps moving a bit too swiftly?" The doppelganger responded, "This is already quite slow. The aim is to give you a chance to experience it. The universe is vast, and a single world may barely be the size of a well." Fangqing looked up at the boundless starry expanse, pondering, perhaps this starry sky is but a fragment of a universe. What lies beyond the super martial world, and what kind of universe exists there? It's still part of this universe. Fangqing mused. The doppelganger reassured her, "Do not dwell on such matters. Consider it a journey, a chance to broaden your horizons and understanding, which will benefit you." Fangqing shook her head, replying, "I merely worry that time waits for no one. Perhaps every moment sees thousands die, and it weighs heavily on my heart." With a deep sigh, she grasped her brother's hand and fled towards the super martial world. Chapter 88. The Order of All Beings, third stop, Super Martial World. At the entrance to the Super Martial World, the doppelganger raised his head, contemplating, "As we ascend, the resistance may increase. The stronger one is, the less they will be governed. Though the powerful, weakness is a sin. Just as the world cares little for the plight of ants beneath their feet. Certain means, when employed wisely, yield greater effects. They serve to instill fear while also signaling to my sister that some of her thinking must evolve." Fangqing nodded slightly, for she understood these principles, yet she still found it difficult to apply them herself. The doppelganger smiled gently, took Fangqing's hand, and in an instant, they tore through the barrier, arriving at the skies above the super martial world. Countless powerful beings from the super martial world converged. The doppelganger remained calm, his expression devoid of any turmoil, until dozens of strong figures gathered in the skies above, among them an elderly man in a Taoist robe and a woman with a bamboo cane. Upon seeing the doppelganger, the elder and the woman were momentarily stunned. Exchanging glances, they turned their attention to the doppelganger and then to Fangqing, the very woman they had once risked their sect's annihilation to assist. They now pondered whether this encounter would be a blessing or a curse. Fangqing surveyed the crowd, and upon recognizing the two seniors who had once aided her, she greeted them. "How have you both been?" and offered a gentle smile. The Taoist elder and the bamboo cane woman nodded in return, their expressions warm. However, as they focused on Fangqing, their brows furrowed deeply, for they could not discern her strength. The elder spoke, "We dare not presume, but may we inquire why you have come here, esteemed ones?" The doppelganger addressed the assembly, stating, "My sister seeks to establish the order of all beings. I am here to assist her in promoting it. We aim to create a system for all beings, to secure blessings for the masses, and to liberate the weak." As he spoke, the order of all beings enveloped and permeated the entirety of the super-martial world. More powerful figures continued to arrive. At that moment, one of the first batch of strong individuals, an elder, questioned, "What if I refuse?" The doppelganger turned to the elder, and with a subtle gesture, the elder was instantly erased from existence before he could utter another word. The remaining crowd, excluding the Taoist elder and the bamboo cane woman, cried out in alarm, "Is this a threat?" The doppelganger snapped his fingers, and numerous heads exploded, blood painting the sky. Only the Taoist elder and the bamboo cane woman remained, both of whom had long understood the doppelganger's fearsome nature and dared not utter another word. At this juncture, countless celestial beings gathered in the skies above, with no fewer than 1,000 known to be at the immortal realm. 100 at the past realm, 50 at the immortal sovereign realm, and 2 at the immortal emperor realm. The Taoist elder and the bamboo cane woman were taken aback. Simultaneously, they exclaimed, "Have all the super-martial powerhouses emerged?" The doppelganger addressed the assembled powers, stating, "You may choose to disagree, but you cannot obstruct this endeavor. If you support me, I welcome you. If you oppose and offend us, I apologize, but I must send you to meet your maker." At that moment, the bamboo cane woman, accompanied by the Taoist elder, approached Fangqing's side and expressed their support for this initiative. The doppelganger gazed at the two individuals and spoke, "You two are quite remarkable, having cultivated to the realm of immortality while still discerning good from evil. Particularly, I shall momentarily set aside the goodwill you once extended to me." Upon hearing this, the two were not only astounded but also reflected on the rarity of such strong beings in this universe, who, despite their immense power, strive to bring hope to the common populace and stand by the side of the weak. They could not help but simultaneously turn their gaze towards the doppelganger, a silent wave of reverence seeping into his being. The doppelganger now looked towards them, and they felt a wave of unease. They simultaneously turned their attention to the woman, Fangqing, with a gentle smile. Fangqing said, "My brother, we are one and the same." At that moment, both individuals regarded Fangqing with newfound respect, and their thoughts merged within her essence. Fangqing shuddered slightly, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, she had attained the pinnacle of the secondary cosmic star level. She could not help but exclaim, "These returns are quite enlightening," followed by a smile of understanding. When one dedicates themselves entirely, an invisible force invariably draws near, the voices of the weak and the masses. At that moment, the doppelganger was unaware that his benevolent actions would quietly coalesce into a tangible form in the future, rendering him nearly equal to his original self. Chapter 89. The destruction of the super-martial stronghold. At this juncture, the super-martial practitioners were decidedly displeased, for in their eyes, dealing with the weak at such a level of cultivation was a grave insult. How could they endure this? Thousands of known realm practitioners expressed their discontent, their venomous glares speaking volumes, including those from the past realm. The doppelganger waved his hand, and a suffocating aura of death enveloped the thousands of known and immortal realm practitioners. Though the crowd stood defiant, their eyes blazing with fury, they were ultimately eradicated. The doppelganger looked upon the obliterated thousands and remarked, "To be weak yet unaware. What a waste of existence." Hundreds of immortal realm practitioners dared not even express their anger, bowing their heads in submission, save for two who hesitated, glancing towards the old man in the Taoist robe and the elderly woman with a bamboo cane. "Are you two choosing sides?" Though their eyes were devoid of fury, the accusation was unmistakable. With a mere gesture, the doppelganger caused the two immortal realm practitioners to kneel in terror, simultaneously looking up at him and asking, "Must we die if we refuse?" With a flick of his finger, the two exploded into a shower of debris. The doppelganger sneered, "Go plead in hell. I have no time for the foolish." At that moment, a grand, shadowy figure appeared above the super-martial realm and addressed the Taoist elder and the elderly woman, saying, "You both have performed admirably. I am well acquainted with the law of cosmic order, and I wholeheartedly support its dissemination." After bowing deeply towards the doppelganger and Fang Qing, he continued, "I am Tang Yen, the supreme being of the super-martial world, eager to serve." The doppelganger smiled faintly at Tang Yen and declared, "This realm shall henceforth be known as Super-Martial City. All matters will be entrusted to you, and I have faith in your management." He then turned to the Taoist elder and the elderly woman, instructing, "Miss Tang Yen will require your assistance. The mayor shall be represented by the elder, and the vice-mayor by the elderly woman. I have little time." With that, he took Fang Qing's hand and glanced at his little sister. Fang Qing addressed the shadowy figure, "Thank you, Miss Tang Yen." In an instant, the two vanished from above Super-Martial City. Tang Yen watched their departure, remarking, "Now, that is what true strength looks like." Just then, the elderly woman with the bamboo cane asked, "My lord, what level of cultivation do these two possess?" The shadowy figure pondered for a moment before replying, "I am currently at the second level of the immortal emperor realm, yet I am no match for Miss Fang, whose strength has already reached the cosmic level, beyond our reach. As for the man, I can only say he is unfathomable." Raising his gaze, he added, "Cosmic level, the strength of the universe, beyond what the super-martial world can comprehend. The pinnacle of the world lies within super-martial, while its inception belongs to the low martial era. Beyond super-martial is the vast universe, and as for its expanse and what lies beyond, I am truly uncertain." He then turned to the two, advising, "You must diligently promote the law of cosmic order and effectively manage the current super-martial world. We have their backing, so proceed boldly in your endeavors. I believe the future of the super-martial era will be even brighter." With that, he disappeared into the sky. The two, while relieved, felt a myriad of emotions, as this happiness came too swiftly, and the pressure soon became palpable. Exchanging glances, the old man and the elderly woman retreated simultaneously. After departing, Fang Qing and the doppelganger arrived at the entrance of the third-level cosmic civilization. At this point, Fang Qing felt an increasing aura within her, having unknowingly reached the pinnacle of the secondary cosmic star level after leaving the super-martial world. Though she did not cultivate her realm, her power grew exponentially. As for how far she could ascend, she remained oblivious. Fang Qing turned towards the entrance and asked, "Brother, what is this place?" The doppelganger replied, "This is the entrance to the third-level civilization, transcending the super-martial realm. This civilization excels in learning and innovation. Its ancestors have consistently explored the universe, and their descendants have never ceased in this pursuit. It is a civilization worthy of respect." Chapter 90. The third-level civilization. As the two prepared to enter the entrance, a small, pale figure rushed towards them. When Fang Qing beheld the figure, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "Little girl." The small girl raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "You're the little girl. I've lived for hundreds of years." She crossed her arms and spoke emphatically, leaving Fang Qing momentarily speechless. The doppelganger addressed the small girl. "Do you wish to enter?" "Yes, but I cannot open the entrance," she replied, dashing headlong into it, producing a resounding crash. The girl rubbed her hard head and chuckled, "See? It's thick and sturdy. Would you too like to give it a try?" Fang Qing couldn't help but laugh at the girl's antics. Though she had lived for hundreds of years, her intellect was still quite juvenile, and Fang Qing found herself quite fond of her. Approaching the girl, she asked, "What is your name?" The girl replied, "I'm called Xiaobai. Everyone here wants to eat me, and I'm so scared." She clung to Fang Qing, her wide, innocent eyes resembling those of a sprite. The doppelganger addressed his sister, "She is a spirit of this universe, inherently kind. If you take a liking to her, you may allow her to accompany you. But be aware that if she leaves this universe, I believe the spiritual energy here will soon dissipate." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing hesitated, but just then, the little girl, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "No way. As long as they don't eat me, I won't drain the spiritual energy." She glanced at Fang Qing, who was still indecisive, and added, "Please, take me away from here." Her eyes were filled with a pleading innocence. "Brother, may I?" Fang Qing asked. The girl eagerly interjected, "Yes, please agree. Hurry." Her impatience caused her to stomp her feet repeatedly. The doppelganger nodded slightly and instructed the girl, "Hide yourself. Try not to reveal your presence. If you do, trouble will ensue. Can you manage that?" The girl nodded vigorously, bouncing in place, before transforming into her original sprite form and leaping into Feng Qing's spatial pouch. Xiao Bai's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, "There's food in here." Feng Qing smiled faintly at the doppelganger, oblivious to Xiao Bai within the spatial pouch. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the entrance opened instantly, and she grasped her brother's hand, disappearing through in this third-level civilization. The lifespan of the inhabitants was no less than 10,000 years, with the longest lived reaching a staggering million. They harnessed dark energy to enhance their strength, and not a trace of spiritual energy could be found here, as it was far too precious to them. The ancestors of the third-level civilization had attempted to descend into lower realms to seek the source of spiritual energy. But due to various constraints and the laws of heaven and earth, their grand ambition was never realized. However, with their extensive lifespans, they gradually discovered numerous methods to enhance their power, the most effective being dark matter, void currents, and consumption. Feng Qing observed that many inhabitants were flying, and occasionally, some glanced in the doppelganger's direction. Little did Feng Qing know that a single spiritual crystal could incite a frenzy among countless individuals. One could only imagine her astonishment. A spiritual crystal was akin to a fruit known in the outer ring. 10 spiritual crystals were sufficient to elevate one's cultivation by a minor realm, while 1,000 could grant a significant ascension, illustrating the preciousness of these crystals. If Feng Qing were aware that at that moment, within her spatial pouch, Xiao Bai was consuming 10 spiritual crystals per meal, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Due to Xiao Bai still being in her juvenile phase, her consumption was minimal, yet in her adult phase, thousands would be consumed in a single sitting without hesitation. For she was a spirit of the heavens, capable of devouring anything. At that moment, a small head resembling that of a white rabbit peeked out, glancing around before exclaiming, This place can cultivate spiritual energy. Once it is plentiful, I can come back to absorb it." After contemplating, she gently exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, which instantly spread throughout the vicinity. The doppelganger halted, glancing at Xiao Bai before shaking his head and muttering, "Trouble has begun." Chapter 91. The Heavenly Spirit. Xiao Bai. When the doppelganger's gaze fell upon Xiao Bai, she grinned widely, realizing she had caused trouble, and promptly withdrew her head, intending to return to the spatial pouch to continue her slumber. Before the numerous spiritual crystals within the pouch, Xiao Bai nodded contentedly, "There are still plenty. A little less won't be noticed by my sister." Meanwhile, outside, the doppelganger believed that within half a day, the entire third-level civilization would be astonished to learn of the spiritual energy's revival in this location. To prevent chaos, he reluctantly designated this area as a forbidden zone, then with a wave of his hand, completely severed its connection to the outside world. Grasping Feng Qing's hand, they instantaneously arrived above the center of the third-level civilization. This time, the gaze of numerous strong practitioners from the third-level civilization turned towards them, filled with curiosity and astonishment. For the first time in millions of years, such an occurrence had transpired, and all awaited the unfolding developments. Within a luxurious palace, hundreds of auras congregated. In terms of super martial world classifications, the lowest was at the Immortal Emperor realm, with others at the Immortal Saint realm, and the Immortal Emperor's minor to major realms, among which an elder had reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. The 12 realms of the Immortal Emperor, which correspond to the Cosmic realm, were at the forefront of the discourse. At this moment, one of the esteemed Immortal Emperors turned to the foremost elder and inquired, "Elder Ancestor, can you discern the strength of this individual?" The elder, with furrowed brows and a solemn expression, shook his head and replied, "I cannot see through one of them, and the other, a lady, surpasses even me." Ranging from the second to the fourth level of the cosmic realm. Upon hearing this, the hundreds gathered within the hall were struck with disbelief, as the young woman appeared to be no more than 20, yet held such power. How could this be possible? Moreover, she was above the elder ancestor himself. Silence engulfed the assembly of formidable beings. At this juncture, a girl of 16 or 17 gazed at the foremost elder and said, "Grandfather, they do not seem like bad people. They exude no murderous intent." With that, she promptly ascended towards the center of the sky. The elder urgently called out, "Do not," and followed her into the air. With the multitude of powerful beings trailing behind in the celestial expanse, the girl approached Feng Qing and asked, "Did my grandfather say you are in the cosmic realm? Is it true?" Feng Qing nodded slightly and glanced at the hundreds of formidable figures descending from above. An elder with a beard then addressed his granddaughter with a grave tone, "Qiner, come here." The girl named Qiner, after making a playful face at her grandfather, turned to the serene and clear-eyed youth and introduced herself. "I am Qiner. What is your name?" The doppelganger smiled gently at her and replied, "Yang Fan." "Brother Yang Fan, that is my grandfather," Qiner exclaimed, pointing to her grandfather. The elder bowed slightly towards the doppelganger and said, "My granddaughter Qiner has been impolite. I hope you will not take it to heart." The doppelganger responded, "This girl is innocent and devoid of malice, which is commendable. We have come here to propagate the law of universal order." As he spoke, he handed a small booklet to the elder. After perusing it, the elder nodded and shook his head, then looked at the doppelganger and remarked, "This is commendable, yet it is a daunting task. Establishing such an order cannot be accomplished without the might of the heavens. It cannot be suppressed otherwise. The foremost requirement is strength, not merely within a single universe, but across all universes, unless you deem yourself invincible. Otherwise, expecting the powerful to comply is rather unrealistic," the elder concluded with a shake of his head. The doppelganger did not directly respond, but instead asked the elder, "Do you know what it means to be fearless? My younger sister has been frail since childhood, just an ordinary person, yet her heart is filled with thoughts of all beings and the weak. She knows no fear or retreat. At the very least, she dares to act, to be fearless, even in the face of the unknown. She remains so even now. As for the powerful, fear not. I specialize in dealing with the defiant." The doppelganger slightly raised his head towards the skies above the third-level civilization and declared, "I welcome those who comply. If you merely wish to retain your opinions, consider us mere passers-by." He then took Feng Qing's hand, preparing to depart, when Qiner, pouting, exclaimed, "Grandfather, why have you become so muddled?" Turning to the doppelganger and Feng Qing, she added, "Sister, big brother, I represent the third-level civilization to promote and disseminate the law of universal order. What do you think?" Her expression was one of pure sincerity. The doppelganger and Feng Qing looked towards the elder, who appeared pensive and hesitant. The doppelganger then stated, "Very well, you shall represent the third-level civilization henceforth, maintaining and promoting the law of universal order. Qiner, you will govern it all, with your grandfather's assistance." Turning to Feng Qing, he inquired, "Do you have any spirit crystals left?" Feng Qing rummaged through her spatial pouch and produced 100 million spirit crystals, handing them to her brother, saying, "This is the total amount." At this moment, Xiao Bai glanced at the half of the spirit crystals that had vanished, staring longingly at the remaining 100 million, his mind swirling with unknown schemes. Chapter 92. The Waterfish Clan. Meanwhile, the doppelganger handed 100 million spirit crystals, neatly packaged in a storage pouch, to Qiner, saying, "Take this. Aside from cultivating to enhance your strength, you may manage it as you wish. Should you find yourself in need later, feel free to ask your sister Qing for more." He then produced a box and handed it to Qiner, saying, "Inside is a strand of my sword energy. Not far from here, in a few years, a spiritual aura will arise. This sword energy is the sole means to break the seal of this place, so use it wisely when the time comes." Afterward, he took his sister's hand and said, "Let us depart. The next civilization has delicious food. I will take you to taste it." He smiled gently at his sister. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing remarked, "I truly miss the taste of buns and noodles." In an instant, the two vanished from above the center of the third-level civilization. After leaving the third-level civilization, they traversed through the unknown starry expanse. At this moment, disturbances ahead were growing increasingly pronounced, causing the doppelganger to frown slightly as he focused on a certain point. Feng Qing, intrigued, suggested, "Brother, let us take a look." The doppelganger laughed heartily, taking his sister's hand as they promptly arrived at a land of an alien race. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a powerful being engaged in a slaughter. It seemed they were unnoticed or disregarded by this formidable figure. The doppelganger led his sister forward step by step. From the battlefield, it was evident that the Waterfish clan was at a severe disadvantage. According to ancient records, The Waterfish clan had historically been friendly with the human race and had never engaged in conflict with any other clans. In their glorious era, there had been beings of cosmic-level strength among them, but the reasons for their current plight remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the opposing star race's powerful beings, with their lowest being at the false god realm and the highest at the true god realm, were mercilessly slaughtering the Waterfish clan, who had only half-god-level strength. The massacre occurring in the battlefield, particularly among the god-level beings, incited the Doppelganger sire. He gazed at the star race's powerful figure and remarked, "The Star Clan, a race that justifies its existence through slaughter." Fang Qing, puzzled, asked, "Is the Star Clan also part of the human race?" The Doppelganger replied to his sister, "Since ancient times, the Star Clan has been akin to anti-humanity, specializing in oppressing the weak. They are driven by violence, devoid of humanity." At that moment, a half-human, half-fish girl from the Waterfish clan rushed towards the Doppelganger and Fang Qing, her eyes filled with desperation. As if she sensed that these sudden human arrivals bore no intent to harm, unlike the members of the Star Clan, who appeared human yet were inherently ruthless. The Doppelganger looked down at the half-human, half-fish girl and gently stroked her fish-like body, instantly healing her wounds. The girl, in awe, gazed up at the Doppelganger and implored, "Young master, please save our Waterfish clan." Her eyes brimmed with hope. The Doppelganger addressed the half-human, half-fish girl. "Since the inception of your Waterfish clan, you have maintained a friendly rapport with humanity. There are good and bad individuals among humans, in light of this encounter. From now on, the human race must not disrupt the peace of the Waterfish clan." He then instructed the girl, "Tell all your kin to come to my side." Upon hearing this, the girl dashed away. And shortly after, thousands of members of the Waterfish clan sought refuge, approaching the Doppelganger's position. The gaze of the entire Star clan turned towards Fang Qing and the Doppelganger, filled with hostility. Due to the disparity in their strengths, the members of the Star clan could not discern the cultivation levels of the two. The Doppelganger disregarded the Star clan and instead focused on the little fish girl, asking, "Do you wish for revenge? Fear not. They are the villains. The world will be better off with one less villain, as good people will suffer less harm. We must reason with the good, but with the wicked. Reasoning is futile. They will interpret your kindness and logic as an affront. In their eyes, profit is their truth, and their fists are their courage. Do you understand?" The little fish girl nodded, then said, "But we cannot fight back." The Doppelganger smiled slightly, saying, "You point, and I shall strike. They bully my human friends. I will assist you." The girl pointed towards the god-level beings behind her and said, "They have killed many of our kin." The Doppelganger followed her finger and looked at the leading god-level figures, shaking his head as he declared, "They are merely pawns. Look," he pointed at the most powerful figure of the Star clan. "They are the ones issuing commands. Since you have chosen that target, we shall begin there." Chapter 93. Annihilation of the Star Clan. With that, the Doppelganger waved his hand, and as his aura passed, all matter and life began to disintegrate and separate in that moment. Seconds later, the members of the Star Clan were utterly erased, as though they had never existed. The eyes of the Waterfish clan members widened in astonishment. No expression could adequately encapsulate their shock. In the eyes of the Waterfish clan, the powerful were rendered as insignificant as ants before this figure. A true god-level being turned to the Doppelganger and asked, "Are you declaring opposition to the Star Clan?" The Doppelganger's aura enveloped the entire Star Clan as he retorted, still putting on a facade, "Fool." With that, he struck down upon all members of the Star Clan. At that moment, the Star Clan finally regained their senses, filled with terror and despair. All present from the Star Clan were met with a devastating force, obliterated to the last remnant. The members of the Waterfish clan were overwhelmed with excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cheered. They bowed repeatedly towards the Doppelganger. The leader of the Waterfish clan looked towards the Doppelganger and proclaimed, "The Fish clan has hope." The little fish girl and the entire Waterfish clan expressed their gratitude and reverence. The leader of the Waterfish clan then warmly invited the two to their home. The Doppelganger and Fang Qing exchanged smiles, with the Doppelganger stating, "This Waterfish clan is very friendly. It seems we are in for a treat." Following the leader, they entered the Grand Hall of the Waterfish clan, which spanned approximately 20 million kilometers. Akin to a small nation, inside the hall were only a dozen individuals, including the leader and the little fish girl. The leader then addressed them, "During this crisis, we are profoundly grateful to the two divine beings for saving us. On behalf of the entire Waterfish clan, I extend our deepest thanks. Without your intervention, our clan would have faced dire straits. The doppelganger replied, there is no need for such formalities, and introduced Feng Qing. This is my younger sister Feng Qing. You may call her Qinger or Miss Qing.as for me. You may refer to me as Young Master Yang. Being a divine being is merely a matter of possessing greater strength. The leader of the fish clan laughed heartily, saying, very well, I shall forego the pleasantries. May I inquire where Miss Feng and Young Master Yang intend to go next? The doppelganger produced a small booklet and presented it to the elder of the Waterfish clan, stating, we are here to promote and disseminate the law of universal order. The elder accepted it and, upon seeing the name of the order's founder, Feng Qing, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, such ambition and benevolence at such a young age is truly rare. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Feng Qing and said, Miss Feng, might I inquire if our Waterfish clan could have a place to advocate and propagate the law of universal order? Upon hearing this, Feng Qing smiled gently and replied, of course, as part of the universal beings, the fish clan is included. Furthermore, I shall add a provision. No human shall infringe upon your Waterfish clan. Those who do will face severe punishment. The 10 or so strong members of the fish clan were taken aback by such generous privileges. The leader of the Waterfish clan looked at Feng Qing with gratitude and declared, from this day forth, the Waterfish clan shall heed Miss Feng's decree and strictly adhere to the law of universal order. Feng Qing then addressed the elder of the fish clan, saying, the Waterfish clan will forever be my friends. As she spoke, she produced half of a spirit crystal, approximately 50 million pieces, and handed it to the elder. The elder, seeing this, quickly waved his hands and said, such a precious item, Miss Feng, please take it back. The old man conveys the gratitude of the Waterfish clan on behalf of our people. Feng Qing replied, these are of little use to me, so you need not decline. Your clan is in dire straits and in need of these resources for enhancement or other purposes. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me or apply through the proper channels. After a brief pause, she continued, in the near future, the law of universal order will connect the entire universe. While speaking, she glanced at her doppelganger, who smiled faintly and nodded, saying, it is only a matter of time. Chapter 94 Come, try to kill one. At this moment, the members of the fish clan brought forth an array of fruits, desserts, and various delicacies from their kind, causing even Feng Qing to look on with delight. A young fish girl exclaimed, Grandpa, sister, brother, let us eat. These are the finest offerings from our fish clan. The elder turned to young Master Yang and Miss Feng, saying, let us eat and converse. The doppelganger nodded slightly, while Feng Qing took a seat beside the little girl, often sharing her experiences and guiding her. The doppelganger produced a dao fruit, preparing to hand it to the elder when suddenly a flash of white light appeared. Xiao Bai, clutching the dao fruit, looked at the doppelganger and said, this is mine, followed by a wide grin. Xiao Bai then vanished into Feng Qing's spatial pouch. Both the doppelganger and Feng Qing were momentarily stunned, as were the elder and the little girl. The young fish girl turned to Feng Qing and asked, sister, is that little white rabbit cute? Is it hungry? Feng Qing gently patted the little girl's head and replied, its name is Xiao Bai. It is shy around strangers. As she spoke, Feng Qing retrieved another dao fruit from her storage pouch and offered it to the little girl, who blinked in surprise and joyfully accepted it. Just then, Xiao Bai's head poked out again, and after Feng Qing affectionately stroked Xiao Bai, she added, they are my friends. You must not take their things. Xiao Bai rolled its eyes and retreated, continuing to rummage in the spatial pouch. The elder gazed in astonishment at the dao fruit in the little girl's hand, exclaiming, this is a 10,000-year holy fruit. This has been recorded in our clan's annals. I never expected to see it today. The elder sighed with emotion. The little girl, upon hearing this, was about to return the dao fruit, but Feng Qing smiled gently and said, sister gave it to you. There is no need to be polite. When I visit you again, I will bring you more. She then looked at her doppelganger and said, brother, this task is entrusted to you. The doppelganger, with a slight smile, replied, it's a matter of a single word. The elder pondered, thinking, I never imagined that after the decline of my fish clan for 1,000,000 years, we would encounter such a benefactor today. Receiving this kindness and assistance, all the ancestors can rest easy now. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai in the spatial pouch began watering the dao fruit, occasionally blowing it up with spiritual energy. Days later, The doppelganger and Fang Qing departed from the Waterfish clan and journeyed to the entrance of the fourth-level civilization passage. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the entrance. "Do you wish to enter?" Fang Qing looked towards the source of the voice but could not discern its origin, so she nodded slightly. The voice continued, "You will die inside. Do not think it is just you. Even I would fare no better in there." Fang Qing replied, "Elder, do you know my current strength?" The voice responded, "You are at the peak of the second-level cosmos. That is impressive outside, but inside, I could defeat 10 of you." Fang Qing was taken aback. "Elder, are you at the third-level cosmos?" No. The voice corrected that I am at the fourth-level cosmos and at the peak of it." Fang Qing exclaimed in disbelief, "But—" The voice paused before continuing, "As for the person beside you, I cannot see through them. There are only 3 possibilities for someone I cannot perceive. First, they possess a hidden artifact. Second, they lack cultivation. Or third, they are far superior to me. I believe the third is true. Otherwise, you would not be able to enter and exit. The best outcome for you inside would be akin to my fate." Fang Qing, filled with doubt, inquired, "Elder, why can't I sense your location? Your strength is insufficient. Little girl, achieving such a realm is quite remarkable for you. I have been trapped here for 1,000,000 years." Fang Qing was shaken upon hearing this. 1,000,000 years? "Elder, you have survived for so long." The voice at the entrance sighed, "I have been dead for 100,000 years. What remains now is merely a trace of my lingering spirit." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing fell into deep thought and slowly raised her gaze towards the cosmos above the fourth-level civilization entrance. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure swept down from the cosmos above, causing Fang Qing to stagger back dozens of meters before regaining her balance. Then, from above the entrance, a voice thundered, "If you dare to be unruly again, you will die." The previous voice resounded once more. It's him. Meanwhile, the doppelganger looked through the cosmos above and challenged, "Come, try to kill one." Chapter 95. The man trapped at the entrance was taken aback, feeling the urgency of the situation. He turned to the doppelganger, ready to dissuade him. The voice from above echoed again. Not convinced? The doppelganger turned to Fang Qing and said, "Little sister, may I borrow your sword? I wish to restore its name." Fang Qing, realizing her brother was truly angered, knew that this was the first time she had witnessed such fury from him. At that moment, the sword of universal beings trembled violently, not merely shaking but quivering with intense excitement. However, Fang Qing did not nod. She dared not act rashly. Reflecting on her brother's kindness throughout the years, his protection, teachings, affection, and guidance, she finally relented and nodded slightly. Instantly, the sword of universal beings fell into the doppelganger's hands, whose gaze had turned eerily calm. Holding the sword of universal beings, he glanced at the cosmos and declared, "A fourth-level civilization? It need not exist." With that, he vanished from sight. The trapped man at the entrance shouted in alarm, "What is he planning to do?" Fang Qing lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. The trapped man exclaimed, "Fang Qing." She raised her head and asked, "Brother, can we not?" The voice responded, "Yes." The voice ceased. The trapped man looked at Fang Qing and inquired, "Miss, what is your brother doing?" Fang Qing replied, "He is purging the cosmos." The man was left in shock, exclaiming, "Purging the cosmos? How is that possible?" Fang Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, those below the divine realm can still survive." "What?" The trapped man responded, "Below the divine realm? Miss, you are unaware of the fourth-level civilization. Divine beings here are as common as dogs. Being below the divine realm is 10 major levels away from true divinity." The man paused. "I almost forgot the term divine realm." Fang Qing, startled, exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Suddenly, she muttered, "This is Beatitude." That moment, the doppelganger hovered above the center of the fourth-level civilization. Glancing at the sword of universal beings, he said, "From now on, you shall become renowned throughout the universe. Do not forget that you have a master." The sword of universal beings trembled with excitement, and the doppelganger calmly declared, "Those below the cosmic level may survive. Go now and reclaim your name." Instantly, the sword of universal beings enveloped the entire fourth-level civilization. A merciless assault ensued, causing chaos and despair throughout the fourth-level civilization as anguished cries echoed. At that moment, the voice thundered, "Impudence!" Suddenly, a figure shot towards the sword of universal beings at breakneck speed. As it approached within 10 zhang of the sword, the figure gasped in terror. How can this be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he was utterly obliterated. Countless powerful beings soared into the sky, rushing towards the place where the sword of universal beings had descended. The sky of the fourth-level civilization wailed like a hellscape. As the area beneath the sword of universal beings was shrouded in darkness, devoid of life, at that moment, a powerful and majestic phantom emerged deep within the fourth-level civilization. The phantom gazed gravely at the sword, saying, "The sword of the way? What is happening here? No, wait, order, universality. This is the sword of universal order." The phantom's gaze pierced through the entire fourth-level civilization, landing on the calm face of the man at its center. The man exhibited an air of indifference, as if entirely unconcerned. The phantom frowned deeply, for it sensed no connection between this individual and the sword of universal order. Instead, he emanated an aura of invincibility. Not the sword's master. The phantom's attention shifted back to the entire fourth-level civilization. Suddenly, it looked towards the entrance, where a woman stood. Realizing that the sword of universal order must have been established by this woman, it urgently transmitted, "Miss, could you spare the fourth-level civilization? A thought for the universal beings, a thought for their demise lies within your hands." Fang Qing trembled slightly, raising her gaze towards the source of the voice. Yet she felt nothing. She then attempted to respond, "I wish to see my brother." The phantom understood, likely attributing the chaos to that arrogant elder. With no time to spare, it transmitted, "I cannot leave here. Miss, as long as you can spare the fourth-level civilization, I will fulfill any request within my capability." Not everyone deserves to perish. At that moment, thousands of powerful beings fell, and in a mere quarter of an hour, the entire fourth-level civilization would vanish from this universe. The majority of the fourth-level civilization's powerful beings would perish, losing all divine cultivation. Just then, Fang Qing's voice rang out, "Brother, enough." The doppelganger's body trembled slightly. He glanced at the phantom's position before averting his gaze. The sword of universal beings quivered momentarily before returning to the doppelganger's hand. He looked at the sword's obedient demeanor and said, "Now, those above the cosmic level reside in the void, and above the void lies the transformation. Now you have reclaimed your name. Do not bring shame upon yourself. Remember, you are the sword of all beings." Upon uttering these words, he vanished instantly above the center of the fourth-level civilization. Chapter 96, The Ultimate Transformation, the Supreme Being, a beam of sword light surged forth from the entrance. Quivering momentarily before the sword of all beings flew back into Fang Qing's scabbard. Noticing this, Fang Qing inquired, "Xiao Zhong, where is my brother?" Xiao Zhong replied, "Master, he did not inform me of his whereabouts. He may return after some time." Fang Qing offered a faint smile, and at that moment, Xiao Zhong asked, "Where shall we go now, master?" The man trapped at the entrance cast a glance at Fang Qing and sighed to himself, "Do not blame yourself. Your brother likely had urgent matters to attend to and has only temporarily departed." Fang Qing looked towards the trapped man and said, "Thank you, esteemed elder." She continued, "If my brother were here, I could have let him give it a try." The man responded, "Even if he were to emerge, I would not have long to live. At most, I could survive for a few hundred years. Unless someone reaches that stage." Fang Qing inquired, "What stage does the esteemed elder refer to?" The man pondered for a moment and then gravely stated, "Has the fourth-level civilization truly perished?" It is difficult to believe, as a fourth-level civilization is not something that can simply be extinguished. Yet, I can indeed sense the current silence of the fourth-level civilization. Otherwise, we would not be able to converse here. Fang Qing questioned, "What is the strength of the fourth-level civilization?" The man answered, "All I know is that true gods abound. Do you know the level of the pressure exerted by the elder when you arrived?" Fang Qing shook her head, and the man continued, "It was at the 10th level of the cosmos." Fang Qing was taken aback. "Cosmos level 10? This." The man elaborated, "Moreover, there is not just one 10th level being, but at least 10. As for what lies beyond the 10th level of the cosmos, I am unaware." At that moment, the sword of all beings trembled in response to the man, declaring, "Above the cosmos lies the realm of space." Upon hearing this, the sword of all beings suddenly ceased its movement, unwilling to speak further. The trapped man, upon hearing this, exclaimed while gazing at Feng Qing's sword. This? Feng Qing smiled gently and replied. Its name is Xiao Zhong. The man broke into a cold sweat, saying, the fourth-level civilization has fallen? Feng Qing turned her gaze towards Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhong looked at Feng Qing and asked, Master, may I speak? The man sensed a disparity in strength between the master and her sword. Feeling that she seemed significantly weaker, Feng Qing nodded slightly. Xiao Zhong stated, were it not for the master, the fourth-level civilization would have perished. Even that elder of the realm of space would not have been able to prevent it. The man looked towards Xiao Zhong, but Xiao Zhong ignored him and turned to Feng Qing. Master, I am quite powerful now. Feng Qing shot a glance at Xiao Zhong and then asked the man, what exactly is the step you mentioned? Esteemed elder, the man replied solemnly, the transformation to the extreme. Only a being of such strength may allow me to return before reincarnation, specifically to the pinnacle of the fourth-level cosmos. As for how one could achieve the transformation to the extreme. I have a feeling your brother must be a being of that caliber, or perhaps even. Feng Qing, always soft-hearted, looked at the trapped man and said, I shall give it a try. She then raised her head towards the location of her brother and called out, Brother, I have a request. Somewhere in the starry sky, the doppelganger halted its advance. It lifted its head towards a certain temple and smiled faintly. Moments later, the doppelganger emerged from above the entrance. And Feng Qing smiled gently, Brother, thank you. The doppelganger trembled slightly and replied, I am your brother. No matter where I am, I shall protect you. At this moment, the man was exceedingly excited. A being of the transformation to the extreme is undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse in the universe. Brother, is there a way to address his situation? The doppelganger replied with a smile. If he exists, there is a way. The doppelganger then opened its palm, as countless stars were continuously overlapped, ultimately condensing into a spider-like formation. Countless souls and spirits merged into the doppelganger's hand. That moment. In a certain time-space universe, an exceedingly terrifying aura emerged. Do you truly believe that the transformation to the extreme renders you invincible while you disrupt the laws of heaven and earth? The doppelganger's expression darkened as it raised its head slightly. You dare to repeatedly obstruct me. Do you think I am easily dealt with? Were it not for my concern for my sister's feelings, I could casually crush a being of your caliber. The voice responded. If it were your true self, I would indeed fear you. But what do I have to fear from a mere doppelganger? At that moment, the doppelganger pointed its index finger. An invisible aura surged towards the elder, crossing through countless stars. A wretched scream echoed. Moments later, the entire star river fell silent. Chapter 97. The benevolent act of the doppelganger. The doppelganger shook its head. Isn't it merely about breaking the balance of heaven and earth? The doubt at the laws? Is it not merely dictated by a larger rat? At that moment, the doppelganger's words completely overturned the trapped man's understanding. Such disregard for the rules of the great Tao could only be described with two words, impressive. The doppelganger looked at the position of its palm, then turned to the man. Due to the passage of time, I can at most return you to the third level of the cosmos. The doppelganger directed the energy in its palm towards the trapped man, and at that moment, wisps of spiritual essence and soul energy flowed into the man's mind. After a brief moment, the man's spiritual essence and consciousness were gradually restored. His lifespan extended to 3 million years, and his strength reached the initial peak of the third level of the cosmos. The man gasped in astonishment, nearly exclaiming profanities. After forcing himself to calm down, he turned towards the doppelganger. Thank you, esteemed elder, and then cast a grateful glance at Feng Qing. The doppelganger waved its hand casually, shattering several seals within the entrance, allowing the freedman to step out and take a deep breath. He then turned to Feng Qing and said, Thank you, young lady. My name is Xiang Yi. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. This is the family token of my clan, which contains information about my family. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall ensure my entire clan responds. Feng Qing smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elder. I am Feng Qing, and this is my brother Yang Fan. Xiang Yi bowed to the two and said, Until we meet again. Before vanishing in an instant, darting away towards a certain location. Shortly thereafter, a majestic ethereal figure emerged, addressing Feng Qing. Young lady, these are 5 source veins that sustain half of my 4th level civilization. Any one of these veins is sufficient to elevate a civilization to the pinnacle of the third level. Additionally, there are 50 source crystals, each capable of elevating a realm to the level of true gods. Lastly, there are 1 billion yuan stones, which serve many purposes, primarily enhancing cultivation, and can also be used for healing. Moreover, there are various elixirs, spiritual artifacts, sword techniques, and more. At this moment, Fang Qing interrupted the elder. 2 source veins, 20 source crystals, and 200 million yuan stones will suffice. The rest can be left to properly restore the 4th level civilization. The elder was taken aback. He had initially thought she would seize the opportunity to demand more. But unexpectedly, the elder felt a wave of shame wash over him, exclaiming, "I was too narrow-minded." He then produced a spatial bag large enough to contain a realm and presented it to Fang Qing. When Fang Qing scanned it with her consciousness, she was astonished. A spatial bag capable of containing a realm. This revelation truly shocked Fang Qing, as she was indeed eager to accept it. Within the bag were 5 source veins, 20 source crystals, and 1 billion yuan stones. Fang Qing looked towards the elder. "Esteemed elder." The elder interjected, "Please accept it. Were it not for you, my 4th level civilization would surely have perished." The doppelganger turned to his sister and said, "Accept it. You will find it useful in many situations." He then looked at the elder. "You are not a bad person, but you have chosen the wrong allies. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. Out of goodwill, I shall lend you a hand." The doppelganger lightly tapped, and a stream of profound energy surged into the elder's brow. The elder was momentarily bewildered, followed by a surge of ecstasy. In an instant, the elder's realm of space ascended from the 5th level to the 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, until it finally halted at the 12th level. At that moment, the elder truly realized that the other party was not merely a being of the realm of space. When he first appeared, he had naively assumed the other was at most at the 10th level of the cosmos, and had thought he was merely a few levels higher. He felt a cold sweat break out, realizing he had made a wise choice. Reflecting on this, the elder couldn't help but glance at the doppelganger again, then bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir." The doppelganger turned to his sister gently. "Do not feel too guilty." He then produced a small booklet and handed it to the elder. The elder was puzzled at first, but upon seeing the contents of the booklet, he understood that the other was acknowledging him. At that moment, the elder's hands trembled slightly as he declared, "I shall not disappoint your expectations." He stood solemnly to the side. Fang Qing smiled gently. "Brother." "Thank you," the doppelganger replied. "I did not harm those beneath the level of the cosmos. I merely gave them a lesson. Not everyone is as easy to deal with as I am. The 4th level civilization will thrive further." He then addressed the elder. "You shall lead the 4th level civilization anew. Do not let me down." With that, the doppelganger took his sister's hand and departed. Chapter 98. The mysterious woman in pure white. At that moment, the ethereal elder let out a deep breath, gazing at the spot where the doppelganger had left, above the transformation to the extreme. Could it be the realm of ultimate ceremony? Contemplating this, the elder felt a moment of bewilderment, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he exclaimed, "A realm no one has achieved throughout history." Meanwhile, shortly after the doppelganger and Fang Qing departed, a mysterious woman clad in pure white floated above. She gazed towards the spot where the doppelganger had vanished and calmly remarked, "A powerful being from outside the circle. Quite intriguing." The woman turned her gaze towards a certain area of the starry sky. A strand of hair penetrated a particular world, and moments later, that world was completely erased. The woman calmly declared, "An ant dares to spy on me." As she spoke, she darted towards the direction of the doppelganger. This time, the doppelganger and his sister had arrived at the entrance to the 5th level civilization. Fang Qing spoke up, "Brother, does it become increasingly difficult as we ascend?" In truth, she already knew the answer but still felt compelled to ask, "Do you think the universe is truly the end?" The doppelganger lifted his gaze towards the heavens, then turned to his sister. "What lies beyond the universe, I truly do not know. Perhaps my true self has uncovered some truths." He looked at his sister. "Do not think too far ahead. Focus on what you wish to accomplish now. As for the future, when your strength is sufficient, the issues will become much simpler." Fang Qing, with a semblance of understanding, nodded slightly and gazed at the entrance to the 5th level civilization. Sighing as she remarked, "I initially believed that the divine realm was the pinnacle, and subsequently came to the consensus that the true divine realm was the ultimate destination. Yet here I am, having surpassed the true divine realm and arrived at the cosmic level, only to discover that the cosmic level is equally feeble. Feng Qing turned to her clone with a wry smile, saying, "Without you, I am nothing." She stared into the starry sky for an extended period. Eventually, her form began to grow increasingly ethereal. Observing this, the clone immediately embraced his little sister, stating, "If you are weary, I shall accompany you in this lifetime." After saying this, the clone's form also began to fade gradually. Feng Qing, upon noticing her clone, suddenly felt a jolt of realization and exclaimed, "Brother, I have come to understand. No matter how arduous the journey, we shall always be together. Until the day all beings are formed and order is established, shall it not be so?" At her words, the clone trembled, as countless thoughts from myriad beings surged into both Feng Qing and the clone. The clone furrowed his brow, pondering. In this moment, I gaze upon myself and realize that, unbeknownst to me, I have been solidifying continually. Though it is less than 1%, it already signifies that one day, I shall no longer be merely a clone, but a tangible entity. This revelation prompted the clone to shake his head, gazing into the boundless universe, reflecting the power of countless beings. I never expected that. In an intangible manner, I have already stood among them. This is acceptable. As for the weak, as long as they are good, what does it matter if I protect them? At this moment, innumerable thoughts from billions of beings flowed into the clone's being. The clone remarked. Even Feng Qing was taken aback. Such is the power of the thoughts of the weak across the universe. At this juncture, the clone observed that his corporeal form had solidified to 5%. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Feng Qing, noticing her brother's expression, could not help but chuckle quietly. "Brother, fret not. No matter the burden, I shall shoulder it with you." Heh! The clone, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. This was the most joyous moment the two had ever shared. Now, the clone had solidified even further, grasping Feng Qing's hand as they proceeded towards the entrance of the 5th-level civilization. With a smile, he declared, "Today, I am in good spirits. There shall be no killing. There shall be no bloodshed." Just as they arrived at the entrance, a voice emerged from the threshold. "Do you take pleasure in killing, my lord?" The clone smiled faintly and responded, "Today, I shall not take a life." "Do I appear to be a master to you?" A woman's voice echoed from above the threshold. "She must be your sister, correct? Achieving cosmic star level 2 at her age is quite impressive. Whereas you, from what I see, possess no other abilities aside from flamboyance," the clone retorted, dissatisfied. The woman's reproach rang out. At that moment, Feng Qing interjected, "Senior, my brother, sigh. I knew you would defend him. Young lady, you ought to correct his disposition. If he remains oblivious to his own weakness, there will be no remedy for him." Feng Qing. The clone turned to the woman and expressed, "Thank you, miss. However weak I may be now, I shall be equally strong in the future." Such a glib tongue. Seeing that her heart was not malicious, a sword technique flew forth from the threshold. "Sister, save me." Upon hearing this, Feng Qing shot her brother a glare, just as the woman descended from above the threshold. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her beauty unparalleled, as her gaze, pure and clear, fell upon the clone, remarking, "That is a sword technique I have mastered. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own insight. How can you be a brother if you are so fearful of death?" The woman fixed her gaze upon the clone, reproaching him. The clone was left speechless, then glanced at his little sister. Feng Qing remarked, "Brother, the senior is right. How can you fulfill the role of a brother?" With that, Feng Qing could no longer contain her amusement and turned her head away to stifle a laugh. Heh. The clone, with no choice but to maintain the facade, replied, "Miss, I have my sister to protect me. That is sufficient. No need to learn further." The woman shook her head, looking at the clone. "Your sister is merely at cosmic star level 2. In our 5th-level civilization, cosmic star levels are commonplace. Do you understand?" At this, Feng Qing looked gravely at the woman, asking, "Cosmic star levels are commonplace?" The woman smiled slightly, replying, "Indeed, you should not venture further," as she spoke. She glanced at the clone and sighed before vanishing from above the threshold. Chapter 99. Fifth level civilization. The clone picked up the sword technique, bemused, saying, "They won't even reveal their names before leaving." He then turned to Feng Qing, asking, "Do I not appear to be a master?" At this moment, Feng Qing, upon looking, realized he bore no distinction from an ordinary person. She regarded the clone with confusion, saying, "Brother, had you not pointed it out, I truly would not have noticed." The clone laughed heartily, stating, "Cultivation exists within the realm of Tao. What use is it?" As he held the sword technique, he gazed toward the threshold, declaring, "This woman is quite remarkable. I would like to befriend her." Thus, he took Feng Qing's hand and proceeded towards the threshold. Upon arriving at a mountain peak, the long-haired woman fixed her gaze intently upon him. The clone rubbed his head, saying, "Miss, I shall return this sword technique to you," as he extended the sword technique towards her. The woman accepted the sword technique and looked at the clone, instructing, "Follow me. When we reach the city, do not cause any trouble." With that, she strode ahead. Feng Qing followed the woman, introducing herself, "Senior, my name is Feng Qing, and this is my brother, Yang Fan." The woman smiled slightly, saying, "I am the gatekeeper here. Fortuitously, today is the last day. Subsequently, someone from above will come to escort you. When the time comes, you may contact me. My name is Uxian. I will facilitate your passage, for I am a true native of this fifth-level civilization. And this is quite attainable, provided your brother does not stir up trouble." Feng Qing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." The woman pondered momentarily before stating, "From now on, call me Sister Xian. Senior feels somewhat improper, given that I am merely at Cosmic Stage 2. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing inquired, "Sister Xian, could you enlighten me about this civilization?" The woman regarded Feng Qing, explaining, "The fifth-level civilization is one that is stratified by rank. The stronger you are, the more respect you command. Conversely, the weaker you are, the less you can expect, even if you possess reason. For no one dares to speak on behalf of the weak." At this point, they arrived in the city, with the clone trailing closely behind. The woman advised, "When there are few people around, we may converse. As long as you do not incite trouble, remember to follow my lead." As she spoke, the woman entered an auction house, where the doorman looked at the clone and his companions, stating to the woman, 10 spirit stones per person to enter." After the woman paid 30 spirit stones, she led Feng Qing and the clone to the last row of seats. Feng Qing turned to the woman, suggesting, "Sister Xian, there are vacant seats in front. Let us move forward, for I am quite curious about the auction house." The woman considered for a moment before replying, "The further forward you go, the pricier the seats become. This last row is free." Upon hearing this, the clone understood immediately. He did not mind, and looked to Feng Qing, saying, "If you wish to, then sit in the front." The woman responded, "Do you know how many spirit stones the first 3 rows cost?" The clone shook his head, replying, "I do not know." The woman remarked, "The third row seats start at 30,000 spirit stones, and they are reserved. Do you possess 30,000 spirit stones?" The clone replied, "My sister does." The woman shook her head helplessly. The clone insisted, "My sister truly does have them." The woman said, "You are her brother. What if your sister is not by your side?" The clone shook his head, responding, "I had not given it a thought." Suddenly, he added, "I have no interest in money." Upon hearing this, the woman shot the clone a disdainful glance and squeezed in beside Feng Qing. The crowd continued to swell, and after half an hour, it became densely packed. At this moment, an elder emerged, announcing, "This auction features only 3 treasures. The rule is that the highest bidder wins. It shall now officially commence," after which the elder retreated. A woman dressed in elegant attire stepped forward, presenting an item resembling a luminous pearl, announcing, "This is the first treasure of the auction, the Yuan Gold Stone. For example, a cosmic-level stronghold can elevate an individual by 3 levels. A cosmic star level 5 can reach level 8, etc." The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement upon hearing this, with someone shouting, "Let the bidding begin. Do not dawdle." The woman smiled slightly, stating, "The starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones. We shall now commence the auction." Suddenly, someone called out, "I bid 20 million. 30 million. A man exclaimed excitedly, 50 million. 60 million. An elder in the front row stood up, casting a threatening glance at the crowd. The clone, feeling bored, remarked casually, "What is there to fight over for a piece of worthless stone?" Although his voice was soft, Those nearby turned to look at him. The clone remained unfazed until he noticed Yu Exine glaring at him. Promptly, he corrected himself, exclaiming, "A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue." Ha! Chapter 100. The life and death pill of time. At this moment, the bidding had reached 80 million spirit stones. Eventually, no one raised their bid further, and the first treasure, the Yuan gold stone, was claimed by the elder in the front row. The excitement in the crowd remained high, as they eagerly anticipated what the next treasure might be, speculating that the main attraction would surely follow. The elder's voice resounded once more. "The next treasure is one that I believe all present will find appealing. I shall not speak too much, and will simply proceed with the auction of the second item." After saying this, the elder withdrew, and a woman resembling a noble lady stepped forward, smiling at the crowd. "The second item up for auction is..." The woman's voice deliberately paused for effect as she gazed at the audience. "I believe this item will send everyone into a frenzy." Just then, the elder in the third seat spoke up. "Young lady, do begin. There is no need to keep us in suspense." The lady smiled slightly at the elder and the audience, declaring, "The second item for auction is the life and death pill of time." She raised her voice slightly. Following this, she produced a beautifully adorned box and placed it on the auction table. As she opened it, an incredibly rich spiritual essence wafted into the air, captivating the minds of all present. Life force seemed to flicker momentarily. The lady merely opened it for an instant before closing it again, lasting less than 2 seconds. At this moment, a slightly plump youth exclaimed excitedly, "It's mine. I've got plenty of money. I'll crush you all." The crowd turned to look at the plump young man, who then offered a slight bow before continuing to watch intently. At this moment, beside Fang Qing stood a long-haired woman named Yu Exine, her body trembling slightly as she gazed intently at the dan of life and death. She murmured to herself, "I must obtain it at all costs." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing turned to Sister Yu Exine, realizing that she had come for the dan, and curiously looked towards the box. Her other self glanced at Yu Exine without uttering a word. At that moment, the woman on stage announced, "The starting bid is 100 million stones." After hearing this, Yu Exine's legs went weak, her gaze fixated. Then someone called out, 150 million. A different voice chimed in, 210 million. A slightly plump man casually declared, 300 million. The crowd turned to look at him, and an elderly woman spoke up, 350 million. 500 million. The plump man turned to the elderly woman and said, "Come on, keep bidding. I have plenty of money." "Ha ha ha." The elderly woman sighed softly after glancing at the plump man. "I'm afraid I'm out of my league here." At this point, no one else dared to raise the bid. The plump man looked triumphantly at the crowd. "Is there anyone else? Come on, keep bidding. Ha ha." Meanwhile, Yu Exine, sitting in the last row, realized that her family's total wealth was less than 500 million. The woman on stage then asked, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" 500 million once. 500 million twice. Her other self whispered to Yu Exine, "My sister has money." Startled, Yu Exine turned to Fang Qing and asked, "Qing Mei, can you?" Fang Qing replied, "Sister Exine, how much do you need?" The woman on stage eagerly awaited another bid, as each additional bid would increase her commission. She inquired, "Is there no one else bidding?" The plump man shot a fierce look at her, and this was all observed by her other self. Just then, a voice rang out, "Wait." The crowd turned toward the voice in the back row, shaking their heads upon seeing a woman. "Is 200 million available?" Yu Exine regretted her words as she realized she could not envision Fang Qing being able to produce such an amount. Fang Qing nodded slightly. "Sister Exine, go ahead and bid. I will do my utmost to assist you." Hearing this, Yu Exine's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Thank you. This item means everything to me." The crowd could not help but sigh, knowing that even if they borrowed 400 million, it would likely be insufficient. The plump man was determined to win, and he had both money and influence. Thinking of this made the crowd turn away in defeat. The woman on stage smiled upon hearing this, though she felt somewhat disappointed when she glanced at the last row, letting out a sigh for the woman there. The plump man then laughed at the woman. "Come on, keep bidding." Yu Exine lifted her head, took a deep breath, and called out, 500 million. "Oh dear, Sister Exine, let me help you bid." Fang Qing declared, 600 million. 800 million. The plump man continued to shout, 1 billion. Fang Qing was not one to back down. The woman on stage, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "This point 15 billion." The plump man turned to Fang Qing, grinning smugly. When Yu Xian heard this price, her resolve began to waver. And she looked at Fang Qing. "Qing Mei, let it go. I cannot burden you." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Qing called out, 30 billion. The entire audience was left dumbfounded. The woman on stage looked completely bewildered. What is going on? I thought 500 million rising to 700 million was the highest it could go, but 30 billion? As she realized this, she quickly signaled an elder to report to the higher-ups. And the elder understood and exited hastily. The plump man furrowed his brow, gazing at Fang Qing, then shouted, "You want to compete with me in wealth, huh? 50 billion. He looked in Fang Qing's direction as he shouted, 100 billion. Fang Qing aimed to bring this to a decisive conclusion. At this moment, everyone's mouths dropped open in shock, particularly the woman on stage, upon hearing that figure. She struggled to regain her composure and thought, who is this wealthy individual, able to bid 100 billion without batting an eye? The plump man hesitated. Although he was wealthy, he had never spent like this. However, if he backed out, he would become the laughingstock of the crowd. And he thought fiercely, damn it. So he shouted, 150 billion, 300 billion. Fang Qing resolved to acquire it no matter what. Meanwhile, Yu Xian was left stunned, pondering if Fang Qing was truly that wealthy. The plump man was genuinely frightened now. This was spiraling out of control, and if his family found out as he contemplated this, a voice echoed in his ear, keep bidding. Money is not a concern. At that moment, in a room above, a mysterious middle-aged man looked at the elder and said, 300 billion is not an amount a typical family can casually produce. This girl is not simple. After a pause, he added, if necessary, it is better to offend the Gao family. Do you understand? Yes, the elder replied. The plump man, now emboldened, shouted, 500 billion, 2 trillion. Fang Qing shouted angrily. Her other self looked at her and laughed. Sister, feel free to bid. Don't worry about 2 trillion. Even if you bid 200 trillion, I wouldn't blink an eye. At this, the crowd finally noticed her other self, turning to look at him. Even the mysterious man in the room above glanced over. Furrowing his brow, interesting point 200 trillion. Even I would find it difficult to produce such a sum easily. If this auction succeeds, there will be a reward from above. The elder felt a surge of excitement. Yuan stones could enhance cultivation. If he could get even 10 billion. The plump man was momentarily speechless, and a voice called out, I bid 10 trillion, final offer. The plump man trembled slightly, glancing at Fang Qing as he shouted, I'm all in. I don't believe you'll dare to continue. 10 trillion. The crowd was now numb. If this got out, it would undoubtedly shock the fifth-level civilization. The mysterious man glanced at the young master of the Gao family. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Fang Qing was uncertain whether 10 trillion yuan stones would suffice for a source crystal, but she recalled the elder's words about a source crystal being capable of elevating a world to true divine status. She couldn't worry too much about it. Fang Qing looked at the man, preparing to continue bidding when her other self interjected, 100 trillion. The crowd erupted into chaos, mouths agape as they stared at the young man. The woman on stage was dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? The mysterious middle-aged man in the upper room scrutinized the other self, his brow furrowing. This person is inscrutable. At this point, the plump man felt utterly defeated. Was there really someone this wealthy in a fifth-level civilization? A voice echoed, let us leave. This young man is very dangerous. As he spoke, the plump man vanished in a hurry. The crowd was left bewildered. Chapter 102. Fang Qing's admiration. Just as the crowd was at a loss, the woman on stage turned to the other self and asked, is it 200 trillion? He nodded slightly. And the crowd speculated about his true identity. The other self turned to his sister, let us take Sister Yu Xian to exchange it. Thus, 100 trillion was exchanged for a source crystal. Just as the three were about to leave, an elder stopped them. It was the same elder from earlier. He said, ladies, my master requests your presence. Fang Qing and Yu Xian both looked at the other self, who replied to the elder, not everyone can meet me. If you truly wish to see me, come with sincerity. He then turned to his sister and Yu Xian. Let us go. The elder watched them depart, lost in thought, and muttered, so much bravado. Just then, a voice commented, I overlooked it. This person is not so simple. On the street, Yu Xian remained silent, while Fang Qing occasionally chimed in. Finally, Yu Exine spoke. Qing Mei. This time acquiring the Dan of life and death relied entirely on you two. My family insisted I obtain it at any cost, but I never expected the price to exceed my imagination. Just this 100 trillion, I don't know when I will be able to repay it. Fang Qing replied, there's no need to repay, Sister Exine. We are friends, aren't we? Friends don't need to keep track of such things. Just like when you taught my brother your sword techniques, you didn't hold back? Did you? Yu Exine was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The other self turned to Yu Exine and said, Miss Yu Exine, our purpose in coming to the 5th level civilization is to promote order among all beings. As he spoke, he produced a small booklet and handed it to Yu Exine. Upon touching it, her expression turned incredulous as she looked at the two. You're not joking, are you? The other self smiled gently. I am serious. This is my sister's aspiration. I must help her achieve it. Yu Exine looked at the other self, sensing he was not jesting, and her demeanor grew serious. Do you understand what a 5th level civilization entails? Are you aware of the power of the strong? This is not merely a world. Implementing such ideals in a 5th level civilization universe is incredibly challenging. Fang Qing gave a rueful smile, acknowledging her own low strength. Even Sister Exine's power was merely that of a gatekeeper. The prospect of a 5th level civilization was indeed daunting. The other self did not answer Yu Exine directly, but instead lifted his head slightly, remarking a 5th level civilization. Its just that. He then looked at Yu Exine and said, Miss Yu Exine, we must part ways here. After saying this, he took his sister's hand, and the two vanished from the spot. Yu Exine stared at the spot where they had disappeared, pondering her thoughts, and after a moment, she headed back to her family. At this moment, the other self hovered above the 5th level civilization, just a step away from its center. Fang Qing looked at her other self. Brother, this civilization is powerful, she said with concern, as she was uncertain about her brother's true strength. For instance, she, without cultivating, could only be considered at the peak of the 2nd level of the cosmic realm. She had heard from a senior that her brother had likely reached the level of transformation or even beyond. The other self reassured her, there's no need to worry. Your brother's true form has long surpassed the concept of invincibility 10,000 years ago. For there are various forms of invincibility, just like your sister Qing, who has truly battled against your brother's true form. They cannot measure with invincibility, as that notion has long ceased to hold relevance for them. It has become merely a remnant of their past endeavors. As for you, Su Jie, following them is merely a stroke of fate. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, you will reach the pinnacle of invincibility, or even surpass it. These words, Fang Qing looked up and said, if only I could attain the level of Su Jie, and she slightly lowered her head, a look of sorrow etched upon her face. Chapter 103. How is this possible? As long as you desire, it can be achieved at any moment. I initially intended to assist you in reaching the zenith of this universe. Above the cosmos lies the realm of space, beyond which is the realm of transformation, and above transformation is the realm of the Great Instrument. The Great Instrument realm further divides into 3 tiers, the lower, middle, and upper realms. The limit of the upper realm of the Great Instrument represents the utmost pinnacle of the universe, which is its ultimate culmination. Fang Qing listened attentively to her doppelganger's words, finally grasping the hierarchy of the universe. The Great Instrument is the highest, while the cosmic level is the lowest. This is the classification of cosmic levels. She then turned to her doppelganger and inquired, brother, which tier of the Great Instrument realm are you in? The doppelganger smiled slightly and replied, oh, my dear sister, have you forgotten that I do not cultivate realms? Realms are constructs within the Tao, confined to the Great Path. For instance, your Su Jie is no longer within the Great Path. Her sword has shattered myriad laws, transcending the confines of the Tao. Thus, your Su Jie exists beyond the Tao. Fang Qing responded dejectedly. Upon witnessing this, the doppelganger felt a pang of sympathy, ruffling his little sister's hair. He said, once we resolve the 5th level civilization, take some time to consolidate your strength. I will take you to a special place, and with that, he grasped his sister's hand and swiftly made their way towards the center of the 5th level civilization. At this moment, a voice echoed, a mere cosmic insect dares to be audacious. As the words left the speaker's lips, a wave of pressure surged towards the two of them. Fang Qing gasped in surprise. Is this the space realm? The doppelganger waved his hand casually, and the pressure dissipated instantly. He glanced at his sister and said, This is no ordinary space realm. It is the 10th tier of the space realm. At that moment, several figures emerged in the sky, casting their gazes upon Fang Qing and her companion. One elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you." Several old men turned their attention towards the elderly woman, who then addressed them, "Do not act rashly. This individual and I share a past connection, and there must be a reason for this encounter." The doppelganger smiled slightly at the elderly woman and asked, "How is your husband faring?" The elderly woman's expression shifted subtly, and she sighed. "His lifespan has come to an end. There is no hope of revival." The doppelganger replied, "That is a perspective held by the weak. It is entirely normal for you, with your low cultivation, to be unable to turn back the clock." Just then, an old man chuckled and said, "We have low cultivation." "Ha! Your words are rather arrogant, aren't they?" The doppelganger furrowed his brow and looked at the old man, stating, this time, out of respect for her, "Should you dare to interject again, no one will save you." "Is that so?" An elder from the Gao family stepped forward. Addressing the doppelganger, the elderly woman transmitted a message, saying, "He is a steward of the Gao family, backed by their influence. He belongs to a prestigious family within the 5th-level civilization. Young master, think twice." The doppelganger then waved his hand, and an invisible force surged toward the elder from the Gao family. Just as the elder prepared to speak, before he could utter a word, his eyes widened in shock, and he was utterly erased from existence. This action left the others present astounded, while Fang Qing observed with a sense of familiarity. The most relieved among the elders was the one who, had he dared to speak further, might have faced death instead of the Gao family's steward. With a thought, he wiped the sweat from his brow and refrained from further comment. "Sometimes, I too find it difficult to express myself," he remarked, glancing at the spot where the elder had been erased. "Especially when such actions are mindless." He then turned to the elderly woman, saying, "I have come to promote the order of all beings. You are suited to be an enforcer. As for the matter of the elder, I shall consider it." With that, he took Fang Qing's hand and continued soaring towards the center of the sky. The several elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to decide. The elderly woman fell silent for a moment before also soaring toward the center. At this moment, above the center of the 5th-level civilization, hundreds of powerful beings had gathered. The doppelganger then spoke, "Very well, this saves us some time. I am here to promote the law of order among all beings. Those who are capable of taking charge may step forward." An elder stood up and looked at the doppelganger, asking, "Are you the young man who wreaked havoc at the auction house?" The elderly woman who had arrived above then approached the doppelganger and stated, "He is Su Chong, the 5th elder of the Gao family." The doppelganger nodded slightly, and the elder named Su Chong turned to the elderly woman, saying, "Have you chosen sides so quickly?" Hundreds of powerful beings turned their gazes toward the elderly woman. The doppelganger smiled slightly at her and said, "Since you have chosen to trust me, you shall assist Miss Yu Xian in managing this 5th-level civilization universe. By the way, Miss Yu Xian is the one who was with my little sister at the auction house." The elderly woman trembled slightly at this and replied, "Very well." The doppelganger then addressed Elder Su Chong and the hundreds of powerful beings, "Are you threatening her?" As he spoke, he waved his hand. A wave of lethal energy enveloped the hundreds of powerful beings, including Elder Su Chong. Just as the hundreds of powerful beings were about to act, their eyes suddenly widened in realization, and they looked at themselves. And then they were all erased. The elderly woman nearby was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 104. The two elders of transformation, Yin and Yang. After a few seconds, several bronze-skinned old men wielding staffs emerged above the center. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of an auction house, a middle-aged man seemed to sense something, and immediately soared toward the center. At this moment, the elderly woman grew solemn as she gazed at the appearance of the bronze-skinned old men. Fang Qing looked at her and asked, "Who are they?" The elderly woman replied gravely, "They are the two elders of transformation, Yin and Yang. One governs the realm of Yin, while the other governs the realm of Yang." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing was taken aback and exclaimed, "Powerful beings of transformation. Indeed, my ancestors once said that the two elders of transformation would only appear when great events transpire within the 5th-level civilization. This is troubling. At this moment, all the powerful beings of the 5th-level civilization turned their attention towards the center. Even some hidden old monsters began to take notice. Fang Qing turned to her doppelganger and said, Brother, they seem quite formidable. The doppelganger laughed heartily and replied, With me here, they cannot become formidable. The two elders of Yin and Yang frowned slightly and addressed the doppelganger, Friend, what brings you here? Fang Qing looked at the two elders and said, Respected elders, we have come to promote the law of order among all beings. Nothing more. The elder of Yang regarded Fang Qing with a hint of appreciation and asked, The law of order, may we have a look? Fang Qing presented a small booklet to the elder, saying, Please take a look, esteemed elders. The elder of Yi nodded slightly and praised, This girl is humble and principled. At such a young age, she is admirable. The two elders of Yin and Yang nodded in agreement, and as they perused the contents of the booklet, they praised, Excellent, excellent, excellent. If it is truly like this, we too would be willing to assist the young lady. Fang Qing was taken aback and looked at the two elders, saying, Thank you, esteemed elders, but it may be a bit beneath your dignity. The two elders laughed heartily and replied, Have we not cultivated precisely because the heavenly path is indifferent? Are we not defying fate in order to provide a way out for all beings? We have been cultivating for millions of years. And now, we finally achieve our wish. It is the will of fate and the consequence of the Tao. Young lady, please allow us to pay our respects. As they spoke, they slightly inclined their bodies. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, and the elderly woman was equally astonished. The two elders did not mention a word about the matter of the hundreds of powerful beings. At this moment, Fang Qing took a deep breath and addressed the two elders. From this point forward, you two shall bear the mission of promoting the law of order among all beings, until it is widely established, ensuring peace and stable development in the universe. Furthermore, you will be appointed as the chief overseers of the law and the various realms of the Yin and Yang universe. The two elders of Yin and Yang responded in unison, Understood. The doppelganger then turned to his little sister and said, From now on, you shall handle these matters. With me here, you can act freely. Fang Qing nodded in agreement. She glanced at the elderly woman and then looked at the two elders, saying, She shall hold the position of chief elder of the law, and as for my sister Yuexine, I hope you two will assist her in jointly maintaining the fifth-level civilization universe. At this moment, a middle-aged man descended from above, and upon seeing the two elders of transformation, he was taken aback. He quickly refocused and looked at Fang Qing, asking, Is the position of chief elder of the law still available? Fang Qing, unsure of who he was, replied, And you are? The middle-aged man responded, I am the behind-the-scenes owner of the auction house. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing understood and looked at the middle-aged man, saying, Yes, but you must adhere to the order I establish. The middle-aged man rejoiced and replied, Understood. Fang Qing nodded slightly and declared, In all universes below the fifth level, there will be a minor inspection every 100 years and a major inspection every 10,000 years. Except for the Shueyu tribe, anyone, regardless of strength, who violates the order shall be dealt with according to the law. After finishing her statement, she took the doppelganger's hand and said, Brother, you said that after resolving the fifth-level civilization, I need to take some time to consolidate. You mentioned taking me to a special place. Let us go now. The doppelganger smiled slightly, took his sister's hand, and they instantly vanished from the center of the fifth-level civilization. Chapter 105. Qing Air takes action. In a certain cosmic civilization, a figure was racing towards a specific space-time. This individual was Zhou Luan, who had just left the outer ring, his chest soaked in blood. In a state of utter disarray, he was hurtling towards the fifth-level civilization at an astonishing speed. Only a quarter of an hour away. At that moment, a figure appeared above Zhou Luan, taunting him. Did you think you could escape? A mere insect dares to struggle? Ridiculous to the extreme. Zhou Luan glanced towards the barrier of the fifth-level civilization. A bitter smile forming on his lips. I never imagined that I, Zhou, would pursue the ultimate sword path only to meet my end here. Suddenly, Zhou Luan turned his gaze towards the lofty figure of the woman in blood attire. His aura surged wildly as he struck towards her. The blood-clad woman merely flicked her finger, and a wave of deathly energy enveloped Zhou Luan entirely. With no time to think, Zhou Luan ignited his flesh in a self-detonation. At that moment, the voice of the blood-clad woman echoed, You overestimate yourself. With a mere wave of my hand, a mournful sound reverberated through the heavens. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, the entity known as Yang Fan. Nearing the end of his journey, halted his steps and turned his gaze towards the direction of the fifth-level civilization. With only his soul remaining, Zhou Luan seemed to sense something. His soul trembled slightly. The blood-clad woman's brow furrowed. Gazing towards a certain cosmic location in the fabric of time and space, one remarked, "Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" At the far reaches of the universe, Yang Fan furrowed his brow and retorted, "Have the common rabble become so audacious now?" The ethereal lady in azure merely shook her head, casting a glance towards the fifth-tier civilization without uttering a word. When Qing'er beheld Zhou Luan, now reduced to mere essence, she said, "In light of your past protection of your sister, I shall extend my hand once." The sword of the path trembled slightly. Qing'er warned, "Behave yourself," and with a flick of her wrist, an imperceptible force surged through myriad time and space, instantaneously appearing above the lady. Just as she was about to speak, a trickle of blood emerged from between her brows. The lady was frozen in place, incredulously exclaiming, "I was defeated in an instant." Her corporeal form vanished, and her soul began to dissipate. Ultimately, with a look of resentment directed at the serene and indifferent figure clad in white. She was utterly erased. Zhou Luan, now devoid of a physical body, opened his mouth. Meanwhile, the realm where Qing'er and her companions resided exhibited no further fluctuations. Zhou Luan lowered his head with a bitter smile, casting one last glance at his remaining essence before vanishing into the void of darkness. At that moment, Yang Fan, traversing the end of existence, addressed the two. "Have I, as an older brother, been remiss in my duties? My intention was to reunite with my sister and thereafter, to safeguard and accompany her. Yet, her aspirations are her lifelong desires and obsessions. The only viable path is to establish a law of order for all beings. No superior alternative exists. Unknown factors, seems there are formidable beings beyond the cosmos. I must ascertain and eradicate them. Only then will the order my sister has created be free from future calamities. If I, as her brother, do not undertake these matters, who else will?" Yang Fan appeared to grow increasingly sentimental. "The perceptions of the world often elude understanding." Qing'er interjected. "Some matters must be addressed by someone. Establishing order for all beings is simple, but maintaining it is challenging. Your sister will come to understand this one day. If you wish to accompany her, we can take our time. After all, the one protecting and accompanying her is merely a projection. The reason for his salvation is precisely because he is a valuable piece in this game. Speaking of pieces, we need not be the players ourselves, though not overthink it. I shall share the unknown with you." A glance was exchanged with Suqing and her. The original Yang Fan nodded slightly, clasping the hands of both and continuing onward towards the cosmic horizon. Chapter 106. Inheritance. Above the spot where the blood-clad lady had been erased, a mysterious woman garbed in pure white floated, resembling a lifeless form. Suspended in the air, her deep, murky visage slowly opened its eyes. Surveying the time and space of Qing'er and her companions, she mused, "They are indeed formidable." And then closed her eyes once more. She continued her flight toward the location of her projection. Having departed, Fang Qing and her projection wandered aimlessly. "Brother, where exactly are we headed?" Fang Qing inquired cheerfully. The projection replied, "To the ocean universe. This realm is sparsely populated by humanity." "Do you recall the waterfish tribe?" "Yes, I remember. What of it, brother?" Fang Qing queried, puzzled. The projection explained, "The ocean universe is the origin of the waterfish tribe. They are benevolent beings, seldom harmed by any race. Let us proceed." Upon finishing, the projection took Fang Qing's hand and instantaneously traversed the universe. Half a day later, after crossing countless time and space, the projection halted. Frowning slightly, "You have followed me for so long, do you not wish to meet?" At that moment, Fang Qing looked at her projection, momentarily confused. Above them floated the woman in pure white, her eyes slightly ajar. She gazed at the projection and inquired, "Should I pity you or should I empathize?" The projection responded, "Are you not the same? Though we have yet to meet, our fates are already intertwined. None of us are mere pawns. Perhaps those who set the game are instead ensnared by it." Taking Fang Qing's hand, he urged, "Let us greet the elder." Fang Qing, upon hearing this, turned to the floating woman and said, "I am Fang Qing. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed elder." She offered a slight bow. The woman's alabaster visage bore no trace of warmth as she replied, You are fortunate to have such a brother to protect and cherish you." As she spoke, her floating form quivered slightly. Her gaze pierced through the cosmos, murmuring, "They are indeed formidable." In that instant, a single tear fell, embedding itself between Feng Qing's brows. The floating woman vanished. The projection sighed softly. Poor woman. At that moment, Feng Qing's mind became clear, gazing at herself in astonishment, as if she had transformed into a being who had lived for countless eons. It felt as though she had become someone entirely different. Her blood was being continuously fused in that moment. Feng Qing turned to her projection and asked, "Are there powerful beings outside the circle?" The projection regarded her. "It appears she has placed her hopes upon you. Do not overthink it. Do not squander her goodwill." Feng Qing nodded, then closed her eyes. In that moment, her lifespan was increasing at an astonishing rate, her strength advancing in leaps and bounds. Both her corporeal form and soul surged forth at an alarming speed. Days turned into years, years into eons. The projection waited patiently. A millennium later, Feng Qing opened her eyes. Upon seeing her projection, she smiled faintly. "Brother, thank you for your efforts." The projection looked at her with a teasing tone. "You, my dear sister, now possess the strength to vanquish even the highest realms in an instant." Feng Qing nodded slightly and bowed towards the location of the mysterious woman, stating, "Though I do not know your name, I believe we shall meet again." At that moment, a ripple coursed through a certain time and space, a voice resonating. "I shall await you beyond the circle." Following this, that realm fell silent. The projection turned to Feng Qing. "You are now beyond the circle. You have borne the consequences of her actions. This consequence is a positive one. As for the burdens you must bear, fear not." After saying this, he grasped Feng Qing's hand and continued onward towards the ocean universe. Several hours later, a man and a woman emerged above the ocean universe. Feng Qing gazed upon this vast expanse of water, utterly captivated. From the depths of her heart, she exclaimed, "It is so beautiful." Chapter 107. Ocean Universe. The projection smiled gently. At that moment, a little girl emerged above the ocean universe, addressing the projection. "Brother Yang, my father requests your presence." The projection laughed heartily, taking Feng Qing's hand. "Her name is Xiao Yun. Her father is the ruler of this oceanic realm. He is very amiable. Let us pay a visit to the old man." Turning to the little girl, he added, "Yuner, this is your sister Qing." The little girl, surprised, exclaimed, "Sister Qing, you are so beautiful." Feng Qing smiled at the little girl. "You will be even more beautiful than your sister in the future." Yuner, half convinced, asked, "Really?" "Indeed." Feng Qing replied as she took the little girl's hand. "Let us meet your father." With that, Feng Qing and the little girl made their way to the grand hall of the Ocean Palace. Yuner announced, "Brother Yang, Sister Qing, please wait a moment. My father will be here soon." At that moment, several maidens brought forth an array of exquisite delicacies, showcasing the reverence the oceanic tribe held for the two. Before long, a figure hurriedly approached, clad in blue and silver, a kind-eyed elder. He glanced at the two with slight apology. "Please, have a seat. I regret not having welcomed you properly." The projection introduced the elder. "There is no need for such formalities, my old friend. This is my beloved sister Feng Qing." He gestured towards Feng Qing. "Please greet the elder." Feng Qing offered a slight bow. "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion." The elder returned the gesture. "Do not mention it. Simply call me Elder Yu. There is no need for such formalities. I have known your brother for ages. Do not concern yourselves with etiquette. Young Lady Qing, I hope you will stay for a while. This place is your home. You and your brother may feel free to make yourselves comfortable." Feng Qing replied, "Thank you." With that, the group engaged in lively conversation. Days passed. The projection departed from the ocean universe. Before leaving, he advised Feng Qing, "This place is quite splendid. Take the time to ground yourself here, as it will aid you in establishing the order you seek." Upon saying this, the projection soared into a certain time and space. In a lower-tier family within a fifth-tier civilization, numerous upper-tier families gathered in the Su family's hall. Inside a residence, an elder paced back and forth. Seemingly deliberating something, a long-haired woman stood by, awaiting the elder's decision. At that moment, the elder regarded the woman. "Exiner, this matter pertains to the fifth-tier civilization. To be honest, I am both surprised and in agreement. Yet, my only concern is that a family of our standing might not be respected. Not only do we lack strength, but our affiliations are also tenuous. If conflicts arise in the future, will we truly govern by the law of order for all beings? The woman, Su Xian, addressed her father. Father, we must not only strive to improve ourselves, but also to set an example. Since Sister Qing holds such significance for our Su family, we cannot disappoint her expectations and kindness. I have made up my mind. With the assurance and support of the two esteemed elders, what do we have to fear? Father, rest assured. Nothing will go awry. I have faith in him. With that, she made her way into the hall. The elder watched his daughter's retreating figure, reflecting. It appears Xian'er has truly matured. She sees further than I, her father, considering matters with such thoughtfulness. Alas, raising a daughter is no simple task, if she truly forges a connection with that great one. Recalling how solemn and reverent the two elders are, that youth is indeed extraordinary. The elder then raised his gaze towards the heavens of the fifth-tier civilization, muttering to himself, the longer one lives, the more one becomes ensnared in confusion. Chapter 108. The Su family Xian'er exited the residence and made her way to the hall. At that moment, the hall was filled with over 100 powerful individuals, comprising the scions of prominent families and renowned sects, including the Gao family. At that moment, the head of the Gao family, Zhao Quan, stepped forward, gesturing towards his inept son, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, head bowed, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Miss Yu Xian, I apologize for the previous incident. I hope you can forgive me. Yusin glanced at the slightly plump man and said, Let bygones be bygones. I, Su Yusin, am not so petty-minded. Then she turned to address the gathering in the hall, declaring, I, Su Yusin, am neither virtuous nor capable, yet I now bear the weighty responsibility of advancing our civilization to the 5th level, implementing the order law established by Lady Qing. I hope all clans and factions will lend their support and work together to lay a solid foundation for our 5th level civilization. United in purpose, those who violate the order law will face appropriate consequences. Everyone may express their opinions, but one thing is clear. The order law must be enforced. Now, you may share your thoughts and suggestions. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing the future direction and development of the 5th level civilization. At this moment, an elderly man spoke up. Our purpose in coming here is twofold: to offer our congratulations, and to promote the order law. However, it is precisely to determine how to govern the 5th level civilization that we have gathered here. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Yusin. After a brief glance at the crowd and the elder, Yusin responded, As for the governance division, my suggestion is to maintain the existing roles within the 5th level civilization. Everything shall remain unchanged. From now on, the laws of the 5th level civilization will be governed by the order law, and violators will be dealt with according to the order law. I trust that everyone will diligently uphold the law and act accordingly. Now, you may disperse. With a slight wave of her hand, Yusin signaled the crowd to leave. As the people gradually exited, an elder from the Gao family and the slightly plump man remained behind. Yusin turned around and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss? The elder spoke, Young Lady Yusin, this old man wishes to seek a position in law enforcement, if it pleases you. Yusin regarded the elder for a moment before replying, You think too highly of yourself? And then vanished from the hall. Father, wait for me. The slightly plump man called out, but then was silenced by his father's glare. Our Gao family was once a prestigious clan, and now we are reduced to this because of you. You worthless fool. With that, he shot a furious look at his son Zhao Shui and stormed out. Father, wait for me. Zhao Shui cried as he followed, sobbing softly. At this moment, Yusin had left the hall and made her way to the garden at the back of the estate, reminiscing about the first time she met her brother and sister, when she had taken on the role of a mentor to admonish and guide them. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but mock herself. They are not even remotely interested in money. As for strength, even the most powerful among them seem like mere ants. It was from the two elders of Yin and Yang that she learned the minimum strength of a clone was at the Tai realm. Yet many were oblivious to the true strength of this individual, as one could not see through them. Yusin smiled slightly and thought, regardless of the outcome, it is ultimately for the best. This individual is neither arrogant nor impetuous, approachable and unpretentious, making it difficult to associate them with a formidable presence. This was Yusin's current mindset, and she found herself gazing in a particular direction. Moments later, she quietly uttered, I truly hope to see you again. Meanwhile, in another realm, a wandering clone seemed to sense something. It glanced toward the fifth-level civilization with a slight smile, before continuing its journey toward a certain sacred temple. Chapter 109. The Divine Mandate. Several hours later, the clone arrived at the entrance of a sacred temple, where it noticed an inscription suspended in the starry sky. Annihilate heaven, earth, and the gods and demons, while on the right side it read, Slice through circles, cut beyond and sever all beings. The clone glanced at it before vanishing into the temple's entrance. At that moment, a figure, half male and half female, emerged, standing atop a blazing wheel of fire, glaring fiercely at the clone and demanding, "Who dares to invade my divine sanctuary, seeking death?" The clone regarded the half-male, half-female figure with a fleeting glance and casually swatted them away. Before the figure could react, they were instantaneously reduced to a cloud of smoke. Dead beyond recovery, the clone remarked, "An eyesore," and was about to advance when a divine armored man obstructed its path. The man eyed the clone and declared, "No matter your celestial prowess, you cannot escape life and death." The clone assessed the armored man and noted, "Tai realm." The man brandished a copper mirror that shimmered with hues of red, yellow, green, blue, white, and purple. He raised the mirror slightly and spoke to the clone. "This mirror devours souls and spirits, governing the balance of life and death. It is named the Qian Kuan Mirror." The clone smiled and replied, "What a splendid item. It shall be kept for a gift." As he spoke, his left palm opened slightly, causing the Qian Kuan mirror to tremble violently and fly toward him. The clone laughed heartily. "It recognizes me very well, but unfortunately, my little sister cannot use it. I shall save it for Yennefer." At that moment, the man looked at the clone in disbelief, an outsider of extraordinary strength. With that, he bolted toward the divine sanctuary. Seeing this, the clone, Yang Fan, flicked his finger, sending an invisible force toward the armored man. A horrified scream echoed, and then silence ensued. Subsequently, Yang Fan casually stowed the Qian Kuan mirror into his spatial pouch and continued forward, at the center of the divine sanctuary. Dozens of figures hovered in the air, their expressions grave. At this moment, Yang Fan emerged at the center of the divine sanctuary, addressing the crowd. "I have come solely for the divine mandate. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise. Please summon the goddess swiftly." An elderly man with long white hair and a beard regarded Yang Fan solemnly. "Please wait a moment." He then transmitted a message to the other powerful beings. "Do not create unnecessary trouble." After speaking, he moved inward. A quarter of an hour later, a woman's voice rang out, "Come and take it yourself." And then fell silent. Upon hearing this, the clone instantly vanished, reappearing before a celestial altar, where a woman stood, gazing intently at the sky, lost in thought. The woman turned to face Yang Fan and said, "Order. Do you think that obtaining the divine mandate and establishing the order of beings will grant you peace of mind?" She continued, "You are naive because you have not encountered certain matters," as she produced the divine mandate and extended it toward the clone. Without hesitation, upon grasping the divine mandate, he realized that the enemies of the future would be formidable. But he had to act. For the sake of his sister, he could do no less. His sister's wishes were his own. "The weak, the beings I, Yang Fan, shall protect." At that moment, the sky split open, and countless forces from various universes and the collective power of beings surged into Yang Fan's body. The clone glanced at these energies from different universes, and suddenly turned to look at himself. At that moment, he discovered that his physical condensation had reached 50%. The clone fell into silence. At this point, the woman was no longer calm. Her stunning visage turned slightly toward the clone, and she lifted her head, asking, "Is this heaven's will?" Chapter 110. The White Emperor City. The woman gazed at Yang Fan and remarked, "I can see that you are different from him, the original body. He was once feared even by his friends. Just like me, he has never truly cared. If it weren't for Sister Qingyi, I might have become a wandering soul beneath his sword, or perhaps not even have a soul." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she turned her head away. "If he were you, how wonderful that would be." Meanwhile, the original body, walking at the end of his journey, trembled slightly, and then became still. Yang Fan looked at the woman and said, "No one can change him, except for my little sister. It is clear that he has changed significantly. The universe is vast, and he has yet to explore it fully. Now I understand that he is manifesting the limits of his journey. It is akin to walking the length of a day. He must traverse it for 100 years, something incomprehensible and unfathomable. After speaking, Yang Fan shook his head and glanced at the woman before darting off in a particular direction, before a grand hall. Yang Fan hovered above, surrounded by familiar scenery and faces. Every time he arrived here, he found tranquility. Home? Family? Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen in love with this place. Peering inward from outside, he saw a woman with a natural elegance preparing breakfast. Occasionally lost in thought, she would glance outside, and at times a smile would grace her lips before returning to her busy tasks. Outside the hall, a boy and girl were sparring with swords, the sound of clashing blades resonating in the air. A little girl was secretly observing them, and this scene brought a broad smile to Yang Fan's face. That moment, the woman in plain attire looked in Yang Fan's direction, sensing nothing. Her expression one of disappointment. In an instant, he appeared beside her. She trembled slightly at his presence. When she turned around and saw Yang Fan, tears streamed down her face as she leaped into his embrace. Yang Fan gently wiped away the tears from her cheek and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting," as he held her tighter. The woman in his arms asked, "How long will you stay this time?" Yang Fan looked tenderly at her, kissed her forehead softly, and said, "Just a little while longer." The woman lowered her head, appearing deeply aggrieved. She looked at Yang Fan and said, "Yang Lang, I want a child that belongs to just the two of us." After speaking, she buried her head even lower. Yang Fan lifted her into his arms and walked further inside. At this moment, a blush adorned her cheeks, and she murmured, "I see this a bit much for early morning." Yang Fan laughed heartily in response, "The sooner we bloom, the sooner we bear fruit." The elegant woman replied with a soft and then the two of them omitted. After several hours of intense battle, the woman lay in Yang Fan's arms, softly whispering, "No matter how long you leave this time, I will wait for your return." Yang Fan nodded slightly and looked at her, saying, "I truly find it hard to leave. I love this place, love everything about you." The woman smiled sweetly and replied, "Then stay a few more days." Yang Fan sighed with a bittersweet smile, glancing at the tender woman in his arms. "My little sister needs me, and the enemies ahead will only grow stronger." By the way, he took out an object and handed it to the woman. This is the Qian Kuan mirror, capable of devouring souls and spirits, controlling life and death. With but a drop of blood, one may automatically recognize their master. In the face of insurmountable odds, it is then that you shall wield it, an existence that is unparalleled within the grand scheme of things. As for the method of usage, when it reestablishes its bond with its master, it will naturally communicate with you to address unforeseen circumstances. The woman responded with a soft She smiled, for the man truly cared for her. In that moment, she felt a happiness unlike any she had ever experienced. Chapter 111. The coffin-bearer, the Avatar, cast a remorseful glance at the woman in his embrace and comfortingly said, "Yenner, once we fulfill my sister's long-held wish, we shall never part again. I have caused you much grievance over the years. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Little Xiao, Bao, and Diaoer are now more understanding. As for Yuer and my sister, when the time is ripe, I shall speak with them. Take care of yourself. The days ahead are long. Wait for me." Upon finishing, the Avatar Yang Fan reluctantly vanished from sight. In her chamber, the anxious Yenner stood dazed for a moment. Gazing longingly at the place where Avatar Yang Lang had departed, she murmured, "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. This is your home. Yenner, I along with Diaoer, Bao, and little Xiao await your return." After his departure, Avatar Yang Fan looked towards Yuer, softly murmuring, "Yuer, I fear I may not have the time to visit you." At that moment, he turned his gaze towards his sister, smiling gently. "Sister, it is time for you to emerge." With that, he sped off towards the oceanic universe. Above the oceanic universe, the Avatar emerged. The oceanic tribe in Fangqing seemed to have anticipated his arrival, with millions smiling warmly, as if welcoming him. Fangqing looked at the Avatar and said, "Brother, everyone knew you were coming, so they have been waiting here since dawn. Today happens to be my day of emergence, and I did not expect to coincide with your arrival. Elder Yu has arranged a feast to celebrate both my return and your arrival. Look at all the people here." The Avatar smiled faintly at his sister and the crowd, then turned to Elder Yu. "Old Yu, I appreciate your warm intentions, but I must apologize for the feast. Given the current state of affairs and the pressing time, I hope everyone, including Elder Yu, can be understanding. In the future, I will invite friends to visit you all, and then we can have a proper gathering. Everyone looked towards Elder Yu, who, understanding the situation, gazed at Avatar Young Fan. Old Yang, I understand you, as does everyone here. Remember your words today. Your friends are my friends, and you must come when the time comes. Elder Yu smiled at Avatar Young Fan. The Avatar nodded slightly. Very well, everyone disperse. He then took his sister's hand, reassuringly saying, You have matured during this time. With your current strength, you are nearly on par with your sister Su. After speaking, the two vanished into the skies above Elder Yu and the crowd. After their departure, the two sped towards the entrance of the 6th-level civilization universe. The entrance of the 6th-level civilization universe. A hunchbacked elder bearing a coffin emerged, and the entrance returned to its original state. Before the entrance, Fang Qing glanced at the hunchbacked elder and inquired, Elder, did you come from the 6th-level civilization universe? The hunchbacked elder looked at the two, his brow furrowed, and replied, You two should leave. Many have been unable to escape, and have perished up there. Young lady, heed this old man's advice and depart. It's not that I am boasting. Even at the peak of the Tai realm, I would not be able to withstand what is up there. Mysterious and formidable beings have appeared, led by someone extraordinarily terrifying. Not of this universe, but from a powerful civilization. As he spoke, he began to walk away. Thank you for your kind warning, Elder, Fang Qing said, inadvertently glancing at the coffin. Is the soul damaged? The hunchbacked elder suddenly halted. Looking at her in surprise. Forgive this old man for his blindness. Do you know how to save her? Fang Qing smiled slightly and pointed towards the coffin's interior. Seconds later, the coffin trembled. A minute later, a middle-aged woman emerged from within. In that moment, the hunchbacked elder stood frozen in shock. The middle-aged woman looked at him, exclaiming in astonishment, Dead dog, it seems I am fine. Why are you in a daze? Before the elder could react, he turned suddenly towards the previous location of the man and woman, a boundless strong one. How is this possible? And two of them. Chapter 112. 6th-level civilization. The elder gazed at the spot where the two had vanished. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's voice echoed. Could it be that I drove him mad with worry? The elder, hearing this, looked at her. Crazy woman, do you know who saved you? The middle-aged woman thought to herself. Wasn't it this dead dog who saved me? Thus, she arrogantly rolled up her sleeves, hands on her ample hips, glaring fiercely at the elder. Who has such great power to save this old woman? The hunchbacked elder, looking innocent, replied, Crazy woman, it truly was a man and a woman. One of them saved you. Seeing the serious expression on the middle-aged woman's face, she softened her tone. Dead dog, you are sincere. You must have begged those two seniors, right? Where are they? The hunchbacked elder pointed upwards. The middle-aged crazy woman furrowed her brow. Those two seniors wouldn't come to harm, would they? Come, dead dog, let us go check. As she spoke, she attempted to pull the elder along, but he waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. No, you and I would only hinder them. Let us wait here before deciding. It seemed the two were prepared to wait for a long time. After leaving, Fang Qing and Avatar Young Fan arrived outside the Xinjiang sect. At that moment, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Dozens of disciples and elders from the Xinjiang sect were in a state of panic. Above the sect, several figures in black robes loomed ominously. Among them, an elder in a gray robe with white brows looked down upon the heavens, as if in the next moment, lives would be lost continuously. When the crowd spotted a man and a woman entering, their curious gazes fell upon Avatar Young Fan and Fang Qing. One youth, holding a folding fan, sighed, Today, we have two more corpses added. The Avatar smiled faintly at the crowd and spoke, Greetings to all. A strikingly beautiful woman in white frowned slightly, gazing at the Avatar, then nodded ever so slightly. The Avatar approached the beautiful woman in white and softly inquired, Are you a female disciple of the Xinjiang sect? The white-clad woman nodded slightly, her expression grave as she looked upwards. The Avatar gently touched the corner of the white-clad woman's hand. That is my younger sister. She is just as beautiful as you. The white-clad woman glanced at Fang Qing, then turned to the Avatar, saying, Esteemed sir, my name is Chiu Wani. You should not be here. There are less than 7 minutes until the appointed time. and we will all perish here. Avatar Young Fan laughed heartily. Perish? It's not that serious. Why act so solemn? Even if we are to die, we cannot die in despair, can we? The crowd shook their heads. As if there were no other option but death. At this moment, Feng Qing looked at the Avatar. Brother, when did you become so mischievous? The Avatar replied. There is no shame in being weak. But at the very least, one should be fearless and composed. What does it matter if one lacks strength? Before the word death, there should be no fear. Just then, a black-robed elder glanced towards the Avatar. I shall allow you a few more minutes to live. The Avatar ignored him and instead looked at the woman. I am Young Fan. Miss Wani, I will save you shortly. Wani thought she had misheard. Looking at the Avatar in confusion, it would be a shame not to save someone so beautiful. As the Avatar spoke, a faint blush crept onto her face. That moment, a voice from the black-robed elder above rang out. The time has come. It seems you all intend to resist. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon the crowd. In an instant, panic swept through the crowd, and they all surged to resist, including the white-clad woman. The Avatar gently placed his hand on the woman's back, and she shuddered. Following this, she stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 113. Alien Civilization Invasion. The Avatar gazed at the woman. You are truly beautiful. The woman shot him a glance and replied. You are just flattering me. Suddenly recalling something, she looked at the Avatar with a pleading gaze. Young Master Yang, please save them. The others have all perished. Only they remain. The Avatar nodded slightly. I initially planned to save only you. But since you have said so, I shall take on a few more flies. The woman looked at the Avatar with worry. 5 are at the Tai Upper Realm. Do you have confidence? The Avatar looked at her helplessly. I have no confidence, Miss Wani. If I were to die, could you mourn for me in advance? Avatar Young Fan jestingly remarked. The woman was momentarily stunned, then glanced at her senior sister and the elders. If she hesitated any longer, they would likely perish. Thus, she steeled her heart. She embraced the Avatar and kissed him. Feng Qing shot her brother a glance, giggling mischievously. Avatar Young Fan was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting. This is quite the predicament. That moment, a black-robed elder noticed the two, furrowing his brow before striking towards their position. Just as the woman was about to resist, the Avatar casually waved his hand. The black-robed elder was utterly obliterated. As the crowd was astonished, they felt the pressure lessen significantly. The remaining 4 elders exchanged incredulous glances towards the Avatar. One black-robed elder exclaimed in surprise. We underestimated him. Let us attack together and eliminate him first. Feng Qing, seeing this, wielded the sword of all beings and made a swift motion. At that moment, the 4 black-robed elders at the Tai Upper Realm were still charging forward, their heads soaring into the air, a sight that was truly terrifying to behold. The crowd turned their gaze in astonishment, curious about the identities of the man and woman before them. At that moment, the elder in the gray robe with white eyebrows finally turned around. His eyes held a hint of surprise, for he sensed a trace of danger. He glanced at the two and spoke. You may leave, for I hail from an extraterrestrial civilization that does not belong to this universe. Shall we put aside any previous grievances? Feng Qing looked at her clone and asked, Brother, are extraterrestrial civilizations really that formidable? Do they not exist within the universe? The clone turned to his younger sister and replied, Those within the universe are merely extensions of other civilizations. They all fall under the cosmic realm. What lies beyond or above the universe remains unclear to me. Perhaps it is the creator or the architect. It is akin to a game where the universe serves as the board, and all living beings are mere pieces. The Chu River delineates the boundary, while the blueprint represents the heavens. Beyond the heavens pertains to the universe. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing nodded in partial understanding and then turned to the elder with a retort. You are plundering civilizations and wish to cease? You are overestimating yourself. The elder, upon hearing her response, immediately looked at the crowd and declared, Very well, let us resolve this matter altogether. As he spoke, he waved his hand. In that instant, the souls and spirits of the members of the Xinjian sect grew increasingly ephemeral. At that moment, the clone waved his hand casually. The crowd finally exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at the two clones. The clone turned to his younger sister and said, You should confront him. Only through real combat will you understand your limits. Fang Qing smiled slightly, cast a glance at the elder, and then vanished into a barrier. The elder glanced at the male clone and stated, "Once I deal with her, I shall turn my attention to you." He then vanished from sight, heading towards Fang Qing's position. The clone observed the location where the two had disappeared, then assessed the stability of his own physical form, calmly remarking, "If it weren't for the need to train my sister, your words would have already sealed your fate." Chapter 114. With you, I shall protect the 6th-level civilization. The crowd sighed deeply upon witnessing the elder's disappearance and bowed towards the male clone. At that moment, a female disciple named Wan Yi looked at the clone with concern and asked, "Is she going to be all right?" The clone gazed at the fair-skinned, graceful woman before him and smiled. "Even if I were in peril, she would remain unharmed." Wan Yi, puzzled, responded, "But you are right here. How could anything happen?" Just then, several elders and disciples from the Xinjiang sect approached, with the leading elder bowing slightly before addressing the male clone. "We are immensely grateful to the two seniors for your assistance. However, regarding this invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations, we are at a loss as to how to proceed." The crowd found themselves momentarily at a standstill, their gazes shifting towards the male clone, as if he were their sole pillar of hope. "The last straw for the Xinjiang sect. Do not look to me, for my sister and I merely intended to pass through. After all, you are not my kin, and I have no obligation to assist." The crowd and elders sighed softly, redirecting their gazes towards the female disciple Wan Yi. Wan Yi understood well that helping was a matter of goodwill, while not helping was simply a matter of duty. Moreover, given that the duo had already resolved the current crisis, it could be considered a significant aid, thus creating a debt of gratitude. Surely, they could not be so shameless as to force a burden upon them. The clone glanced at Wan Yi, who was lost in thought, and then surveyed the devastation that lay before them. He said, "Wan Yi, are you not going to speak up?" At that moment, the woman, who had been deep in contemplation, raised her head and asked, "Are you willing to assist us?" "Of course, as long as you ask, it shall not be an issue." Upon saying this, the clone, Yang Fan, looked tenderly at Wan Yi and muttered to himself, "How have I become so humane?" Just then, a wretched cry echoed from within the barrier. The crowd promptly looked up towards the source of the sound. While they could not see what transpired within, the anguished cries led them to conclude that it was the elder in the gray robe. Above them, a woman emerged. She smiled gently at the crowd and ultimately declared, "Brother, let us storm into the extraterrestrial civilization." The crowd gasped in shock at her audacity. Yang Fan turned to Wan Yi and proclaimed, "As long as you are with me, I shall safeguard the 6th-level civilization." He then looked towards his younger sister and added, "Indeed, my sister Fang Qing is formidable." With that, he took her hand and vanished from the sight of the Xinjiang sect members. After departing, the two traversed the cosmos, as the sword of all beings emitted a few triumphant clangs after consuming the elder. Expressing its exhilaration, "Brother, are these extraterrestrial stones?" Fang Qing inquired as she produced the elder's storage pouch, curious about the value of these star stones. The clone glanced at the contents and replied, "These are not star stones. They are boundary gold. Each piece of boundary gold signifies the obliteration of a world, and its worth is exceedingly high, equivalent to a source crystal in weight." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's spirit soared. For her storage pouch contained no less than 10,000 pieces. That was equivalent to 10,000 source crystals. How could she not be elated? "Brother, I am quite wealthy now." The clone, Yang Fan, smiled at his sister and said, "There will be many opportunities to spend this wealth, especially as we establish order. As a lawmaker, you cannot afford to be without resources, I understand." As she spoke, Fang Qing grasped her brother's hand, and the two continued their swift advance. Hours later, a man and a woman arrived at the so-called exit of the extraterrestrial civilization. Fang Qing looked up, her brows furrowing slightly, for she sensed a looming danger. She then turned to her brother and asked, "Brother, are extraterrestrial civilizations truly powerful?" Yang Fan raised his gaze and replied, "Not particularly. The elder from the Xinjiang sect is merely one among dozens." Fang Qing responded with surprise, Chapter 115. Breaking into the extraterrestrial civilization. Yang Fan laughed heartily, encouraging his sister, "Do not feel pressured. Come, let us charge in and wreak havoc." As he spoke, He took Fang Qing's hand and instantly entered the territory of the extraterrestrial civilization. The two arrived at the third ring area just as a hand came crashing down towards them. The clone waved his hand casually. A scream echoed from above the third ring area. Yang Fan chuckled. I couldn't hold back. Fang Qing was about to speak when suddenly, hundreds of diminutive beings with large heads and slender legs gathered in the air above the third ring. The clone instructed his sister, attack directly. This time, I will protect you. Before the hundreds of small creatures could utter a word, Fang Qing charged forward. Cries of agony erupted, and the spirits of the beings were devoured by the sword of all beings. In less than half a minute, they all perished. Fang Qing continued her advance towards the fourth ring. Yang Fan followed closely behind. By the time they reached the fourth ring area, countless powerful beings had gathered above. Ranging from the lowest extreme to the highest level of Taiji. Fang Qing turned to Yang Fan and said, Brother, they are far too weak. You handle the cleanup with that. She continued her rush towards the center of the area. Yang Fan shook his head, looking in the direction his sister had vanished, remarking, I hope she hasn't gotten carried away. The diminutive beings in the fourth ring exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread towards the two newcomers, rendered motionless in their spots. Yang Fan assessed the hundreds of beings and declared, Weakness is not the issue. The problem lies in your predatory and invasive actions against other civilizations. He added, those below the Taiji level may live, and with that, he vanished from the fourth ring area. The diminutive beings lowered their heads ever so slightly before scattering in all directions. In the sixth ring area, a fierce battle between a man and a woman caught Yang Fan's attention. As his sister had inexplicably lingered there for several minutes, frowning, he swiftly arrived at the combat zone of the two. At this moment, they paused and Fang Qing looked at Yang Fan, saying, This one is a bit stronger. Head, and resumed her assault on the elder. The elder, sensing the danger, glanced at the suddenly appearing man. His expression growing serious. Just then, a voice echoed from the seventh ring area, a boundaryless powerhouse. Suddenly, a captivating woman emerged. Yang Fan regarded the woman and candidly remarked, You still look somewhat human. The woman turned her gaze to the composed man and questioned, Why do you recklessly invade my 6 territories without inquiry? Are you taking advantage of the incompetence of extraterrestrial civilizations? Yang Fan replied, You are permitted to invade, yet we are not allowed to kill. The woman appeared bewildered, then turned to the elder and asked, What is happening? The elder sighed, It is our oversight. It was Vice Supervisor Wang Jing of the 6th District who invaded the 6th level cosmic civilization not long ago. According to the report from the God Guard leader, I only learned of this yesterday. I intended to verify the situation before reporting, but I did not expect them to arrive and start killing indiscriminately. He cast a glance at Fang Qing. After pondering, the woman addressed the two. What do you intend to do? Is reconciliation possible? The clone produced a small booklet and handed it to the woman, stating, Accept this. We shall leave and become friends. This booklet was crafted by my sister. You have 1 minute to consider. The woman's eyes scanned the contents of the booklet, and she regarded the two with newfound warmth. Our extraterrestrial civilization has always advocated for peace, and we have never invaded another civilization in billions of years. We did not anticipate such an occurrence. I shall accept this booklet, as I believe it will be well received. After a slight bow towards the two, the clone inquired, Are you serious? Of course, it is a welcome opportunity. Yang Fan understood that they had stumbled upon a treasure, as this booklet detailing the order of all beings possessed significant promotional value. Particularly beyond the strong. He glanced at the woman and complimented, You are quite remarkable. With that, he took his sister's hand and departed. Chapter 116. The Woman of the Seventh Ring. The woman watched the departing duo, then glanced at the booklet in her hand, smiling slightly. At this moment, the elder spoke, My lady, what is the true strength of that man? The woman cast a glance at the elder and replied, He could kill you in a second, and he would not take more than a second to kill me. Even that person who emerged would not be his match. Afterward, she addressed the elder, Resign from all your positions and reflect upon your actions. Upon finishing her words, the enchanting woman vanished from sight. The elder remained rooted in place, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, Such strength. Meanwhile, Fang Qing and Yang Fan continued to weave through their path. At that moment, Fang Qing turned to Yang Fan and said, Brother, every civilization has its good and bad individuals. the stronger one becomes, the further they drift from humanity. Wouldn't you agree? The doppelganger looked at his younger sister and responded. It is commendable that you can recognize this. Many powerful beings become increasingly devoid of humanity as they progress. Furthermore, if a strong individual forsakes their humanity, it often spells disaster for the world and the universe. Typically, the weak are guided by reason, while the strong sometimes feel no need for it. In their eyes, weakness is a primordial sin, and only the strong are deemed worthy of discussing survival, as of now. You must learn to address and solve issues. Some individuals and matters simply dissipate as time passes. Since you have chosen this path, I shall accompany you all the way. Fang Qing joyfully grasped Yang Fan's hand. Feeling blissful, brother, where shall we go now? Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile. Wherever you go, I shall follow. How wonderful it is to have such a brother! Fang Qing exclaimed, bouncing with glee. At that moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. Fang Qing halted, raising her gaze slightly. Is that the lower Tai? In an instant, she vanished from her spot. Yang Fan, maintaining his composure, stated, Little sister, you are too kind. After saying this, he soared upwards. Outside the ruins of a temple, a woman lay barely conscious. At that moment, a man stood protectively beside her, his gaze darting nervously towards the crowd. Among them, a young man spoke, I lack nothing but beauty. If you do not recognize this, I shall send you all on your way, brother. The woman's weak voice emerged. Go find young Master Wu from the Xinjian sect. I cannot accompany you, Go? The young man retorted. Can you leave without my consent? Is that so? At this juncture, Fang Qing emerged from the sky, followed closely by an exceptionally handsome man. Who are you? The young man inquired, directing his gaze towards Fang Qing. Fang Qing looked at Yang Fan and teased, brother, you aren't smitten with that woman, are you? Yang Fan shot her a disapproving glance and replied, I am merely concerned about her injuries, just checking in. With that, he moved towards the woman. Stop, the young man shouted. Yang Fan, without turning back, lightly waved his hand, continuing towards the woman. At that instant, the young man was obliterated. A look of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Yang Fan. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Yang Fan turned his attention to the barely conscious woman and then to the man beside her. Asking, are you her brother? The man nodded anxiously. Yang Fan placed his hand gently on the woman's chest. After a few seconds, he withdrew his right hand and assured the man, she will be fine. A brother must possess some skills. He then lightly tapped his fingers, sending a stream of invisible energy into the man's body. The man looked perplexed, then glanced at himself, exclaiming in astonishment, This, I have directly surged from the extreme realm to the lower Tai, and halted at the peak of the middle Tai. All of this transpired in less than a minute, a chilling realization dawning upon them. The woman beside the man was so astonished that her mouth fell open. Then she said, Thank you. Subsequently, she and her brother knelt before Yang Fan. The doppelganger gently assisted them, saying to the siblings, No need for such formalities. He then turned to the woman, praising, You are strikingly beautiful. Chapter 117. Jane Lian and the siblings. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto the woman's flawless face. The man spoke up, Her name is Jane Lian, and I am Jin Yo. Fang Qing stepped forward and introduced herself. He is my brother, Yang Fan. I am Fang Qing. Then she looked at Yang Fan and asked, Brother, aren't you going to see off Miss Jane Lian? Yang Fan paused and glanced at his younger sister, saying, You little rascal, when did you become so cunning? Though he had his own thoughts, he felt a bit shy, especially with his sister present. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but steal glances at the woman. At that moment, Jane Lian lowered her head even further, her delicate hands fidgeting with her dress. Yang Fan, seeing this, felt a surge of affection and gently inquired, May I visit your home? The man was about to respond but then fell silent as if awakening to a realization. While Jane Lian nodded shyly, Fang Qing then looked at the still stunned crowd before taking her brother's hand and leading Jin Yo and Jane Lian home. Yang Fan addressed the woman, Miss Jane Lian. Who resides in your household? She replied, Just my mother. She raised my brother and me. Ever since we were sent to the Cloud Path Temple, I have been studying sword techniques with my master. Recently, some mysterious strong beings arrived, and now the temple is destroyed, as you have seen. A hint of confusion filled her expression. Yang Fan reassured her, If you have nowhere to go, would you consider helping my sister manage this universe in the future? Jian Lian looked at Yang Fan in surprise. Young Master Yang, your sister? Yang Fan replied, my little sister has established an order for all beings, evolving from low martial arts to the present, implementing the law of order for all beings across the universe. In due time, I will discuss with her the most suitable location for the main hall to facilitate better management of subsequent matters. If you are willing, all you need to do is nod. Can I? Jian Lian gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. Yes, you must believe in yourself. Should you need anything, here is a contact talisman I crafted myself. He handed the talisman to her. Jian Lian was deeply moved. Nodding slightly, I will strive to do well, Yang Gu, thank you. Yang Fan looked at her and finally said, do your best. Thus, the four of them arrived at a quaint town bustling with life, where food vendors offered a plethora of delicacies. Jian Lian took Yang Fan's hand, exclaiming, Yang Gu, let us go check that way. She pointed to a barbecue noodle shop with her empty right hand. Jin Yo and Feng Qing accompanied them, and they soon reached the noodle shop. Feng Qing, her mouth watering, remarked, this looks delicious. She promptly ordered an array of delectable dishes, while Jin Yo casually selected a few. Jian Lian looked at Yang Fan and said, Yang Gu, let us eat this. As she picked out something that appeared particularly appetizing. Yang Fan nodded slightly and encouraged her, feel free to order. My sister will cover the expenses. Feng Qing then turned to Jin Yo and Jian Lian, stating, I'm not interested in money, as she chuckled at Yang Fan. Jin Yo, Jian Lian, order more, Feng Qing generously insisted. The elderly woman at the noodle shop beamed with delight at the sight of a table brimming with mouth-watering dishes. Yang Fan smiled, saying, let us dig in. No need to be overly formal. Come. He began to pass delicious items like fish, fragrant wings, and meat frogs toward Jian Lian's plate. Brother, I want some too, Feng Qing called out, her eyes wide. All right, Yang Fan replied, serving chicken legs onto his sister's plate. This is more like it. Thus, the four of them indulged in delightful conversation while feasting. Chapter 118. Establishing the location of the main hall after settling the bill. The four of them proceeded to the home of Jian Lian's family. Her mother appeared elderly yet amiable. Upon learning of their identities, she seemed slightly reserved. Feng Qing spoke up, Auntie, you needn't fuss. Let us enjoy some fruits and sweets together. From the kitchen, the mother's voice echoed, it's rare to have such joy. I don't have much to treat you with, so please chat while I busy myself. The sounds of her bustling in the kitchen resonated intermittently. Brother, I'll go help Auntie, Feng Qing declared, heading towards the kitchen, with Jin Yo and Jian Lian assisting her. Yang Fan nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, the warmth of life reveals our humanity. He rose slightly and stepped outside alone. The street and town were alive with shouts and calls, adding a vivid color to the town's atmosphere. The Jin family, comprising 3 members, belonged to a household below the medium martial level. It was hard to fathom the hardships they endured. At that moment, Jian Lian emerged, calling out to Yang Fan from a distance. Yang Gu, what are you thinking about? Yang Fan turned back, smiling gently, thinking of many things, like you, my sister, and others, including Yin Er and Yu Er. Once I finalize the location for the main hall with my sister, I will notify you. Jian Lian replied. She then asked Yang Fan, do you have someone you like? Yang Fan looked at her and responded, yes, and there are several, including you, Miss Jian Lian. Would you consider me a philanderer? Jian Lian replied, what kind of woman wouldn't be drawn to someone as wonderful as you? Young Master Yang. Yang Fan gazed at her and asked, Miss Jian Lian, would you be willing? He acknowledged that his question was somewhat abrupt, but believed that being forthright, while direct, was also a form of sincerity. Jian Lian responded with a soft without a hint of hesitation. For love is love. Yang Fan took her hand, saying, meeting you brings me joy. Having you all makes me feel fulfilled. He then embraced Jian Lian. Moments later, Feng Qing's voice called out, brother, it's time to eat. You two hurry up. There's plenty of food. Yang Fan, still holding Jian Lian's hand, returned, and as they entered the crowded house, they reluctantly let go of each other. At that moment, Auntie called out, everyone, let us eat, as she cleared the main seat for Yang Fan and Feng Qing. Feng Qing interjected, Auntie, you should sit. How can guests overshadow the host? She pulled her brother to a side seat. Yang Fan addressed everyone, let us be casual. Being overly formal only distances us. Auntie, from now on, consider my sister and me as family. Auntie beamed with delight at this, exclaiming, good, good, good. After some exchanges, Everyone grew more comfortable, and the atmosphere became less stiff. The following day, Yang Fan and Fang Qing bid farewell to Jin Lian's family, leaving behind several hundred yuan stones. For a middle-class family, this was a substantial amount. After departing, Yang Fan turned to his sister and remarked, "Perhaps we've been moving too swiftly. It seems we ought to slow our pace," he continued. "We have only witnessed the gradual establishment of the order for all beings, overlooking the warmth and coldness of humanity and the nature of good and evil. As we build, we must also engage with the populace, especially in the grassroots direction, which will benefit the relationship between the weak and the masses, as well as humanity itself." Yang Fan grasped his younger sister's hand and said, "What we must do now is establish a central hall to facilitate the governance of various universes and boundaries. Just like a nation requires a comprehensive system and policies to ensure that everyone is safeguarded and thus willing to abide by and fulfill them." Fang Qing nodded slightly, turning to Yang Fan. "I have also contemplated these matters for ease of governance. Brother, the establishment of the central hall cannot be taken lightly. Allow me to handle this." Yang Fan expressed mild satisfaction. "This task is entrusted to you." As he spoke, he produced a token and handed it to his sister. Fang Qing took it and, upon inspection, exclaimed in surprise, "The Celestial Decree." Chapter 119. One should not involve themselves with women. Yang Fan smiled faintly, looking at his sister and explaining, "This celestial decree is the token for ruling over the various universes. To see the bearer is akin to encountering the sovereign of the heavens. The so-called sovereign is the ruler and master of the universe. As for its function, you will come to understand in due time." Fang Qing gazed at Yang Fan, her expression serious. "Brother, I only desire equality for all beings, a glimmer of hope for the weak." "I did not expect it to be so challenging." She looked at the token in her hand, murmuring, "This places the entire burden of the universe upon my shoulders." Yang Fan encouraged her gently. "Broaden your perspective. Think of the universe as a small matter, and such thoughts will dissipate." He held her hand, adding, "If you feel burdened, just lie back. I shall take care of it. Tiomi, it is merely that. However, there is one thing that I consider true pressure." Fang Qing, observing her brother's expression, knew that the pressure he referred to was far from ordinary, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what is it?" In a moment of panic, she questioned him, for in Fang Qing's eyes, her brother was akin to a deity capable of everything. The thought of anything causing him stress was unimaginable. She truly felt anxious. Fearing she might be of no help, Yang Fan gazed at the starry sky, speaking to himself, "I too do not know how to resolve this matter." Fang Qing, noticing her brother's demeanor, tightened her grip on his hand. "No matter how difficult it is, I shall accompany you, even if it means our souls are extinguished together." Yang Fan was taken aback by her words, looking at her in astonishment. "What on earth?" "Little sister, the matter I speak of pertains to women." Fang Qing's eyes widened in surprise. "Regarding women?" Yang Fan, startled by her reaction, replied, "Brother has become infatuated. It is quite serious. If Yuer and Yinner find out, I truly do not know what to do." Hearing this, Fang Qing immediately sighed in relief, her expression turning to one of suppressed laughter. "Ha ha. Brother, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Wait, let me catch my breath." Yang Fan serious replied, "Little sister, is this not a grave matter?" Fang Qing shrugged. "Now you understand its seriousness. As for this matter, I can assist you, but what?" Yang Fan pressed. "Are you listening to me?" Fang Qing inquired. Yang Fan nodded. "First, Luo Yi must be the principal wife. I have always regarded her as my sister-in-law, so do not think I am unaware of these matters. Second, Yuer is a good girl. You cannot let her down. As for the third and fourth, you must figure it out yourself." With a huff, Fang Qing skipped ahead. "Is this acceptable?" Yang Fan found it hard to believe. When several women inevitably clash, whom should he assist? Not helping would surely hurt someone's feelings, and helping would equally cause distress to another. The more he thought about it, the more he shook his head, muttering, "I really should not have involved myself with women." As Yang Fan walked, burdened with thoughts, he raised his head, saying, "Next time, do not let me encounter beautiful women. I truly cannot handle it." He glanced ahead at his sister, who suddenly halted. Fang Qing furrowed her brow, her gaze directed at a certain spot, before vanishing from sight. Yang Fan glanced at where his sister had been, Have you forgotten your brother upon meeting a friend? With that, he too sped towards a particular direction. In an unknown expanse of the starry sky, a man struggled incessantly, his body riddled with hundreds of sword wounds, blood staining him entirely. This man was Zhou Luan, who, having restored his physical form, had reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm. A brown-robed elder was methodically severing his sinews and bones, the scene utterly gruesome. Zhou Luan, resembling a mound of flesh and unable to move, looked like a grotesque creature. Not even self-detonation was an option. The elder regarded Zhou Luan, saying, "Before me, you lack even the opportunity for self-destruction. A mere Tai realm dares to thwart my grand designs. Do you even know how to write the word death?" At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from above, "Apologies for my tardiness." Chapter 120. Zhou Luan encounters peril. Twice pinned in place, Zhou Luan's body trembled slightly as he saw a man and a woman emerging from the sky. They were Fang Qing and Yang Fan's avatar. Zhou Luan offered a faint smile, glancing at Fang Qing. "Long time no see." The elder's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the two, his brows furrowed slightly. For he could not sense their true strength, he tentatively inquired, "Are you two his friends?" At that moment, Fang Qing swept her sword forward. The elder sensed a hint of danger, suddenly raising his sword to guard his chest. Just as he was about to speak, his head flew from his shoulders, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Qing placed her hand on Zhou Luan's chest, and slowly, his physical form began to regenerate. After half a minute, she withdrew her hand. Fang Qing turned to Zhou Luan, asking, "Brother Zhou, how did you end up here?" Zhou Luan smiled gently. "I came to rescue a couple, but did not expect their pursuers to follow me here." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing grasped Zhou Luan's hand. "Let us go and eliminate them." Zhou Luan was taken aback, then smiled. "I do not even know who they are. They likely have strong allies." Fang Qing looked at Zhou Luan. "Are they stronger than me?" Zhou Luan replied. Fang Qing. All right, Brother Zhou, shall we go?" "Sure," Zhou Luan responded. "Brother, are you coming?" Fang Qing playfully stuck out her tongue. Zhou Luan could only smile wryly, knowing that only Qing Mei would dare speak to her brother in such a manner. Yang Fan looked at his sister. "You go, little girl. It is rare to see you so happy." Fang Qing, as if savoring honey, eagerly pulled Zhou Luan away towards the distance. Before long, Zhou Luan glanced at Fang Qing and inquired, "Qinger, may I call you that? Of course, it's better than you calling me Miss Fang. Otherwise, I would be upset," Fang Qing replied. Zhou Luan smiled slightly. "Qinger, I can no longer see through you." Fang Qing chuckled. "I too do not know how strong I am. Those who come at me like before, I can defeat them in an instant." Zhou Luan trembled slightly at her words. "After 10,000 years, I did not expect you to reach such a level." Fang Qing asked, "Brother Zhou, what level do you refer to?" Zhou Luan took a deep breath, raising his head to gaze at the endless starry river, the realm beyond the Tao. "Qinger, you are no longer within the Tao. And moreover, you are extraordinary even beyond it." "Really? Heed, I had no idea I was this strong." Zhou Luan shook his head at her. "You are constantly surrounded by someone like your brother. It is only natural that you would not realize. For he is a true invincible powerhouse, an entity of the invincible universe. Tio received Brother Zhou's acknowledgement indicates that my brother is indeed formidable." Fang Qing expressed in admiration. Zhou Luan reiterated, "Not just formidable, but an unfathomable strength that I cannot articulate." "By the way, Brother Zhou, what are your plans for the future?" Fang Qing inquired. Zhou Luan gazed into the starry sky, lost in thought. What plans could there be when even my life is not in my own hands? Mastering the sword path is my lifelong goal. Qinger, I do not know when we shall meet again, nor do I know how Black May is faring. Fang Qing looked at Brother Zhou with reluctance. "Are you leaving?" As she spoke, she produced a talisman flute and handed it to Zhou Luan. Zhou Luan smiled gently. "No need for that. As long as I am alive, I will come to find you." With that, he vanished into thin air. Fang Qing stared blankly at the direction in which Brother Zhou had disappeared, murmuring, "I have always liked you." Tears streamed down her cheeks without her realizing it. Chapter 121. The location of the central hall, outer ring, named Taiping Hall at this moment. Yang Fan approached his sister, saying, "Do not worry. He has his path to tread, just as you have yours." As he spoke, Yang Fan held Fang Qing's hand and continued walking forward, without a destination, without a specific location. "Brother, I have an idea regarding the location of the central hall," Fang Qing said, looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan turned to his sister. Oh, do share. I wish to establish the central hall at the outer ring and entrust it to Black May to manage, for I trust her to ask for strength. Hee, my sister is invincible. At that moment, Yang Fan, walking at the edge of the universe, halted his steps, turning to Fang Qing as if struck by a thought, gently stroking the sword of the path. He mused, you have accompanied me for so long. You should understand the desires of my heart. I do not wish for my sister to encounter any mishaps. Henceforth, you shall follow her. Treat her as your new master. The sword of the path trembled, emitting a ringing sound before vanishing into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Qing'er gazed upward at the universe, waving her hand. Seconds later, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The original Yang Fan smiled faintly. Looking at Qing'er, little sister, she currently dislikes slaughter. She spares the good and acts freely against the wicked. Upon hearing this, Qingyi's lips curled in a slight smile, and she gently pointed her palm upward. Seconds later, a surprised voice exclaimed, "What? How is this possible? Did I not just die?" Then, in terror, they cried out, "Rebirth from the reverse flow?" Above the reversal of death, they looked again towards the three's location. At this moment, the three were no longer present. The benevolent elder gave a slight bow, gazing at the spot where the three had vanished. It seems a change is upon us. With that, he disappeared into the expanse of the universe. Meanwhile, Fang Qing and Yang Fan's avatar continued to discuss the location of the central hall. With the location set, a name was also required. Fang Qing pondered. Yang Fan looked at his sister. A name is merely a name. Choose one at random. Something like Taiping Hall would not be too bad. The order of all beings closely aligns with the structure of creation. Wow, bro, you're quite impressive, exclaimed Fang Qing, taken aback. Yang Fan shot a glance at his younger sister and said, "Since we've made our decision, let us commence the construction. As for personnel arrangements, we shall select those of good character and reliability. Strength is of little concern. After all, am I not also without boundaries?" He added nonchalantly, "Those who cannot see clearly can be sent to the depths of hell." With that, he took his sister by the hand and soared toward the outer ring. As they passed by the entrance of the level 6 civilization barrier, Fang Qing paused and looked at the elderly man and woman, inquiring, "Why have you two not yet departed?" Upon seeing them, the old man carrying a coffin was startled, and then joyfully exclaimed, "Esteemed ones, please wait. We have been concerned and thus have chosen to wait for your arrival." The elderly woman glanced at the man and skeptically asked, "Are you referring to them? For aside from their striking appearances, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy about the two. Quickly express your gratitude to the esteemed ones," she said, pulling her partner down to bow. Fang Qing reassured them, "There is no need for such formality. It is a matter within our capabilities." Suddenly, Fang Qing seemed to have a revelation and turned to the two, asking, "Would you be willing to assist me in managing the universe? As for positions, arrangements will be made in due course." The two, upon hearing this, were filled with delight and responded in unison, "We are willing, indeed." The old man, especially, raised his voice in excitement. Fang Qing nodded slightly, and soon a coordinate appeared in their minds. "My name is Fang Qing. Simply mention my name when the time comes, and you shall be received accordingly. Given your strengths, you should be able to reach it in a few weeks," she added with a faint smile, pulling her brother's hand as they continued toward the outer ring. Half a minute later, the two emerged into the air above the outer ring. Fang Qing surveyed the surroundings before her gaze settled on the armored woman, who was currently tending to her wounds. Suddenly, the black-armored woman glanced up at the sky and exclaimed, "Qing Mei!" She swiftly darted toward Fang Qing and Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, who had been recuperating in the depths of obscurity, abruptly opened his eyes and set off in Fang Qing's direction, lamenting, "Miss Qing, I have waited so long for those 2 Dao fruits." He was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Fang Qing remarked, "It has been several millennia. I never imagined the changes would be so profound. Sister Hei Mei has reached the divine realm, and the Light Legion has amassed hundreds of thousands," she said with satisfaction. Just then, the armored woman and Yu Yao emerged. Yu Yao looked at Yang Fan with a sense of grievance, saying, "It's so hard to see you." Yang Fan chuckled heartily and replied, "But here I am now." The black-armored woman smiled gently and said, "Brother Yang, this time you two must stay for several days." Fang Qing took the black-armored woman's hand and declared, "Sister Hei Mei, even if you urge my brother and me to leave, we shall not budge." Let us go to the hall to eat and chat. Yang Fan glanced at his sister with a hint of exasperation, thinking, this girl cannot forget about food no matter where she goes. At that moment, a voice called out, Miss Fong, wait for me. Zhang Yang came rushing down from above, panting heavily, but upon seeing Yang Fan, he immediately fell silent. Yang Fan looked at Zhang Yang and urged, go on, you are practically a friend. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the remark, then bowed slightly before hastening toward Fong Qing, as if he had just seen his mother. Meanwhile, Yang Fan strolled leisurely, taking his time, for this place held the memories and joys of his sister. Suddenly, a woman came running toward him, appearing to have traveled quite a distance. Upon seeing Yang Fan, she paused momentarily and said, Elder Yang, I came to visit Sister Qing. Has she arrived? I just rushed over from Xinghe town. Yang Fan glanced at the woman, smiled gently, and said, I know you. Your name is Lin Yun. Go on. You two have not seen each other in a long time. Lin Yun beamed. Thank you, Elder Yang. I'm off now. Just then, Yang Fan called out to her, stopping Lin Yun in her tracks. Elder Yang, is something wrong? She asked curiously. Yang Fan replied, from now on, call me Brother Yang. With your current level, how have you been training? Lin Yun hesitated. I doubt I have no resources for cultivation. The higher-ups have made it clear that everyone must fend for themselves, and I cannot be a burden to them. I will work hard. Yang Fan felt a sense of comfort and said, very well, go on. Lin Yun then dashed toward the grand hall. Yang Fan watched Lin Yun's retreating figure, letting out a sigh. He quietly infused a trace of intangible energy into her body. Looking in the direction Lin Yun had disappeared, he mused, not all efforts yield results, even if one dedicates 1,000 or 1,000,000,000 years. This time, I hope to assist you in achieving success. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, from that day forward, her cultivation would progress at a rate akin to 100 years of others' effort for every day of her own. Until billions of years later, when she would stand alone against the chaos of the universe. This chaos referred to the hyper-meta-universe, existing above the cosmos. Ultimately, she would meet her demise, along with the likes of Zhou Luan, Su Qing, and the enigmatic woman draped in white, all of whom would fade into oblivion. These events are but a prelude. The author intends to conclude this tale swiftly, preparing for a new novel with a length of 100,000 words. At this moment, Yang Fan gazed at the starry sky above, his gaze penetrating through the cosmos. His body trembled slightly before he withdrew his gaze. In the rear garden of the Fan residence, a woman was perusing books on the themes of world and peace, occasionally glancing anxiously at the starry expanse. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, meandering through the outer ring, cast a glance toward the Fan residence and mused, I wonder how you is faring. I asked, she also thinking of me? Inside the grand hall, the sounds of joy from Fong Qing and her sisters could be heard intermittently. Yang Fan approached the hall and finally stepped inside. The others stood up, their expressions serious as if awaiting a lecture. Only Fong Qing chuckled softly and turned to her avatar, saying, Brother, we shall commence construction tomorrow. If all goes well, it should be completed in about half a month. The allocations and key personnel have yet to be determined, but I have already informed Sister Hei Mei that she shall be the deputy hall master. Do you have any good suggestions for other positions? Yang Fan smiled at his sister and replied, I have no suggestions. You can decide. Just don't forget to arrange something for Jean Lian and her brother. Yang Fan reminded her, then stepped back outside. At this moment, Zhang Yang, having witnessed Yang Fan's avatar exit, rubbed his hands together and turned to Fong Qing, asking, Miss Fong, what position will I hold? Zhang Yang understood that once he assumed an official role, it would entail immense power, and he felt a surge of excitement as he eagerly awaited Fong Qing's response. She smiled at the old man and explained, there will be 1 hall master and 2 deputy hall masters, with 5 elemental envoys and 10 chief law enforcement ministers. Each order will have its own law enforcers. Leading groups of 100.to become a chief law enforcement minister. One must undergo assessments at the cosmic, stellar, and domain master levels, and the same applies for those at the stellar, domain, and realm master levels. They must not act in self-interest. Those who violate the order of beings will be handled according to the law. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, Am I still at the realm master level? The sisters exchanged glances and stifled giggles, for even amidst such seriousness, they could not help but find humor in the situation, as long as it was not excessive. Fong Qing turned to Zhang Yang and said, Old Zhang, there is a seat for you as the chief protector minister. Why the rush? Then, with a playful tone, She added, "You aren't hoping to take my place, are you?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Miss Fong, I am wronged. I merely inquired to prepare myself. I truly had no such intention." At that moment, he appeared as if he might burst into tears from the wrongful accusation. All right, we are old friends. It was just a joke." As Zhang Yang heard this, he finally sighed in relief and muttered to himself, "You scared me half to death." Fong Qing looked at the gathered sisters and announced, "Lin Yun, you shall hold a position of responsibility." "Ah," Lin Yun stammered, "can I really?" The sisters exchanged envious glances at her, surprised, especially Zhang Yang, whose mouth hung open in astonishment. "Of course, you can," Fong Qing assured her, for she was well aware that Lin Yun would not be ordinary in the future. Turning to Yu Yao, Fong Qing said, "Miss Yu Yao, you shall serve as the chief law enforcement minister. I entrust this to you." Why Yu Yao, overjoyed, bowed deeply and replied, "I will not fail in my mission." Fong Qing then looked outside the hall and instructed, "Notify the others that Old Tong will temporarily take on the role of law enforcement minister, and we will observe his performance." The others nodded slightly in agreement. Fong Qing addressed everyone, saying, "I will notify you of the vacant positions. Until the Grand Hall is completed, you may each return to your respective duties. There are many powerful beings across the universe. So let's all strive to excel." As she spoke, she retrieved 100 pieces of realm gold from her storage bag and placed them before everyone. This item is very precious. A single piece of realm gold can elevate a person by 2 realms, up to the true God realm. The higher one ascends, the more realm gold is required. Our future adversaries will be formidable, so please distribute these accordingly, Fong Qing declared. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Realizing that a single piece of realm gold could elevate them by 2 realms, and each person would receive 20 or so pieces, they were utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Fong Qing's expression grew increasingly grave, as if she sensed something amiss. Chapter 124. The white robe and the white skirt. At this moment, the voice of Yang Fan's avatar echoed, "Do not worry. You may proceed with your tasks and leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Fong Qing smiled gently and replied, "Please take care of yourself. Aside from my sister's aspirations, you are all I have." After saying this, she turned to Yu Yao, Lin Yun, Zhang Yang, Sister Heimei, and the others, saying, "Sister Heimei, the construction of the Grand Hall and matters of the Outer Ring are entrusted to you. You will have full authority over subsequent personnel placements and arrangements." After casting a glance at everyone, she added, "There is much time ahead. Take care of yourselves." With that, she vanished from the sight of those gathered in the Grand Hall. Sister Heimei cast her gaze towards the vanishing figure of Fong Qing and remarked, "As long as I am here, the outer circle will be safe. This truly is the stronghold of the main hall. As long as I, Heimei, exist, the main hall shall remain unscathed. Qing Mei, take care of yourself. You are the one closest to me." At that moment, Lin Yun, deep in contemplation, lifted his head and murmured to himself as he gazed in the direction Fong Qing had departed, "I must become stronger. One day, I, Lin Yun, shall surpass all of you. When that day comes, invincibility, it will mean nothing." Lin Yun clenched his fists resolutely. Meanwhile, as Yang Fan left the outer circle, he glanced back at the spot where Fong Qing had disappeared and pondered. To disregard the laws of time and space, a level 2 master of the cosmos, perhaps. Just then, Fong Qing arrived and cast a serious look at Yang Fan, saying, "Very powerful, even stronger than me." Yang Fan smiled faintly and reassured his sister, "Just a turtle, no need to worry." Fong Qing, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "Brother, why are there so many powerful beings in the universe? I thought the strong outside the circle were invincible, yet it seems they are not even when they step beyond the path." Fong Qing sighed with a bitter smile. Yang Fan gently ruffled her hair and replied, "The powerful outside the circle walk freely within the path, and it is not impossible that various cosmic civilizations also harbor beings beyond the circle, perhaps even surpassing them." Fong Qing was taken aback and asked, "Surpassing those beyond the circle? What kind of strength is that?" Yang Fan explained, "I am one such being. Those without boundaries are categorized into 3 levels, low, middle, and high. For instance, you, being no ordinary being beyond the circle, fall into the low-middle category, specifically beneath the 2nd level's middle." Fong Qing nodded, appearing to grasp some of the concept. Then she turned to her brother and inquired, "Brother, are you at the 2nd level?" Yang Fan responded, currently at the upper middle, but that will change. If my entity reaches over 70%, the second level, I shall crush it effortlessly. Suddenly, Fang Qing seemed to recall something and asked, "What about Qing Jie.is she at the second or third level?" Fang Qing's relentless questioning was met with patient answers from Yang Fan's doppelganger. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, Qing Er paused briefly, gazing into the distance and declared, "Outside the universe, I am invincible. Above the universe, if I do not wish to die, who can kill me?" Her counterpart, Yang Fan, smiled gently as he held both Qing Er and Su Qing's hands. Continuing forward. At that moment, Yang Fan's doppelganger looked at his sister with a slight furrow in his brow and remarked, "Qing Er has long transcended this level." The doppelganger seemed to be transported back to a scene from 100,000 years ago, an enigmatic figure clad in white robes, wielding a sword of the path. Wherever he went, a star river would vanish, for the little sister did not belong in that river. Eventually, he encountered a woman in a long white dress with waist-length hair, and their battle nearly obliterated the entirety of the cosmos. Since that time, any cosmic beings who encountered the man with the sword of the path and the long-haired woman in white would flee in terror. Their natures were inherently cold, with eyes that disregarded the masses and a disdain for the path itself. Reflecting on this, Yang Fan's doppelganger shook his head silently. Chapter 125. Exercising the decree of the celestial god. "Do not overthink. At least we are on the same side." He then said, "Let us proceed directly to the level 6 civilization." With that, he swiftly took his sister towards the cosmos of the level 6 civilization. In the skies above the center of the level 6 cosmic civilization, a man and a woman emerged. Within moments, a continuous stream of powerful beings arrived before them, including Qiu Wani and numerous elders from various sects and prominent families. At this point, Fang Qing stepped forward, producing the celestial decree token, and proclaimed, "To see the decree is to see the master of the cosmos." The decree is as follows. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed in reverence. Fang Qing addressed the powerful beings, continuing, "From this day forth, the order of all beings shall be established, and all universes and star domains must promptly implement and position themselves accordingly, without error. Appointment. The level 6 civilization shall henceforth be known as the 6 provinces civilization. And the level 5 civilization shall be termed the 5 provinces civilization. Appointment. Qiu Wani, a female disciple of the Xinjian sect, shall be one of the 5 envoys, stationed at the outer circle of the main hall. Named the Hall of Peace, she shall commence her duties without delay. Her powers shall include the authority to govern various universes and star domains. Appointment. In the level 5 civilization, the being Qiu Yusin shall also be one of the 5 envoys, granted the authority to govern various universes and star domains. The owner of the auction house shall be elevated to one of the chief law ministers, alongside an elderly woman. Specific details may be sought from the auction house owner for implementation. Appointment. The current master of the level 4 civilization shall be one of the chief law ministers, bestowed with the power to enforce the laws of order across all universes and star domains. Appointment. The master of the level 3 civilization, whose granddaughter Qin Er shall be one of the 5 envoys, with the same governing authority as above. Appointment. In the supermartial world, the current Tang Yin shall serve as one of the chief law ministers, with equivalent powers as above. Appointment. The lord of the Hunyuan universe shall be one of the 5 envoys, granted the authority to govern, with the same scope as above. With the decree completed, the crowd finally raised their heads. Fang Qing addressed them, "You may rise." She then turned to Qiu Wani with a faint smile, saying, "From this moment on, convey my decree that all shall assume their positions within the main hall within half a month. Exercise your real power." Qiu Wani bowed deeply and replied, "I shall obey," before stepping back. Fang Qing then produced half a realm of gold and 4 unused source veins, handing them to Qiu Wani, saying, "Miss Wani, I trust you know the purpose of these 4 source veins. Use one to develop your own cosmic civilization and distribute the remaining 3. Your task is substantial and far-reaching. You may handle the remaining half realm of gold as you see fit." She then turned to her doppelganger, Yang Fan, and inquired, "Brother, do you have any additions?" Yang Fan laughed heartily and said, "None, and I am pleased to say, you have done excellently." He then addressed Qiu Wani, saying, "Miss Wani, may the mountains and rivers remain green. Until we meet again." With that, he took his sister's hand and vanished from the skies above the level 6 civilization center. After their departure, The two found themselves in a starry expanse. Feng Qing turned to Yang Fan and said, "Brother, we will fill the remaining positions later. How do you suggest we arrange Jean Lian and her brother?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "Let your sister He Mei take care of Jean Lian. I will reserve the position of Vice Hall Master for her. As for her brother, he shall become one of the chief law ministers. Regarding the supervisory roles across the various cosmic star domains, let those in their respective positions manage them," he continued. "We stand at a height that compels us to think and solve problems from that perspective. As for the rest, should they fail to address issues related to the weaker beings, let the capable rise to the occasion." Yang Fan looked at his sister and said, "Fulfill your duties and follow the will of heaven. To go against the heavenly mandate, that leads to annihilation." As he spoke, Yang Fan lifted his gaze slightly, expressing a hope. "I truly wish for the day when peace reigns in both the human realm and the heavens across all cosmic realms. Then the title of the Hall of Peace would not be in vain." Chapter 126. Please call me Xiao Bai or Xiao Tu Bai. At that moment, Xiao Bai, nestled within the spatial pouch, peeked out with half its head, clutching dozens of Dao fruits in its tiny paws. With a cheeky laugh, it waved its delicate fists at Feng Qing. When Feng Qing caught sight of Xiao Bai, she was taken aback. This little creature had been obedient for over 10,000 years. She then noticed the dozens of Dao fruits in Xiao Bai's claws and exclaimed in astonishment, "For me?" Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, looking at Feng Qing. "I grew them." It glanced proudly at Yang Fan as it spoke. Feng Qing picked up a Dao fruit and examined it, exclaiming, "This is a premium Dao fruit?" After tasting it, she turned to Xiao Bai with a delighted expression, "Delicious. Do you have more?" Xiao Bai scurried away and soon returned with thousands more. Feng Qing was taken aback, looking at Xiao Bai. "Can you give some to your sister in the future?" Xiao Bai nodded fervently, for besides Feng Qing, Yang Fan was the only one it felt close to. Feng Qing smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Bai's fur, and said, "You've worked hard." Xiao Bai chuckled happily and continued to stow the Dao fruits back into the spatial pouch. This discovery seemed to bolster Feng Qing's confidence and plans regarding future resource consumption. She smiled and remarked, "This little fellow seems to have matured. It's not as tiny as it once was." She then turned to Yang Fan and said, "Brother, I have an idea. Now that we have these, I want to distribute them. It would benefit everyone across the various universes. I won't be greedy, truly." Yang Fan laughed heartily. "Keep them for yourself. I know you love to eat." "I can't be selfish about this," Feng Qing replied. "All right, I'll keep half for myself as snacks. These are precious items." She glanced back toward Xiao Bai's area in the spatial pouch. Suddenly, she gasped, How did Xiao Bai manage this?" Yang Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it?" Feng Qing exclaimed in disbelief, "Several spirit crystals. At least 100 billion. A couple of primordial stones. At least several billion. 100 million realm gold. How is this possible?" At this moment, Feng Qing was left speechless. She had never paid much attention before, but now she found herself utterly bewildered. Yang Fan was equally perplexed, muttering, "It seems this little one is extraordinary." Suddenly, Xiao Bai popped its head out again, staring fiercely at Yang Fan. Its paws dancing in the air as it proudly declared, "Please call me Xiao Tu Bai or Xiao Bai." After letting out a few childish huffs, it resumed its busy work. Yang Fan looked utterly bewildered. Feng Qing, beaming with pride, remarked, "Did you hear that? Xiao Bai, Xiao Tu Bai." At that moment, Yang Fan turned to his sister and said, "I will pay a visit to your sister Yu Er, Shengguan Yu." Feng Qing nodded slightly and replied, "All right." Yang Fan glanced toward a certain area of the inner ring and vanished from sight. Feng Qing watched her brother disappear, chuckling to herself, "More sons to be born." With that, Feng Qing also vanished from her spot. Outside the Fan residence, Yang Fan emerged from the sky and, with a gentle smile, walked towards the study where Yu Er was. At that moment, Shengguan Yu turned her head and looked out. A voice resonated, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I in the door of the study." Yang Fan smiled gently at Shengguan Yu. Shengguan Yu was momentarily taken aback and instantly remarked, "As a woman born into my circumstances, I thought you would have forgotten me." Yang Fan looked at Yu with a sense of indebtedness, gently taking her hand and saying, "I've been busy lately. I apologize for any distress I may have caused you." As he spoke, he embraced Yu tenderly. At that moment, Shengguan Yu slightly closed her eyes, savoring the presence of the man before her. In this instant, he belonged solely to her. If you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review. If not, kindly show some mercy. Writing is not easy, and I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Chapter 127. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Yuer. Once I assist my younger sister in fulfilling her long-held wish. We shall never part again. At that time, we, along with my sister, Luoyin, Jinlian, Qiuwan, and Miss Yusin, shall journey together to that world of peace that everyone yearns for. Shall we? Shangguanyu replied with a sense of longing and anticipation, as if she were awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. Yang Fan gazed at his beloved Yuer, his eyes drifting slightly toward the cosmos above. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In that moment, he did not wish to lose anything, especially those he had always cared for. At that time, Shangguanyu, immersed in happiness, lifted her head slightly and looked at Yang Fan, saying, Yang Lang, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Even if it takes 10,000 years, a billion years, or even several billion years, as long as I am alive, I will wait for your return. Yang Fan held Yuer tightly, urgently replying, it won't take that long. It won't be long at all. Days later, Yang Fan departed from the Fan residence, arriving in the Outer Ring Sky. At this moment, over 100,000 individuals in the Outer Ring were rapidly constructing the Taiping Hall. Many days had passed, and there was still a week left until completion. Observing these weaker individuals, most of whom appeared to be rogue cultivators, some having been defeated and seeking refuge here, it demonstrated Black Sister's capability and magnanimity in providing shelter and treating them equally. Reflecting on this, Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at Black Sister. Meanwhile, Black Sister was in the inner hall, strategizing and calculating the upcoming resource expenditures and the assignment of personnel. At that moment, Yang Fan withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the grand hall. Outside the hall, upon noticing this, Old Copper slightly bowed and said, Greetings, my lord. Yang Fan looked at him quizzically and asked, Why are you still here? Haven't you been informed? Old Copper forced a smile and replied, The personnel from various factions have not yet arrived. The handover has not been completed yet. I believe it will be sorted out in a couple of days. The humble servant thanked the Lord for his support. Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, There's no need to wait for the handover. You should familiarize yourself with the position of Chief Law Enforcer. Everything must be in place within half a month. Those who do not comply will be treated as having forfeited their positions. You should report to the Deputy Hall Master now. Understood. Old Copper replied joyfully and retreated. At that moment, an elderly man and a middle-aged woman hurried in, and upon seeing Yang Fan, they were taken aback. Yang Fan glanced at them and said, You two should report to the Deputy Hall Master. She is in the inner hall. After speaking, he continued onward towards the grand hall. The coffin-dragging elder and the middle-aged woman paused for a moment, and the elder remarked, We meet the Lord again. Let's go. Old hag, let's see what good positions we can secure. After saying this, the elder looked at the old hag and they both entered. At this time, the old hag spoke, Old dog, do you think our positions will be significant this time? The elder pondered as they walked, saying, At the very least, we should get a position as a commander. The commander's role involves 100 individuals from various realms. I believe it must be comparable to the enforcer's position. He stated confidently. The old hag retorted, With your limited ambitions, I must remind the Deputy Hall Master that we are friends with the two esteemed lords. We must secure the Chief Law Enforcer position. The thought of the Chief Law Enforcer excited the old hag, as that position corresponded to a significant authority overseeing various cosmic realms. The old dog glanced at the old hag and made a shushing gesture, saying, Keep your voice down. Do you not fear that there may be ears on the other side of the wall? Upon hearing this, the old hag immediately became serious, thinking, There might be many powerful beings around. The main hall. It is not a place for just anyone to enter. With this thought, the old hag and the old dog cautiously proceeded into the inner hall. Chapter 128. Order established and follow up in the inner hall. Black Sister was busy with her tasks. She glanced up at Old Copper and said, Old Copper, here is your execution token for the position of Chief Law Enforcer. Each minister will have an independent office and hall. You may move in once the construction is complete. Saying this, Black Sister handed the token to Old Copper. He received it, bowed slightly, and then exited. Shortly after, the elderly man and the middle-aged woman walked in. Surveying their surroundings and glancing up at the inner hall, Black Sister raised her head, looked at the two, and said, You two have come to report, have you? The registry is already prepared. You just need to complete the handover. At that moment, the old hag spoke up, Deputy Hall Master, what positions are we assigned to? The old dog, noticing the serious expression of the woman above in the inner hall, nudged the old hag discreetly. Black Sister looked at the middle-aged woman and asked, what position would you like to hold? The old hag was about to speak, when the old dog interjected, the position of law enforcer would be sufficient. I wonder if we can manage it? Upon hearing this, Black Sister glanced at the elder and said, Commander, are you certain? This left the old dog momentarily bewildered, thinking, could it be that they are merely assigning us as gatekeepers? Black Sister noticed the expression of the elder and said, there are clear instructions from above. To this, both individuals panicked and immediately replied, My lord, forgive our presumptuousness. We implore you to be lenient with us. Upon hearing this, Black Sister frowned slightly and said, there are explicit instructions from above. You two are not suited for the role of commander. The two, upon hearing this, lowered their heads dejectedly, losing all the confidence they had previously. For they understood that those who reached this place were not ordinary individuals. At that moment, they heard the voice of the woman above in the inner hall. The position of chief law enforcer has been reserved for you. Here are your office and hall locations. As she spoke, Feng Qing produced 2 chief law enforcer tokens and handed them to the two. Hearing this, both were taken aback. Subsequently, the old hag received the token and the location map. Exclaiming joyfully, Thank you, my lord, thank you. Black Sister shook her head and said, Go. Do not disappoint the trust placed in you by those above. The two vigorously nodded, saying, We will not fail our mission. After saying this, they exited. Once outside, the two were still in a state of disbelief, and the old hag exclaimed, Finally, we've emerged from the shadows. I never expected us to attain such status today. Old dog regained his senses, glanced around and said, Old hag, are you out of your mind? Be careful, be careful. Now that we have caught the attention of those esteemed lords, we must strive diligently to make a good impression. The old hag responded, Yes, 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 we must not let this go to our heads. She glanced left and right at the old dog and made a shushing gesture, omitting 1,000 words. Several days later, Chuan, Jinlian, the Mingsha woman, the ruler of the Hunyuan University, Yusin, Tang Yin, Qiner, and others successively reported in and secured their positions and powers. The Taiping Hall was gradually completed. In the outer ring sky, Yang Fan and Feng Qing glanced at the Grand Taiping Hall before quietly departing the outer ring. The two did not bid farewell to anyone, entrusting all matters to Black Sister, including the divine token. At this moment, Feng Qing, no longer within the outer ring, looked at her brother and said, Brother, now that the order of all beings has reached a conclusion, it is time for development. As for how far we can push and implement it, it depends on the people we choose and trust. Feng Qing continued, Next, we must ascend. Qinger, Su Jie, and the main body are carrying the burden ahead. We must put in more effort. As she spoke, Feng Qing did not forget to glance at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled faintly and replied, Whether the order of all beings can safely progress without hidden dangers and continue to develop and grow for the long term depends on us few. As he spoke, Yang Fan slightly raised his head, gazing into the cosmos above and said, It is time to deal with those old fellows. Chapter 129. The Sword of the Path reveals. Feng Qing furrowed her brow and looked at her clone, Yang Fan, saying, Brother, who do you refer to as those old fellows? Yang Fan replied, Some self-righteous individuals who disregard the laws. They can alter the balance of yin and yang, reverse life and death, and ignore the great Tao. They are the supreme beings of all universes. Feng Qing was taken aback by this revelation. Her expression turned serious as she said, How is this possible? At this moment, Feng Qing realized how far she was from invincibility, and the pressure began to mount. Yang Fan looked at his younger sister and said, Do not worry, take your time. After saying this, he took her hand and soared toward an unknown universe. Billions of years later, in an unknown universe, Yang Fan's clone enveloped Feng Qing's weakened body as they sped toward the lower realm. At this moment, the materialization density of Yang Fan's clone had reached 70%. He had attained the high 3rd level. Feng Qing had reached an upper middle level. If it weren't for Xiao Dao's intervention, the consequences for the two would have been unimaginable. The weakened Feng Qing looked up at the small Dao hovering above and smiled gently, saying, Thank you for your help this time. Xiao Dao trembled slightly before returning to Feng Qing's hand. Yang Fan's clone then looked at his younger sister and said, it has always been by your side. The reason it intervened was because it sensed your danger. As for why it had not appeared before, I cannot ascertain the reason. At that moment, the grown-up Xiao Bai poked its head out. Chuckling softly, Feng Qing and Yang Fan's clone looked at Xiao Bai in confusion. Xiao Bai gazed at them and said, "You two are truly foolish, utterly clueless." The two looked at Xiao Bai in confusion, and Feng Qing asked, "Xiao Bai, do you know why?" "Yes, because I am a spirit of heaven and earth. I understand that Xiao Dao intervened to save you because it sensed your peril. The reason it had not appeared is that you did not recognize it. Nor did you acknowledge it. Due to this, you have been unable to establish communication with it. At that moment, the Xingdao sword trembled slightly, occasionally emitting a clear sound, as if in response to Xiao Bai. Feng Qing was perplexed. Yang Fan then smiled faintly and said, "I see, brother. What is the matter?" Feng Qing inquired. The doppelganger of Yang Fan spoke. "What Xiao Bai means is that you must actively summon it and establish a master-servant relationship through your bloodline, akin to a blood contract. Only in this manner will it truly belong to you. As for why it left the main body, perhaps it has received permission from the main body." The Xingdao sword trembled again and then emitted a ringing sound. "It seems so, little sister. Give it a try," said the doppelganger of Yang Fan. Feng Qing turned to Xiao Dao and asked, "Xiao Dao, can you hear me? If you can, please respond with a sound." The Xingdao sword rang out once. Feng Qing exclaimed with joy, "Is it my brother's main body that summoned you to protect me?" The Xingdao sword trembled but did not ring again. Xiao Bai, feeling anxious, rushed out from the spatial bag and forcefully dragged the Xingdao sword in front of Feng Qing using its two paws. Feng Qing looked at Xiao Bai and said, "It's just a little bloodletting. It won't hurt." Just as she spoke, Xiao Bai covered one of its eyes with its paws, leaving only a narrow gap for it to peek through. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing bit her index finger, letting drops of blood fall onto the tip of the Xingdao sword. Until a quarter of an hour later, the Xingdao sword finally responded with a tremble. A white shadow flashed by, and Xiao Bai began to drag the Xingdao sword back into the spatial bag. Xiao Bai let out a couple of chuckles before disappearing from sight. Feng Qing and her doppelganger were left momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Chapter 130. Above the universe at this moment, the doppelganger looked at his little sister and said, "This time, take the opportunity to comprehend thoroughly. I believe you will make significant progress in your swordsmanship in the future, especially with the sword strike from Xiao Dao. That strike has surpassed all others. If you can grasp even 3 or 4/10 of it, it will be equivalent to my current level. As for how much you can comprehend, that entirely depends on you." The doppelganger paused and continued, "This time, I must also strive to elevate my entity's condensation to over 80%. Only then can I better confront and resolve issues with others. You have now established communication with Xiao Dao, and it can protect you at any time. Focus on your comprehension." With that, the doppelganger waved his hand, completely isolating the two from the outside world. Feng Qing was entirely absorbed in the sword strike from Xiao Dao. That strike disregarded all time and space, ignoring any paths and laws. Just the thought of the 10 or so formidable beings of the third tier made Feng Qing feel deeply powerless. If it weren't for her brother, if it weren't for Xiao Dao's strike, the consequences would have truly been unimaginable. As she contemplated this, Feng Qing gradually calmed down, slowly comprehending the scene where Xiao Dao had slain over 10 powerful beings. Meanwhile, the power of all beings was seeping into their bodies at a rate of 1 per second. The doppelganger had reached an exceptionally high level over billions of years, progressing from 50% to 70%, which was quite rapid. Through this experience, the doppelganger gained a clearer understanding of his strength, which was the limit of the third tier, the 8th level of the Universe Master. As for Xiaozhong, it had also reached an unranked level. This time, Xiaozhong was injured and had absorbed some souls from 3rd to 4th tier Universe Masters, and it was currently digesting and stabilizing at a frantic pace. Days turned into weeks. Over these billions of years, the order of all beings had developed at an astonishing speed, spreading across various cosmic star domains. Thanks to the selflessness of Hei Mei, there were no major disturbances, though some minor nuisances persisted. Hei Mei chose to turn a blind eye to them. This continued for billions of years. However, Lin Yun's departure left Hei Mei, the deputy hall master, feeling uneasy, as if something significant were about to occur. At this moment, Hei Mei, with her third-tier universe strength, slightly raised her head to glance at the starry sky, worriedly stating, "Over these years, Lin Mei has shouldered everything alone. never uttering a word of complaint. When she departed, she left behind only one sentence. Take good care of everything that Qingjie has left behind. This is her lifelong wish and effort. After saying this, she simply left. Billions of years passed, and it was still unknown whether Lin Mei had met Qing Mei, or where they were. At present, the strongest in the main hall were the old man and the woman, both at the pinnacle of the early stage of the Taiji realm. It was time to delegate authority to one of the 5-element envoys, He Mei thought with concern. Meanwhile, in a certain universe beneath the starry sky, a woman stood against the wind. A faint trace of blood adorned the tip of her sword. The number of powerful beings who had perished at her hands was no less than dozens. At this moment, the woman slightly raised her head and gazed upward, murmuring, "It's been billions of years since we last met. Brother Yang, Qing Mei, are you still alive?" Just as the woman was about to turn and leave, she suddenly halted her steps. Turning her head, she said, "So the unknown factors stem from you." The woman was about to soar upward when a voice echoed from not far away, "If you ascend, death is certain." The woman, Lin Yun, turned back and saw a figure suspended in the starry sky. A woman so cold and pale it seemed she was made of ice. Lin Yun looked at her calmly and asked, "Have you been up there?" The floating woman appeared to be struggling, glancing upwards and replying, "I have not ascended, for those who do have all perished." She then sighed softly, "I never expected that our reunion would be a final farewell." Lin Yun furrowed her brow and asked, "Your husband?" The floating woman did not answer directly but murmured, "His name is Yang Fan. He has a sister." Before the floating woman could finish her sentence, Lin Yun suddenly shot upwards into the universe. Chapter 131. The stagnation of the forbidden domain. Seeing this, the floating woman exclaimed, "No, do not." But it was too late, for Lin Yun had already vanished from her spot. The suspended woman gazed upwards for a long time. Finally, she sighed in regret before disappearing from the scene. In the lower realm of the super-universe, an elderly man with long silver hair stood against the wind. Facing away from the woman, he said, "Young girl, considering your arduous training, heed this old man's advice and leave quickly. One of the universe's executors. I wish not to create more karma." The woman was Lin Yun, who looked at the silver-haired elder with a grave expression and asked, "Have you seen a man in a white robe and a woman wielding an order sword?" The silver-haired elder glanced at her and replied, "These two have intruded upon our stagnation forbidden domain. Were it not for that sword, they would have long since perished. Why must you self-destruct your own chances?" Lin Yun turned her head, casting one last glance behind her before launching an attack against the elder with her sword. The elder saw this and gently pointed with his finger, declaring, "By the will of heaven and earth." At that moment, a golden hand-like divine light shot toward Lin Yun's position. Her body trembled and then transformed into countless sword beams, racing towards the elder's brow in the blink of an eye. In the air above the stagnation domain, a woman lightly pointed. Lin Yun was instantly pinned in place. The silver-haired elder, witnessing this, then bowed respectfully. The suspended woman waved her hand, and Lin Yun, who had been pinned, suddenly exploded, her body disintegrating before her soul could escape. She was utterly obliterated. The woman in the sky glanced at the elder before vanishing from above the stagnation domain, in the upper domain. The silver-haired elder looked at the spot where Lin Yun had been erased, remaining silent for several seconds before disappearing as well. Meanwhile, in the lower realm's starry sky, the mysterious floating woman halted her steps. She raised her head slightly to look upwards, stating, "Let some time pass, then I will go meet them." After finishing her words, she continued her journey through the lower realm in a certain deep region of the star ring. Zhou Luan, who had traversed various universes, had reached an upper middle level of strength. After billions of years of effort, he had made significant progress in the sword path and was preparing to advance toward the lower domain. 10 chapters omitted. 30,000 years later, Zhou Luan entered the lower domain, finding it nearly uninhabited. In the lower realm of the universe, those who stepped into the third tier were almost invincible. To advance further, one must venture into the lower stagnation forbidden domain. In the lower stagnation forbidden domain, most possess strength above the third tier. Entering it is akin to courting death. The legends say that above the stagnation lies the upper stagnation, and the most mysterious place is the upper realm. The upper realm is predominantly inhabited by the highest beings, who control all of the universe. including the mastery of life and death. It is said that they are the creators of all realms and the rulers of all beings. They existed before the universe was formed, creating all things, including the sun, moon, stars, and all energy and dark matter. This is precisely why the mysterious floating woman has always held caution, for she hails from the upper stagnation. Meanwhile, Zhou Luwen was steadily making his way toward the lower stagnation. Within the depths of the lower stagnation, a suspended woman opened her eyes and then closed them again. In her view, apart from two individuals, everyone else would become a relic of the past, like a fleeting moment. Their brilliance would linger but for a heartbeat. With each step Zhou Luwen took forward, the gravity of the situation intensified. Halting only upon entering the lower stagnation forbidden domain, Zhou Luwen slightly raised his head, feeling the presence of mysterious and powerful auras. There were no fewer than dozens, all rushing towards him. Zhou Luwen's expression turned serious, and his brows furrowed. He muttered to himself, "If I, Zhou Luwen, survive this, the mysteries of the universe will be unraveled because of me." With that, he closed his eyes, preparing to adjust his state to its peak. Zhou Luwen gradually calmed down, filled with both anticipation and confusion. Chapter 132. The Mystery of the Suspended Woman's Identity. Moments later, no less than 10 third-tier powerhouses appeared in the skies above the lower stagnation. The leading elder waved his hand, proclaiming, "The Master has issued a decree. Those who dare to trespass into forbidden realms shall face merciless execution." At that moment, a dozen individuals descended upon them in an instant, causing Zhou Luwen to shudder at the sound. Such formidable beings were merely pawns before him. With no time for further contemplation, Zhou Luwen brandished his sword and declared, "With the sword shattering the heavens, I shall strike downwards." The elder at the forefront shouted, "Quick, step aside." As he spoke, he pointed towards the sword's tip. Zhou Luwen's arm trembled. In an instant, the sword's tip was deflected from its arc and met the attack head-on. The elder bellowed, "Quickly, form the star-position celestial array." The 12 individuals promptly took their designated positions, and the elder, with his sword poised at the heart of the array, intoned, blood-pact, sacrifice to the heavens. They each drew their swords across their fingertips, and strands of contracted blood surged into the heart of the array, weaving a celestial net. The elder cast a glance at the man and proclaimed, "It is time to conclude." As he silently chanted incantations, just as Zhou Luwen was enveloped in confusion, a sudden exclamation, "Not good!" He attempted to shift from his position, only to discover that his body had not moved an inch. Involuntarily, he looked towards the elder. The elder's eyes were half closed, still reciting incantations. "Annihilate!" A multitude of esoteric blood curses surged into the man's brow. With no time to hesitate, Zhou Luwen shouted, "Explode!" Then, within 2 seconds, he cast his gaze towards a certain direction, murmuring, "Live well." At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated, and a cacophony of anguished cries echoed throughout the lower realm, following which, an eerie silence enveloped the entirety of the lower realm. No further disturbances could be felt. From the depths of the lower realm, a woman's voice lamented. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who had been lurking in the lower realm for a considerable time, furrowed her brow upon the disappearance of her doppelganger and Fang Qing. Gazing down into the abyss, she then soared downwards. At this moment, deep within the lower realm, the woman opened her eyes and murmured, "So soon? I have yet to fully develop." She then concealed herself once more. Above the lower realm, Yu Qing emerged. After casting a glance at the location where someone had vanished, she remarked, "I apologize, but I can only reverse life and death. I am still incapable of reversing reincarnation." The gap between these two is vast. With a slight sigh, she looked upwards towards the upper realm. Just then, a woman's voice resonated. "Why have the two of them not arrived?" Yu Qing's gaze penetrated deep into the lower realm, and she replied, "The time is not ripe. That I know you are waiting for the optimal moment. There are several auras here that I recognize. However, for some unknown reason, the other two auras have vanished, which can only indicate one thing. They have departed." The woman's voice returned, "They have visited once. As for the reason behind the disappearance of their auras, it remains uncertain." Yu Qing responded, "You are quite mysterious, but I suspect you hail from above. As for the reasons behind your predicament, I cannot fathom." The woman's pallid face bore no trace of color, and her voice echoed, You are unaware of why I have fallen to this place. I was once revered that I hail from the upper realm, the daughter of the cosmic deity. My intent was to uncover the ultimate mysteries of the universe to prevent calamities from befalling all beings and realms. Yet, I never anticipated that even my own daughter would not escape this fate. The woman's voice gradually softened, then she continued. Given your current strength, even if you ascend, it would still be a perilous endeavor. The moment I learned there existed such extraordinary power beneath the upper realm, a glimmer of hope ignited within me. Upon discovering that apart from your younger sister, those two would not care for the lives or deaths of others, I resolved to unite her with a common purpose. She has inherited my bloodline. She is kind-hearted and deeply cares for all beings. She is the sole individual capable of salvaging the multitude of souls across the realms. Thus, I await the perfect opportunity. As for the unknown, I can only leave it to fate. After speaking, the woman added, I know you are called Su Qing, and I am Yin Yu. Heed your elder sister's advice. And wait a while longer. Beyond those two, there truly exists no glimmer of hope. Chapter 133. Terrifyingly powerful. After a moment of silence, Su Qing said, Sister Yin Yu, if the opportunity arises, please deliver this jade pendant to him. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu stepped forth from the shadows, gazing at Su Qing with a reluctant expression. Sister Su Qing, will you not wait a little longer? Su Qing smiled softly. The path I must tread. I must walk alone, as her gaze drifted far away. Finally, with a tone of regret, she added, I have yet to experience being a woman. With that, she soared towards the upper realm's forbidden enigma. Yin Yu watched the place where her sister Su Qing had vanished, letting out a gentle sigh. Why can't she wait a little longer? Or am I truly waiting for something? Relying solely on herself seems utterly impossible. If there were even a hint of hope, I would not have waited for billions of years. Yin Yu chuckled bitterly. I shall wait a bit longer. Having waited this long, it is unbearable. Just as Su Qing was nearing the upper realm, dozens of third-tier powerhouses emerged from the skies above. Among them, a benevolent elder with a beard slightly parted his lips. Qian Yu? Nan Sheng, go meet this person. As the two were about to spring into action, Su Qing cast a glance at them and then flicked her fingers toward the sword's heart, an invisible aura instantly enveloping the two. As they were taken aback, their eyes widened, and in an instant, they were eradicated. The benevolent elder trembled and looked at the others, saying, Do not panic, form the array. At that moment, Su Qing executed a half-circle motion with her sword. Taking a single step forward, and multiple sword rays flashed through the air. The benevolent elder urgently shouted, Retreat. But it was too late. All the powerhouses were systematically erased, including the elder, who wore a face of disbelief. Muttering, Sword Dao perfected? His expression turned to one of unwillingness. Su Qing continued soaring towards the upper realm. In the skies above the upper realm, the woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders spun two objects. One yin and one yang. In her hands, Su Qing glanced at the woman, and as her gaze met the two objects, her body involuntarily shuddered, momentarily exclaiming, Is one person controlling the entire cosmos of yin and yang? The woman did not respond directly, instead murmuring to herself, Last time, someone narrowly escaped. This time, I shall see who can save you. After speaking, a strand of hair flashed and vanished. Su Qing took a step forward. Sweeping her sword ahead, then, she stood rooted in place, her face filled with shock as she stared at the woman. Just as Su Qing contemplated self-detonation, the woman waved her hand. Su Qing managed to utter a final sound. Brother Yang. Sister Qing, be careful, before she was completely erased. Meanwhile, in a certain universe, after traversing countless billions of years, the true body of Yang Fan and Qing Er came to a halt. At this moment, Qing Er spoke, erased. Her gaze pierced through the currents of air, traversing layers of the universe, ultimately resting upon the skies above the upper realm. The woman in the upper realm glanced at the figure clad in white, calmly stating, Do you wish to kill me? Come. I shall not need more than 2 strikes. At this moment, the true body of Yang Fan held Qing Yi's hand, gently saying, Qing Er, accompany me for the final billion years. We are just one step away. Qing Er trembled slightly, then averted her gaze. When the time comes, leave her to me. If you strike twice, consider me defeated. Yang Fan burst into hearty laughter. Good. A billion years from now, we'll wreak havoc with that. The two continued their journey forward in the skies of the upper realm. The woman withdrew her gaze. 1,000,000,000 years, is it? I shall await you in the upper realm. With that, she vanished into the enigma of the upper realm. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the lower realm, Yin Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk. 1,000,000,000 years, is it? Hee hee. She then continued to conceal herself. After disappearing for several millennia, her doppelganger and Fang Qing slowly opened their eyes. Fang Qing looked at herself in astonishment. Brother, I am invincible. Hee hee. The doppelganger gazed at Fang Qing with a look of pride. Pinnacle of the sword Dao? Excellent. Simultaneously, looking at herself, she smiled gently. The condensation rate has finally reached 85%. It should suffice. Fang Qing smiled slightly, saying, Brother, with the pinnacle of the sword Dao, I should be invincible, right? The doppelganger regarded her younger sister, pondering for a moment before replying. The pinnacle of the sword Dao can be considered the ultimate of the sword Dao. Fang Qing furrowed her brow. Can be considered? The doppelganger smiled slightly. Do you know how powerful your sister Qing is? Fang Qing shook her head. The doppelganger, with a serious expression, said, Back in the day, your sister Qing could annihilate those at the great perfection level in seconds. If she so wished, she could easily gather a great perfection powerhouse with a mere gesture. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing lowered her head. All right. While feeling a bit aggrieved, she fiddled with the hem of her clothes. The doppelganger took her younger sister's hand. Reaching this point is truly remarkable. Some have taken hundreds of billions of years or longer to attain the pinnacle of the sword Dao. How long have you been at it? Do not overthink it. Once you reach the great perfection of the sword Dao, there will be few who can threaten you. Besides, you still have us. Fang Qing chuckled. Brother, let us go. Let's head to the upper realm's lair. With that, she pulled the doppelganger forward. Wait. The doppelganger frowned. Fang Qing halted, puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? The doppelganger paused, looking at her younger sister. It seems something has gone awry. After saying this, she grasped her sister's hand and soared towards the upper realm. Chapter 134. The Mystery of the Sword Identity. Meanwhile, Yin Yu, who had been hiding deep within the lower realm, opened her eyes, looking at the two with incredulity. She then followed suit. When the two arrived above the upper realm, a woman stepped forth, with one yin and one yang object suspended in her palm. Fang Qing gasped. It's her. The doppelganger observed the woman, saying, It seems a friend of mine has been here. Her aura lingered before vanishing, as I suspected. It was indeed your doing. The woman glanced at the doppelganger, then stated, Last time, you two managed to escape. This time, it will not happen. After speaking, the woman gently brushed aside her long hair, and a strand flashed and shot towards the doppelganger. The doppelganger waved her hand. Moments later, the retreating doppelganger was instantly reduced to nothing but a soul. The doppelganger looked at her disintegrated body, smiling slightly. Quite formidable indeed. Fang Qing, upon witnessing this, rushed to her brother's side, worriedly saying, Brother, we cannot win that moment. A woman's voice echoed in their ears. You cannot contend? Retreat swiftly. The two were startled. They then began to flee towards the lower realm. The woman smiled slightly. Can you truly escape? Subsequently, two strands of hair darted towards the two individuals in a fleeting motion. That moment. Fang Qing cried out urgently, Xiao Dao. Just as the two strands were about to vanish into the space between the brows of the two, a flash of sword light appeared. The strands of hair instantaneously dissolved into nothingness. The woman glared at the sword and bellowed, It is you again. 100 billion years ago, you were the master of the formless sword, unwilling to submit to me. Not even the master, the creator, would willingly bow before an insignificant insect. At this time, Fang Qing's voice rang out, Xiao Dao, come back quickly. The Xingdao sword trembled slightly and then vanished before the towering woman. After fleeing, Fang Qing caressed Xiao Dao and turned to her doppelganger, saying, Brother, let Xiao Dao help you restore your physical body. Upon hearing this, the doppelganger replied, It seems that it is only adept at killing, aside from protecting its master. The Xingdao sword quivered again, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Fang Qing patted Xiao Dao gently, asking, Xiao Dao, can you heal? My brother, from now on, he is also your brother, you know? The Xingdao sword emitted a series of resonant sounds before merging into the doppelganger's body. Fang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is my brother going to be okay? After a few seconds, the Xingdao sword returned to Fang Qing's hand. She looked at her doppelganger and noticed that his physical form had been restored, albeit slightly altered. The doppelganger examined himself and was astonished to find that his condensation level had reached 90%. He understood that each incremental advancement was incredibly challenging, and he could not help but glance at the Xingdao sword. Fang Qing inquired, "Brother, how do you feel?" The doppelganger laughed heartily. "With a few more attempts, I will probably be able to annihilate everything." Fang Qing regarded him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. "Are you sure?" The doppelganger turned to his younger sister and remarked, "I am not certain. Just now, Xiao Dao assisted me immensely, and now I am 100 times stronger than before. The condensation level has reached 90. Fang Qing was taken aback. She rubbed Xiao Dao and said, "My brother, help him a bit more." Upon finishing her words, the Xingdao sword once again entered the doppelganger's body. The doppelganger couldn't help but inspect himself. He soon discovered that his condensation level was becoming increasingly solid, rising from 90 to 91, 92, 93, until it finally halted at 95. Subsequently, Xiao Dao triumphantly returned to Fang Qing's hand, occasionally nudging her, hoping for some words of praise. Fang Qing chuckled softly and patted it, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Dao." The Xingdao sword trembled once more, repeatedly emitting resonant sounds. Fang Qing, unable to comprehend, let it be, sensing that Xiao Dao was in high spirits. Meanwhile, the doppelganger realized that this sword was far from ordinary. Sighing, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "It seems my true self should know the origins of this sword." After all, the consciousness of a condensed doppelganger is quite feeble. Fang Qing called out, "Brother, can you defeat everything now?" The doppelganger snapped back to reality and humorously replied, "I can certainly defeat you." Fang Qing retorted, "Xiao Dao, let us go." Dio not pay him any heed. She said huffily. Yet in her heart, she thought, "Look at you, so smug." Humph. The doppelganger, bewildered, asked, "What is going on?" Chapter 135. The floating woman Yin Yu. Fang Qing stole a glance at her doppelganger, noticing him standing in place. She thought, could it be that Xiao Dao has caused some trouble? At that moment, the Xingdao sword trembled again, nudging Fang Qing to express its displeasure. Fang Qing chuckled and patted the sword's body, saying, "See, my brother can also be lost in thought." Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed, "Brother, hurry up, I have something to ask you." The doppelganger instantly moved beside his sister and asked, "What is it?" Observing her brother's serious expression, Fang Qing smiled gently and said, "Do you remember the senior? The woman who told us to leave back then." The doppelganger, upon hearing this, gazed into the depths below. Subsequently he spoke, "Shall we not meet her?" At that moment, a figure of a snow-white woman hovered in the sky. Fang Qing, upon seeing this, slightly bowed and said, "Senior." The woman smiled gently and replied, "My name is Yin Yu. You may call me Sister Yin Yu." Fang Qing nodded slightly and asked, "Sister Yin Yu, how come you are here?" Yin Yu responded, "I originally hail from this place." Fang Qing blinked curiously and inquired, "Shall we visit your home?" Yin Yu slightly turned her head away and said, "I have not had a home or family for billions of years." Fang Qing, feeling apologetic, replied, "I am sorry. I was being presumptuous." "Sister Yin Yu, why are there so many powerful beings here?" Yin Yu, regaining her focus, explained, "Because this is the super primordial universe, and its most mysterious aspect lies within the upper plate. The so-called upper plate is the land of opening the heavens and splitting the ancient. Simply put, the formation of the universe began here. The one who created the myriad realms is revered as the Master. The Master is the creator of the universe, the creator." Fang Qing shuddered upon hearing this. "The creator? Isn't that incredibly powerful?" Yin Yu smiled slightly and said, "You are also very formidable. In the future, you may very well govern this universe." Fang Qing chuckled and curiously asked, "Sister Yin Yu, who was that mysterious woman before?" Yin Yu pondered seriously and said, "Her name is Wan Yu, and she is one of the principal agents responsible for overseeing all beings within and beyond the universe, as well as the realms of life and death. Her authority lies just beneath that of the Master." Fang Qing replied solemnly, "She is very strong. We cannot defeat her." The doppelganger also wore a grave expression, for his sister was not lying. Yin Yu looked at the two and remarked, "You both have improved significantly. In just a few days, you have advanced hundreds of times. However, I must add a word of caution. The woman named Wan Yu is not the strongest. After saying this, she cast a glance at the doppelganger and continued, I find your current strength a bit inscrutable, but at your present level, facing her would still be somewhat precarious. Moreover, she is merely one of the principal agents. You must wait. Only with the presence of either of the two others is there a glimmer of hope. Fang Qing looked at Yin Yu and asked, Who are the two? Are they incredibly powerful? Yin Yu glanced at Fang Qing and replied, Yes, they are both very formidable. One is your brother, and the other is your sister Qing. Fang Qing exclaimed, Ah, it is those two. How long must we wait? Yin Yu raised her head slightly, filled with anticipation, and said, Perhaps 1 billion years. After saying this, the woman Yin Yu also became hopeful. She then turned to the two and said, Take care. With that, she vanished from sight. The doppelganger gazed at the spot where Yin Yu had disappeared and mused. I never expected Yin Yu to originate from the upper plate. Fang Qing said, Brother, why are you still staring at where she was? The doppelganger withdrew his gaze and glanced at his sister, saying, You little girl, I was contemplating whether 1 billion years is too long at this moment. Fang Qing mused, I wonder how Zhou Degu is doing. The doppelganger was taken aback, for he knew that his sister was deeply concerned about this person, but from the aura, he could determine that the few of them were no longer in this universe. Fang Qing said, Brother, let us go find Zhou Degu. I feel anxious. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. The doppelganger changed the subject and replied, Do not think too much. Zhou Degu will be fine. The most pressing matter now is to enhance our strength. Only with absolute power can we change and unravel the mysteries of the super-primordial universe. Fang Qing lowered her head, fiddling with the edges of her clothes, and softly replied, All right. She then continued to follow her brother into hiding. Chapter 136, 1 billion years later. The pinnacle battle of the upper plate omitted 10,000 words. 1 billion years later. The order of all beings established by Fang Qing had developed to a terrifying extent, leading to the unification of all sizes of sects across various universes joining the peaceful front. Regardless of the realms, provinces, counties, towns, and surrounding areas, everyone wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to maintaining the order established by Fang Qing. Jian Lian had also assumed the position of Deputy Hall Master, while her brother solidified his role as the chief law enforcer. Due to the humble origins of the Jian Lian siblings and their greater empathy and understanding of the suffering of all beings, they worked even harder and more wholeheartedly for the order of all beings. The cheers of countless beings echoed, and all realms and counties flourished in prosperity. The order of all beings was being perfected and established. Meanwhile, the doppelganger had undergone 1 billion years of refinement and profound understanding of humanity. Reaching a condensation level of 98%, Fang Qing, having experienced 1 billion years of enlightenment and summarizing from the pinnacle of swordsmanship over billions of years, attained the peak of swordsmanship perfection. Additionally, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Bai had grown as well. Xiao Zhong had assumed human form, a natural ponytailed girl. In terms of strength, Xiao Zhong was equivalent to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, had become a philanthropist. All resources for cultivation were being channeled into the peaceful hall. 1 billion years ago, to secure peace and stability in the development of order, Fang Qing had to bid farewell to her 2 little guardians. Now, these 2 lively spirits behaved like a pair of sisters, not only mischievous but also incredibly fond of playing. Above the upper plate, Fang Qing, the doppelganger, and Yin Yu wore solemn expressions, for they faced 3 super-strong principal agents, including the woman Wan Yue.it was 3 against 3.at this moment. The woman named Wan Yu spoke, The 2 principal agents should not underestimate them. That sword is something I must regard with caution. Upon hearing this, one of the others laughed. In the end, the sword is just an external object. True strength lies in the person. Another woman chimed in, Bai Ji, do not lose your identity as an angel. These 3 are not so easy to kill. Wan Yu interjected, Enough. Do not be careless. You may choose any one of them. The strongest shall be left to me. And no more bickering. On Fang Qing's side, Yin Yu looked at the doppelganger and transmitted, You must take care. I will share life and death with you. The doppelganger responded, What life or death? Let us just do it. The woman named Wan Yu should be the strongest. Leave her to me, haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from view. The woman named Wan Yu expressed surprise, Your progress is quite remarkable, but that is all. With that, she too disappeared. The battle between the 2 had become isolated from the others. Fang Qing anxiously gazed at the spot where her brother had vanished, saying, Wherever you are, I will be there too. This time, I fight only for you." With that, she too vanished from sight. The opposing woman? Bai Ji laughed heartily. "A perfect sword path will meet me, Bai Ji, and that is all." After saying this, she too vanished into thin air. Only Yin Yu and the woman remained in the arena. At this moment, the woman shook her head slightly and glanced at Yin Yu, saying, "You are truly weak. I once regarded you with some caution because of your former identity. Now, you are nothing. May you self-destruct your vitality. I can grant you another life. Remember, I am known as the Black Angel. I am tasked with cleansing the good and evil of all beings." Yin Yu paid no heed nor offered a response. Instead, gazing for a moment at the spot where the two had vanished, she murmured to herself, "I still have not witnessed that day." Subsequently, she cast her gaze towards a certain direction and said, "For the sake of my sister, for the multitude of sentient beings, I implore you both." With that, she surged forth, reaching the pinnacle of the sword path in an instant. In a flash, she disappeared from her original position. The woman known as the Black Angel likewise vanished into the vast expanse above. Chapter 137. The Burning of Flesh and Soul by Fang Qing Shangdun. A mysterious forbidden domain that cuts off access to all universes. At this moment, a woman was drenched in blood, a nameless sword embedded in her forehead. This person was none other than Yin Yu. Then, the woman identified as He waved her hand lightly. Before Yin Yu could self-destruct, she was utterly erased. Following this, the woman known as He lifted her head and instantly darted towards a certain direction. Deep within Shangdun, a man and a woman faced each other, neither daring to strike first. At this moment, it felt as though the entirety of Shangdun was shrouded in silence. This continued for a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside the woman Wan Yu, stating, "It has been erased." She then glanced at the male doppelganger. Wan Yu, with composure, remarked, "You may assist Bai Ji. That girl wields the Dao sword, which is no simple matter. Though she is not particularly remarkable, with that sword to protect her, Bai Ji will find it difficult to subdue her. Do not falter, hasten away." Upon hearing this, the woman known as He vanished from her spot, darting towards another direction. The woman named Wan Yu calmly watched the male doppelganger, for she understood the significance of that woman to him. Even the slightest hint of distraction, or even a fraction of emotion, could spell the end. At this moment, the male doppelganger remained unperturbed, his gaze clear and serene. He had reached his optimal state, knowing that 2 strikes at most would signify the conclusion. The opposing woman comprehended this fully. It was the first time in history that the doppelganger felt such gravity. Both parties awaited an opportunity, awaited a decisive blow. Meanwhile, in another direction, Fang Qing repeatedly burned her flesh only to be forced back again and again. Each time she was on the verge of collapse, the Dao sword restored her body, having done so countless times. At this juncture, a shadowy woman emerged, glancing at Bai Ji and saying, "Such a feeble ant has yet to be dealt with?" The woman known as He said with dissatisfaction. Bai Ji replied, casting a glance at the Black Angel, "That damned sword, if not for it, I could have erased her with a single strike." The Black Angel looked at the sword and replied, "External objects are merely external. Let me handle this. It is too much of a waste of time." With that, she brandished the sword forward. At this moment, Fang Qing felt increasingly grave. How can we continue fighting like this? If not for the Dao sword, I would have perished long ago. Yet, at this moment, she could think of nothing else. The only option was to engage in combat until her demise. She ignited her flesh once more and charged toward the woman known as He. Overestimating herself, the shadowy figure flicked her finger. An intangible force surged forth, just as it was about to pierce Fang Qing's forehead. A sword light appeared. The sheer terror of the sword energy forced the shadowy woman to retreat repeatedly. The Black Angel exclaimed, What kind of sword is this, so powerful?" At this moment, the voice of the woman named by echoed. "The sword is merely an external object. It is the strength of the person that reigns supreme." The Black Angel, seemingly taken aback, shouted at Fang Qing, "Can you refrain from using that sword?" Fang Qing, equally irate, retorted, "I will use it. What's wrong with that? If I can't defeat you without it, am I foolish?" The two were incensed, realizing that this was not a sustainable course of action, and began to mutter amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Fang Qing tenderly caressed the Dao sword, sometimes kissing it, sometimes embracing it. The Dao sword, in turn, incessantly emitted its ringing sound, swirling around Fang Qing in chaotic motion. Alas, I wonder how my brother is doing, and what of Sister Yinyu? Suddenly, Fang Qing looked towards the woman known as He and said, "You." In an instant, Fang Qing vanished from her spot, darting towards a certain direction. At this moment, apart from a lingering scent of blood, not a trace of Sister Yinyu remained. Fang Qing stood frozen for a moment. In the sky, two women, one clad in white and the other in black, emerged. The woman Baiji said, "She has already become the fourth. Had it not been for that sword, you would have been the fifth." Fang Qing trembled upon hearing this. At that moment, Baiji waved her hand. Several images materialized in succession. The intent was to obliterate that woman in a final struggle. Otherwise, with that sword present, erasure would prove exceedingly difficult. As Fang Qing beheld the first image, she was initially astonished. Only upon witnessing the erasure did she reflect. Fang Qing cried out, "Yun maid," her voice choked with emotion. Next came the image of Brother Zhou. Fang Qing's body trembled. His last words before his demise were etched deep within her heart. Live well. Following that, there was the scene of Su Qing arriving at Shangdun, handing something to Sister Yinyu. And then Su Qing's assault on the Shangdun Forbidden Domain, culminating in the moment she was erased by the woman known as Wan Yue. At this point, the Dao sword seemed to grasp its new master's emotional state. Incessantly clanging and ringing, while occasionally emitting sharp sounds, the two women, one in white and the other in black, prepared to act. Just then, Fang Qing's voice resonated from a place of sorrow. "Brother, Sister Qing." Simultaneously looking towards the position of the doppelganger. "Brother, you should go. I know that if you wish to leave, no one can slay you. I, as your younger sister, was already a dead person. In this life, to be able to have you, Sister Qing, Sister Su, Brother Zhou, Sister Yinyu, Sister He, Sister Yun, and Heir Bao is already a great satisfaction. I am weary. If you still live, remember to tell your younger sister. My long-cherished wish is fulfilled." With that, she caressed the Dao sword and said, "I believe you can escape. Take my brother with you. I owe him far too much." With that, she ignited her flesh and soul. Charging towards the two women clad in white and black. Chapter 138. The dauntless Qing confronts the true body. Upon witnessing this, the two women exchanged glances and smiled. One of the women clad in white, Baiji, said, "At last, we can conclude this with you." Just then, a streak of sword light shot past. The two women abruptly retreated, and then one sword and one woman vanished from sight. The two women stood there, momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the Shangdun Forbidden Domain, the doppelganger trembled slightly and then also vanished from the scene. The woman known as Wan Yu smiled faintly, then disappeared deep within the Shangdun Forbidden Domain. In another part of the starry sky, that sword and woman were traversing countless large and small universes at an extreme speed. Wherever they went, the beliefs of countless sentient beings from various realms and regions flowed into Fang Qing's body, including some from rural areas. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qing opened her eyes, only to find that she could not perceive her own strength. Fang Qing looked at the Dao sword, which had crossed through hundreds of large and small universes, and affectionately stroked it. "I was impulsive, thank you, Dao sword." At this moment, the Dao sword rang out, no longer exuding the previously overwhelming killing intent. Fang Qing smiled slightly. This Dao sword. Subsequently, Fang Qing's gaze drifted towards a certain direction in the universe's aura. She saw the doppelganger swiftly traversing through the universe. Fang Qing smiled slightly. "Dao sword. Wait for my brother. That is my brother. Closer than a biological brother." The Dao sword trembled and then came to a halt. Moments later, the doppelganger crossed through the sky. The doppelganger looked at his younger sister and said, "Don't act so foolishly in the future. Without you, even if I were to live, it would be akin to being dead. Did you hear me?" Fang Qing regarded the doppelganger's serious expression and chuckled. "Isn't everything just fine?" With that, she took the doppelganger's hand and stood on the back of the Dao sword. Fang Qing called out, "Dao sword, where are you taking us?" The Dao sword rang a few times and then continued its journey towards the end of a certain universe. The doppelganger seemed to sense something and looked at Fang Qing. It appears to be seeking to resolve matters with its old master. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing pondered and indeed understood. After all, a billion-year agreement is not something to be taken lightly. Has Sister Yinyu fallen because of this? Fang Qing found it difficult to comprehend. If not for the Dao sword, she feared she would have perished. Fang Qing harbored grievances in her heart, for the time had come, though no specific hour was mentioned. 1,000,000,000 years is immutable. This is not directed at individuals, but rather a matter of principle. Unless there are insurmountable unknown factors, with this thought, Fang Qing decided to dismiss it and let the Dao sword take her wherever it pleased. The doppelganger noticed that his younger sister had changed slightly. Aside from her state of mind, her strength was nearly on par with his own. This brought the doppelganger a sense of comfort. At this moment, Fang Qing asked, "Brother, how strong is that woman named Wan Yu?" The doppelganger replied, "I cannot see through her. This person has reached the limits of strength in every conceivable aspect." Fang Qing's face grew grave upon hearing this, pondering, "I wonder how strong Sister Qing is? The consequences are truly unimaginable." The doppelganger, noticing his younger sister's expression, said, "Are you missing Sister Qing?" "Yes, I wonder if Sister Qing can handle her." The doppelganger laughed heartily. "You underestimate your Sister Qing too much. Her strength cannot be measured. As for how strong she is, I am not entirely sure. She is simply that kind of unbeatable super powerhouse. Sister Qing once said, if she does not wish to die, no one can kill her. If she desires death, the entire universe will accompany her in demise." Fang Qing furrowed her brows. Did Sister Qing truly say that? I perceive her as very kind. The doppelganger shook his head. "Let us not speak of Sister Qing. If she were to become enraged, even your brother's true body would dare to confront her head-on." The doppelganger spoke with trepidation. At this moment, Fang Qing became even more curious about Sister Qing's background and everything related to her. In a sudden burst of inspiration, she began to contemplate Sister Qing. Chapter 139. Qing takes action days later. At the mysterious edge of a certain universe, Fang Qing and her doppelganger emerged. The Dao sword trembled, rang a few times, and then darted towards the true body and Sister Qing. Fang Qing and her doppelganger closely followed. The true body and Sister Qing came to a halt. The Dao sword incessantly tapped against Sister Qing, then against the true body. At this moment, the true self chuckled heartily and patted the sword's hilt, saying, "The fabric of time and space here is unlike any other. Today happens to be the final day." With a slight smile, he turned to his younger sister and asked, "Is it about your brother?" Fang Qing replied, "It's not about blaming him." The true self continued, "I have finally completed this last step. The aim is to further penetrate and unravel the origins of all universes, large and small, along with the myriad unknown factors lurking in the shadows, including the hypercosmos you have encountered. This hypercosmos is rather intricate, encompassing the creator behind it. But this is merely for your understanding, at this moment. Whatever your heart desires, whatever your thoughts conjure, I can resolve it at any time. Now you may speak." After speaking, the true self gently ruffled Fang Qing's hair with a hint of tenderness. Fang Qing fell silent for a moment, then lifted her head and said, "Brother, promise me, do not harm the good ones, okay?" The true self laughed heartily and replied, "Very well." At that moment, Fang Qing glanced at Qing Yi and mischievously said, "Sister Qing, help me take revenge on someone." Qing Er smiled slightly, her lips curling upwards as she responded, "Don't mention just one. Even if the entire hypercosmos were involved, I, your Sister Qing, would wreak havoc without restraint." Fang Qing was momentarily speechless, realizing that Sister Qing was quite the playful spirit. Nevertheless, she had faith that Qing Er could eliminate the woman named Wan Yu. She felt a strong conviction at this juncture. The true self spoke again, a mere ant. Fang Qing shot the true self a glance and said, "Brother, she is truly formidable. We cannot defeat her." Just then, Qing Er sighed and remarked, "It has been ages since I wreaked havoc." Fang Qing, the true self, declared, "Let us go. This time, you may slay as you wish." With that, he took his younger sister and Qing Er by the hand and instantly ascended to the upper forbidden realm. Meanwhile, the doppelganger wore a faint smile, then also soared upwards. Moments later, the three emerged from the upper realm. Fang Qing's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "How is this possible? Have we arrived already?" She looked at the true self with incredulity. Stammering, "Brother, we are here." The true self nodded slightly and addressed Qing Er, "Feel free to kill." Just as Qing Er was about to act, Fang Qing glanced around, noticing the absence of the doppelganger, and immediately called out, "My brother hasn't arrived yet." Qing Er was about to speak when the true self shook his head and replied, "He is too slow. Your brother is rather weak." Fang Qing shot the true self an exasperated glance, saying, "That is my brother. He is still half of you." She then glared fiercely at the true self. The true self was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily, responding, "All right, at his current pace, it may take him several days to arrive." With that, he vanished from his original spot. A moment later, the doppelganger and the true self emerged from the sky above. Fang Qing smiled faintly and took the doppelganger's hand, saying, "Brother, let us take it easy today. Consider it a holiday, allowing them to wreak havoc." The doppelganger nodded slightly, realizing just how overwhelmingly powerful the true self was at that moment. In the upper realm, dozens of powerful beings lined up in formation, with the woman named Wan Yu at the forefront. Upon seeing this, Fang Qing immediately communicated with Sister Qing, saying, "That's her. Her name is Wan Yu. She is very strong." Qing Er glanced at the woman named Wan Yu and said, "You mentioned you wouldn't need 2 swords. Now you can strike. I grant you the opportunity to. I hope you can be as audacious as before." The woman named Wan Yu was about to respond when Qing Er, growing impatient, interrupted, "Stop dawdling." In an instant, she drew her sword. A true, world-destroying aura enveloped the dozens of powerful beings present, including the 2 women in black and white. At that moment, the 2 women in black and white struggled and looked on in terror as they were pinned in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The woman named Wan Yu then bellowed, 10,000 laws, silence, break." With a wave of Qing Er's hand, dozens of heads soared into the sky, and blood flooded the entire upper realm. Chapter 140. The man without life. Qing Er turned to the woman named Wan Yu and stated, "Now you may die." With another wave of her hand, the woman named Wan Yu was utterly erased. Fang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Her mouth agape!" she exclaimed. "What the hell?" The doppelganger looked at his younger sister and shook his head slightly, saying, "This girl has finally witnessed Qing Er's prowess firsthand." Fang Qing's face radiated satisfaction and admiration as she nudged the doppelganger, saying, "Lazing around is indeed the best. This journey has been exhausting. Let's continue to watch the show." Then, they saw Qing Er continue to soar upwards. The true self casually waved his hand, and in an instant, he and the 2 sisters vanished from sight. In a mysterious, elevated realm, a gigantic hand descended toward Qing Er and the others. Fang Qing once again sensed the terrifying power behind their adversary. The doppelganger's expression grew solemn as his physical form began to crumble. Qing Er waved her hand, and the scene instantly returned to normal. At this moment, a majestic phantom loomed over the 4, and Qing Er furrowed her brow. A strand of hair emerged from among them. At that moment, an invisible, powerful wave of energy shot towards the doppelganger, Fang Qing, the true self, and Qing Er. With a flick of her sword, Qing Er shattered the powerful waves in an instant, followed by a shriek. The gigantic hand then vanished. The 4 simultaneously disappeared from their location and rushed toward the center of the upper realm. At the center of the upper realm, an overwhelming number of celestial soldiers stood in formation, exuding an aura of might akin to a pyramid. Each celestial soldier was uniformly at the 3rd to 4th tier of the universe master level. With thousands of divine generals present, the strength of each divine general ranged from the 7th to 8th tier of universe master. The 2 foremost figures exuded immense power. An elderly man with white eyebrows and a kind demeanor wielding a divine sealing token, and a strikingly handsome man whose skin gleamed with a golden sheen, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Upon witnessing this, Fang Qing's expression turned grave, and the doppelganger shared her concern. Only the true self and Qing Er remained calm and composed, as though they had anticipated this all along. Qing Er smiled slightly and remarked, "I have no interest in these minor players." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the elderly man with white eyebrows before she swiftly drew her sword. The elderly man smiled faintly and commanded, "Be subdued." At that moment, the divine sealing token radiated with divine authority, attempting to subdue the young woman. Qing Er, the true self, Yang Fan, glanced at the divine sealing token, then at his younger sister, whose eyes were fixated on the token with rapt attention. Seeing this, the true self laughed heartily, extending his left hand outward, fingers curled, and proclaimed, "Submit." The divine sealing token trembled slightly, then began to quiver violently, miraculously flying towards the true self. Fang Qing chuckled and said, "What's yours is mine, brother. her gaze swirling as though the object was already in her possession. The elderly man's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this, and he yelled, "Danger! Young master, retreat quickly." Ching Er, with sword in hand, moved slightly in front of the two. This moment, the elderly man exclaimed, "The divine sealing token is gone. I shall perish." Subsequently, his soul dissipated entirely in this upper realm of secrets. The strikingly handsome man, deep as an abyss, suddenly reappeared before the elderly man, glancing at the spot where the elderly man had vanished, then turning his gaze toward Ching Er, saying, "You are not capable of killing me." As he spoke, a hint of trepidation crossed his face as he regarded the true self, Yang Fan. Then, the man withdrew entirely. As if the elderly man's demise was of no consequence to him. Just as Ching Er was about to continue her assault, the true self, Yang Fan, called out to her, saying, "This individual lacks a soul and shows no signs of life. Even if you erase him, he cannot die. He will keep cycling endlessly." Ching Er's brow furrowed in confusion, and both the doppelganger and Fang Qing were equally astonished. No soul? No life? He cannot be killed. Fang Qing's brow furrowed as she began to worry about the universe. Chapter 141. The True Self and Ching Er. At this juncture, the True Self looked at Ching Er and said, "Leave the matter ahead to me." As he spoke, he took Ching Er's hand and walked towards Fang Qing. The True Self gently ruffled Fang Qing's troubled hair, saying, "Do not worry. Even if that being without life poses a challenge, the one behind him will surely be dealt with by me with that." The True Self continued forward. With each step he took, not only the fabric of time and space, but also energy, laws, and matter began to unravel. In the depths of the upper realm's mysteries, a strikingly handsome man, deep as an abyss, sat respectfully among a gathering of individuals, numbering more than 10, with most possessing strength above the 10th tier of Universe Master. Atop a golden throne sat a man and a woman, both calm and composed, gazing down at the assembly. The man then spoke, "Since the inception of our two beings in creating the universe, we have never lacked the most powerful beings. There has never been a situation where someone has managed to breach the upper realm's secrets since the formation of the universe. My intention was to wait another 100 billion years before initiating the plan for universal annihilation. It seems time is against us. Thus, I must reconsider this situation." The man on the throne continued, "Ching Er, share your thoughts." The man named Ching Er, with a handsome visage, displayed a hint of concern before responding, replying to the master, "That woman in the white dress, apart from you and the mistress, is likely unmatched within this hall. The others, including the other two, have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, equivalent to the 10th tier of Universe Master. They pose no threat to us. Currently, the only potential threat comes from those two. That man, the True Self, is inscrutable even to me. Mysterious and formidable. He stands above me, perhaps even on par with the mistress and the master." The elegant woman seated beside him spoke, "Ching Er, indeed, as you say, the plan for universal destruction must be executed within this week. This is the fastest speed we can manage." Just then, an elderly man appeared in a flash within the Golden Palace, kneeling on both knees as he reporting to the mistress and master. "The four are approaching our forbidden Golden Palace. I await your command." The woman glanced at the elderly man and then spoke softly, "You may leave. I have my own arrangements." At this moment, the man named Ching Er spoke again. "Mother, this individual is no simple foe. I advise we immediately initiate the Sun Annihilation Plan to guard against any unforeseen changes." The woman furrowed her brow slightly and cast her gaze towards the man seated beside her on the throne. Inquiring, "What are your thoughts, my lord?" The man replied, "I have been scheming for so long, and this outcome was beyond my imagination. Tio defy fate. A trivial matter. Tio oppose me. There is no chance of survival." He continued, "Remove all restrictions. True supreme beings disregard such barriers. Reaching this point is merely a matter of time. If all goes as expected, they should arrive here within a quarter of an hour." Meanwhile, at the depths of the upper realm's maze, the original selves came to a halt, as a tremendous energy repelled all souls and living entities before them. At that moment, Fang Qing raised her head and asked, "Brother, what is happening?" The original self looked towards his doppelganger and younger sister, saying, "You two must leave at once. Any living being or spiritual entity that enters will face certain death, including souls." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's expression turned grave with concern as she queried, "What exactly lies within, brother? If it is dangerous, do not venture in." The original self smiled gently and replied, "Anyone within far surpasses you both. Moreover, only lifeless supreme beings can enter. You two must keep your distance from this super meta-universe, and no matter what occurs, you are forbidden from entering. If anything were to befall your brother or your sister Qinger, the entirety of all universes would ultimately face annihilation, and the beings of the cosmos would revert to their primordial state, giving rise to new life forms. Remember my words, do not enter until you surpass your sister Qinger." Having spoken, he took Qinger's hand and vanished from the spot, soaring towards the depths of the immense energy disturbance in Chapter 142, which details the thwarting of the universe's destruction plan and the true creator behind the seal. Fang Qing gazed at the spot where her brother and sister Qinger had disappeared, shaken. At that moment, she comprehended that her biological brother, the original self, had been silently bearing all burdens in the shadows. As she looked towards the direction in which Qinger and her brother had vanished, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The doppelganger turned to the younger sister and softly reassured, "They will be fine." This is a confrontation between evil and justice. Though justice may arrive late, it will never be absent. Fang Qing retrieved her gaze and, after a moment of reflection, declared, "Let us depart. Beneath the upper realm, we are the strongest. The current supreme beings are all within." She raised her head and called out, "Brother, sister Qinger, little sister, I await your return." With that, Fang Qing grasped the doppelganger's hand, and together they vanished into the depths of the upper realm's maze. Meanwhile, in another section of the upper realm's maze, a man and a woman advanced step by step through the depths of the colossal energy disturbance. At that moment, Qinger remarked, "We are consuming millions upon billions of years of lifespan every second. If not for our indestructible forms and eternal lifespans, discovering the existence of this mysterious super meta-universe would be unfathomable. The end of the universe would indeed spell destruction." The original self responded, "If not for the existence of our younger sister, the destruction of the universe would not concern me. To create the world anew. I could easily recreate the universe and all realms. However, our younger sister has an aversion to unfamiliar worlds. This place holds her past and everything she knows. Lifeless entities cannot kill or erase. Our only course of action is to suppress. Life persists, and destruction is eternal." Qinger smiled faintly, a rare smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I will accompany you. Even if we remain indestructible, should they not perish, neither shall we. Perhaps this is our fate." The original self grasped Qinger's hand, and together they continued their advance 10 minutes later. A man and a woman emerged from the Golden Hall, their faces devoid of expression. Apart from their indifference and composure, there was nothing else. The figures seated upon the thrones, known as the Master and Mistress, exchanged faint smiles, and the woman spoke, "After countless eons, it is the first time anyone has managed to breach the river of lifeless entities and death, reaching this place. Quite remarkable indeed." At that moment, a man named Qinger interjected, "Mother, eliminating these two will allow us to execute the plan." He glanced at the two. As he spoke, the man on the throne waved his hand and commanded, "Let us strike together and eliminate these two," enacting the plan to extinguish the sun. The woman on the throne opened her eyes, her gaze deep as an abyss, instantly enveloping the figure of Qinger. At that moment, Qinger closed her eyes, enveloped in tranquility. In an instant, the sword of destiny was drawn. The woman exclaimed, "The sword of destiny? How unexpected, since my husband and I opened the heavens. You are not one of the life forms we created in the universe. Who exactly are you?" All eyes in the Golden Hall turned towards the woman. Even the original self was intrigued by Qinger's mysterious lineage. Ignoring the spectators, Qinger turned to the original self, Yang Fan, and offered a slight smile, saying, "We are already bound by life and death. As for the rest, it is inconsequential, is it not?" The original self laughed heartily, replying, "Indeed." From the moment Qinger drew her sword to the original self's response took no more than a second. At that moment, the man on the throne was astonished, exclaiming, "Incorporeal physique." He instantly moved to grasp the woman and attempt to flee. Qinger shouted, "Sealed!" At that moment, the man and woman on the throne merged into one, roaring, "Shatter!" Two ethereal spirits were on the verge of vanishing. The original self, with his palm raised, pointed in a half circle. A drop of blood instantly entered the circle as he commanded. Seal! A flash of lightning surged forth and struck the two spirits that were about to disappear. The original self then turned to Qing'er and commanded, merge. In an instant, the original self and Qing'er fused into one, directly sealing all the lifeless supreme beings present. Meanwhile, the doppelganger and Feng Qing, having departed, anxiously gazed at the depths of the upper realm's maze filled with massive energy disturbances. Brother, I am very worried about them. Feng Qing expressed anxiously. The doppelganger replied, there is nothing we can do. Our only option is to wait for their return. Feng Qing raised her head solemnly, saying, Brother, Sister Qing'er, take care of yourselves. With that, she grasped the doppelganger's hand and descended swiftly. The grand finale. Epilogue Chapter 2. The Sculptor Clan and Hui. A little girl asked, Grandfather, will my aunt ever return? The grandfather replied, Your aunt may never come back. It is said that our ancestor returned once during her slumber. After that, she vanished for good. The little girl rested her chin in her hands, gazing up into the sky, and said, Grandfather, my aunt is so pitiful. I miss her. The grandfather sighed. Ah, Liner, let us return. Once you attain the rank of Sword Emperor, we will visit your uncle. The little girl asked, Grandfather, may I explore the outside world? The grandfather replied, No, our Sculptor clan has survived to this day because you are the sole descendant. Should anything happen, how could I face our ancestors who have endured for over 10,000 generations? After a pause, he continued, It is not that I do not want you to explore. It is simply too perilous for any misstep. The little girl lowered her head, lamenting, If only my aunt were here. She would definitely agree with me. At that moment, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, proclaimed, Let her go and see. Keeping her in this small place is a disservice to the child. Suddenly, a woman clad in white, her gaze as cold as ice, emerged above them. The grandfather remarked, Little girl, who are you? You are truly beautiful. The woman was none other than Feng Qing, who smiled gently and asked, Is your name Liner? This was the first smile Feng Qing had worn in over 5,000 billion years, and her second visit to this simultaneously familiar yet strange realm. Liner replied, Yes, sister, are you a sword immortal? The little girl's grandfather looked at the woman in white and bowed slightly, saying, Her name is Luo Liner, and I am her grandfather, Luo Fan. Are you here to seek someone? Feng Qing glanced at the old man, slightly furrowing her brow, then said, You are Ho Yi, a descendant of Luo Yi? Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's body trembled slightly as he exclaimed, You know our ancestor. Feng Qing realized that this grandfather and granddaughter were indeed descendants of Luo Yi. Liner continued to inquire, Sister, are you a sword immortal? Feng Qing shook her head, saying, I am not a sword immortal. Are they truly that formidable? Liner held her head high, declaring, Yes, sword immortals can move mountains and seas, and summon winds and rains. Feng Qing took a step closer to Liner, responding, If you wish, you can too. Liner waved her hand, saying, I am still a little short. Sister, may I play with that sword? Luo Fan interjected, Liner, that is not appropriate. Liner pouted, I was just asking. She then put on a pitiful expression. Feng Qing approached Liner, ruffled her hair, and said, Go ahead and play. I need to speak with your grandfather. Liner beamed with joy at this and hugged the sword tightly. Examining it from every angle, Feng Qing turned to Luo Fan, shaking her head as she remarked, Why are you so weak? Luo Fan, taken aback, began to scrutinize the woman, for he could not discern her cultivation level. Feng Qing slightly raised her head and said, I did not expect the descendants of the Sculptor clan to be so lacking. It seems I have overlooked this. With a flick of her hand, the old man Luo Fan soared from the ghostly realm to the pinnacle of the spiritual sky realm. At this moment, Luo Fan was utterly astonished. Afterward, Feng Qing sighed, You are far too weak. You cannot withstand the next realm. Luo Fan finally snapped out of his stupor, looking at the woman and saying, Thank you for your great kindness, esteemed elder. Feng Qing replied, There is no need for thanks. It was but a minor gesture on my part. As the only elder of the Sculptor clan, you can no longer remain in this place. Besides, she glanced at the little girl and continued, She should be allowed to see the outside world. She must not be caged in. Do you understand my meaning? Luo Fan dared not meet her gaze, lowering his head and responding, I understand. A moment later, when the old man raised his head, the woman had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 1. The mystery of the super meta-universe 5 billion years later. In the sky above the upper realm, a woman clad in white, her hair white as snow, bore a gaze as cold as ice. Her face devoid of any expression, as the sword by the woman's side occasionally emitted mournful sounds. It even seemed to desire to touch her with its blade. However, upon witnessing her flowing white hair and her expression as cold as ice, it could not help but let out another lament. The woman gazed intently into the depths of the forbidden realm above for a prolonged moment, clad in a gown as pure as snow. She resembled a painting that could not tolerate the slightest desecration. This person was Feng Qing, and at this moment, she was no longer the same as her former self, no longer the lively and charming girl with a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva. She had granted all beings an equal wish, thereby establishing a perfect order among them. She owed nothing more to the myriad of lives, yet in doing so, she had once again lost her kin. In her previous life, she departed with regrets. In this life, her brother became her sole obsession. Yet, it seemed as if everything had slipped away from her grasp. If time could be reversed, she would willingly embrace death alongside her brother. Alas, it felt as if it was already too late. If not for her brother's words before his demise, she would rather die, even if it meant the obliteration of her very soul. There were no ifs. All she could do was await her brother's return. This wait had lasted over 5 trillion years. Feng Qing murmured, "Brother, I await your return. You would never forsake me." Feng Qing did not shed tears, for she had long since drained them dry over 5 trillion years ago. Ever since that moment, she had come to this place every 100 years to wait for her brother's return, and she could no longer remember how long she had been waiting or how many times. All she knew was to wait and wait, until her hair turned white. She still recalled 3 trillion years ago, when she had not cried any longer. Now, she merely bore an air that repelled any approach. There was no returning to the past. Perhaps she had long been forgotten by those she once knew. One by one, those familiar faces faded away due to the passage of time. Perhaps no one remembered her anymore, not even her closest friend, He Meijie, who had succumbed to the fate of time. She had lost all her kin. Even the most formidable of her incarnations could not escape the inevitable grasp of mortality. If not for Xiao Dao, she would not have survived over 5 trillion years. She was lonely, she was invincible. She had no kin left to accompany her, only Xiao Dao remained. Xiao Dao was like a child who would never grow up, still unable to speak. It did not even know how it had come into being. Just like Qing Jia, no one knew the mystery of her origins. As for her parents in this life, they would only have a lifespan of a little over a century. She owed them her filial piety for 100 years. Invincible? It meant nothing. No one could comprehend this feeling. To kill me. It is simply impossible now. Who could possibly kill me? If there were, she truly wished for someone to end her existence. Some live on, while their hearts have long since died. Some have perished, yet live eternally in the hearts of others. Now, who still remembers her? Over 5 trillion years have passed. Immortality? Perhaps only her brother and Qing Jia remained. Now, she was utterly alone. A thought of existence, a thought of extinction, all lay within her contemplation. What are the great paths, the rules, the cause and effect? To her, they were as simple as one. Even Xiao Dao seemed to her like a well-behaved child. Feng Qing caressed Xiao Dao and softly spoke. "Now, you are all I have beside me, nothing else." Then she lifted her gaze. She took one last look at the depths before vanishing from her spot. Epilogue Chapter 3. Departing from the ancestral land, Lin Er inquired, "Grandfather, what about that sister? Doesn't she want this sword anymore?" Xing Daojian. Luo Fan gazed at the spot where the woman had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "How could the senior know the name of my sculptor ancestors?" From the woman's words, it seemed she was at least a friend of our ancestors during their lifetime. Luo Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, muttering, "Could it be? No, if it truly were Aunt Lin Er, then that snow-white hair would not be recorded in our ancestral tome, would it?" And that cold expression. Luo Fan shook his head. It seems the only explanation is that she was a friend of our ancestors during their lifetime. Lin Er rested her chin on her hand, looking at her grandfather, pondering, what is wrong with grandfather? She then played with Xiao Dao by herself. Luo Fan came back to his senses and sighed as he glanced at Lin Er. It is time for Lin Er to see the outside world. "Lin Er, come here," Luo Fan called out. Lin Er raised her head and cautiously approached, cradling Xiao Dao in her arms, fearful of being reprimanded by her grandfather. Lin Er asked, "Grandfather, this is the sister's sword." "She has forgotten it." Luo Fan took a look. The sword appeared unremarkable, so he paid it no mind. Luo Fan spoke earnestly. "Lin Er, from now on, grandfather agrees to let you explore the outside world. However, I must impart a few rules to you, which you must remember." Lin Er nodded vigorously, listening attentively. She asked, "Grandfather, please tell me." Luo Fan thought for a moment and said, "The senior is right. You should not be confined in a cage. Children from poor families your age are already starting families. Though you are still young, it is time for you to venture out and gain experience. This will help you understand the hardships of the world, which will be beneficial for your future." Lin Er looked up in confusion and asked, "What do you want to advise me about?" "Grandfather?" Luo Fan replied, "First, do not act recklessly or provoke trouble. Prioritize your safety above all. Second, remain calm in any situation. Avoid impulsiveness. Do not trust others easily. Third, remember, only by staying alive do you have a chance. And this is the most vital point. Do you understand?" Lin Er nodded slightly. "Grandfather, I understand." The two then returned from the back mountain to their home. Luo Fan observed his granddaughter Lin Er playing with the sword. Feeling uneasy, "Isn't this childish age a bit too hasty?" He then recalled the words of that woman and smiled wryly. Everything has its destiny. Lin Er is playful. Little does she know that the world is fraught with danger. If only there were a protector of the return to Truth Realm, that would be ideal. Luo Fan then returned to the treasury alone. Theo prepares some spirit stones and protective armor for Lin Er's journey. Days later, Lin Er looked at her family's dilapidated courtyard, then at the back mountain that had accompanied her growth. Tears began to flow unknowingly. Meanwhile, Luo Fan, hidden in the shadows, sighed heavily. Ultimately, she must leave. Though it is somewhat cruel to let her become self-reliant, if not, our sculptor clan may be forgotten in this land forever. Subsequently, Luo Fan quietly retreated from the shadows, lest his heart soften and he confine her to this realm once more. Lin Er waited for a moment, but did not see her grandfather come to send her off. Worried about his age, she became anxious. Lin Er spoke to Xiao Dao. "Sword, oh sword, I truly do not want to part with grandfather." Xing Dao Jian trembled. Then Lin Er knelt down, bowing 3 times toward her grandfather, the back mountain, and the ancestral land of her birth. Finally, wiping her still damp tears, she stepped forward resolutely, 1 step at a time, toward the distance. Epilogue Chapter 4. The Ticket Seller, Han Xiang Air East Huamin. Outside a luxurious pavilion, a little girl dressed in flowery garments and cloth shoes, with a long braid tied in a ponytail, was standing in a long queue. With less than 100 spirit stones on her, she worried whether she could purchase a ticket to Tsangyun Sword Sect. For those from prestigious families or sword clans, reaching their destination could take merely half a day via a teleportation array. Yet, 100 spirit stones seemed barely enough for Lin Er to even buy a cabin ticket. 2 hours later, Lin Er anxiously approached the ticket window. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s glanced at the little girl and gently asked, "Little sister, do you want to purchase a cabin ticket or use spirit gold for the teleportation array?" Lin Er looked up and softly inquired, "Big sister, I would like to buy a cabin ticket. I do not have many spirit stones left." After speaking, Lin Er worriedly glanced at the woman in her 20s. The woman replied, "A lower-tier cabin ticket costs 200 spirit stones. Little sister, do you want it?" That's so expensive." I only have 93, Lin Er said, her face filled with distress. "Big sister, I do not have enough money. Can I do some chores here to make up for the ticket?" At that moment, a burly man behind her impatiently remarked, "If you have no money, step aside. Don't waste my time." The ticket seller shot an annoyed glance at the man and then shook her head. "Little sister, please think of another way." "All right. There are many others waiting behind you." Lin Er lowered her head and replied, "Oh," and then walked away alone. Hours later, the ticket seller leaned out to look but did not see the little girl. She sighed. "What a poor child." Meanwhile, at a vendor's bun stall, Lin Er curiously asked, "Uncle, how much for a bun?" The middle-aged man glanced at the little girl and replied, "2 for 1 spirit stone. Do you have money?" Lin Er stared longingly at the steaming buns and said, "I have money. Uncle, please give me 2." The man frowned slightly and replied, You need money to buy two, little girl, are you joking? Lin Er insisted. I am not. I only want two. After saying that, she handed one spirit stone to the middle-aged man. The man impatiently replied, not selling. 5 at minimum. Then I will not buy with that. Lin Er turned and walked away. The man looked at the little girl's departing figure and thought, having money? She can't even afford 5 buns. Such a little girl. The next morning, in a corner of the ticket station, a little girl rubbed her eyes. She touched her grumbling stomach, preparing to head to the ticket window, if she waited any longer. The older sister might not have time to attend to her. At the ticket window, a young woman in her 20s was counting the cabin tickets. It seemed that each ticket sold meant pure profit of a few spirit stones, which was quite normal for her. At that moment, the ticket seller heard footsteps. Since ticket sales began at 9, who could it be so early? Subsequently, the young girl stretched her head to glance left and right. And in that fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. Lin Er, feeling rather embarrassed, scratched her head and softly murmured, "Good morning, big sister." The ticket seller offered a slight smile, shaking her head as she replied, "Little sister, have you come to seek work because you lack enough spirit stones?" Lowering her head, Lin Er responded, "Yes, I don't have enough for the cabin fare." The ticket seller, observing this petite girl who appeared to be merely 14 years old, let out a gentle sigh and asked, "How many spirit stones do you have left?" Lin Er lifted her gaze to the ticket seller and replied, "I am still short by 107. The ticket seller furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Do you still have 93 on you?" Lin Er confirmed, "Yes, big sister, can you help me? I am not afraid of hard work." The ticket seller glanced at the cabin ticket in her hand and then at the earnest little girl, saying, "As for this cabin ticket, I shall cover it for you." She then handed Lin Er a ticket for a lower-class cabin. Lin Er accepted the ticket and promptly returned the last of her 93 spirit stones at the window, saying, "Thank you, big sister. Could you please give me an IOU for the 107 spirit stones?" The ticket seller shook her head, returning the 93 spirit stones and said, "Once you reach your destination, you must have spirit stones. My ability to assist you is limited to this. The ticket bears your seat number. Simply follow the indicated position on the ticket to enter," Lin Er replied. "All right, my name is Luo Lin Er. What is your name?" "Big sister?" The ticket seller gently responded. "I am Han Xianger." Lin Er expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Xianger. Let us go. Quickly return to the cabin. Remember to send me a letter when you have time after reaching your destination." With that, Lin Er made her way to the lower cabin. Meanwhile, the ticket seller, Han Xianger, returned to her usual busyness. Extra Chapter 5. Songyun's sword sect. Upon arriving in the lower-class cabin, Lin Er surveyed the cramped space. Measuring no more than 3 meters in length and a little over 1 meter in width, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this tiny space really worth 200 spirit stones?" After speaking, she clenched her fists in indignation, feeling that the proprietor was rather unscrupulous. Having gone without food for a whole day and night, she realized she was indeed quite hungry. She rubbed her small belly, beginning to worry. She thought to herself, based on the route indicated on the ticket, it would take a full 3 days to reach the territory of Songyun's sword sect. With only 93 spirit stones remaining, she dared not waste them, for expenses awaited her at every turn. Moreover, it was uncertain whether she would even gain entry into Songyun's sword sect this time. Thus, she resolved to spend her spirit stones wisely. After enduring hunger, she drank a few sips of free water and fell asleep. In her dreams, she envisioned her grandfather, the Back Mountain, and even her aunt. Her aunt, a sword immortal, possessed the power to move mountains and part seas, summoning winds and rain with ease. In the end, her aunt departed, and her grandfather fell ill. Ultimately, it was Lin Er who spent 93 spirit stones to procure medicine in a small town, saving her grandfather's life. In her deep slumber, her eyes moistened. It wasn't until midnight that she awoke. Upon checking her belongings, she found her 93 spirit stones still intact and her grandfather unharmed. Now painfully hungry, she began to long for home, and her grandfather, Lin Er, stepped out of the lower-class cabin into the pitch-black night. At that moment, her slender silhouette stood still, gazing up at the sky. Lost and helpless, she couldn't help but ponder, is the outside world truly so wonderful? At present, she had no time for such thoughts, as she had not eaten anything for several days. Unless one reached the realm of sword immortals, she was but a sword emperor at this moment. Lin Er gently caressed her sword, whispering, "Oh, sword, I wish to go to Tsangyun's sword sect. But now I am so very hungry, you must seek out the big sister. After a pause, she added, Oh, I forgot you cannot speak. The sword trembled slightly, brushing against Linner. She rubbed it and embraced it. Uncertain of when the big sister would reclaim it, the next morning, the cabin began to fill with a gathering crowd, most of whom were heading toward Tsangyun's sword sect. Linner opened the cabin door and peeked outside, exclaiming, So many people, and promptly withdrew her head. She then resumed her solitary play with her sword in the lower-class cabin, conversing with it about her innermost thoughts, aside from practicing and solidifying her cultivation. Days later, the moment finally arrived. Linner was the first to dash out, embracing her sword. Looking closer, she saw the peaks undulating unevenly. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, it resembled a celestial palace. Many individuals soared away on their swords, their eagerness palpable. Linner patted her sword and took to the skies, heading toward Tsangyun's sword sect. Outside the sword sect, there were no fewer than several hundred individuals, all gathered to participate in the assessment. Most appeared to be between the ages of 16 and 20. Among them were a dozen or so peak sword emperors, hailing from various families and clans. Achieving the status of sword emperor at such a young age was exceedingly rare. Without innate talent and relentless effort, one could not succeed. Moreover, the support of resources and focused training from their families was crucial. Linner, born with an extraordinary physique, could learn anything she could remember with ease. However, her only shortcoming was the lack of resources, background, and influence. Clenching her fists, Linner stepped forward, making her way toward the sword sect. Extra Chapter 6. Sword Sect Assessment. Due to her overwhelming hunger, she found the assessment of little importance. All she desired was a hearty meal and a good night's sleep before considering the assessment. That moment, an elder from the sword sect soared into the air, announcing, 2 days from now will be the assessment time for the sect. The assessment will consist of 2 categories, sword technique and physique. He continued, the top 3 in sword technique will be accepted as inner disciples, while the top 10 will become outer disciples. Next, we will assess physique. Those with above-average physiques will be outer disciples, while those with superior to outstanding physiques will be inner disciples. To be admitted based on sword technique, one must rank among the top 3 and possess a physique of superior quality or above. Linner struggled to lift her head, ready to speak. But just as she was about to, the elder vanished in a flash. Linner thought to herself, Is this what is meant by the spirit realm? As the elder departed, the crowd dispersed in a hurry. Outside the sect, a solitary, slender figure fell asleep in a corner. 2 days later, outside the sect, there were still hundreds of people present, with less than half an hour remaining until the assessment. Everyone was busy sharpening their swords in preparation. At this time, a brother and sister pair were enjoying the large flatbreads they had brought from home, glancing around. Suddenly, the sister exclaimed, Brother, look. And pointed at Linner's position. The brother followed her finger and saw a 14-year-old girl sound asleep in a corner outside the sect. The sister remarked, Let's go check it out. It's already this late and she's still sleeping? Shaking her head in disbelief, they approached Linner, who was peacefully slumbering. The sister took a hearty bite of her flatbread. The aroma wafted through the air and reached Linner's nose, causing her to stir slightly and mutter. It smells so good. The sister held out a piece of flatbread and called out, Here, have this. A hard, flat piece of bread was offered to Linner's face. With both hands, Linner accepted it and immediately began to devour it ravenously. Her eating mannerisms left the brother and sister in astonishment. In less than a minute, the entire flatbread was consumed. Linner, still unsatisfied, licked her lips and looked at the sister, saying, Sister, do you have any more? I can pay you. As she spoke, she pulled out a few spirit stones to offer the sister. The sister was momentarily taken aback and replied, Little sister, you don't need to pay. Consider it a treat from me. Linner retracted her hand, gazing at the sister with gratitude. The sister then produced another piece of flatbread and extended it toward Linner. Feeling shy, Linner chuckled softly before eagerly accepting it and diving into another fierce feast. Only then did the brother and sister realize the girl was truly starving, and they stood by, momentarily forgetful of their own worries. Linner patted her belly and turned to the brother and sister. Introducing herself, My name is Luo Linner. Are you two here for the assessment as well? The sister replied, Yes, this is my brother-in-law, and I am in Nan. We have traveled from quite a distance just for this assessment. Hoping to try our luck. Linner observed the pair. The brother had a simple, honest demeanor and wore plain clothes, while the sister donned a sleek black dress, appearing elegantly composed. They seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. The sister, and Nan, spoke up, "Brother, let us head over. The assessment is about to start." The brother nodded earnestly and glanced at Linner, saying, "We are going now. Would you like to join us?" Linner nodded slightly, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and followed the brother and sister as they made their way forward. Meanwhile, a nearby stout man sighed to himself, "It seems this assessment will be highly competitive." Upon hearing this, some individuals sighed, while others wore expressions of excitement. Extra Chapter 7. The lame elder Linner felt empty-headed, thinking that as long as she could enter the sect, it would suffice. Ideally, they would provide food and accommodation, and that would be perfect, and Nan asked, "Linner, you seem quite young. You aren't here for the assessment, are you? You must be at least 16 to participate," Linner replied. "Sister and Nan, I am here to apply for a servant position. I will come back for the assessment in 2 years." The brother and sister shook their heads, saying, "I see." Just then, the elder from the sword sect soared into the air again, commanding authority as he stated, "Please enter the assessment venue in order. The assessment will be a sword technique competition. The duration is 1 hour. Now, please submit your names into the drawing box. Whoever is drawn will take the stage, and so on. Remember, the time limit is 1 hour. The assessment officially begins now." After delivering his message, the elder descended. A few minutes later, a light-footed young woman emerged, her expression slightly smiling. The young woman gracefully placed her hand into the box, then lightly raised her delicate brows to sweep a glance over the crowd, and spoke. "Su Ning, Fanjia." Having uttered her words, she stepped aside, her gaze fixed upon the scene before her. At this moment, the 2 young men, summoned by her mention, soared into the air with their swords. Landing in the arena, one of the young men clasped his fists and declared, "I am Fanjia. Please enlighten me." Just as Fanjia lifted his head, Su Ning's sword made a gentle flick, striking him squarely in the chest. He then executed a graceful spin in midair before returning to the ground. Enraged, Fanjia exclaimed, "You?" His eyes darted to the woman beside him, only to find her unresponsive. Su Ning, regarding him as if he were a fool, mockingly said, "Step down, do not waste our time." Fanjia shot a glance at Su Ning and, indignantly, retreated. Witnessing this, the siblings and Nan remarked, "Brother, as long as we can secure a position in the outer sect, it will bring honor to our family. I am the path of swordsmanship. Every step must be taken with stability. Do you understand?" Allah nodded slightly in agreement. The siblings then resumed their watch over the arena. Meanwhile, outside the sect, Lin Er glanced left and right, seemingly observing that apart from the outer and inner sect disciples, no servant disciples had been summoned today. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Er rested her chin in her hands, gazing vacantly at the grass and trees outside the sect. Pondering, "I wonder how Nan and Allah are faring." Feeling bored, she began to fiddle with a small talisman. At that moment, a frail old man, dressed in tattered and patched clothing, hobbled toward her. The limping elder cast a glance at the little girl and then looked toward the sect, shaking his head and muttering, "Whose elder is so thoughtless as to leave the child outside?" Approaching the little girl, he gently asked, "Little sister, why are you playing alone? Where are your parents?" Only then did Lin Er lift her head, pouting as she replied, "Grandpa, I have no parents. I came to apply for a servant disciple position, but they aren't hiring." After speaking, Lin Er lowered her head in disappointment. The elder glanced at her and suddenly exclaimed, "A physique of the outside realm?" His expression grew serious as he regarded the girl. After a moment's pause, he continued, "In my lifetime, I have never taken a disciple. Who would have thought this journey into the world of low martial arts would allow me to discover a treasure?" The old man burst into laughter, and at that moment, his mirth shook the heavens, causing those within the sect and the closed-door sword sect master to tremble slightly, peering through the sect's gates in fear. They murmured, "The little one, by Jean, pays respects to the esteemed one." The elder paid no heed to the sword sect master, instead wrapping the little girl in his embrace and vanishing from the outside of the Tsangyun sword sect. Meanwhile, the closed door by sect master wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "That was close. I nearly lost this territory." Extra Chapter 8. Physique of the outside realm in an unknown starry expanse. An elder was traveling at great speed toward the world of super martial arts. Lin Air, filled with trepidation, asked, "Grandpa, are you a sword immortal? Where is this place?" The elder frowned slightly and replied, "Sword immortal. What is that?" Lin Air pouted. "You don't even know what a sword immortal is. They can move mountains and seas, summon the winds and rains." Upon hearing this, the elder glanced at the girl and said, "In the future, you will be 100,000 times more formidable than a sword immortal." Lin Air's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Really? Then what realm are you in, Grandpa?" The elder smiled gently and replied, "You will know in time." "Wow, that planet is so beautiful." The elder halted, affectionately ruffling the hair of the little girl in his arms, saying, "That is the world of high martial arts, the place you were in before." "Is the world of medium martial arts?" Lin Air asked. "Grandpa, what kind of world is the high martial arts world?" The elder explained, "The high martial arts world is a realm of cultivators, where those who cultivate can ascend to the immortal realm." Lin Air expressed her fervent desire. "I want to go there. Can you take me with you, Grandpa?" The elder pondered for a moment, hesitating. Yet he did not wish to dampen the little girl's spirits. He then countered, "I would like to take you as my disciple, little sister. Would you be willing?" Lin Air considered this, her eyes darting around as she replied, "I need to ask my grandpa. I only have one grandpa." The elder continued, "If your grandpa agrees, then you will agree too, correct?" Lin Air nodded vigorously. At this moment, the elder's heart finally eased. Possessing a physique of the outside realm meant that she would one day surpass all within the inner realm. Just thinking about it made the elder tremble with excitement. He mused, "First, I must take her as my disciple." "I have struck gold," the elder announced. "Then let us go meet your grandpa," Lin Air pouted. "I haven't been out long, and my spirit stones are nearly depleted. I want to earn some money first. I still owe an elder sister 200 spirit stones," the elder frowned. "Is there still someone using spirit stones?" Lin Air, noticing the elder's furrowed brow, felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I still owe a debt." The elder spoke softly, "Then let us pay off the debt first. We cannot keep dragging it on." Lin Air lowered her head and replied, I only have 93 spirit stones left." "It's not enough to pay." The elder shook his head. "You need not repay it. I will cover it for you. In the future, you will help me with some tasks to offset the debt." "How does that sound?" Lin Air was somewhat skeptical of the tattered, limping elder's wealth. "Tio, persuade her," he added. "Let us first settle your spirit stone debt, and perhaps visit your grandpa if you wish. We may be gone for a long time." Lin Air nodded. "My name is Luo Lin Air. Grandpa, let us go." The elder was fond of this name and nodded in agreement. Following Lin Air's directions, they vanished from the spot. As they passed by a sect, Lin Air eagerly spoke. "Grandpa, there's a brother and sister pair who are good people. I want to say goodbye to them. I wonder if they have entered the inner sect." The elder regarded the little girl with admiration, thinking, "Such innocence and kindness, a physique of the outside realm." Soon, the elder and the girl appeared outside the sect. The limping elder released a hint of his aura, causing the Tsangyun sword sect master, who was in seclusion, to shudder. He instantly appeared before the two. Bai Jin lowered his head deeply, bowing. "I pay my respects to you. Esteemed one, may I inquire what brings you here?" Yet, he felt exceedingly anxious inside. The limping elder, however, looked at the little girl and said, "You may ask the person you are looking for directly." Lin Air asked, "Uncle, may I bid farewell to my two friends?" "Their names are Anan and Anla." The elder frowned slightly, for he had not heard of these two names in the sect, but replied, "Please wait a moment. I am in the sect's hall." Bai Jin glared at everyone urgently. "Regardless of whether they are inner or outer sect disciples, or even servants, find them for me within 3 minutes." At that moment, an elder involved in the Ling Kong realm assessment spoke up. "Yesterday, during the sect assessment, there were indeed siblings named Anan and Anla. I wonder if they are the ones?" Bai Jin exclaimed in urgency. "Where are they? Take me to them immediately." The crowd, confused, followed the elder as he hurriedly led Bai Jin to a courtyard for outer sect disciples. That moment, the siblings were tidying up the yard, appearing in high spirits. The assessing elder bowed. "Sect master, these are indeed the two." The siblings looked at the elder in bewilderment, asking, "Elder, have we done something wrong?" "Hurry and greet the sect master," the assessing elder urged. Bai Jin waved his hand. "There is no need. You two, follow me outside for a moment. The two, feeling perplexed and anxious, closely followed the sect master. Extra Chapter 9. And La and Nan's siblings outside the sect, Lin Air's voice rang out. And Nan, and La, I am leaving here with Grandpa. The siblings, upon hearing this, asked, Lin Air, where are you going? And Nan inquired, while an LA's gaze also turned to Lin Air, as though he too wished to ask the same question. Lin Air, with a determined expression, declared, I am going with Grandpa to a faraway place, to a planet where immortals reside. And Nan tightly grasped Lin Air's hand. I still have some big cakes left. If you get hungry, save them for the journey. After saying this, she handed Lin Air her favorite big cake. And La, with a silly grin, added, Take this. It's our family's specialty and very delicious. Lin Air responded with a cheerful and then said, I don't have anything of value right now. I'll come back to see you once I've made something of myself. The siblings nodded reluctantly. Lin Air called out, Grandpa, let us go. The limping elder glanced at the sword sect master and remarked, You must nurture these two well. With that, he wrapped Lin Air and vanished from sight at Donghua Gate. In the ticket sales office, Xiang Air was busy attending to a long line of customers, numbering over 100. An old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Air said, Grandpa, Xiang Air is busy. Let us wait a moment. She is a really nice person. The elder gazed at the ticket window, thinking, even such insignificant beings can be so kind. The elder took out a small package from his spatial bag and handed it to Lin Air. Here are precisely 200. Take it to her. Lin Air accepted it and bounced toward the window. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned in and softly called, Sister Xiang Air, are you free? A familiar voice responded. Han Xiang Air paused her busy hands and looked toward the window. Lin Air wiped her slightly dirty face and smiled broadly. Han Xiang Air asked, Lin Air, what is the matter? Lin Air nodded slightly and said, How about I wait until you finish? Han Xiang Air glanced at the long line and then said, I'm very sorry. Everyone, I need to handle something for a few minutes. Looking toward the window, she called, Lin Air, come in. Lin Air, feeling guilty, walked through the hidden door and closed it behind her. Lin Air, what do you need? Is something wrong? Han Xiang Air asked anxiously. Lin Air replied, Sister Xiang Air, I am going to a very far place, and it might take a long time. Saying this, she placed the small package given to her by the elder on the desk. Lin Air, what is this for? Han Xiang Air asked in confusion. Lin Air explained, Sister Xiang Air, I am leaving, but I will come back to see you. Han Xiang Air sighed softly. You should keep what's in the package. You will need it later. Lin Air shook her head, giggling twice, and then bounced away cheerfully. After watching the little girl depart, Han Xiang let out a soft sigh, her gaze lingering on the small package. Shaking her head, she proceeded to open the bundle. Spirit crystals, 200 of them. Han Xiang wore an expression of disbelief. Each crystal was worth countless spirit stones, 200. With that realization, Han Xiang dashed outside. By now, Lin Air had long vanished from sight. The back mountain of the Sculpture clan. A frail figure was intently gazing in the direction Lin Air had left, muttering to himself, I hope this time it is the right choice. He then raised his head slightly and implored, Ancestors, please bless the bloodline of the Sculpture clan. May my descendants not bring shame upon our forebears. In the sky, Lin Air said, Grandfather, let us be on our way. The Sculpture clan has languished for far too long. Lin Air spoke dejectedly as she cast her eyes downward. The Sculpture clan? The elder seemed to reminisce about something. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Air and inquired, Are you a descendant of the Sculpture clan's Hui? Lin Air nodded. My grandfather told me that our ancestors fell many billions of years ago. Since then, our clan has been in decline, right up to this moment. The elder replied, So you are a descendant of the Sculpture clan's Hui. I fear I am not worthy to take you as my apprentice. In an aside, Chapter 10. Am I done for? Lin Air was taken aback. Why? The elder explained, Because I lack the qualifications, while secretly thinking, Damn, a descendant of a great figure, how could I dare to offend? He was aware of the records concerning the Sculpture clan, especially since the ancestral edicts sternly stated that was a great benefactor of his forebears. Feeling wronged, Lin Air pouted, Oh, then please take me back to the Tsongyun sword sect. I have nowhere else to go. The elder opened his mouth as if to speak. Do you truly wish to take me as your master? Lin Air nodded vigorously. Aside from my grandfather, You and a big sister are the only ones I know. The elder frowned slightly and asked, Big sister? Linner, could you describe her? After pondering for a moment, Linner recounted the events as they unfolded, even patting the small sword to affirm her honesty. Upon hearing this, the elder turned his gaze toward the sword, his brows furrowing in confusion. Noticing nothing particularly unusual, he spoke, Linner, could you let me take a look at that sword? Linner nodded gently, placing the small sword before the elder. As he prepared to grasp it, a sudden surge of sword energy pinned him in place. The elder, bewildered, exclaimed, Have I been done for? He then glanced at his own body and spirit, sighing in relief. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he exclaimed in terror, Linner, quickly take it back. Linner, perplexed by the elder's sudden alarm, noted his uneasy expression. A shard of sword energy was firmly embedded in the elder's forehead. Linner instinctively hugged the small sword, and the sword energy dissipated. The elder wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, That was close. Grandfather, are you unwell? Linner asked, tugging at her sleeve. Preparing to wipe the elder's sweat, the elder, watching the sword as if it were a thief, seemed on the verge of erasure. Linner called out, Grandfather, this was given to me by my grandfather. He said it can cure all ailments. As she spoke, Linner produced a thumb-sized fruit and offered it to the elder. The elder accepted it with skepticism, assuming it was merely a ploy by her grandfather to placate her. Then, he glanced at it casually and gasped, Heavenly Tao sacred fruit. Linner inquired, Grandfather, what is the Heavenly Tao sacred fruit? The elder fixed a grave look upon her, silently reflecting. This descendant of Ho-E, Grandfather, what are you thinking about? Linner pressed. The limping elder stammered, In nothing at all. He then continued, Linner, you must keep it hidden. Do not show it to anyone at any time, understand? Linner replied, Oh, this is the most valuable thing I possess. Are you feeling better now, Grandfather? The elder nodded, responding, I feel better, but I can't shake the feeling that I almost met my end. After a brief pause, he proposed, Linner, would you accept me as your god-grandfather? Linner beamed at the suggestion, Yay. I have a god-grandfather now. She was about to perform a kneeling salute, but the elder hesitated, ultimately allowing it. As he neither forced her nor took advantage of the situation, he gently lifted the little girl, ruffled her hair, and said, Let us be on our way. Linner perked up, asking, Are we going to a place of immortals? The limping elder smiled faintly, First to my home, for in my homeland, there reside many immortals. Linner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? God-grandfather, let us hurry. The title of God-grandfather brought immense joy to the limping elder, far surpassing the pleasure of merely accepting a disciple. With a light heart, he took Linner's hand, and they vanished from sight. In the next chapter, Chapter 11. The super martial world of the Tang clan. Within another star domain, before a statue, a woman murmured to herself, Brother, I have seen your descendant. Her name is Luo Linner, of the Luo lineage. I know you owe a debt to Aunt Luo. The sculpture clan has now fallen into decline. As your aunt, I feel so inadequate. After a brief pause, she continued, But fret not. With Xiao Dao by her side, she shall not feel lonely. I miss you all, Sister Shangwan. Aunt Luo and Sister Hei Mei. Brother, I must take my leave now. I know not where I shall go through the entire universe. I am but a solitary wanderer. No longer do I serve the masses. I wish to be myself, to witness what the world is like 5 trillion years later. Whether the order of all beings still prevails. Regardless of what is embraced, I only wish to be myself. To live for my own sake. With that, the woman vanished from the statue of the woman in the Tang clan's grand estate. The elder and Linner appeared, resembling an ordinary family. The elder shared tales, while Linner, ever curious, asked countless questions. The elder responded with warmth and affection. Meanwhile, the Dao sword trembled, brushing against Linner. Linner patted the sword's body. Hold on a moment. I have not finished eating yet. Tang Tao, sensing something amiss, turned his gaze upward, his brow furrowing slightly. Given the sword's reaction, something unusual was afoot. At that moment, Linner asked, Sword, has the big sister arrived? The Dao sword rang out a few times before vanishing into the sky. Linner looked up but saw nothing, pouting, Humph, they didn't even wait for me. With a huff, she dashed outside, and Elder Tang Tao followed suit. At this moment, in the heavens above, A maiden clad in a gown as white as snow gently caressed the pathway, murmuring to herself, "From now on, you shall remain by my granddaughter's side, guarding her until she blossoms into maturity." Liner glanced upwards and exclaimed, "It's the elder sister." Fang Qing cast a sidelong glance at Liner, slowly approaching her, and spoke softly, "Address me as aunt, for you are the descendant of my brother. Thus you may also be considered my granddaughter." Liner inquired, "Is that true?" At that moment, memories of the tales her grandfather recounted flooded her mind. Suddenly, she rushed into Fang Qing's embrace, bursting into tears. Fang Qing tenderly stroked her granddaughter, and a myriad of emotions began to surface within her. Meanwhile, the elder Tang Tao stood nearby, gripped by fear, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The ancestors of the Tang family had long left behind teachings and records, indicating that this woman was indeed the creator of the order of beings. During her ancestors' time, she had already been invincible. Later, to avert the annihilation of the cosmos, the brother and sister duo had forcefully ascended to the hypercosmos, a realm that exists above all universes. It was said that the hypercosmos governed the life and death of all universes, including the balance of yin and yang. How could this not leave him trembling? How could it not astonish him? He had heard legends stating that the very existence of the universe was owed to her. Fang Qing cast a glance at the elder, and before she could speak, Elder Tang Tao had already knelt before her, proclaiming, "Tang Tao, a descendant of the Tang family, pays homage to the sovereign of the cosmos." "My lady." Fang Qing furrowed her brow slightly and said, "So you are the descendant of Miss Tang Yin." Upon hearing this, Elder Tang Tao felt a surge of certainty regarding the ancestral records and quickly replied, "Indeed, I am the unfilial descendant, Tang Tao." The elder wiped the sweat from his brow in haste. Fang Qing gently raised her hand and gestured, "Rise and speak." Yet Elder Tang Tao remained rooted in place, hesitant to utter another word. Liner, however, wiped away her tears, blinking her eyes in astonishment, and mused, "So my aunt is so formidable." She then chuckled softly. Fang Qing looked at Liner with affection and said, "If anyone dares to bully you, make sure to inform your aunt. Do you understand?" Liner blinked and nodded, then asked, "Aunt, I heard my grandfather say that beyond the universe lies the hypercosmos, and that there exists something called the upper realm. Correct?" Elder Tang Tao trembled slightly at this revelation, silently pondering. Is there truly an upper realm within the hypercosmos? Such records were absent from our ancestors' teachings. Fang Qing nodded slightly and replied, "Your grandfather spoke the truth. The upper realm. Any one of its denizens is a supreme being, capable of reversing life and death, governing the yin and yang of all beings and the lifespans of all creatures." She paused for a moment before continuing. "When the day comes that you surpass your aunt, you will naturally come to understand." Liner lowered her head and responded, "Oh, I understand, aunt." Fang Qing lifted her gaze slightly and said, "Your aunt must take her leave now. This is my personal sword, named the Xingdao sword. I leave it with you, hoping that one day you will truly possess it." Subsequently, Fang Qing retrieved a spatial pouch, looking at Liner and stating, "Within this pouch lies your aunt's favorite snacks, along with some realm gold and source crystals, even some source veins. These will prove useful to you in the future." Liner joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, aunt." Fang Qing affectionately ruffled Lin's hair and then turned to Elder Tang Tao, saying, "Assist her well," before producing a token and handing it to the elder. "This is the heavenly decree. To see the decree is to behold the sovereign of the cosmos. Aid her in ascending to the position of Hall Master, managing the various universes," she added. "I hope that you can once again achieve the brilliance established by your ancestors during their lifetime." With a final, gentle sigh, she glanced at Liner, and a drop of bloodline essence silently merged into Liner's veins.